beast taming, brainstorming, science fiction, high martial arts, easygoing, starting flow, sign in, future world. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in and obtained the god-level spirit pet Pikachu. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in and obtained the divine pet Titan Great Ape. God-level bloodline, blood of the Eastern Divine Dragon. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in and obtained 10 years of cultivation in spiritual energy. Soul transmigrates to the era of spirit pet cultivation 5,000 years in the future. What to do when starting from scratch? No worries. The God-level multi-universe sign-in system will take you to new heights. As long as you sign in, you can obtain everything. Invincible sign-in flow, crushing all who dare to deceive me. Chapter 1. God-level multiverse check-in system, secretly discharged. Ding, host detected, binding God-level multiverse check-in system. In a daze, Yeong heard a cold mechanical voice. System binding successful. Host, Yeong. Identity, student. Strength, level 2 battle disciple. Ding, check-in task issued. Please proceed to the training ground of Starlight High School in Hwayoung City to complete your first check-in within 10 minutes to receive a newbie gift pack. What the hell? Suddenly, Yeong jumped up from the ground. He looked around at the unfamiliar environment with a bewildered and shocked expression. Abandoned buildings, broken furniture, utterly shabby. One word, poor. What is this place? How'd I end up here? Am I dreaming? A series of questions flooded Yi Yang's mind, completely unaware of what was happening. Buzz. At the same time, a strange memory surged into Yi Yang's brain like a forced invasion. After a long time, it finally stopped. He quickly processed the unfamiliar memories, his face showing intense shock. I've crossed over to Earth 5,000 years later in an era of spiritual energy revival and pet cultivation. Yeong couldn't believe it. He never imagined something as bizarre as crossing over would happen to him. According to his memories, Yeong was now on Earth 5,000 years in the future. With the revival of spiritual energy, humans cultivate and battle with spirit pets. In simple terms, he had soul transcended into a future world. In this world, technology is not the only dominant theme. Martial arts, refining chi, and cultivating spirit pets are the true paths. Thus, a new profession emerged, revered by thousands and pursued by countless people. Battle Spirit Master. As the name implies, a profession that fights, strives, lives, and grows stronger alongside spirit pets. As long as one becomes a Battle Spirit Master and continuously improves, they can reach the peak of life. This is every person's dream since childhood. However, reality is cruel. Not everyone can become a Battle Spirit Master. The prerequisites for becoming a Battle Spirit Master are to absorb the Earth's spiritual energy into the body and cultivate into a battle disciple. Additionally, one must have at least one spirit pet of their own, also known as a battle pet. Failing to meet either requirement means no chance of becoming a Battle Spirit Master. Just like Yeong at this moment, a level 2 battle disciple, yet without a spirit pet of his own. At 16 years old, he hadn't even stepped into the threshold of a Battle Spirit Master. There was no way born into a lowly family, too poor to afford a spirit pet. But that wasn't the worst part. Just yesterday, Yeong was secretly discharged from school due to poor martial arts grades. Not only that, but before leaving the school, he was robbed of all his money by school bullies. Now he had no guarantee of basic living expenses, let alone becoming a Battle Spirit Master. Thus, in despair, he ended his life in the broken room. That was how he soul transcended here. Damn, what a tragic start. After understanding his current situation, Yeong couldn't help but curse again. Others who cross over are wealthy and powerful, with high status. At the very least, they are fallen geniuses with innate talents. And what about him? He crossed over as a poor wretch, a useless person. Plus, I was secretly discharged from school. Yeong could tolerate all of this. But having no money at all and not a single morsel of food in the house was too much. Isn't that tragic? Yeong couldn't bear it any longer, damn it. Fortunately, he still had the god-level multiverse check-in system. As long as he checked in, he could obtain anything from the multiverse. Damn it, with this ultra-win tragic start, just watch me step by step rise to the peak of life. Yeong angrily exclaimed, immediately opening the door and rushing to the training ground of Starlight High School to check in, eager to get his gift pack first. Chapter 2 Sign-In Gift Package. According to his memory, Yi Yang arrived at the high school he had been attending just yesterday. Huayang Starlight High School. At this moment, it was lunchtime, and he entered easily. Yi Yang walked all the way to the training ground and said, "Sign in." Ding! Sign in countdown 10 minutes. As the system's voice sounded, Yi Yang's sign-in task began. He eagerly awaited the so-called new player gift package. At the same time, he looked around the training ground, watching many students playing and practicing PK battles with their own spirit pets. It was completely different from the world he used to know. Yi Yang still felt a bit incredulous that he had actually traveled to Earth 5,000 years into the future. And there were almost no records about 5,000 years ago. History began with disasters and the Great Wilderness Era, leading up to the revival of spiritual energy and the evolution of cultivation. The stories during this period were rich and endless. Soon, 10 minutes passed. Ding! Congratulations to host Yi Yang for successfully signing in and receiving the new player gift package. Would you like to open it now? Yes. Hearing the system's voice, Yi Yang's heart leaped with joy. Without hesitation, he directly opened the new player gift package. Ding! Congratulations to host Yi Yang. You have received a God-level spirit pet, Pikachu. Ding! Congratulations to host Yi Yang. You have received God-level contract skills and God-level summoning skills. Ding! Congratulations to host Yi Yang. You have received a guidebook on raising divine pets. Ding! Congratulations to host Yi Yang. You have received 10 years of spiritual energy cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to host Yi Yang. You have received a portable space. One treasure after another made Yi Yang ecstatic. He suddenly felt the spiritual energy within him soaring wildly. 10 years of spiritual energy cultivation, all infused into him. Battle Disciple Level 3. Battle Disciple Level 4. Battle Disciple Level 5. Yi Yang felt an indescribable happiness and excitement. This gift package was simply too awesome. In an instant, his spiritual energy cultivation directly broke through to Battle Master. Battle Master Level 1. Battle Master Level 2. Battle Master Level 3. Only when he reached Battle Master Level 3 did his power finally stop surging. But what made Yi Yang even happier was the God-level pet, Pikachu. As a human from 5,000 years ago, how could he not know about Pikachu? That was his childhood dream. He had always wanted to own a Pikachu. He never expected it to come true. If only my spirit pets were all my favorite pets from anime, like Pokemon or Digimon, how wonderful that would be. Yi Yang couldn't help but sigh. He fantasized about having creatures from Pokemon and Digimon as his spirit pets. That would be delightful. If there was also the Monkey King, that would be even cooler. Isn't that Yi Yang, the only rural student in our school? Look at that flashy outfit. What's the difference from a beggar on the street? Just as Yi Yang was feeling happy, a man dressed in bright clothing with slick back hair, followed by a few lackeys, approached him. The man looked at Yi Yang with a mocking expression and said, "Are you envious seeing others with their own spirit pets? Too bad, envy won't help. You can't afford one, can you? Who told your parents to be farmers?" Upon hearing this, Yi Yang immediately felt unhappy. He fixed his gaze on the man in front of him, feeling a bit familiar, and a memory about this person surged in his mind. Li Tao, a student in the same grade but a different class. A city dweller with some money, his parents had bought several apartments in Huayang City, making sure the whole school knew about it. He usually liked to bully classmates who were in worse conditions than him to feel superior. He had publicly humiliated Yi Yang more than once. Chapter 3, I Give You a Chance, What's Wrong with Farmers? Did I eat your family's rice? Yi Yang looked at Li Tao, displeased, and said, "Dig 3 generations back, whose family isn't made up of farmers. Don't think you're impressive just because your parents bought a few apartments in the city with some money. There are plenty of people in this school richer than you. But you won't find many who are as pathetic as you, flaunting your house to everyone." Hearing Yi Yang's words, Li Tao was suddenly taken aback, staring at Yi Yang in shock. He clearly didn't expect that Yi Yang, a second-level warrior who usually didn't dare to speak up, would dare to talk to him like this today, hurting his pride. "You poor loser. Do you dare to talk to me like that? Are you tired of living?" Li Tao roared in anger. "Go, teach this martial arts loser a lesson. Make him remember." A few of his lackeys immediately clenched their fists and mockingly approached Yi Yang. "Yi Yang, get ready to be beaten up. Who told you to be so reckless? We won't go too hard on you. At most just ruin that smelly mouth of yours." Yi Yang sneered dismissively. "Just you guys? What? The top student in liberal arts wants to fight? You should stick to theoretical battles. The group simultaneously tightened their fists and swung at Yiyang. Yiyang remained calm, not the slightest bit flustered. As they got closer, he moved with lightning speed. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a series of muffled sounds echoed. Li Tao's lackey screamed and fell to the ground. Unconscious. You. Li Tao was shocked, stunned by Yi Yang's fierce skills. His lackeys were all 4th or 5th level warriors, yet Yi Yang, a 2nd level warrior, had defeated them in an instant. What? You wanted me to remember? Come, I'll give you a chance. Yi Yang beckoned to Li Tao with a sneer. At the same time, the sounds of the fight and the screams attracted the attention of the students around the training ground at Starlight High School. They all turned their gazes, seeing the few people lying on the ground and the standoff between Li Tao and Yi Yang. Isn't that Li Tao, who bought a few apartments, and Yi Yang, who was born in a rural area? Is Li Tao going to bully Yi Yang again? Sigh. Poor top liberal arts student. He runs into Li Tao, who loves to show off and suppress the weak. He gets bullied from time to time. If it were me, I would have dropped out long ago. Yeah, it's just suffering. Dropping out would be better. Everyone quickly recognized the two well-known figures in the school, Li Tao and Yi Yang, and all sighed for Yi Yang. But soon, they realized that this time was a bit different. Hey, wait a minute. Today Yi Yang seems different from usual. Li Tao's lackeys were all taken down. What is going on? Damn, could it be Yi Yang did this? When did this soft persimmon become so tough? Everyone gradually gathered around, wanting to know what exactly happened. Li Tao, filled with rage, formed a common summoning technique with both hands, glaring at Yi Yang. Country bumpkin, today I'm going to make you leave the school lying down. Summon, spiritual pet, black-scaled snake. Whoosh! As Li Tao's voice fell, a runic array of light emerged. In an instant, a black-scaled snake about 3 to 4 meters long appeared before everyone. Wow! A level 6 bloodline spiritual pet, black-scaled snake. It must be at least a growth stage level 5, right? ZZ, if this spiritual pet bites you, you won't die, but will be crippled. The crowd exchanged glances, feeling somewhat intimidated by Li Tao's fierce spiritual pet, the black-scaled snake. Spiritual pets are one of the key focuses of this era. They are divided into 10 attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and 2 main types, auxiliary and combat. There are 3 major levels of bloodlines and 10 stages of physical fitness. Each major bloodline is divided into 10 minor levels. The common bloodline is the lowest of the 3 major bloodlines. Above it are the innate and acquired spirit levels, 1 to 10, and the innate and acquired divine levels, 1 to 10. The bloodline of spiritual pets can be enhanced. The bloodline is like potential. The stronger the bloodline, the higher the growth peak, divided into 10 stages of physical fitness. Juvenile. Growth mature. Li Tao's black-scaled snake has a level 6 common bloodline and is a growth stage level 5. Within Starlight High School, it is already considered a relatively strong spiritual pet. Coupled with its ferocity, it makes many people fearful. Yi Yang, if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, it might still be too late. Li Tao summoned the black-scaled snake and looked coldly at Yi Yang. In his view, no matter how strong Yi Yang was, without a spiritual pet, he was still a cripple. And the people around clearly thought the same. Some kind-hearted ones began to advise Yi Yang. Yi Yang, just apologize. This black-scaled snake isn't a joke. If it bites you, you won't die but will be crippled. Yeah, a man can bend and stretch. Just admit your mistake. You have no spiritual pet. You can't beat Li Tao. Li Tao is already a 7th level warrior. Heh. Hearing the surrounding voices, Yi Yang sneered disdainfully. Who said I don't have a spiritual pet? The crowd was stunned, looking at Yi Yang in surprise. You have a spiritual pet? Stop pretending. We all know your family situation. How could you afford a spiritual pet? Exactly, even if you don't buy one. Trying to capture a wild spiritual pet in the wild would be impossible for you at your 2nd level warrior strength. Chapter 4 Go. Pikachu. No one believed that Yi Yang had a spirit pet, because the whole Starlight High School knew what kind of family background Yang had. How could he afford such an expensive creature as a spirit pet? Just a regular spirit pet costs tens of thousands. For Yi Yang, who was born in the countryside and came from a poor family, this was undoubtedly an astronomical sum. But Yi Yang didn't care. He was not the same as before. He came from 5,000 years ago, a time traveler. How could he be ordinary? God-level summoning technique. Yi Yang ignored the voices around him and formed a very complicated summoning seal with both hands. Whoosh! In an instant, a formation connected by runes covered the area for dozens of meters around him. Dazzling light radiated out. The crowd around him stepped back one after another. This momentum was not an ordinary summoning technique. Could it be that Yi Yang really had a spirit pet? Everyone looked in shock at the summoning array, which was several times larger than an ordinary summoning array, their hearts surging with emotions. God-level summoning technique was not something an ordinary summoning technique could compare to. Li Tao was sweating profusely at this moment. Just based on this summoning array, he had already lost. It has been established since ancient times that the stronger the spirit pet, the larger the summoning array it brings. Yi Yang's summoning array was something even many instructors could not compare to. Moments later, the light faded. Everyone's gaze turned to the center of the summoning array, looking bewildered. What is this? Such a big array, and it summoned such a small thing? They looked at the petite spirit pet in front of them, which seemed to be nothing but cute and adorable, and instantly questioned their lives. No matter how hard they thought, they couldn't figure out what this yellow creature with big eyes, a lightning tail, long ears, and a rosy face was. Pikachu. In a training ground, Yi Yang used the god-level summoning technique to summon his spirit pet, the multiverse Pikachu. It charmed everyone. Although Yi Yang didn't understand the relationship between this pet spirit and the spirit pets of this world, since the system said it was a god-level spirit pet, then it was a spirit pet. Next, Yi Yang's hand seal changed again. God-level contract technique. Whoosh! Another burst of intense light. And Yi Yang formed a spirit pet contract with Pikachu without any resistance. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully contracting the spirit pet Pikachu. Bloodline. God level 1 bloodline spirit pet level. Growth stage. Attribute. Lightning attribute. Type. Combat type. Special skill. 100,000 volts. In an instant, Yi Yang felt his power connected with Pikachu, their thoughts resonating, and he also gained the lightning attribute. Pikachu, come here. Yi Yang called out. Pikachu. Pikachu immediately obediently ran to Yi Yang's side and climbed onto his shoulder. Its cute appearance drove countless girls around crazy. Even the boys couldn't resist. But it seemed to have no combat power. Oh dear, a poor guy making such a big deal out of nothing. I thought you had contracted some powerful spirit pet. Just this yellow rat dares to challenge me? It's not even enough to fill the gaps in my black scale snake's teeth. Li Tao looked at Yi Yang's spirit pet and sneered, shouting, Black scale snake, go eat that little rat. Hiss! The spirit pet black scale snake flicked its tongue and charged towards Yi Yang and Pikachu. Little rat? Are you sure? Yi Yang sneered and shouted, Pikachu, go. Let him see your strength. 100,000 volts. Pikachu immediately jumped down from Yi Yang's shoulder. Pikachu, zzz. A strong current was released from Pikachu. In an instant, it electrocuted the ferocious black scale snake charging at them, making it smoke and collapse to the ground, motionless. Chapter 5. Shocking the entire venue. Hiss. When sure, everyone in the venue gasped in surprise. They never expected that the seemingly harmless Pikachu could be so powerful. With a single electric move, it easily defeated Li Tao's black scale snake. This left everyone feeling extremely surprised and astonished. Well done. Yi Yang praised Pikachu, who climbed back onto his shoulder. It was at this moment that everyone snapped out of their brief shock. They all turned their gazes towards the godly spirit pet Pikachu on Yi Yang's shoulder, eagerly asking, Yi Yang, what kind of spirit pet is this? Where did you get it? Can you tell us? It's so cute and powerful, awesome. Yango, please tell us how to get one. A group of people immediately surrounded Yi Yang, their eyes burning with excitement as they looked at Pikachu, wishing they could hug it. Yi Yang was speechless. These guys really changed their attitudes faster than flipping a book. Just a moment ago, they were looking down on him, and now their attitude had completely flipped. Huh, black scale snake, black scale snake. Just as Yi Yang was thinking about how to fool everyone, Li Tao's voice came over again. Yi Yang, you actually dared to kill my black scale snake. I'm going to fight you. Bang. Li Tao discovered that his black scale snake had been electrocuted to death, and his anger erupted like a volcano. He stomped on the ground, and his spirit energy, at the 7th level of the warrior stage, spread out from his body. Then, Li Tao charged forward like an enraged bull towards Yi Yang. The crowd scattered in fear. not daring to confront the rampaging Li Tao. Fight? What do you have to fight me with? Yi Yang looked at the furious Li Tao, sneering disdainfully. In the next second, he activated the spirit energy within him, which surged forth. Boom! The power of a warrior shook the entire venue. Warrior. Whoa! Yi Yang is actually a warrior. This guy has been hiding his strength all along. What a low-key boss. The people around were stunned as they witnessed Yi Yang's display of spirit energy intensity. A warrior is a whole major stage higher than a warrior apprentice. Among high school students, those who can become warriors are undoubtedly exceptionally gifted individuals. Moreover, reaching the warrior level allows one to contract a second spirit pet, increasing their strength even further. At this moment, they finally understood. It turns out that Yi Yang is the real genius. Bang! Then, a dull sound reached everyone's ears. In front of the crowd, the furious Li Tao was kicked to the ground by Yi Yang. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Puff! Hiss! The crowd gasped again, looking at the unfortunate Li Tao with sympathy, shaking their heads. When they looked back at Yi Yang, their perception had completely changed. Yi Yang, you're hiding so deep, too low-key, huh? Yang-gu, take me with you, I want to hang out with you from now on. Yidada. After witnessing the entire process, countless people had a 360-degree change in attitude towards Yi Yang, starting to flatter him with everything they had. But Yi Yang ignored them and turned to leave the training ground. He was preparing to find the bully who robbed him of his money to settle the score. However, many people continued to follow him, constantly asking how he got Pikachu. Yi Yang just smiled and said nothing. Could he tell them it was given to him by the system? Chapter 6. The overbearing Yi Yang at Xinguang High School on the campus road. Yi Yang walked towards the classroom of his former class, Class 3 of senior year. Along the way, he attracted countless gazes. Everyone was surprised that Yi Yang had a spirit pet, and they were especially fond of his Pikachu. Soon, he arrived at his classroom. According to the memories of the original owner, there were several bullies at school who had robbed him, and they were all part of the same gang. One of them was Wu Jiu, who was in the same class as him. Wow! Yi Yang, when did you get such a cute spirit pet? So kawaii. What type is it? As soon as Yi Yang entered the classroom, he caused a stir. His classmates all focused their attention on Yi Yang's Pikachu, filled with curiosity. Yi Yang ignored these people, stood on the podium, glanced around the classroom, and finally fixed his gaze on a man who looked quite displeased with him. This person was none other than Wu Jiu, one of the bullies who had robbed Yi Yang. You, go call all your friends over. I want to beat you all up, Yi Yang said coldly, looking at Wu Jiu. Wow! The entire class was instantly in an uproar, staring at Yi Yang in shock, filled with disbelief. What was Yi Yang trying to do? Was he looking for trouble? Had this guy not taken his medicine today? How dare he openly challenge Wu Jiu so boldly? The sun must have risen from the west. A soft persimmon had turned into steel. Everyone couldn't believe it. Was this really Yi Yang? Only Wu Jiu sneered, looking at Yi Yang, and said, You useless thing, haven't you had enough of being beaten before? Saying this, Wu Jiu stepped forward, approaching Yi Yang. Beat us? Do you have that ability? Do you have the guts? Wu Jiu mockingly said, lightly slapping his own face. Come on. Slap me here. Go ahead. Don't be shy. If you can't knock me down, then I... Slap. Before Wu Jiu could finish his sentence, Yi Yang slapped him across the face, producing a crisp and loud sound. Wu Jiu let out a miserable scream and flew out of the class 3 classroom, landing in the hallway. Damn! Everyone in the class was taken aback, standing up from their chairs in shock. They never expected that the usually weak and bullied Yi Yang would be so fierce today. In the past, Yi Yang would have already been beaten up by now. But in the current situation, Yi Yang had knocked down the toughest guy in class, Wu Jiu, with just one slap. Simply impressive. Did everyone understand? Yi Yang walked out of the classroom, stepping on Wu Jiu's hand, which was on the ground, slowly applying pressure. Wu Jiu immediately cried out in pain, his face changing drastically. I'll give you one last chance. If you don't understand human language, I'll break your hand. Yi Yang said coldly. I'll call people right away. Wu Jiu said painfully, his tone sounding almost like begging for mercy. Then, Yi Yang let Wu Jiu go to call for help, agreeing to meet at a secluded spot in the school in the grassland behind the campus forest. The others were stunned. They had never seen such a Yi Yang. Even many nearby classes, upon realizing what was happening, looked on in disbelief. The school's martial arts waste. Yi Yang had suddenly turned the tables, and he was being so overbearing about it. Others might just beat someone up and leave with a few harsh words. But Yi Yang was different. He'd beat someone up and then let them go to call for more people to come and continue the fight. If they didn't call, he would beat them up again. Who else could be so domineering? Chapter 7 Challenge Pika Pika. Pikachu cheered and bounced on Yi Yang's back, instantly charming a group of girls. Yi Yang then walked towards the grassy area in the back of the campus, with all the students from Class 3 of senior year following closely behind. Students from a neighboring class also joined in. As they walked, curiosity grew among the crowd, and the number of followers increased. By the time they reached downstairs, there were already hundreds of people following Yi Yang. What's going on? Are they about to fight? Isn't the Yi Yang? Wow, who is he planning to beat up with so many people? I heard that yesterday, Tang Bao and his gang robbed Yi Yang of all his living expenses for the month. It looks like he is going to settle the score with Tang Bao. Tang Bao is not someone to be trifled with. Do these people really dare to make a move? They're all seniors, about to face the college entrance examination. It's probably just for show. If it escalates, the school will definitely punish them. In the campus, many students were startled by the scene of Yi Yang and his group. However, in this era where cultivation is paramount, campus sparring and exchanges happen every day, especially among seniors. Everyone had already guessed the outcome. Still, they curiously followed to watch, and the crowd grew larger. At this moment, in the grassy area, Wu Jiao called Tang Bao and a few others together, waiting to beat up Yi Yang. There were about 7 or 8 of them, all known as the school's troublemakers. Bao Ge, you must take revenge for me. That brat Yi Yang is going to be in for it today. He actually dared to hit me, Wu Jiao said, covering his mouth where 4 teeth were missing, looking at the burly Tang Bao. Don't worry. If he dares to come, we want to let him go this time, Tang Bao said fiercely. It was the first time someone dared to challenge him in this school. The key was that he was a useless person, which was infuriating. Bao Ge, Yi Yang is coming. Suddenly, a man shouted. What the hell? He brought nearly 1,000 people. Another man said in terror. What's going on? Tang Bao was shocked and turned his gaze towards Yi Yang. He saw Yi Yang striding over with a large group of people behind him, and his face changed instantly. Bao Ge, should we still fight? A man who was so scared that his legs were trembling asked nervously. Tang Bao's brows furrowed, his expression very unpleasant. He didn't expect Yi Yang to bring so many people. Fight my ass. Can't you see how many people they are? Let us go. We'll settle this another day. Saying this, Tang Bao turned to leave first, cursing, Wu Jiao, you little bastard, you tricked us into thinking Yi Yang was alone. Wu Jiao looked confused. He is indeed alone. Then he also didn't understand the situation and prepare to run. Just then, Yi Yang suddenly appeared in front of them. Are you trying to run? Tang Bao and the others were startled, taken aback by Yi Yang. Yi Yang, if you have the guts, let's go call more people. What's the point of bringing so many with you? Tang Bao shouted at Yi Yang. Bring people? Ha! Yi Yang chuckled, instantly understanding why these arrogant guys were running. They mistook the onlookers for their own backup. They were just here to watch me beat you up. Not my people. Yi Yang curled his lips and said, if you're scared and want to call more people, feel free to do so. What? Just onlookers? Upon hearing this, Tang Bao and the others were instantly dumbfounded. It turned out that they were just a bunch of spectators, and it scared the hell out of me. Chapter 8. Beating up Tang Bao, 7 or 8 people straightened their expressions, no longer showing the fear they had before, and instead revealed their usual arrogance. Yi Yang, you got some guts, huh? You actually dare to challenge us? Tang Bao and the others sneered at Yi Yang, saying, beat us? I think you didn't get enough of a beating yesterday, and now you're here to seek death. That's right. Who do you think you are? Just because you have a cute little pet, you think you're something special? After realizing that those were not Yi Yang's helpers, Tang Bao and his group suddenly looked down on Yi Yang. The onlookers also felt that Yi Yang was seeking trouble and would soon be beaten up. Sigh. I really don't know what Yi Yang is thinking. He's actually looking for trouble. Maybe he has been bullied enough and has had a mental breakdown. No matter what, it's really pathetic. The spectators expressed some sympathy for Yi Yang. After all, Yi Yang was also the top student in the liberal arts. Plus, he had the looks of a campus heartthrob, but he hadn't been able to show it due to his poverty. However, in this day and age, martial prowess was valued over academic achievement. Therefore, Yi Yang received no special treatment whatsoever. With so many people watching, we'll give you some face. If you take out some money to treat us to a meal, we'll let you go today, Tang Bao said arrogantly, looking at Yi Yang with sarcasm. Otherwise, just because you knocked out 4 of my brother's front teeth, I will definitely break one of your legs today. Facing Tang Bao's threat, Yi Yang remained unfazed. He looked at Tang Bao and said calmly, "Give me back my money." What? What did you say? Speak louder. I can't hear you. Tang Bao dramatically placed a hand on his ear and leaned closer to Yi Yang. Bang! Yi Yang threw a punch, too lazy to watch the monkeys act. A bunch of losers, all the same, idiots. Damn, you dare to make a move? Brothers, beat him up. Seeing Yi Yang actually take action and knock Tang Bao to the ground with a single punch, the group rushed towards Yi Yang. Pikachu immediately wanted to protect Yi Yang. But Yi Yang gently patted Pikachu's head and said, "Leave this to me. Let me handle these guys personally. If they summon their spirit pets later, you can go all out." Pika, Pika. Pikachu nodded knowingly, clearly understanding Yi Yang's words. Soon after, several people charged in front of Yi Yang. Their strength was all below the rank of Battle Master, with the strongest being Tang Bao, who was a 9th level martial disciple. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Yang quickly threw punches, taking down all of them at once. Then painful wails could be heard from Tang Bao and the others. The onlookers were shocked, clearly not expecting Yi Yang to be this strong. But Yi Yang didn't knock them out directly. He deliberately held back his strength, waiting to retrieve his money. "Is this all you've got?" Yi Yang sneered. "Hand over what you took from me obediently, or today, I'll beat you until you can't even recognize your own parents." "Kid, don't be arrogant. The fight has just begun." Tang Bao gritted his teeth and stood up, shouting loudly, "Summon spirit pet, wind leopard." In the next second, all 7 or 8 of them got up, simultaneously forming the seal for a basic summoning spell to summon their spirit pets. All were growth stage, common bloodline spirit pets, eyeing Yi Yang and his pet Pikachu with hostility. There were various types, 2 support types, 3 combat types, including leopards, giant turtles, cats, and rodents, creating an impressive lineup. Chapter 9. 1 second to kill the group. Roar. Chirp. Meow. Several spirit pets emitted different sounds, seemingly trying to intimidate Yi Yang and Pikachu. Pikachu was instantly stirred up, jumping down from Yi Yang's shoulder, ready to take on 7 or 8 spirit pets. At the same time, Tang Bao and his group were cracking their knuckles, surrounding Yi Yang. This time, Yi Yang was definitely doomed. It was a disaster. The power gap was too great. Better hurry and notify the teaching office, or someone might get hurt. The onlookers saw Tang Bao and his group displaying their true strength and had already sentenced Yi Yang to death. Swift Wind Leopard. Go! Leopard Claw. Tear them apart. In the next second, Tang Bao let out a roar, and his spirit pet, Swift Wind Leopard, was the first to launch an attack. Immediately after, 2 support spirit pets joined in, 1 for acceleration and 1 for boosting power. The rest attacked Pikachu at the same time. Pikachu zapped them. Yi Yang was unafraid. Mere ordinary bloodline spirit pets were no match for divine bloodline spirit pets. Pika Pika. ZZZZ. Pikachu jumped forward, emitting a strong electric current, its dazzling light sweeping the area. In an instant, Tang Bao and his group's spirit pets were all taken down in one blow. Wow! The crowd erupted in astonishment, staring dumbfounded at Pikachu, which had just one-shot 7 or 8 spirit pets. "You bastard! I'll ruin you today." Tang Bao snapped back to reality, furious as the aura of his 9th level battle spirit surged violently from within him. First-class battle technique, Wind Blade Palm. He roared, rapidly unleashing his strongest battle technique, the Wind Blade Palm. Battle techniques are skills activated by battle spirit masters using their spirit energy. They are classified into 9 grades, with higher grades having greater power. Above grade 9, there are divine grade techniques. Name, Battle God Technique. Trash, die into my hand. Tang Bao quickly closed in on Yi Yang, his palm forming a blade as he struck down towards Yi Yang. Yi Yang stood his ground, calm and unhurried, slowly raising his hand to firmly grasp Tang Bao's wrist, nullifying the power of Tang Bao's battle technique. "You." Tang Bao was instantly shocked, looking at Yi Yang in disbelief. His first-class battle technique, executed with all his might, was actually neutralized just like that. A mere first-class battle technique isn't enough for you to challenge me at a higher level. Boom! As Yi Yang's words fell, the full power of his third-level battle spirit was completely revealed to the crowd. He struck, landing a punch on Tang Bao's face. Bang! Tang Bao spat blood and was sent flying. Yi Yang moved swiftly, grabbing one person and slamming him to the ground. A few more times. Bang, bang, bang. Tang Bao and his group were all left battered and bruised, lying on the ground and spitting blood. Hiss! The onlookers gasped in shock, their bodies trembling in fear at Yi Yang's overwhelming display of strength. Is this really the former martial arts waste, Yi Yang? So strong. Do you want to continue? Yi Yang stepped on Tang Bao's chest, looking down at him. No, please spare me. I was wrong. Tang Bao lay on the ground, no longer daring to show any signs of resistance. In front of a battle spirit master, he was nothing but trash. He then returned all the money he had on him to Yi Yang. The extra amount was just interest. Yi Yang coldly said as he took back his money, "If you're not satisfied, feel free to challenge me anytime." I wouldn't dare. Tang Bao quickly shook his head, no longer harboring any thoughts of revenge. His companions also begged for mercy, thoroughly convinced after the beating. Chapter 10. The school's retention, just joking. What if I'm a third-level warrior? If we keep fighting, they might be beaten to the point of embarrassment. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. After a long pause, they finally came to their senses. It turned out that Yi Yang was the top genius of our school. Did anyone film that? This wave of clips is definitely going to go viral. A warrior at just 16 years old, right? The crowd was in shock, unable to believe the strength Yi Yang had displayed. Who would have thought that someone widely known as a martial arts failure would suddenly transform into the #1 genius in the school? This twist was almost too much for their hearts to bear. After reclaiming his hard-earned money, Yi Yang walked out of the school with his spirit pet Pikachu, under the envious and admiring gazes of countless people. He had already been subtly advised to withdraw from the school. Therefore, he no longer belonged to Starlight High School. Yi Yang, please wait. On the way, Director Ma from the administration caught up with Yi Yang and shouted, "Principal Ding wants to see you to discuss your college entrance examination." Yi Yang continued walking toward the school exit, and upon hearing Director Ma's words, he smiled lightly and replied, "College entrance examination? Didn't you all advise me to withdraw yesterday? What is there to discuss about the exam?" Hearing this, Director Ma's face stiffened, forcing an awkward smile. "This is a misunderstanding. It was someone else who suggested your withdrawal, and there was an error. You don't have to drop out. Stay here. The college entrance examination is in 2 months, and the school will offer you the best treatment." Upon hearing this, Yi Yang turned to look at Director Ma, his anger surging. "Misunderstanding? What did you say to me in the office yesterday? Calling me a failure? Saying I would tarnish the school's reputation by staying?" Director Ma was instantly at a loss for words, unable to retort against Yi Yang's barrage of insults. The students who admired Yi Yang and had followed him to take videos and photos were stunned by this scene. Yi Yang had actually scolded the most despicable and troublesome Director Ma of the school. This was incredible. Yet, deep down, they felt an inexplicable sense of exhilaration. "Yi Yang, this time it's the school's mistake. We will definitely compensate you. As long as you agree to come back to school, you will receive all the best training resources." Director Ma pleaded kindly with Yi Yang, but Yi Yang had no intention of returning to school. A tree must shed its bark, and a person lives for their pride. "Do you think you can just let me go and then tell me to return? What do you take me for?" "Sorry, I've already withdrawn. Go back and tell your principal that I, Yi Yang, am not a tool." After saying this, Yi Yang walked away with determination. The school wanted to keep him only because of the talent he had suddenly displayed, which had caused a stir. Such a prodigy, if nurtured, could get into a good university, greatly benefiting the school's reputation. However, Yi Yang disliked this obvious preferential treatment. "Once you lose me, don't expect to see my brilliance again. I will always be the one you can never have." This was Yi Yang's true feelings toward the school. "Yi Yang, think about it. The school offers a monthly subsidy of 3,000 yuan. Director Ma called out, still unwilling to give up. But Yi Yang didn't respond as he walked out of the school. The students nearby were astonished. "Wow, Yi Yang is a real man, full of integrity. Who could argue with that?" The school had hurt his feelings. Chapter 11. How Pikachu Evolves. I said our school is also a joke. At first, they admitted Yi Yang with high scores in the liberal arts, but then they looked down on him for not excelling in the martial arts and secretly expelled him. Now that they see Yi Yang showcasing his talent, they regret it and come crawling back. What a foolish operation. Yes, a ridiculous school, losing a great genius. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes today, I wouldn't have known about the school's underhanded tactics. However, now that Yi Yang has left Starlight High School, where will he go? Everyone is very curious about where a talent like Yi Yang will end up. But one thing is certain, a genius like Yi Yang could go anywhere in Huayang City. Pika Pika. After leaving the school gate, Pikachu hopped a couple of times on Yi Yang's shoulder. Are you hungry? Then let's go eat. Yi Yang smiled knowingly and said, Pikachu Pika Pika. Hearing this, Pikachu happily waved its little paws. Then, Yi Yang took Pikachu to eat. On the road, countless vehicles passed by, generally similar to the original world, but with stronger technology and accompanied by spiritual energy. Everyone practices martial arts, striving to become spirit masters. A few minutes later, at the Snow Mountain restaurant, Yi Yang ordered several dishes and started eating with great enthusiasm. The food was very delicious. Pika, Pika. Seeing Yi Yang enjoying his meal, Pikachu called out somewhat unhappily, What can I do if you don't eat rice? I'll take you to eat something else later. Yi Yang said helplessly. According to the Pokemon world, Pikachu eats specially made Pokemon fruit. How can I get that? Moreover, a big problem popped into Yi Yang's mind. Now is the era of spirit pet cultivation, and spirit pets need to evolve and become stronger continuously. Damn it, according to the original world, Pikachu needs an evolution stone to evolve. But this thing doesn't exist in this world. Spirit pet evolution relies on either powerful cultivation, the owner's spiritual energy, or some rare materials. So how will Pikachu evolve? That's a question. Let's go. I'll take you to eat something else. After finishing his meal and settling the bill, Yi Yang took Pikachu to buy other food. After a round of trying, Pikachu ended up liking pizza, fruit salad, and other foods. Pika, Pika, Pika. Eating the delicious food, Pikachu called out happily. Yi Yang was speechless. Raising a spirit pet really costs a lot of money. They are all expensive items. Moreover, Pikachu has quite an appetite and needs several servings. However, compared to the spirit pets in the current world that eat specialized feed, it's still much better. Looking at the remaining money on him, which was already insufficient for the next 3 days' living expenses, Yi Yang was instantly stunned. This meal cost a third of his living expenses for the entire month. He couldn't imagine how the previous Yi Yang lived his life. Eat up, and after we finish, we need to earn money. You need to work hard later, okay? Yi Yang looked at Pikachu and said, Pika. Pikachu nodded and continued to enjoy the delicious pizza, accompanied by fruit salad, enjoying the moment. Pika. After a while, Pikachu lay contentedly in front of Yi Yang, looking very relaxed. All right, it's time to earn money. Otherwise, we'll have to stay in that shabby house tonight. I also need to change my clothes. Yi Yang picked up Pikachu and walked towards a beast fighting arena in Huayang City. If you want to make money quickly, fighting spirit pets is the way. Chapter 12, Can I Challenge 3 at Once? Spirit Pet Duel. As the name suggests, it involves putting each person's spirit pets on stage for PK, player killing. The winner receives money. The arena is divided into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Although there is an ultimate arena above, such high-level arenas do not exist in Huayang City. The higher the level of the arena, the higher the requirements for spirit pets. The minimum requirement is a growth stage level 3 spirit pet to enter the beginner arena. For the intermediate arena, at least a maturity stage level 5 spirit pet is required. As for the advanced, it's even tougher. Pikachu is currently at growth stage level 8 and can only enter the beginner arena. Soon, Yi Yang took Pikachu to the beginner arena in Huayang City. Tianmei Spirit Pet Duel Club Beginner Arena. The word beginner at the end indicates the level of this arena. The Spirit Pet Duel Club is essentially the arena. It is modern and technological, not the cruel and ancient cage-style battles. Welcome. As Yi Yang entered with Pikachu, a beautiful lady in a short skirt greeted him with a 45-degree bow, showing her welcome. The service is top-notch, the environment is upscale, the air is good, and the facilities are complete. Here, you can earn money by battling spirit pets, as well as by spirit pets, bathe them, buy food, groom their fur, and more. It's a one-stop service, very convenient. However, Yi Yang came to make money today. So he directly ignored the various consumption areas for spirit pets and headed straight to the spirit pet PK duel area. Bang, bang, bang. Fight. Diglett. Go. As soon as he entered the spirit pet PK area, Yi Yang heard the lively chatter. Everyone inside were battle spirit masters with their spirit pets. On several stages, the spirit pets were battling, shaking the entire venue. There were many spectators who could place bets and earn profits. Hello, registration. Yi Yang walked up to the registration desk for the PK duel and spoke to a fair-skinned beauty at the front desk. Name and spirit pet name, spirit pet level. How much to bet? The beauty looked up at Yi Yang, her hand on the virtual keyboard, and asked. Yi Yang, spirit pet Pikachu, growth stage level 8. Betting 500. Yi Yang took out the last 500 yuan he had and said, "Can I challenge 3 at once?" What? The beauty at the front desk, responsible for registering and arranging battle order, looked at Yi Yang with a shocked expression. You want to challenge 3? Yes. Yi Yang nodded, confident that his spirit pet could do it. After all, this is the beginner arena. As long as he doesn't encounter something too outrageous, it shouldn't be a big problem. Moreover, in a one-on-one match, he could win at most 500 yuan. Challenging 3 would double the prize. If he wins, he could get 3 times the prize plus the principal, along with an additional 1,000 yuan bonus. This means if Yi Yang wins, he could take home 3,000 yuan. What does 3,000 yuan for a match mean? Is there any problem? Yi Yang asked. No problem, but you need to think carefully. Challenging 3 could lead to your spirit pet's death. The beauty reminded Yi Yang. I know. Just help me schedule a match. Yi Yang remained resolute in his decision. The front desk beauty then arranged for Yi Yang, 1 against 3, in the beginner arena on the largest competition stage. Registration and arrangement. Since it was a 1 against 3, as soon as the PK match on that competition stage ended, Yi Yang was prioritized to go on stage. An important announcement was made below. A battle master is about to engage in a 1 against 3 duel in this match. Chapter 13. Entrance with special effects in the pet battle duel arena. A broadcast echoed in the ears of every participant. Everyone was startled by the information from the broadcast. 1 against 3? Who is so impressive? Ha ha, this is going to be interesting. Wow, that big shot is so amazing, 1 against 3. Everyone was very curious. Who is this big shot who can take on 3 opponents? Although this is a beginner PK arena, 1 against 3 is still quite a rare occurrence. So when the broadcast went out, all eyes in the arena turned to this event. Hello everyone, I'm the referee for this 1 against 3 duel, Wire. Just as everyone was searching for the big shot who could take on 3 opponents, a male referee appeared on the largest stage of the beginner PK arena. The referee was dressed very stylishly, holding a silver microphone, and shouted loudly, "Next, we will have the first 1 against 3 duel of the year. Please welcome the 3 battle spirit masters to the stage." Oh! As the referee's voice fell, the arena erupted in cheers. The next moment, Yi Yang's 3 opponents walked out one after another from a hidden passage. Their strengths were level 7, 8, and 9 battle apprentices, respectively. The spirit pets they carried were all pure combat-type spirit pets, with growth levels of 8, 7, and 7. Oh my! It's these 3 tough guys. As soon as the 3 appeared, they caught a lot of people's attention. Clearly, these 3 battle spirit masters had a bit of a reputation in the Tianmei Pet Duel Club's beginner arena. Wow, with these 3 fierce characters, their opponent is in trouble. Yes, that guy who was taking on 3 opponents probably didn't expect to directly face 3 tough characters in the beginner arena. It's looking grim. Looking at the 3 who came out, everyone had already started to sigh for the guy taking on 3 opponents. Meanwhile, on the stage, referee Wire held the microphone and shouted again. Next, let's welcome the battle spirit master who will take on 3 opponents. He comes from Huayang City. His name is Yi Yang. His battle pet is Pikachu, type unknown, combat type, growth level 8. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked confused. What does type unknown mean? Is a brand new type of spirit pet appearing? Oh my, that spirit pet is so cute. Just as everyone was filled with. Yi Yang walked out from a passage with his battle pet, Pikachu. In an instant, he and his spirit pet Pikachu attracted the attention of everyone in the arena, especially the girls. When they saw Pikachu on Yi Yang's shoulder, they instantly felt a flutter in their hearts. Love it, love it. What kind of spirit pet is that? I've never seen it before. Could it be a rare spirit pet? So cute and adorable. It seems like that guy is also so handsome. Countless girls instantly stared at Yi Yang and Pikachu with infatuation. With such good looks and an adorable spirit pet, such a partner is almost impossible to find even with a lantern. Yi Yang walked onto the stage under the gaze of the crowd, as if he had special effects accompanying his entrance, becoming the focus of the entire arena. However, his opponents looked at him with disdain, especially when they saw all the beautiful girls focusing their attention on Yi Yang alone. They wanted to beat him up. Who do I think he is? Turns out he is just a young kid with a spirit pet that only knows how to be cute and endearing. Coming here to seek death? Chapter 14, Spirit Pet. 1 against 3 kid. With you, do you really think you can take on 3? Are you out of your mind? Have you even looked at yourself? Do you think you're worthy of 1 against 3? The 3 men were mocking Yi Yang, taking turns to insult him. In their eyes, Yi Yang was undoubtedly seeking death, bringing such an obviously useless spirit pet and still daring to take on 3? It was simply laughable. Sigh. This spirit pet is obedient, but no matter how you look at it, its combat power is lacking. Yeah, it probably can't even withstand a single hit before losing. No need to think about it. With such a disparity in strength, even the betting hasn't started and the outcome is already obvious. The crowd below the battle arena almost unanimously did not support Yi Yang. After all, Yi Yang's spirit pet, no matter how you looked at it, didn't seem capable of stepping onto the stage to fight. Its cute and naive appearance made everyone think that Yi Yang's spirit pet was just a pet for companionship. But Yi Yang didn't care. He was very clear about Pikachu's strength. Dealing with these 3 weaklings was completely no problem. Enough talk, let us start directly. Yi Yang looked at his opponents and said disdainfully, "All right, today I'll let you kid experience the power of our battle pets." The 3 men's expressions darkened as they summoned their battle pets to prepare for combat. Referee saw that both sides were already at a standoff and briefly explained the information about both sides with a microphone, then directly shouted, 1 against 3, PK begin. Evil dog go. Evil wolf go. Roar. As soon as the referee's voice fell, Yi Yang's opponents summoned their ferocious battle pets to rush at Yi Yang's Pikachu. A fierce dog, a wolf, and a 4-meter-long, pitch-black centipede that sent shivers down everyone's spine. It was Yi Yang's first time seeing such a large centipede in real life. To say he wasn't scared would be a lie. But he didn't retreat at all. Gathering his courage, he shouted, "Pikachu, it's up to you." Pikachu nodded and immediately started to run and jump. Its entire tail suddenly transformed into metal, executing its ultimate move, Iron Tail, and struck fiercely at the rushing evil wolf. The evil wolf, charging at the front, completely didn't expect Pikachu to launch a direct attack. Evil wolf dodge. The evil wolf's owner's face changed dramatically as he hurriedly shouted. But at this moment, it was obviously too late. Just as the evil wolf was about to dodge, its head was hit by Pikachu's Iron Tail. Even with its sharp fur for defense, it was still taken out by Pikachu in one move. Wow! The entire venue erupted in astonishment, shocked by Pikachu's display of power. But the battle wasn't over yet. The evil wolf's exit didn't affect the fierce attacks from the black centipede and the evil dog. As Pikachu fell, the 2 battle pets were already in front of Pikachu. "Pikachu, stop playing around, quickly deal with them." Seeing Pikachu in danger, Yi Yang shouted anxiously, "Pikachu!" Pikachu immediately exerted its strength, releasing electricity from its entire body. In an instant, the intense electric current stopped the charging evil dog and black centipede in their tracks. Before long, the 2 battle pets collapsed heavily onto the ground. Bang bang! The crowd looked on in shock, incredulously watching the scene on the battle arena. Chapter 15, Money Made Shock Crowd. They never expected it. That seemingly harmless and cute spirit pet turned out to be so powerful. Faced with 3 fierce battle pets, it showed no signs of pressure and easily took care of them. This is incredible. After a long while, the spectators and the referee finally snapped out of their shock. Referee Veer picked up the silver microphone and announced loudly in astonishment, PK is over. The winner is Yi Yang, Pikachu. Boom! The whole venue erupted. Wow, this is amazing. What kind of spirit pet is this? I want to contract one like this for my next spirit pet too. Damn, It's not only good-looking, but also cute and capable of fighting. Where did such a great spirit pet come from? I want one too. Who knows what kind of spirit pet that is? Please inform me. I will reward you handsomely. The situation in the arena became somewhat uncontrollable. After witnessing Pikachu's power, everyone seemed to go crazy. They all wanted to have a spirit pet like Pikachu. But on the battlefield, Yi Yang's opponent looked at him with rage, wishing to tear him to pieces. Still want to fight? You don't have any spirit pets left. Do you plan to fight personally? Yi Yang looked at the three men and said with a cold smile, "Kid, don't get cocky. Just because your spirit pet is strong doesn't mean you're strong too." The three men looked at Yi Yang with fierce expressions, cracking their knuckles, ready to make a move. Gentlemen, according to the rules, this is a spirit pet battle arena. Humans cannot fight each other. Referee Veer intervened. The three men's faces darkened, their gazes filled with murderous intent as they looked at Yi Yang, shouting, "Kid, do you dare to step out and fight?" "Why step out? I don't want to waste time without any benefits." Yi Yang said disinterestedly, "If you can defeat us three in a fist fight, all the money we earned this week will be yours." "Really? No regrets?" The two parties quickly reached an agreement. And then Yi Yang collected the winnings of 3,000 yuan from the match and walked out of the Tianmei Spirit Pet Duel Club. At the entrance of the club, the wide area was bustling with traffic, and fighting here was quite thrilling. Most of the crowd inside followed out to watch the show, eager to see Yi Yang's personal strength. Of course, there were also some individuals with ulterior motives. "This is the money we earned this week, a total of 18,000. If you can beat us, it's all yours." The three men took out the money and placed it on a nearby chair, addressing Yi Yang. "Stop talking. Let us get started." Yi Yang stomped his foot on the ground. The spiritual energy surged, enveloping his whole body with the electro power gained from contracting Pikachu. Boom! The power of a battle master instantly covered the surrounding 100 meters. Oh my! He is a battle master. Damn! How old is this kid to already be a battle master? My goodness! No wonder he dares to take on three. Not only is his spirit pet amazing, but he himself is also ridiculously strong. Once Yi Yang's strength was revealed, the spectators were left in shock, jaws dropped. The expressions of his opponents were even more indescribable. They originally planned to beat Yi Yang to vent their frustration, but who knew he was a battle master? This is like a joke from heaven. At that moment, the three men's hearts were racing with 1,000 curses, feeling indescribably frustrated. Their expressions were a mix of emotions, quite bitter. Chapter 16. The latest check-in task, but Yi Yang had no time to observe the changes in their emotions. With a clenched fist, he charged at the three men like a fierce tiger. The three were simultaneously shocked, their expressions darkening. If it were before, they might not have taken Yi Yang seriously at all. But now that they clearly understood Yi Yang's strength, where was their will to fight? "Wait, we admit." Bang! Before the three could finish their sentence, the incredibly fast Yi Yang struck them down to the ground with a punch and a kick. Ah! With a cry of despair, the three men fell under Yi Yang's fists and feet. "We admit defeat." One man, still somewhat conscious, said with frustration. The next second, he fainted. "Sorry, but you were too slow in admitting it." Yi Yang smiled apologetically, took the money, casually tossed it into his storage space, and walked away with Pikachu. "Hey, wait. Can you tell us where you got this spirit pet? Handsome guy. Let us add each other as friends and keep in touch." "Boss, can we exchange phone numbers?" As soon as he turned around, the onlookers rushed forward, asking for Yi Yang's phone number and the most popular online contact app at the moment, AI number. Their intentions were obvious. They either wanted to flirt with Yi Yang or find out how to obtain Pikachu from him. But Yi Yang just smiled, casually came up with an excuse to brush them off, and walked away. Pika. Seeing Yi Yang escape from the enthusiastic crowd, Pikachu mischievously giggled. "You're still laughing? They all want you." Yi Yang tapped Pikachu on the head and said, "You're hiding it well. Do you already know Iron Tail? What about Volt Tackle and Thunderbolt?" Pikachu shook its head at this. "All right, it seems you just suddenly comprehended it," Yi Yang said with slight disappointment. "But thinking about it, it's normal. After all, Pikachu was only at level 8 of its growth stage." He checked Pikachu's information panel, and sure enough, there was a new skill, Iron Tail. This meant that Pikachu's combat power had clearly increased. Pika. Just then, Pikachu expressed a need. Upon hearing this, Yi Yang was startled. What? You're hungry again? Didn't you just eat? Pika. Fine. Yi Yang then took Pikachu to eat delicious food. Pizza, fruit salad, all 3 portions. He really didn't understand why this guy could eat so much. Was it because it was a divine-level spirit pet? After eating and drinking enough, Yi Yang went to buy some new clothes and daily necessities, and the sky gradually darkened. He randomly found a hotel and checked in. One night passed like this. Early the next morning, the check-in task of the divine-level multiverse check-in system refreshed. Ding! The latest check-in task has been issued. Please, host Yi Yang. Check in at HSBC Bank within 24 hours. The metallic system prompt sound broke Yi Yang's sleep. He turned over, his mind still hazy, and glanced at the new check-in task. What could there be to check in at a bank? Yi Yang muttered in confusion. Then, he stayed cozy in bed for a few more minutes. Finally, he got up, washed up, took care of Pikachu, left the room, went downstairs for breakfast, and prepared for the new check-in task, looking forward to the latest rewards. Chapter 17. Overnight Fame, approached by a beautiful streamer in Huayang City, on South Street. Yi Yang walked down the road in his newly bought clothes, looking incredibly handsome. He felt that today was a bit different from usual. Many passers-by looked at him with curious expressions, which puzzled him. Could it be because he was too good-looking? However, Yi Yang didn't think too much about it. He hailed a taxi and headed to HSBC Bank. Upon arrival, he checked in. Inside the bank, Yi Yang sat in the waiting area and thought to himself, ding! Check-in started, countdown, 10 minutes. The next moment, the system's prompt echoed in Yi Yang's mind. His latest check-in task had begun. What would the reward be this time? Yi Yang didn't know, but he felt a slight sense of anticipation. Time passed second by second. 5 minutes later, a beautifully dressed young lady suddenly walked into the bank. She wore a short skirt and black stockings, showcasing her alluring figure. The young lady had on a pair of white headphones and held a selfie stick with a pink phone, seemingly live streaming. She entered the bank, glanced around, and her eyes lit up as they landed on Yi Yang. Guys, I just spotted the handsome guy Yi Yang, who went viral overnight yesterday. Let me show you. The young lady turned the camera towards Yi Yang. The live stream instantly exploded with excitement. Wow, it's really Yi Yang. Is this the same guy who beat up gangsters at school, has a mysterious spirit pet, and fought 1v3 in the arena? He is so handsome, really handsome. Yi Yang sat quietly in the waiting area, waiting for his check-in reward. He still didn't know that due to a series of events yesterday, he had become a minor sensation online. Various platforms were buzzing with his story. Short videos had garnered countless likes and shares, especially on the Douyin video app. The number of likes had already reached millions. These were all clips from yesterday, showcasing Yi Yang's heroic deeds, edited and posted online. Overnight fame. Streamer, go for it. How can you resist such a handsome guy? Hurry up and approach him. We want to see this handsome guy and his spirit pet up close. Fans in the live stream shouted. Thanks to Yi Yang's appearance, the streamer's viewership skyrocketed to unprecedented heights, and it was still growing at a terrifying speed. The female streamer could no longer contain herself. She walked gracefully, accentuating her figure, and approached Yi Yang. Hello, are you Yi Yang? She flirted. The live stream was filled with comments. Well, low-key pickup line, wow. Streamer, this won't work. Yi Yang looked up at the beautiful woman in front of him, puzzled. I am Yi Yang, and you are? I'm a streamer on Douyin. At the request of my fans, I'd like to interact with you, she said, trying to appear friendly to win Yi Yang over. But Yi Yang was completely bewildered. Interact? With me? I'm not a streamer or a celebrity. Why do you want to interact with me? Is it just because I'm handsome? Yi Yang, is it okay? The female streamer looked at him with big eyes, nervously asking. Huh? Yi Yang felt a bit awkward, pretending to cough a couple of times. Ahem. How about you find someone else? I'm not a big deal. Chapter 18. The Delightful Reward. Yi Yang's Needs Boom. As soon as Yi Yang finished speaking, the live broadcast room instantly erupted. What the he refused? How impressive. He actually turned down the request of such a stunningly beautiful female streamer. Does he even know who the streamer is? She's one of the 5 beauties of Douyin, and she's been rejected. Wow, I can't believe it. Even one of the 5 beauties can be turned down. Ye God, impressive. The beautiful streamer suddenly felt a bit awkward. She felt that as a popular female streamer who had been broadcasting for years, her status was quite precarious in front of Yi Yang, this rising star. Most of the fans in the live broadcast room leaned towards Yi Yang. Only a few diehard fans were encouraging and comforting her. At this moment, Yi Yang's expression suddenly brightened. The 5-minute countdown was over, and the system's prompt sound resonated in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host Yi Yang for successfully signing in and receiving a reward. A set of villas in the Gulf Small District. Reward: a volume of 3rd grade battle skill. Thunder Fist. Hearing the system's prompt, Yi Yang felt extremely pleased. It was as if the system was like a fat worm in his belly, knowing exactly what he needed at that moment and delivering the rewards to him. He liked this system. However, Yi Yang was still missing one very important thing. That was his second spirit pet. After a battle spirit master cultivates to battle master, they can contract their second spirit pet. This would enhance their overall strength, allowing them to go further. Therefore, Yi Yang had to think about a second battle pet. At the same time, he also needed to meditate on his university admission. This was a path to growth and becoming stronger. Once he entered university, he could gain more resources, more opportunities to become stronger, and all sorts of benefits from training. Although he had the sign-in system and could gain many benefits from it, ultimately, one still had to rely on their own efforts to achieve numerous honors. Moreover, from what Yi Yang understood, the sign-in system currently issues a sign-in task once a day. That is a daily sign-in. After completing the sign-in, Yi Yang no longer lingered in the bank. He quickly got up and walked towards the bank exit, leaving behind the still awkward and confused beautiful streamer. What the? He's gone. Streamer, hurry up and catch up quickly, or else he'll be gone without a trace. The fans in a live broadcast room shouted as they saw Yi Yang getting up to leave. The beautiful streamer finally reacted and hurriedly chased after him. The two of them walked out of the bank door, one in front and the other behind. Facing them were the academic directors of various universities in Huayang City, as well as some new streamers and short video up masters. They had all been wandering around Huayang City early in the morning, hoping to bump into Yi Yang. Ultimately, they had followed the scene of the beautiful streamer's live broadcast and rushed over. Oh my, even Sophie, one of the 5 beauties of Douyin, is here. Wow. This pure goddess has always avoided close contact with men. How did she end up following the great Yi Yang? But of course, Yi Yang's popularity is sky high now. Many small streamers and up masters showed expressions of shock when they saw the beautiful Sophie behind Yi Yang. Standing outside the bank door, Yi Yang suddenly had a bad premonition. Excuse me, is this Yi Yang? The academic director from Lantian High School in Huayang City stepped forward and politely greeted Yi Yang. I am, who are you? Yi Yang looked bewildered. What is going on today? Why is someone asking if I'm Yi Yang? Am I not the real deal? Chapter 19. The competition among major universities and Yi Yang's choice. I am Wang Kai, the academic director of Lantian High School. I would like to invite you to study at our school. Director Wang Kai looked at Yi Yang and said gently, our school can offer you the best treatment. During these 2 months before the college entrance examination, we will meet all your needs. Yi Yang, would you consider coming to study at Lantian High School? Yi Yang was slightly taken aback by Wang Kai's words. So they came to invite him to school. This unexpected attention really caught him off guard. Before Yi Yang could respond to Director Wang Kai, the other universities in Huayang City stepped forward and politely said to Yi Yang, Yi Yang, I am the academic director of Easygoing Middle School. We would like to invite you to study here, offering a spirit-level bloodline spirit pet contract and covering all expenses. Yi Yang, I am. Our school offers Yi Yang a monthly scholarship of 5,000. The academic directors of several major universities all presented their conditions and invited Yi Yang. The competition was fierce, and they even began to increase their offers. In the end, they directly tore off the facade. Director Zhang, I was here first, okay? You can't do this. Isn't it common sense that the first come, first served? It all depends on Yi Yang's choice. Yes, Yi Yang, come to our school. Feel free to mention any requests. The academic directors of several schools were arguing over a single student, completely losing the demeanor of university leaders. There was no way around it. Yi Yang's talent was just too strong, undoubtedly the best in Huayang City. People around saw the major universities arguing over Yi Yang and started taking out their ultra-smartphones, with some particularly wealthy individuals using smartwatches to project and record the scene. Which school would Yi Yang choose? No one knew. It was rumored that he was secretly persuaded to leave his previous school, which later regretted it and tried to keep him, but Yi Yang refused. It must be Xinguang Middle School. Their operations have been in the headlines. The crowd whispered to each other, very curious about Yi Yang's choice. Yi Yang felt helpless. Standing there, being filmed by hundreds of people, he wondered what was going to happen to him. Cough, cough. Please stop arguing. Yi Yang awkwardly coughed and interrupted the directors of several universities, saying, "Everyone, please go back. I have decided to be a free practitioner and take the college entrance examination on my own." Whoosh. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Everyone looked at Yi Yang in disbelief. Free practitioner, taking the college entrance examination on his own? What the hell? Are you kidding? This is not something an ordinary person can achieve. Being a free practitioner means cultivating freely and raising spirit pets. Taking the college entrance examination on one's own means participating in the exam independently. Usually, free practitioners are those without resources, background, or ability, who have no choice but to take this path. But Yi Yang has resources and abilities. He completely does not need to choose such a precarious road. They couldn't understand what Yi Yang was thinking. Although successful battle spirit masters who came up as free practitioners are all strong, the chances of success are just too small. Yi Yang, you're not joking, are you? Being a free practitioner is very difficult. Yi Yang, don't act impulsively. If there are any problems, we can discuss them properly. Chapter 20. Rejecting Global Prestigious Schools. Yi Yang becomes famous. The directors of various universities snapped back to reality from their shock and calmly advised Yi Yang. However, Yi Yang had made up his mind. He would not enter any high school again. He planned to take the college entrance examination on his own merit and enter university. Naturally, his target was the world's top universities. North China University. It was a hub for talented spirit warriors, a place with top-notch global resources, training, education, and technology. The area was also richly infused with spiritual energy. Wow! Yi Dashan, Yi God, truly lives up to his name, with so many universities vying for him. He rejected them all. Choosing to be a lone cultivator is impressive. From now on, he is my idol. The audience in the live streams of various small and large broadcasters expressed their shock with comments. Everyone, please make way. I'm in a hurry. Yi Yang walked past several directors and approached the crowd surrounding him, taking pictures. Yida, can I get your autograph? Yi God, can I follow you around 24/7? Yi Yang, can I interview you? Yi Yang was speechless. Even reporters came to join the excitement. He inadvertently noticed that some people were using a popular short video app called Douyin to film him. It had a name similar to a certain app from his previous era, but with more features and advanced technology. Yi Yang quickly realized why these people were looking for him. It must have been because of what happened to him yesterday that had gone viral online, and he accidentally became famous. Damn! Yi Yang felt a bit frustrated and quickly squeezed out of the crowd, preparing to take a taxi and leave. Just then, a large luxury SUV stopped in front of him. A middle-aged woman wearing glasses stepped out of the car, and upon seeing Yi Yang, her face lit up. Yi Yang, hello, we are from a globally famous school, right? Yi Yang interrupted her, asking. Yes, Haida Middle School, the woman nodded. Forget it. I'm a lone cultivator. I won't attend any middle school. After saying that, Yi Yang turned and left. Behind him, he heard the woman's voice. Yi Yang, we can provide you with a spirit pet of bloodline level 5 or above. And before the woman could finish, Yi Yang waved his hand behind him to indicate his refusal. The crowd behind exchanged glances to reject a level 5 bloodline spirit pet invitation. This attitude was too strong. However, Yi Yang didn't care at all. A spirit pet of bloodline level 5 dares to invite me? Huh. He hailed a taxi, intending to check out the villa he had just acquired in the Gulf Bay. He already had the keys and access card with him. Meanwhile, in a black foam bin car parked by the roadside. Bro, that's him. Quick, follow him. He killed my spirit pet yesterday and even beat me up, Li Tao said from the passenger's seat, watching Yi Yang get into a taxi, feeling wronged. Don't worry, I'll get revenge for you today, and make this country bumpkin spend the rest of his life in bed. Li Tao's brother, Li Hong, replied. He was 2 or 3 years older than Li Tao and had already graduated from high school. Although he didn't get into university, he had long become a battle master. Upon learning that his brother had been beaten, he took Li Tao to seek revenge early in the morning. With too many people around before, they couldn't act. But now that Yi Yang was leaving, They quietly followed in their car. Chapter 21, still wanting to be beaten, a 30 million villa in the taxi. Eon took out his newly bought super smartphone and looked at the videos about himself on various short video apps. He was speechless. He never expected that overnight. He accidentally became famous. Although he was still only somewhat well known, many people had remembered his face, which left him quite helpless. Soon, Eon arrived at the Bay Villa community. "Thank you, driver." Eon got out of the car, paid, and closed the door. "You're welcome." The taxi driver smiled and then turned the car around to leave. Eon then walked towards the Bay community. Hey, what are you doing?" "This is the Bay Villa community. Not just anyone can enter." As soon as he reached the entrance, Eon was stopped by the security guard. Those who could live here were undoubtedly high-ranking officials and wealthy individuals. Although Eon was wearing new clothes today, he looked ordinary and very unfamiliar. So he was naturally stopped by the security guard. "I live here," Eon said to the guard. "You live here? Are you kidding? I know everyone in this community. I see them coming in and out every day. Tell me, which house do you live in?" The guard asked with a doubtful expression. Eon thought for a moment and said, "Villa 1, Building A." As soon as the security guard heard this, he burst into laughter. "Are you joking with me? That villa is worth 30 million, and it hasn't been sold yet. There are no residents at all. Hurry up and leave. Don't think you can sneak in. You're young and not learning well, trying to engage in petty theft." Yi Yang's face darkened. That was a bit too much. However, he didn't expect that the villa provided by the system was worth 30 million, which was simply exhilarating. His worth instantly skyrocketed. Eon patted himself. He remembered the system had given him a community access card. Suddenly, a sharp screech of brakes caught the attention of Yi Yang and the security guard. Both turned their heads to see a black Honda stopping in front of them. With a click, the car door opened, and Li Tao and his brother Li Hong stepped out. "Oh, what's this country bumpkin doing? Trying to enter the best villa community in our city?" Li Tao, still bandaged, looked at Yi Yang with a mocking expression and said, "Is this a place you can come to?" "Hey, security uncle, is he trying to get in?" "Don't let him sneak in. Yes, just a rural bumpkin, short on money, and definitely trying to steal something." Li Tao's words became increasingly outrageous, fabricating accusations against Yi Yang. But the outside security guard clearly believed him and immediately closed the gate, not allowing Yi Yang to enter. Yi Yang's expression hardened as he looked at Li Tao and coldly said, "Haven't you had enough of being beaten yesterday? Want to be beaten again?" "You." Li Tao's face stiffened, angrily wanting to confront Yi Yang. But as he moved, pain shot through his body, making him gasp. "Leave it to me. I'll help you deal with him." A man about a head taller than Li Tao and in his early 20s gently patted Li Tao on the shoulder. He then stepped forward, looking at Yi Yang, and sneered, "So, you're Yi Yang? You're quite popular online now. You hit my brother, and we need to settle this properly. I don't want to bully you too much. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. As long as you apologize to my brother here, bow your head, and pay 20,000 yuan as compensation, I will let you go." Chapter 22, Two Spirit Pets. How is it? Isn't this condition excessive? Boom. After speaking, Li Hong mobilized the spiritual energy within him, surging outwards. The strength of a battle master level made the security guard uncle at the gate step back in fright. However, he clearly intended to intimidate Yi Yang, hoping he would bow down and apologize, obediently handing over money. Yet, Yi Yang remained composed. He was not intimidated at all by Li Hong's battle master level strength. "Heh, is battle master level 3 a bit light?" Yi Yang sneered and said to Li Hong. Li Hong's expression immediately darkened, his eyes glinting with cold light as he looked at Yi Yang. Speaking in an icy tone, "Yi Yang, don't force me to take action. Don't be ungrateful. I'm giving you a chance. Do you want to get beaten?" Upon hearing this, Yi Yang instantly laughed. "Get beaten? Who wants to get beaten? That's hard to say." Boom. As he spoke, a similar battle master level 3 strength surged from Yi Yang's body. The intensity of that spiritual energy was not weaker than Li Hong's at all. In fact, with the enhancement of lightning, it was even a bit stronger. Battle master level 3? You. Li Hong was taken aback, looking at Yi Yang in surprise. After a moment, he turned to his brother, Li Tao. "Didn't you say he just broke through to battle master? What's with this battle master level 3? I don't know either. He did have battle master level 1 strength when he fought me yesterday," Li Tao said with a face full of grievance. "Yesterday? Yi Yang had indeed beaten him without using his full strength. He had only displayed a bit of Battle Master level power, which Li Tao mistakenly believed meant Yi Yang had just recently advanced to Battle Master. If I were to go all out against a battle disciple, that would be too low. Hearing Li Tao's confused words, Yi Yang sarcastically said, I'm in a good mood today. You two better get lost quickly, and I can overlook everything that just happened. Heh, you really think you're a big shot, don't you? Li Hong snut up, looking at Yi Yang again. So what if you're also Battle Master level 3? Today, I'm determined to defeat you. Summon Battle Spirit Pet, Two-Headed Cobra. Summon Support Spirit Pet, Swift Wind Rabbit. Whoosh! As Li Hong formed the summoning seal, two beams of intense light shone forth. Immediately, the spirit pets, which usually existed in a special survival space, were summoned out. Two spirit pets, one combat type and one support type, stared fiercely at Yi Yang. Come on, summon your spirit pet and come out to die. After completing the summoning of his spirit pets, Li Hong provocatively looked at Yi Yang. Yi Yang smiled lightly, forming a seal with his hand. Divine summoning technique, Pikachu. Whoosh! The intensity and brilliance of this summoning were countless times stronger than Li Hong's previous summoning. It caused both Li Hong and Li Tao to tightly shut their eyes, while the astonished and frightened security guard uncle did not dare to look directly at the light. In an instant, Pikachu appeared in front of Yi Yang. However, it seemed to be in a lethargic state, as if still asleep. Yi Yang felt embarrassed instantly. This lazy bug. How long has it been since it got up this morning? It's already sleeping again. Pikachu, get up and fight, Yi Yang shouted. And only then did Pikachu roll on the ground and lazily stand up, looking adorable. Hi! Pikachu was still drowsy, looking dazedly at the two spirit pets in front of it. Who the hell do you think you're looking down on? Seeing the spirit pets summoned by Yi Yang still sleeping, Li Hong felt an infinite sense of ridicule and roared in anger. Chapter 23. Spirit Energy Amplification. Spirit pets become stronger. The two-headed snake lunged forward. Eat this little thing. Hiss! The two-headed cobra flicked its tongue menacingly and charged at Pikachu. Pikachu, still in a semi-conscious state, instinctively dodged the rapidly approaching two-headed snake. Hiss hiss! The two heads of the cobra continuously flicked their tongues, chasing after Pikachu. Although it was fast, Pikachu was even faster. Damn it, can it just run? Li Hong couldn't help but curse as he watched the scene unfold. Swift Rabbit, assist the two-headed snake in speeding up. Goo goo. Li Hong's support spirit pet, Swift Rabbit, responded to his command with a strange sound. Then it hopped out, and with a push of its feet, a wave of wind spirit energy enveloped its body. Immediately, that wind spirit energy was bestowed upon the two-headed snake, directly enhancing its speed. Pikachu. Yi Yang saw the two-headed cobra's speed suddenly increase and urgently shouted. At the same time, Li Hong saw his spirit pet about to bite Pikachu, a smug smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Yi Yang, is it still too late to kneel and beg for mercy? Li Hong sneered at Yi Yang. Otherwise, your spirit pet will soon become my two-headed snake's meal. Really? You're so confident? Hearing Li Hong's words, Yi Yang smiled without worry, still acting tough even when death is imminent. Two-headed snake, bite his spirit pet to death, Li Hong shouted, kicking the ground, causing spirit energy to surge. Meanwhile, with the assistance of Swift Rabbit, the already fast two-headed snake connected with Li Hong's spirit energy, causing its power and speed to surge once again in an instant. Spirit energy amplification? Yi Yang saw Li Hong's actions, clenched his fist, and a wave of spirit energy erupted from his body. He then bestowed the amplification on Pikachu. A mere spirit pet. Do you think you can compete with me? Li Hong snorted and shouted, Swift Rabbit, assist with all your might and surround that little thing. Pikachu finished them off. Yi Yang was too lazy to waste time with Li Hong. As a battle master, the ability to amplify spirit pets was something every battle master would possess. He and Pikachu shared a connection through their electric attributes, and as soon as he provided assistance, Pikachu was already surrounded by lightning before even unleashing an electric attack. At the same time, the two-headed snake caught up with Pikachu in an instant. Pikachu was also blocked by the supporting spirit pet Swift Rabbit. It quickly shook off its drowsiness and entered battle mode. Pika Pikachu. Z. Boom! Multiple bolts of lightning surged from Pikachu's body. The intense current emitted a sizzling sound, In an instant, both the two-headed snake and swift rabbit were paralyzed. After a moment, loud explosions echoed. Under spirit energy amplification, Pikachu unleashed 100,000 volts with full force, doubling the power. In one strike, it directly electrocuted Li Hong's two spirit pets. Pika. Seeing its opponents knocked out, Pikachu let out a victorious sound. Nice. Yi Yang smiled, calling Pikachu back to rest on his shoulder. Li Hong and Li Tao looked on in shock at their electrocuted spirit pets. They never expected that the clearly advantageous battle situation would be turned upside down in an instant. Chapter 24. Don't mess with me. This turnaround came as a complete surprise. After a long while, the two brothers, Li Hong and Li Tao, finally snapped back to reality from their shock. The look in their eyes when they glanced at Yi Yang was filled with endless anger and resentment. Yi Yang, you dare kill my spirit pet? Li Hong was furious. His face twisted as if he wanted to kill someone. A spirit pet was almost equivalent to the lifeblood treasure of a battle spirit master. The death of a spirit pet was something no one could tolerate. I want you dead today. Bang! As Li Hong's words fell, he pushed off the ground, causing a crack to appear beneath his feet. He lunged towards Yi Yang. You're wasting my time. Yi Yang scoffed. Pikachu. Give him a shock and let him lie in bed for 3 to 5 months. Pika. Pikachu understood and jumped off Yi Yang's shoulder. With the amplification of Yi Yang's spirit energy, it unleashed its second ultimate move, Iron Tail. The next second, a sound of flesh being pierced echoed. The furious Li Hong had one of his feet directly pierced by Pikachu's Iron Tail, and with a bang, he collapsed on the ground. Ah! At the same time, Li Hong's scream spread throughout the area. Brother. Seeing his brother's foot ruined, Li Tao shouted loudly. Yi Yang used spirit energy to clean Pikachu's tail and stepped forward, kicking Li Hong's body. With a bang, Li Hong flew out and crashed heavily into a black foam-bend car. He immediately spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, his face contorted in pain. What? What do you want to do? Killing people in the city will attract federal punishment. Watching Yi Yang approach step by step, Li Tao was so scared that he kept retreating. Don't worry, I won't kill you, Yi Yang said with a mocking smile. I just want to give you a deep memory, so you remember not to mess with me, not to try to suppress me, or the consequences will be severe. Slap. With that, Yi Yang slapped Li Tao's face, sending him flying to the ground, spitting blood and teeth. Remember, don't bully others with your power. Yi Yang issued one last warning, then turned with Pikachu and walked towards the gate of the Bay community. Inside the gate, the security guard uncle, trembling with fear, saw Yi Yang approaching and his heart raced, breathing rapidly, feeling both nervous and scared. Now, can you let me in? Yi Yang took out the resident pass for the Bay community and said. The security guard uncle hurriedly glanced and quickly opened the gate, respectfully saying, Yes, yes. Please come in. Yi Yang put away the pass and walked into the Bay community. He couldn't be bothered to argue with an illiterate security guard and lose his composure. He made his way to Villa Number 1 in Building A. Among the entire Bay Villa community, this villa was the most expensive and luxurious. Its market value was 30 million. It covered an area of 400 to 500 square meters. Living here with his spirit pet was simply too spacious. He took the key and opened the door. Upon entering, it was luxurious, extravagant, elegant, and stylish, a residence that only the truly wealthy could possess. Awesome. Taking a look at the villa's interior, Yi Yang couldn't help but shout out loud. Pikachu, you can play by yourself, but don't forget to exercise. I need to cultivate some spirit energy here. After inspecting the villa, Yi Yang said to Pikachu. Chapter 25. Searching for the second spirit pet Pika. Pikachu nodded and then went off to play by itself. Yi Yang casually found a bedroom, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began to cultivate spiritual energy. His soul had crossed over to the future. He had never truly practiced cultivating spiritual energy before. He needed to understand his current cultivation talent. This cultivation lasted a whole day and night. Early the next morning, the notification sound of the sign-in system rang in Yi Yang's mind. Ding! A new sign-in task has been released. Please, host Yi Yang, sign in at the Spirit Pet Specialty Store within 12 hours, 20 minutes. Hearing the system's notification, Yi Yang gradually exited his cultivation state. He exhaled a long breath of turbid air and the spiritual energy that had gathered around him gradually dissipated. After a day and night of cultivation, his cultivation level had improved considerably. However, he was not very satisfied with the speed. The reason was that the body he had crossed over to did not possess strong enough qualifications. This speed was acceptable for normal cultivation, but would be difficult to advance quickly. It seemed he needed to find a way to enhance his physical cultivation talent. Easygoing thought to himself. Then, he got up to stretch his body, producing a series of cracking sounds. After that, he went out, preparing to sign in at the spirit pet specialty store and see if there were any suitable spirit pets to contract as his second spirit pet. In this era of spirit pet cultivation, as a battle spirit master increased in strength, the number of contracted spirit pets would also increase. This meant that powerful battle spirit masters could have several spirit pets of various types and attributes. Thus, their overall strength could be even greater. Easygoing was currently at Battle Master level 3, having already met the conditions to contract a second spirit pet. Therefore, he needed a brand new spirit pet. Pikachu, let's go, Easygoing shouted. Pika Pika. Pikachu immediately jumped out from a hidden spot, bouncing onto Easygoing's shoulder. Pika Pika. All right, I know you're hungry. Let's go get something to eat. Seeing Pikachu's protesting and hungry expression, Easygoing couldn't help but smile. It was simply both cute and mischievous. Then, Easygoing took Pikachu out of the large villa. When they reached the entrance of the Bay Villa community, the doorman's attitude towards Easygoing was noticeably more respectful. Easygoing hailed a taxi as soon as he stepped outside, first going to eat before heading straight to the spirit pet specialty store. Such wealth? Why does he still need to take a taxi? The doorman muttered to himself in confusion upon seeing that Easygoing did not have his own vehicle. In this era, wealthy people drove luxury cars, and the even richer took planes. However, that was nothing compared to those who rode flying spirit pets. Traveling where they wanted, whenever they wanted, was even more impressive and distinguished. However, Easygoing currently had none of that. Soon, Easygoing finished eating with Pikachu and arrived at the largest spirit pet specialty store in Huayang City. Here, spirit pets were specifically sold and taken care of. Different clubs offered a complete service, and the variety of spirit pets in the store was even more diverse. Welcome. How can I assist you, handsome? As soon as Easygoing and Pikachu walked into the Jimpa Spirit Pet Specialty Store, a beautiful woman approached to greet him. One-on-one service, explanations, guidance, and sales. Following him the whole way, always available at his call, with a gentle attitude and top-notch service. Just looking around, Easygoing said with a light smile. Chapter 26, Spirit Level 5 Battle Pet. Immediately, a voice echoed in Easygoing's mind. Sign in. Ding. The sign-in task begins. Countdown 20 minutes. The system's voice fell. Easygoing strolled through the Spirit Pet Specialty Store. He looked at the spirit pets with ordinary bloodlines, levels 1 to 9, from young to mature, and couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He never imagined that Earth, 5,000 years later, would enter an era of spiritual energy revival. The multitude of spirit pets in front of him felt like a dream. Although ordinary bloodline spirit pets are the lowest level, their prices start at several tens of thousands. As for spirit level bloodlines, the prices multiply directly. As for divine level bloodlines, they are truly rare. Currently, no one in Huayang City possesses them. Of course, Easygoing is an exception. Handsome, are you looking to purchase a high-level bloodline spirit pet? The beautiful waitress noticed Easygoing scanning the ordinary spirit pets with no interest and asked with a smile, "What is the highest level bloodline spirit pet you have?" Easygoing glanced at the waitress and asked, "Spirit level 5 bloodline spirit pet, a battle pet cat." The waitress smiled and led Easygoing to the area selling high-level bloodline spirit pets. A spirit level 5 battle pet cat in its juvenile form, worth several million. Looked quite adorable. Wow. Easygoing was instantly shocked when he saw the price tag on the battle pet cat. This cat costs as much as a Ferrari? Truly an era dominated by spirit pets. Handsome, don't be fooled by this cat's cute appearance. Its bloodline is very strong. Once it evolves and grows, its combat power is quite impressive. The beautiful waitress enthusiastically introduced, showing no sign of looking down on Easygoing. Easygoing was quite satisfied with her service attitude and felt somewhat tempted. Unfortunately, he didn't have that much cash. "Can you lower the price?" Easygoing asked. How much can you offer? The waitress inquired. Yi Yang held up 2 fingers. 2 million? The waitress asked somewhat awkwardly. No, 20,000. Yi Yang shook his head and said, boom. Instantly, the beautiful waitress was infuriated by Yi Yang's words. 20,000? 20,000 for a spirit level 5 bloodline battle pet? Are you awake? Although she was internally furious, the waitress still kindly smiled at Yi Yang and said, handsome, don't joke around. This battle pet cannot be sold for less than 2 million. I'm not joking. If you sell it for 20,000, I'll barely buy it. If not, then forget it. Yi Yang said with a smile. The waitress was nearly driven insane by Yi Yang's words. She stiffly forced a smile on her face and said, really not possible. The lowest is 4 million. Then forget it. Without a second thought, Yi Yang decisively gave up. He was merely trying to support the waitress's business because of her good sales attitude. He didn't expect it to be so expensive. It's just a spirit level 5 bloodline spirit pet. Does he need it? Isn't a spirit level 1 bloodline spirit pet more appealing? If he doesn't buy it, someone else will. For a million? I'll take it. Just as Yi Yang was about to give up, a wealthy young man dressed in designer clothes, around 25 years old, walked over and said generously. The beautiful waitress's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Young Master Wang, great. I will process the paperwork for you immediately. The young man, referred to as young Master Wang, nodded. He then stepped in front of Yi Yang. You must be Yi Yang, right? Hello, I'm Wang Qua. From the Wang Group in Huayang City, my family runs it. Chapter 27. Do you have a god-level spirit pet? Wang Qua extended his hand and smiled at Yi Yang. Yi Yang shook hands with Wang Qua, wondering why this rich young master was talking to him. After all, he and Wang Qua were not from the same world. The disparity in their social status was too great. Hello, Yi Yang smiled politely. Just then, the paperwork for the level 5 spirit battle pet was completed. A beautiful saleswoman approached with a contract and respectfully said, Young Master Wang, please sign here. Let my brother Yi Yang sign. Wang Qua said. Yi Yang and the beautiful saleswoman both paused, looking at Wang Qua in confusion. Don't get me wrong, I'm not asking you to pay. Seeing Yi Yang's puzzled expression, Wang Qua quickly explained, I'll cover the cost, but the battle pet is yours. It's a gift from me. Hiss. The moment these words came out, many people nearby couldn't help but gasp in shock. A battle pet worth 4 million, bought and given away directly. How extravagant was that? Everyone looked at Yi Yang with envy. Why wasn't he at them receiving a level 5 bloodline spirit pet? Yi Yang furrowed his brows, looking at Wang Qua with suspicion. He never believed in free handouts, especially from a rich young master born into a business family. Sorry, I don't like taking advantage of others. Yi Yang thought for a moment and directly refused. Wow. The customers in the spirit pet specialty store erupted in astonishment, all staring at Yi Yang in disbelief. Such good fortune, and he actually rejected it? What the hell, has he lost his mind? This was something others could only dream of. It was right in front of Yi Yang, and he turned it down. This was truly impressive. Wang Qua was slightly taken aback, clearly surprised that Yi Yang would refuse him. Aren't you going to hear what I have to say? Wang Qua looked at Yi Yang and smiled. Not interested. Yi Yang finished speaking and walked away to look at other spirit pets. With your talent, if you come help my Wang family, I can definitely make you a formidable powerhouse. Wang Qua said as he watched Yi Yang turn away. A 10-year contract to help my Wang family. This battle pet is just a deposit. If you agree, I can offer you more resources. Yi Yang, think it over carefully. Such an opportunity won't come again. You understand your own situation and background better than I do. Do you really think you can become a deity as a rogue cultivator? Hearing Wang Qua's words, Yi Yang's fists involuntarily clenched. It sounded like he was considering Yi Yang's interests and offering help. In reality, it was also telling Yi Yang that he was just an ordinary person born in lowly circumstances. It was impossible for him to achieve greatness through his own efforts. Wang Qua's tone was ironic, belittling, and condescending, pretending to be a mentor who wanted to support Yi Yang. If it were someone else, they might not care about these words. They would eagerly seek to be a sycophant to gain some resources and then flaunt their power, ultimately being manipulated by others. But Yi Yang would never be a slave in this lifetime. Helping the Wang family was out of the question. Yi Yang turned back, looked directly at Wang Qua without any hint of weakness, and asked word by word, Do you have a god-level spirit pet? As soon as these words were spoken, both Wang Qua and all the people around were stunned. A god-level spirit pet. What a rare item. Those who possess such battle pets globally are either super descendants or absolute big shots. Although the Wang family was wealthy and powerful in Huayang City, they still didn't possess such a rare battle pet. Chapter 28 1 million. I'll satisfy you once after a while. Wang Kuo looked at Yi Yang and said with a smile, Yi Yang, are you kidding me? What kind of existence is a divine-level spirit pet? Don't you think this question is funny? I don't think so. Yi Yang replied seriously. What you just said was just to show that your Wang family is rich, powerful, and resourceful, right? Now, in front of everyone here, can you tell me that you have a divine-level spirit pet? Does your entire Wang family have one? Wang Kuo's face darkened at Yi Yang's barrage of questions, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He initially wanted to use money to pressure Yi Yang into becoming his subordinate and serving the Wang family. Who would have thought that Yi Yang would be so disrespectful? We indeed don't have a divine-level spirit pet, but we have a spirit pet of level 7. Without a divine-level spirit pet, why do you have to belittle me? Yi Yang interrupted directly, just because you're a rich second generation? Another wave of questions left Wang Kuo completely speechless. He had never imagined that his wealth and power would be so insignificant in front of a rural bumpkin. Where would his dignity go? Young Master Wang, thank you for your kindness. However, even though I, Yi Yang, was born humble, I rely on myself. Yi Yang said firmly, you should keep this low-level spirit pet of level 5 for yourself. Hiss. As soon as he finished speaking, the people around him gasped in shock. They never expected Yi Yang would dare to speak to Wang Kuo like that. The implication of his words was that Wang Kuo relied on his parents. At the same time, it showcased Yi Yang's backbone. Upon hearing this, Wang Kuo immediately laughed. It seems I overestimated myself. However, this mere level 5 spirit pet, it's likely you will never own one in your lifetime. Yi Yang disdainfully curled his lips and looked at Wang Kuo. Do you want to experience a divine-level spirit pet? What? Wang Kuo was slightly taken aback, his gaze fixed on Yi Yang. For 1 million. I'll satisfy you once and let you see a divine-level spirit pet, Yi Yang said. Wang Kuo and those around him immediately spat out blood and burst into laughter. Is this little brother joking? We don't have a single divine-level spirit pet in Huayang City. Do you want to see a photo or a video? That's hilarious. It seems he is not quite right in the head. I mean, how could anyone refuse such a good thing? In an instant, the way everyone looked at Yi Yang changed. They thought Yi Yang was simply not normal. Wang Kuo also instantly regained his sense of superiority and looked at Yi Yang as if mocking him. Okay, don't say 1 million. If you can have a divine-level spirit pet, I'll immediately transfer you 200,000. Deal. Yi Yang smiled foolishly at Wang Kuo. He was sure he would earn that 200,000. Whereas the spirit pet bloodline testing device. He looked around and asked, this way, please follow me. The beautiful saleswoman pointed in one direction and said. Then Yi Yang, Wang Kuo, and many onlookers followed the beautiful saleswoman to the spirit pet specialty store's bloodline testing area. A highly advanced testing machine appeared before everyone. This machine needed to use spiritual energy as power to accurately test the spirit pet's bloodline. The testing method was very simple. Just place the spirit pet on top of the dedicated bloodline testing device. Chapter 29 Sign-in task completed. After looking at the spirit pet tester, everyone's gaze turned to Yi Yang. The meaning was clear. They wanted Yi Yang to take out his divine-level spirit pet to verify its authenticity. Yi Yang smiled. For others, this might be nerve-wracking, but for him, it was not a difficult task. Divine-level summoning technique. Whoosh! As Yi Yang activated the summoning technique, a blinding light instantly filled the entire spirit pet store. Everyone quickly closed their eyes and waited for a moment before slowly opening them. Pika Pika. Pikachu appeared from a specific space, and upon seeing Yi Yang, it let out an annoyed cry. Sorry, I didn't know you were cultivating. Yi Yang smiled apologetically and said, go up there and test your bloodline. Pika. Pikachu pouted and blew a puff of air, then lazily walked up to the spirit pet bloodline testing device. The people around were stunned. Although it wasn't surprising that spirit pets could understand human speech, they felt that Yi Yang's Pikachu was unusually intelligent. Why do I feel this spirit pet looks somewhat familiar? Yi Yang? I feel like I've heard that name before. A few customers looked at Pikachu and suddenly realized, exclaiming in shock, "Oh my, isn't he the Yi Yang who has been trending on the internet recently?" Indeed, look, it's the same person. In an instant, Yi Yang was recognized by several customers who occasionally browsed short video apps. The others, although they didn't understand what was happening, all felt that Yi Yang was not simple. "Let's start." Yi Yang called out without any concern. The beautiful sales attendant nodded. She then mobilized her inner spiritual energy and infused it into the spirit pet bloodline device. Immediately, the device emitted a blue light, covering Pikachu and performing a comprehensive scan. Pikachu's form was recorded, and through the combination of spiritual energy and technology, the bloodline was determined. On the bloodline display screen, it showed common level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, breakthrough, spirit level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, breakthrough. Finally, it stabilized at divine level bloodline, level 1. Buzz. Everyone was hit with a strong shock upon seeing this result. Their minds turned to mush as they were in extreme astonishment. A divine level bloodline spirit pet. It was truly a divine level bloodline spirit pet. Incredible. This seemingly cute and adorable spirit pet was actually a divine level spirit pet. Terrifying. Pikachu, come back. Yi Yang called out when he saw the result. The people around were utterly astonished. It took them a long time to recover from their shock. When they looked at Yi Yang again, they had completely changed their perception of him. Their desire, love, and greed for Pikachu grew even stronger. Young Master Wang, 2 million, no backing out. Ye Yang smiled at Wang Kuo. At this moment, Wang Kuo's heart was in turmoil. He looked astonished, speechless in shock. He never expected that Yi Yang really had a divine-level spirit pet. He had originally wanted to show off in front of Yi Yang, but he ended up being outshone by Yi Yang, and he lost 2 million. Money was a small matter. Losing face was a big deal. Turning away, Wang Kuo's expression darkened as he transferred 2 million to Yi Yang's account. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the deposit of 2 million into the HSBC account. The next moment, a system notification sound echoed in Yi Yang's mind. It even managed his bank account. Pretty good. Ding! Sign-in task completed. Immediately after, another system notification sound came through. Chapter 30. Abundant Rewards. Second Spirit Pet. Congratulations to the host Yi Yang for receiving rewards. Reward 1. Multiverse Digital Pet. Puppy Beast. Reward 2. One-time 100 success rate. Reward 3. Bloodline Perspective Technique. Reward 4. Limited time purchase in the Multiverse Mall. The series of rewards made Yi Yang extremely happy. The check-in time was extended by 10 minutes, and he didn't expect to receive so many rewards. It was comparable to a newbie gift pack. Ding! Due to the host's successful check-in for 3 consecutive days, the system rewards a consecutive check-in opportunity. Ding! Consecutive check-in task has been released. Please, host Yi Yang. Check-in for 5 minutes at any martial arts gym in Huayang City within 2 hours. Just as Yi Yang was delighted with the rewards, the prompt sound of the God-level multiverse check-in system once again entered his mind. Yi Yang felt another wave of joy. Consecutive check-in. This meant he could check in once more today and receive additional rewards. Just thinking about it made him feel great. Pikachu, go back and cultivate. Yi Yang changed his hand seal, and Pikachu's figure directly vanished as if it had entered the void, returning to the specific survival space of the Spirit Pet contract. Then, he turned and walked out of the Spirit Pet store, preparing to proceed with the consecutive check-in. The onlookers around were still in shock, watching Yi Yang's back with envy in their eyes. Yi Yang, can you sell your Spirit Pet to me? I'll offer 20 million. Wang Kuo clenched his fist, feeling determined as he shouted towards Yi Yang's back. In front of a God-level Spirit Pet, momentary pride no longer mattered. A God-level Spirit Pet could bring unimaginable benefits to a person or a family. So even though Wang Kuo felt extremely dissatisfied after being schooled by Yi Yang today, he still wanted the God-level Spirit Pet in Yi Yang's hands. Not for sale. Yi Yang replied without looking back. 50 million. Wang Kuo gritted his teeth, raising the price frantically, showing just how much he coveted the God-level Spirit Pet. Hiss! The people around were utterly shocked, feeling the immense allure of a God-level Spirit Pet. If they had the money, they would also bid 50 million. Young Master Wang, Money isn't everything. Even if you raise it to 100 million or 200 million today, I still want to sell. Yiyang smiled lightly and walked away, leaving behind Wang Qua, who was filled with desire and unwillingness, along with the astonished crowd. When Wang Qua looked at the level 5 battle pet cat again, he suddenly felt it was a worthless piece of trash. It was at this moment he understood Yi Yang's disdain. How could someone with a god-level spirit pet even consider a spirit level 1? Clearly, it was beneath him. Master, take me to any martial arts gym in the city. Yiyang stepped out of the spirit pet store, called a car, and headed straight for the martial arts gym. Sitting in the car, he recalled everything that just happened, and he felt no regret at all. Pikachu was his first friend and partner in this era. He would never give up his lifeline to anyone else. Although, after the spirit pet contract, the owner could communicate to dissolve the contract and sell it to others, Yiyang would never do that. Query Puppy Beast. In the car, Yiyang commanded in his heart. The system immediately displayed the information panel of Puppy Beast, which appeared in Yiyang's mind. Spirit Pet, Puppy Beast. Bloodline None. Level, Growth Stage. Attribute, Light Attribute. Type, Auxiliary Combat Fusion Type. Ultimate Skill, Puppy Roar. Auxiliary Ability. Provides the contracted owner with a 5 increase in cultivation speed. Chapter 31. Divine Bloodline. Blood of the Holy Dragon. Important note. As the Puppy Beast comes from the digital world of all realms and has no inherent bloodline, the host must inject a bloodline into the Puppy Beast themselves. A slightly more complicated attribute panel than Pikachu appears. Yiyang noticed the uniqueness of the Puppy Beast having no bloodline and the condition that he needed to personally inject a bloodline into it. Creatures in the digital world are all digital entities. The physical body is merely a manifestation. To truly become a spirit pet, a bloodline must be injected. That is, the essence blood of a certain spirit pet. Then, it can become a true spirit pet. Yiyang clearly remembered that the evolution path of the Puppy Beast is that of an angel-level digital pet. If it becomes his spirit pet, its combat power would be quite considerable. Additionally, with a 5 acceleration in training, Yiyang was very satisfied with his spirit pet. After all, it can evolve into an angel woman. Evil smile. Immediately, Yiyang began to introspect the time-limited system of the All-Realm Mall. In this mall, there are all kinds of items from all realms. As long as you have money, you can purchase anything. However, it requires all-realm currency. Yiyang took a casual glance and was astonished. There were indeed many good items. Items like Squirtle, Gabuman, Aguman, and other spirit pets were all available. The weapons also came from various realms, such as the Xinyuan sword, the 8-span mirror, and even the golden staff, which is also impressive. However, the prices were outrageous. After browsing for a while, Yiyang finally fixed his gaze on a divine bloodline serum injector. Divine level 1 initial bloodline, blood of the Holy Dragon. Price, 1 million all-realm currency. Yiyang immediately operated to see the purchasing method. Ding! Host Yiyang, would you like to spend 200,000 future currency to exchange for 1 million all-realm currency? A system prompt appeared in Yiyang's mind. Yiyang instantly exclaimed, damn, it's so expensive. Is 2 future currency equal to 1 all-realm currency? It's just a bloodline, yet it costs 1 million all-realm currency, which is too pricey. However, for his future, to become stronger, and for a divine-level spirit pet, all of this is worth it. Exchange. Yiyang made up his mind, spending the 200,000 he had just earned in one go. Ding! Congratulations, Host Yiyang, for successfully exchanging for all-realm currency. You now possess 1 million all-realm currency. Would you like to immediately purchase the divine level 1 bloodline, blood of the Holy Dragon? Yes. Ding! Congratulations, Host Yiyang, for successfully purchasing the divine level 1 bloodline, blood of the Holy Dragon. The next moment, Yiyang successfully purchased the bloodline. The bloodline serum injector is a method of cultivation. In the current world, many people choose bloodline serum injectors to cultivate their spirit pets' bloodlines in order to obtain high-level bloodline spirit pets. As long as the cultivation is successful and it merges with the spirit pet, the bloodline of the spirit pet will change. However, the failure rate is extremely high, and there are many counterfeit bloodline serums on the market, which are expensive and used by very few people. But this is just the first method. The second method, which many people have adopted, is the bloodline enhancement agent. After injection, the bloodline can be enhanced. The success rate is high, and the price is relatively cheap, but the speed of bloodline enhancement is very slow. Since Yi Yang's newly acquired spirit pet has no bloodline, he must undergo bloodline cultivation and merging. And what he wants is a full lineup of divine-level bloodline spirit pets. Injecting bloodlines. Puppy Beast. After the purchase was successful, Yi Yang immediately began the bloodline injection. Unlike the current world where spirit pets need to be injected, Yi Yang only needs to give a command. Everything is entrusted to the divine-level all-realm sign-in system. Chapter 32, Spirit Pet Evolution, Martial Arts Gym Check-in Ding. 100 success rate triggered. Ding. Congratulations to the host Yi Yang for completing the fusion of the Spirit Pet Puppy Beast with the Divine Level 1 bloodline, the blood of the Holy Dragon. In a moment, the bloodline was injected and fused with the Puppy Beast. Ding. The Puppy Beast has materialized and has become a true spirit pet. Ding. The Puppy Beast has reached the limit of the evolution stage and can directly evolve into a mature form. Do you wish to evolve? Evolve. Yi Yang decisively said without hesitation. Such good fortune requires no second thoughts. Ding. The Puppy Beast is evolving. Ding. The Puppy Beast has successfully evolved into Dilu Beast. Dilu Beast, mature form. Bloodline, Divine Level 1 Holy Dragon Blood. Level, mature form. Attribute, light attribute. Type, support combat fusion type. Unique skill, cat punch. Support ability, increases the contract owner's cultivation speed by 10. As the Puppy Beast evolved into Dilu Beast, its abilities also improved. The support for cultivation speed reached 10. Yi Yang was overjoyed. Now he had 2 divine-level spirit pets. However, after reviewing the attributes of Dilu Beast, Yi Yang noticed it was a bit different from Pikachu. The bloodline of Pikachu was not labeled with any specific type, just Divine Level 1, which piqued his curiosity. Hey, handsome, we've arrived at the Extreme Flow Martial Arts Gym. At that moment, the taxi driver slammed on the brakes and turned to smile at Yi Yang. Oh, okay. Yi Yang came to his senses, paid, opened the car door, and got out. He gazed at the martial arts gym in front of him, the Extreme Flow Martial Arts Gym. A martial arts gym is, of course, a place for practicing martial arts. It is specifically open for battle masters to cultivate spiritual energy and hone their combat skills. Inside the gym, there's only one thing to do, which is to fight. Whether you come to learn or spar, it always revolves around combat. But there is one condition: battle pets cannot be used. This is a place exclusively for the cultivation of the battle master themselves. For battle pets, you must go to the Beast Arena. Fighting alongside battle pets will be something else entirely. You need to go to a comprehensive venue, a professional arena for battle spirit masters. Check-in. Upon entering the Extreme Flow Martial Arts Gym, Yi Yang immediately began the check-in process. Ding! Check-in started. Countdown, 5 minutes. As soon as the system's voice fell, a man in white clothes with a tied waist approached Yi Yang. Little brother, do you want to learn martial arts? Have you registered? The man appeared to be around 30 years old, with a well-built, muscular physique. No, I'm just looking around. Yi Yang smiled and replied. The man's expression immediately darkened, and his attitude changed drastically. There's nothing much to see here. If you're not an apprentice, you can't enter our gym. Please leave. Yi Yang was speechless. This was truly reality. No money means no good attitude. He forced a smile. Can I just take a look and then decide? Yi Yang casually made up an excuse to buy some time. After all, it was only 5 minutes. It would pass quickly. He would leave after completing the check-in. He didn't want to stay here. Teaching for money, all flashy moves, just a waste of time. Okay, but you have to pay a deposit first to prevent you from stealing our techniques, the 30-year-old man said. Damn. Yi Yang instantly had 1,000 curses running through his mind. With those flashy moves, are you afraid of someone stealing your techniques? Damn it, have some self-respect. This is a black martial arts gym. What a scam. Chapter 33, God of War Training Body. Level up by 3 levels, Yi Yang was filled with disdain for the Extreme Flow Martial Arts School. Although he had always known that martial arts schools were just deceiving ordinary people and low-level warriors, he didn't expect it to be this ridiculous. However, in order to sign in, he decided to endure for a while. As soon as the 5 minutes were up, he would leave immediately. Isn't this against the rules? Other martial arts schools don't even require a deposit, Yi Yang said seriously. That's because their schools are not good enough. Our extreme flow martial arts school is well known in Huayang City. A 30-year-old man boasted, leaving Yi Yang speechless. Damn it. If it weren't for signing in, would I be here listening to your nonsense? He glanced at the time. There was still a minute left. Almost there. Little brother, look at my disciples. Each one is young and talented, a prodigy with extraordinary martial prowess, all taught by me. Don't hesitate. Sign up. The man continued to boast. A semester costs 30,000 yuan, 2 months of teaching, and you'll definitely become stronger. Yi Yang. He really didn't understand why this martial arts teacher had such thick skin. He was truly impressed by his ability to boast. Moreover, his face changed faster than flipping a book. If you showed no interest in learning, he would kick you out immediately. If you showed any intention of learning martial arts, he would present a whole bunch of things to you. One could say he was quite the talent. Ding! Congratulations to the host Yi Yang for completing the sign-in and receiving the reward. God of War Training Body. God of War Training Body, a special training physique mentioned in ancient legends during the era of spiritual energy recovery. It is said to possess innate divine strength, extraordinary talent, and an incredibly fast training speed. Wow, there is this kind of thing? Upon hearing about the reward, Yi Yang was instantly excited. Isn't this something that only exists in fantasy worlds? Does it exist in this future world too? He had no memory of it in his body's recollections. Boom! In the next second, Yi Yang felt his entire body filled with power. Then, due to the fusion with the God of War Training Body, his spiritual energy training level began to rise. War Master Level 4, War Master Level 5, War Master Level 6. He leveled up 3 times effortlessly, without any fluctuations. Yi Yang couldn't help but imagine if cultivating like this would allow him to fly. His entire skeletal structure felt as if it had been reborn, far more powerful than before. The increase in spiritual energy levels was merely the initial change from fusing with the God of War Training Body. If he seriously trained, it would probably be even more astonishing. As Yi Yang completed his sign-in, he regained his senses and found that the martial arts teacher was still boasting in front of him. He was utterly speechless. Ahem. Well, I'm done looking. I'll be leaving now. Yi Yang awkwardly coughed and turned to walk towards the door of the martial arts school. The martial arts teacher had a stiff expression, and his inner anger surged. Kid, are you messing with me? Before Yi Yang could respond, a group of fierce-looking people suddenly entered from outside, aggressively blocking the entrance of the martial arts school. Yi Yang frowned. Did this mean they were about to fight? Who opened this martial arts school? The leader of the group, a big man with a black star tattoo on his forehead, shouted loudly. The teacher was startled by this scene and didn't dare to speak. Yi Yang stood between the two parties, suddenly feeling a bit awkward. It turned out they weren't blocking him. It was someone looking for trouble, which had nothing to do with him. I'll ask again. Who opened this martial arts school? The big man with the black star tattoo roared, causing many people to shrink their necks in fear. The atmosphere suddenly became incredibly oppressive. The boss is behind me. Let me out first. I'm in a hurry. Yi Yang looked seriously at the fierce-looking big man in front of him. Chapter 34. Yi Yang's kick the college entrance examination was imminent, and he didn't want to waste time on these trivial matters. He was hurrying home to contract his second spirit pet. Kid, can't you see the situation? The leading man's gaze sharpened as it fell on Yi Yang, and he shouted, Get out of the way and squat over there. Don't interfere with our business. Until we finish what we're doing today, no one gets to leave. Hearing the words of the leading man, Yi Yang frowned. What? You don't accept it? Seeing Yi Yang standing still with a frown, the leading man's expression turned even more ferocious. At your age, instead of studying well in school, what are you wandering around for? Want to leave? Either wait until we finish, or you can walk straight past us. As the leading man finished speaking, those blocking the extreme flow martial arts hall all wore a smirk of arrogance and provocation. The more brazen ones even beckoned to Yi Yang, calling out, Come on, kid. Let us see if you can break through our blockade. Just a warning, if you fail, it'll be pretty bad for you. Yi Yang clenched his fist, making a cracking sound from his bones. Oh, looks like you're ready to fight. Come on, uncles and brothers. Let us see what you've learned in this trash martial arts hall. A group of burly men radiated an unruly aura, looking at Yi Yang with mocking expressions, treating him like a toy. Yi Yang could no longer tolerate it. These guys were too arrogant. You've really lived a long time for nothing. As Yang's words fell, the spiritual energy within him began to swirl outwards, and his aura surged upward. He was a battle master. Damn, this kid isn't a battle spirit master, is he? Then doesn't that mean he has a spirit pet? The group of men blocking the door turned pale as they saw the spiritual energy swirling around Yang, accompanied by a hint of lightning. For them, who had no contracted spirit pets and only practiced martial arts, they could at most bully ordinary martial artists. Facing a battle spirit master, they were just asking to be beaten. Brother, don't be impulsive, we can. Bang! Before the leading man could finish his sentence, Yang pushed off with his foot, and the ground instantly cracked and sank. He shot forward like a cannonball towards the entrance of the martial arts hall, delivering a powerful kick. Bang! Immediately, a series of muffled thuds mixed with screams erupted as Yang kicked the group of thuggish men out of the martial arts hall. The masters and apprentices inside the martial arts hall looked astonished. They stared in shock at Yang's back as he left, feeling an immense shock inside, especially the martial arts master of the extreme flow martial arts hall, who was dumbfounded. He never expected Yang to be so strong, actually being a battle spirit master. He had just been bragging in front of Yang, and now he realized he was just a big fool, asking for trouble. Yang glanced back at the martial artist he had just knocked over and, without lingering, stepped away. Master, please take us as your apprentices. We want to learn from you. We can pay any tuition fee as long as you're willing to teach us. Just as Yang was about to leave, the apprentices of the extreme flow martial arts hall suddenly rushed out and surrounded him. Chapter 35. The Pleas of the Crowd. Countdown to the mall closure, they looked at Yang with admiration, pleading for him to take them as disciples. I'm not running a martial arts school. Look for someone else, Yang said calmly, looking at the apprentices of the extreme flow martial arts school in front of him. The martial arts school's master watched this scene with a grim expression. This was a complete loss of face. It was a total change of personnel, but he dared not voice any complaints. On the contrary, he had to thank Yang. If it weren't for Yang, he might have already been beaten up by now. Although Yang did not intend to help him, he only wanted to go back and contract a new spirit pet, the Dieless Beast. No, little master, we just want to be your disciples. Please accept us. The apprentices of the martial arts school kept begging Yang, leaving him speechless. Although he knew that battle spirit masters were like gods to ordinary people, it shouldn't be to this extent, right? After all, there were quite a few battle spirit masters. Little master, if you're not running a martial arts school, you can teach at my school, and we can share the tuition with you. The master of the extreme flow martial arts school stepped forward, and his tone towards Yang became much more respectful. Yang hesitated, considering whether to take this opportunity to earn some money. Yes, little master, you can teach us here, and we can pay you extra as long as you agree to come. The apprentices in the school echoed the master's words. I'm willing to give you 70% of the tuition. I'll keep 20% for rent, and I'll take 1% for myself. Seeing Yang hesitate, the master of the school quickly added, if you come, I won't take any profit. It will all be yours. You're so generous? Yang looked at the master of the school suspiciously. This guy didn't seem like a generous person. Are you trying to make me your enforcer? Protect your school? Caught off guard by Yang's directness, the master showed a hint of embarrassment. I did have that thought, but sorry. I don't like cleaning up after others. Yang interrupted the master's words and said, I can teach you for a month, but classes will be every 2 days, and each class will last a maximum of 2 hours. Tuition is to be discussed separately. All right, we'll listen to Little Master. So, where do we learn martial arts? Upon hearing Yang's words, everyone nodded excitedly and asked, wait for the notice, add my contact. Then, Yang left the contact number and took a taxi to leave. Master, refund the tuition. There are people challenging the school. It's too dangerous. We don't want to learn anymore. Yes, we want a refund. After Yang left, another scene occurred at the extreme flow martial arts school. However, it had little to do with him. He was now in a hurry to return home and contract his second spirit pet, the Dieless Beast. Mature body. However, the level after evolving from the growing body would significantly increase in strength. Ding! System prompt. The limited time mall in the 10,000 realms will close in 20 minutes. Please hurry if the host wishes to purchase items. On the way, The voice of the god-level 10,000 realms sign-in system echoed in Yi Yang's mind. Yi Yang felt speechless. If it closes, then so be it. After all, I don't have money to buy anything inside. Damn, it's so expensive. I only have 20,000 cash left. I still need to save some for raising spirit pets. After that, Yi Yang returned to his villa worth 30 million, preparing to contract his second spirit pet. Chapter 36 Contract. The second spirit pet. Hey, is this Tianmei takeaway? 4 fruit salads for pizzas, 1 chicken leg rice, pig trotter rice, and a hamburger. Yi Yang first made a call to order takeout. Delivered to Bay Villa Community, Building A, number 1. Beep. After speaking, he lightly tapped the virtual screen and hung up the phone. Then, he walked into the yard of the big villa. System, release the Diru beast. Yi Yang said softly. Swish. In the next second, a burst of light shone out. Immediately, the Diru beast appeared in front of Yi Yang. Yi Yang focused his eyes and saw long ears, a long tail with a holy ring, and pure white fur. Standing a bit taller than Pikachu, looking quite cute. Why isn't it wearing gloves? Yi Yang frowned upon seeing the Diru beast. He remembered that in Digimon, the Diru beast wore gloves, right? Ding! This Diru beast has not been harmed and is a brand new spirit pet. Host Yi Yang can purchase Diru beast exclusive gloves in the Wanja Mall. With doubts about the Diru beast in his heart, the system immediately answered him. He quickly glanced at them all. He felt that the Diru beast wearing gloves would be the complete version of the Diru beast. I can't believe it. Seeing that the exclusive gloves for the Diru beast cost 30,000 world coins, which is 600,000 future coins, Yi Yang couldn't help but curse. What the hell? A pair of gloves costs 600,000? Why not just go rob someone? Even gold isn't this expensive. However, when he saw the attributes of wearing them, Yi Yang's heart suddenly stirred. It increased the Diru beast's attack power by 50%. That's impressive. Yi Yang looked at the Diru beast's hands, which were actually the paws of a small dog beast after the transformation. Its ultimate move is the cat punch. Its original form evolved from the small dog beast. Damn, this is a bit confusing and complex. I'll buy it for you when I have money. Yi Yang sighed deeply and then began to contract the Diru beast. God-level contract technique. The Diru beast showed no resistance at all, clearly recognizing Yi Yang and willing to establish a contract with him. Ding! Congratulations to host Yi Yang for successfully contracting the Diru beast. Ding! The light attribute of the Diru beast successfully enhances the host's spiritual energy. Tip: host's spiritual energy cultivation has increased by 10%. Soon, Yi Yang completed the contract for his second spirit pet. He immediately felt a strong bond established between him and the Diru beast. Are you my master? The Diru beast stood in the villa yard, looking at Yi Yang and asked. The words spoken were actually human language. Yi Yang was slightly taken aback, not expecting the Diru beast to directly speak human language. Yes, hello. My name is Yi Yang. From today onwards, you will be my partner. Yi Yang smiled and summoned Pikachu. This is Pikachu, and he is also our partner. Pika. Pikachu made a cute expression, looking at Yi Yang. Pika, I've already ordered food. It will arrive soon, you glutton. Yi Yang said to Pikachu. Pika, Pika. Pikachu jumped up happily. Let's go back inside. We will fight together from now on. Yi Yang smiled at Pikachu and the Diru beast, saying. Pikachu was very lively, while the Diru beast appeared a bit quiet. I wonder if it's because of gender. After all, the Diru beast can evolve into an angel, the celestial beast, in the later stages. Chapter 37. Sprinting for the college entrance examination. The loose cultivators begin after returning home. Yi Yang spent some time bonding with his 2 spirit pets. Before long, the takeout arrived. The abundant lunch made Diru beast, Pikachu, and Yi Yang very happy. Pikachu's appetite was growing larger, and the 4 orders Yi Yang placed were simply not enough. Later, he added 2 more orders. The cost of this lunch alone exceeded 1,000 yuan for Yi Yang. It was quite a heartache. He had less than 20,000 cash on him. At this rate, he couldn't sustain it for long. This was considering that Diru beast wasn't eating much. If Diru beast had an appetite like Pikachu, it would be even more outrageous. Raising a god-level spirit pet was indeed expensive. Thinking about the high cost of just feeding them made Yi Yang sigh. In the afternoon, Yi Yang didn't go out again. He closed himself off at home to cultivate. First, he experienced the god of war cultivation method, aided by D-Loop Beast's 10% speed boost. It felt like flying, with the spiritual energy circulating rapidly. Then he tried the bloodline perspective technique, which allowed him to instantly see through a spirit pet's bloodline level and constitution level. This would be extremely convenient for Yi Yang in future battles and would play a significant role. Finally, Yi Yang began practicing his first martial skill in life, the Tier 3 martial skill, Thunderstorm Fist. Thunderstorm Fist, when combined with lightning, creates a circle of electricity around the fist during release, enhancing the attack power of the martial artist. After practicing for several hours, Yi Yang finally mastered the Thunderstorm Fist. Phew, it was finally done. As the sun set, Yi Yang exhaled, his entire body drenched in sweat. He immediately went back to his room to take a shower, changed into a completely new outfit, and dried his hair, looking handsome. By this time, night had fallen. Pikachu and D-Lu Beast were hungry, looking at Yi Yang, waiting for food. Yi Yang felt embarrassed and called for takeout again, spending over 1,000 yuan once more. After a satisfying meal, they all rested well, and the next morning, it was time to relieve themselves. Pikachu and D-Lu Beast went out. After Yi Yang got up and finished washing up, he called out loudly. Pikachu and D-Lu Beast quickly ran out and followed Yi Yang to have breakfast first. Then, they began to sprint for the college entrance examination. In today's era, the college entrance examination requires 2 subjects, liberal arts and martial arts. The liberal arts part is, of course, a written test with answers. The martial arts part involves actual combat. The written test is quite simple. 70% of people can pass, especially someone like Yi Yang, who is a top student in liberal arts. The martial arts part, however, is challenging. To get into a good university, the starting requirement for a battle spirit master is level 5 martial master. And to enter a prestigious university, one must have a battle spirit level. Otherwise, it's just wishful thinking. And this is just the entry requirement. Yi Yang aimed to apply to North China Battle Spirit Master University, one of the top universities in the world. The entry requirement is level 2 Battle Spirit Master. Yi Yang was currently only a level 6 Martial Master, which meant he had a full 6 levels to cross to reach level 2 Battle Spirit Master. Therefore, he had to work hard. Loose cultivators from this moment on. Master, to the wilderness area. Yi Yang hailed a cab by the roadside and said. Upon hearing Yi Yang's words, the driver's face immediately darkened, fear evident in his expression as he said, "Little brother, the wilderness area hasn't been peaceful lately. I advise you not to go." "Why?" Yi Yang frowned, looking at the driver with confusion. "Did you not see the news? Recently, the spirit beasts in the wilderness area have been going crazy, attacking humans indiscriminately." Chapter 38. The more dangerous the place, the more suitable it is for me. The driver turned to look at Yi Yang and said, "Brother, I advise you not to go out. I've heard that many people who have gone out recently have been injured. What is even stranger is that those who returned have noticed unusual changes in their contracted spirit pets." Upon hearing this, Yi Yang immediately asked curiously, "What kind of changes?" "Some have lost control, gone mad, and attacked people randomly," the driver replied. "Have they found out the cause?" Yi Yang pressed on. "Not yet. The federal branch in Huayang City is investigating the matter," the driver said. Yi Yang's expression turned serious. It seemed that the wild area was extremely dangerous. He took out his phone and checked the recent news regarding the strange occurrences. Because of these incidents, Yi Yang's previous popularity gradually faded in the background. This was somewhat good news for him. However, he was now pondering whether or not to go out. "Brother, are you still going?" After a while, the driver turned to look at Yi Yang and asked, "Haha, the more dangerous the place, the more suitable it is for me." Yi Yang replied with a smile. The driver was taken aback, thinking that Yi Yang was still willing to go despite knowing the dangers of the wild area. He couldn't tell if Yi Yang was fearless or just not thinking straight. However, since Yi Yang wanted to go, he naturally drove him to the edge of the barrier zone in Huayang City. The so-called barrier was a protective spiritual energy barrier created by the Federation using high technology and powerful individuals to safeguard the city and human habitats. In this era of spirit pet cultivation, humans were not the only living beings, nor were they the strongest. Thousands of years ago, Earth experienced a great upheaval. Various creatures underwent crazy mutations and evolutions, causing their powers to surge. For a time, humanity was on the brink of extinction. Fortunately, the ancestors opened up the path of cultivation, refining chi, which stabilized their survival. Then came the emergence of battle spirit masters, which has continued to this day. However, outside the human habitats was the wild area. In the wild area, spirit beasts lived. Spirit beasts were wild spirit pets, born in the wild, with rebellious temperaments. Some even terrifying enough to eat humans. However, there were also some wild spirit pets with powerful bloodlines. Battle spirit masters without money would come to the wild to find these wild spirit pets as their companions, taming them and forming contracts. Their combat power often exceeded that of spirit pets cultivated by humans. Please show your ID. At the entrance of the barrier, Federal battle spirit soldiers were on duty 24/7 and stopped Yi Yang, saying. Yi Yang took out his ID and handed it to the guarding soldier. After checking, a middle-aged man looked at Yi Yang and said, "Little brother, be careful outside. It's not safe out there lately. If you encounter danger, come back quickly." "Okay, I will." Yi Yang nodded, took back his ID, and stepped out. The guarding soldier opened the barrier and let Yi Yang pass. After Yi Yang stepped out, the barrier closed again. However, there were still battle spirit soldiers guarding outside, and their numbers were several times greater than those inside. God-level summoning technique. Pikachu. Dilliaman. As soon as he stepped out of the barrier, Yi Yang directly formed a summoning seal and summoned his spirit pet. Chapter 39 Mature Body Level 3 Spirit Beast. After a burst of dazzling light, Pikachu and Dilu Beast appeared before Yi Yang from the spirit pet survival space. "Let's go. Time to hunt in the wild," Yi Yang shouted, leading Pikachu and Dilu Beast into the wild area. The warriors behind him were left in shock. This was a dangerous time, with danger levels nearly reaching the point of prohibiting people from leaving the city. How could this young man be so carefree? But in reality, Yi Yang was just trying to relax. It was precisely because he knew there was danger that he summoned his spirit pets first. Otherwise, if he encountered danger and had to summon them then, what if it was too late? In just a few steps, they reached the outer barrier. There were no guards, and they could exit directly. However, entry was restricted to humans only. Stepping out of the outer barrier, they entered the wilderness area. Before them was a lush green forest, filled with flourishing flowers and plants, creating a pleasant scene. This beautiful natural environment brought a refreshing mood. But the dangers within were something no one could ignore. "Be careful once we go in. Report any movements immediately," Yi Yang said, looking at Pikachu and Dilu Beast. "Pika, okay." Pikachu and Dilu Beast nodded, following closely behind Yi Yang as they entered the green wilderness area. In his line of sight, there was not a single human figure. He also didn't see any wild spirit pets, only spirit beasts. The scenery along the way, however, made Yi Yang quite satisfied. Thus, they continued walking. Gradually, Yi Yang and his spirit pets ventured deeper into the forest of the wild area. The atmosphere slowly became somewhat eerie. Wasn't it said that many spirit beasts randomly attacked humans? Why hadn't they encountered a single one? Yi Yang stood amidst the jungle, looking around in confusion, searching for spirit beasts. He had been walking for half an hour and hadn't seen a single spirit beast. This was a bit awkward. It should be known that Yi Yang's purpose for coming to this wild area was to train. What was the purpose of training in the wild? Of course, it was to fight. Battling wild spirit beasts could effectively enhance the strength of his battle pets. This was Yi Yang's first formal training on the path of a battle spirit master, and he didn't want to just wander around and then go back. "Any spirit beast, just come at me," Yi Yang helplessly complained, almost as if praying. "Pika, Pika." As soon as he finished speaking, Pikachu signaled that it sensed danger. "Master, a creature is approaching." Dilu Beast also noticed it. As a mature spirit pet evolved from a little dog beast, it was quite perceptive. Yi Yang looked around warily, fully opening his spiritual perception. Roar. Suddenly, a roar echoed out. Immediately after, a spirit beast with black and yellow striped fur leaped out from a thicket. "Master." Pikachu and Dilu Beast jumped up to confront the spirit beast as it charged towards Yi Yang. However, Yi Yang reacted quickly, grabbing Pikachu and Dilu Beast, and with a powerful jump, he avoided the spirit beast's pounce. When he turned around to take a closer look, it turned out to be a leopard-type wild spirit beast. The bloodline perception technique instantly revealed the level of the spirit beast before him. Spirit beast, black wind leopard. Bloodline, ordinary level 8. Level, mature body level 3. Type, pure combat spirit beast. Ultimate skill, unknown. Chapter 40. The Dilu beast takes action, killing the black wind leopard instantly. Obtaining the spirit pill, the black wind leopard, is a mature spirit beast from one of the two evolutionary paths of the swift wind leopard. It possesses much greater speed and strength than the swift wind leopard. Roar. With a missed pounce, the black wind leopard snarled at Yi Yang and his spirit pet, its mouth twisted in a fierce grimace. Its blood-red eyes and the bloodstains at the corners of its mouth suggested it had just recently fed. This spirit beast seems a bit off. Yi Yang observed the black wind leopard, its ferocious appearance causing him to furrow his brows. Level 3 mature body. It was even higher than the level of his two spirit pets. Moreover, the black wind leopard's unusual reactions made its combat power clearly more frenzied. This situation raised a bad premonition in Yi Yang's heart. A spirit beast going mad is normal for individuals. It might be poisoned or frightened or something similar. But if there are too many of them, that would be very abnormal. This reminded Yi Yang of a terrifying event that happened 1,000 years ago. Spirit pets were controlled by a kind of curse, and the one responsible was the evil and obscure profession, the curse master. Evil rogues who relied on curses to fight had always been the mortal enemies of battle spirit masters. However, they had disappeared for many years. Master, be careful. It's going to attack. The Dilu beast sensed the black wind leopard's slight movements and immediately read its intentions. In the next moment, the level 3 mature black wind leopard indeed clawed towards Yi Yang as the Dilu beast had predicted. The level is there, but unfortunately, the bloodline gap is too great. Seeing the black wind leopard pounce towards him, Yi Yang showed no signs of panic. Dilu beast, let me see your strength. Take care of it, as you command. Upon hearing Yi Yang's words, the Dilu beast stepped forward. Its form seemed insignificant in front of the black wind leopard. However, with its divine bloodline, its strength would not be weaker than that of the black wind leopard. Despite the Dilu beast being a level 1 mature body, while the black wind leopard was a level 3 mature body. What does a 2-level difference matter? The gap in bloodline tells you who is stronger. Cat punch. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the black wind leopard was about to reach Yi Yang and his spirit pet, the Dilu beast jumped up and began to pound its fists wildly on the black wind leopard's head, producing a series of dull thuds. The black wind leopard's pouncing form was directly sent flying back by the Dilu beast. It crashed to the ground with a thud, its skull deformed, and it was spitting out blood in large mouthfuls. Roar. Even so, the black wind leopard still had a ferocious expression, looking incredibly fierce. Its blood-red eyes seemed to harbor an endless thirst for slaughter. However, the black wind leopard's head had already suffered a severe blow from the Dilu beast and was on the brink of death, unable to survive any longer. Leave the rest to me. Yi Yang drew a dagger from his spatial storage and walked towards the black wind leopard. Spirit beasts also grow and evolve relying on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Over time, they will condense spiritual energy crystals in their bodies, known as spirit pills. Spirit pills come in 10 attributes. Under the same attribute, they can provide the spirit pets contracted by battle spirit masters with opportunities for evolution. They are an important item for spirit pet evolution. Some people also attempt to refine the spiritual energy within spirit pills for their own use. But the effects are not as significant as when used on spirit pets. Yi Yang used the dagger to cut open the body of the black wind leopard. After a bit of searching, he obtained a wind attribute spirit pill. His luck was still quite good. The remaining fur and bones were of little use. After all, the black wind leopard's level was too low. For the fur and bones of spirit beasts to be of great use, such as for forging weapons, they would at least need to be of the complete body level. The armor type is even better. Mature body spirit beast fur and bones are at most useful for daily life needs. They are meaningless for battle spirit masters in terms of weapon forging and so on. Let us go. After collecting the spirit pill, Yi Yang stood up and continued forward with Pikachu and the Dilu beast, searching for stronger spirit beasts. The deeper they went, the more uncomfortable he felt. Chapter 41. Check-in task. Obtain 3rd rank battle skill. flowing light step ding. The daily check-in task has been randomly released. For details, please check. Ding. A brand new instant random check-in task has been issued. Please check in at the top of any mountain in the wild area for 10 minutes within 2 hours. Hearing the system's task notification sound, Yeong was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect that the check-in task would come at this moment. No wonder he didn't receive a task this morning. Yeong suddenly realized why the system didn't issue a task this morning. It turned out that check-in tasks have been changed to random and can be released at any time. He immediately took Pikachu and Dilliman to look for a mountain peak to complete the check-in task. On the way, Pikachu was very lively, running around everywhere. Dilliman appeared to be a bit quieter, staying close to Yi Yang's side. However, this journey was destined to be bumpy. They encountered 2 waves of spirit beast attacks, all of which were level 1 mature bodies. However, in front of the divine bloodline Pikachu and Dilliman, they were nothing. The 2 battle pets easily dealt with the blocking spirit beasts. Then, Yeong obtained spirit pills of different attributes again, 1 thunder spirit pill and 1 light spirit pill. The level of the spirit pills is calculated starting from the mature body of the spirit beasts. Only mature spirit beasts can condense spirit pills. The level of the condensed spirit pills is first rank. Yeong now has 3 first-rank spirit pills in hand: Wind Spirit Pill, Thunder Spirit Pill, and Light Spirit Pill. Under the same attribute, spirit pills can allow battle pets to absorb and become stronger, and even evolution requires a large amount of spirit pills. This way, the strength of the battle pets can be quickly enhanced, especially when the battle pets reach the barrier evolution stage. Relying solely on cultivation makes it difficult to complete the evolution. At this point, the enhancement of spirit pills is needed. This clearly shows the importance of spirit pills. Check-in. At the mountaintop, Yeong took a deep breath, standing under the warm sunlight, and checked in. Ding! Check-in begins. Countdown, 10 minutes. Yeong stood on the small peak, looking around at the surrounding forest. A sea of green, very pleasing to the eye. Boom! Suddenly, a huge explosion sound came from a direction in the jungle below the mountain. Yeong looked in the direction of the sound, and a cloud of thick smoke and dust rose into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Following that, the sound of explosions became more and more dense. It seemed that a battle was taking place in the forest. However, Yeong did not rush over immediately. He was in the process of checking in and couldn't run around, so he could only watch from afar as the smoke billowed and trees fell one by one. What's going on? Yeong was filled with curiosity, waiting for 10 minutes, which felt like half a day. The battle in the forest below had concluded within those 10 minutes. After a while, Yeong finally heard the notification sound from the divine level 10,000 Realms check-in system. Ding! Congratulations to the host Yeong for successfully checking in. Reward obtained, 3rd rank battle skill, flowing light step. As the system's notification sound faded, a stream of information suddenly flooded into Yi Yang's brain. All knowledge and cultivation methods regarding flowing light step merged into Yi Yang's mind. Yeong immediately comprehended it. He tried it out on a mountaintop and learned it preliminarily. Pikachu, Dilliman, let's go down and take a look. Immediately, Yeong led Pikachu and Dilliman towards the direction from which the sound had come. Chapter 42, Strength-type Battle Pet, Blue Horn Mad Bull soon. Yeong arrived at the foot of the mountain with his spirit pet. They ran directly towards the direction of the recent battle, and before long, they saw a severely injured man lying on the ground. Opposite the man was a battle pet. Yeong recognized at a glance that it was a mature level 9, common level 7 bloodline battle pet, the Blue Horn Mad Bull, a purely strength-type battle spirit pet. However, at this moment, the Blue Horn Mad Bull was lying on the ground, with a huge hole in its body, still bleeding bright red blood. The bull's eyes were blood red, looking extremely terrifying. Seeing this scene, Yi Yang's expression darkened immediately. No matter how you looked at it, this Blue Horn Mad Bull did not seem like a wild spirit beast. Wild spirit beasts definitely would not give off a feeling of being contracted. And this Blue Horn Mad Bull was clearly already contracted. This meant that the severely injured, dying man was the owner of this battle pet. What had they encountered? Yeong felt a doubt arise in his heart. To be able to injure such a battle spirit master and his battle pet like this must be something extraordinary. Be careful. There may be powerful spirit beasts around. Eong cautiously reminded Pikachu and Dilliman, then slowly approached. He came to the severely injured man, who was on the brink of death. Upon seeing Eong, the man stuttered out some information. Quick, quick, go, notify the Federation, Black. The severely injured man spoke with great difficulty, his breathing gradually weakening. Eong immediately wanted to use his spiritual energy to save the man, but a cold, killing intent flashed behind him. Whoosh! Suddenly, a whistling sound of wind approached. Immediately after, a flying knife shot out from a thicket. Eong quickly turned around, extending his hand to grab the flying knife. But as soon as he reached out, he immediately pulled back, dodging the flying knife with a swift movement. Bang! The flying knife embedded itself in a tree. And it was then that the tree's trunk began to emit black smoke, corroded by the toxin on the flying knife. Eong frowned, his gaze shifting towards the thicket from which the flying knife had been shot, his fists clenched tightly. If he hadn't reacted in time, he would have been dead just now. What are you sneaking around for in the back? Afraid to show yourself? Come out. You can't escape. Eong shouted towards the thicket. He could now determine that the man and the battle pet lying on the ground had not encountered any ferocious spirit beasts, but rather humans. You're looking for death, kid. Don't you know that meddling in other people's affairs can have tragic consequences? As soon as Yi Yang's words fell, a figure wearing a black smiley face mask stepped out from behind a large tree in the thicket. Who are you? Too ashamed to show your face? Eong coldly asked the person in the black smiley face mask. Although curiosity killed the cat, and he felt it was his fault for coming over to see the commotion, this person in front of him had indeed tried to kill him just now. Eong would never let this guy go. He wasn't a good person who would risk himself to save unrelated individuals. But if someone wanted to kill him, then he could not show mercy. You annoying brat. I will make you regret coming here to watch the show. The person in the black smiley face mask laughed coldly, suddenly forming a strange seal with his hand. Eong focused his gaze. It wasn't the summoning seal for battle pets. What was it? Chapter 43. The Evil Art. Sorcerer, curses, curse marks. Wah! The masked man whispered softly, and suddenly a black light shone forth. The black light formed a very ancient pattern beneath Pikachu and Darrell Beast's feet. The emanating black light, like a shadow, began to flow and crawl up Pikachu and Darrell Beast's bodies. Pikachu, Darrell Beast. Eong noticed something was wrong and hurriedly shouted, "Get away from that black circle." It was already too late to escape. The masked man heard Yi Yang's words, gave a cold smile, changed his hand seal, and strengthened the curse's power. Wah! The black light suddenly erupted, causing Eong to be unable to see everything around him for a brief moment. I will kill you, master. The next second, the masked man began issuing commands to Pikachu and Darrell Beast. What he was casting was a form of curse sorcery, a bizarre forbidden technique that had been silent for many years. Thousands of years ago, during the period when the spirit warriors were still developing and growing stronger, there existed some alternative powerful beings living on the planet. They were the sorcerers. They relied on curses to eliminate enemies or control creatures, humans, etc. However, because sorcerers were utterly malevolent, they were deemed evil beings. The spirit warriors of ancient times united to begin exterminating the sorcerers. After hundreds of years, they finally eradicated the powerful and cruel sorcerers. However, due to that war, the spirit warriors suffered countless casualties and nearly faced extinction. Moreover, many fell victim to curses with no means of, only able to choose self-destruction. Powerful sorcerers could achieve many incredible things, strange and terrifying. They were the natural enemies of the spirit warriors. However, the sorcerer before Yi Yang, after casting the curse, attempted to control Pikachu and Darrell Beast to slay Yi Yang, but failed. Pika, master, are you okay? Pikachu jumped onto Yi Yang's shoulder, while Darrell Beast stood in front of Yi Yang to protect him, asking with concern, I'm fine. Don't you feel something is off? Yi Yang looked at Pikachu and Darrell Beast and asked. No, just felt that the black thing was very evil, Darrell Beast replied. Pika Pika. Yi Yang thought for a moment, somewhat confused about the situation. How could this be? Having fallen under my curse, why is there no reaction at all? Just then, the masked man saw that Pikachu and Darrell Beast completely disregarded his commands and exclaimed in shock. Upon hearing this, Yi frowned slightly. Curses? Suddenly, memories about curses surged into his mind. You are a sorcerer? Yi looked coldly at the black-faced masked man, a murderous intent rising in an instant. Oomph. It seems like a well-informed kid who knows about sorcerers. Upon hearing Yi Yang's words, the black-faced masked man sneered. Wasn't the sorcerers all exterminated thousands of years ago? Yi mobilized the spiritual energy within his body, looking at the black-faced masked man, and said, Curses are the art of all evil. You study it without permission and harm others. What exactly do you want to do? Were all those uncontrollable spirit pets rampaging in the city you're doing? Ha! It seems it has worked indeed. The masked man laughed heartily and said, Sorcerers will never be exterminated. Chapter 44 Soul Contract, Spirit Beast, Spirit Body. However, kid, your spirit pet seems to be very special. Clearly, it has already fallen under my curse, yet it shows no reaction at all, which makes me very curious. The masked man's gaze fell on Pikachu and Diru Beast, revealing a hint of greed in his eyes. I really want to take it back and study it carefully. Your spirit pet will belong to me. Curse, undead. Flowing light step. Just as the masked man was about to cast his curse again, Yi moved and executed the somewhat unfamiliar battle technique, flowing light step. His entire body charged towards the masked man at a speed several times faster than before. So fast, the masked man's brow furrowed, interrupted by Yi Yang's sudden attack, causing him to withdraw hastily, seemingly very afraid of close combat. But Yi insisted on engaging the masked man in close quarters. Though he was still not familiar with the flowing light step, Yi could manage to execute it. Plus, with the thunder fist he had already learned, he delivered a powerful punch right to the masked man's face. A dull thud echoed. The masked man was sent flying, and the black smiling mask was smashed by Yi revealing an extremely ugly face. The next second, the masked man let out a terrified scream. He frantically grasped at his face, which clearly no longer resembled a human face, as if he had gone mad. My mask, my mask. He picked up the shards of the mask from the ground, frantically trying to piece it together like a lunatic. Yi looked at this ugly creature in confusion, completely unaware of what was happening. It felt chilling. Tell me, where did you learn this ancient, forbidden technique? Yi asked the ugly creature. You broke my mask. You saw my face, I will kill you. The ugly creature roared in anger, forming a seal with both hands once again. Yi immediately thought to strike first, but in the next moment, a summoning rune array suddenly expanded in front of the sorcerer. Summoning? You have contracted a battle pet? Yi was surprised. According to records, sorcerers who choose curses should be unable to become battle spirit masters. But what was before him was indeed a summoning technique, although it was somewhat different. It was extremely cold and evil. Battle pet? I don't like raising pets. The sorcerer coldly shouted, Come forth, battle spirit, soul of the black wind leopard. With the sorcerer's words, another wave of black light radiated out. Suddenly, the spirit body of a black wind leopard appeared in front of Yi. Yi was immediately shocked. Even Pikachu and Diru Beast were momentarily stunned. This black wind leopard spirit body was the one that was killed by Diru Beast earlier, right? Roar. The black wind leopard spirit let out a chilling roar, but showed no emotion. A soul contract? It truly is not a good thing. Looking at the appearing spirit beast soul, Yi suddenly understood what was happening. His killing intent towards the sorcerer grew even stronger. Such a menace, if allowed to continue existing, would likely cause great harm to this world. This is the black wind leopard you killed before. Do you remember? The sorcerer looked at Yi and sneered. Although we sorcerers cannot contract living spirit pets, we can contract the spirit body of battle pets after death. You will die under its spirit body's impact. Chapter 45. Killing the sorcerer, obtaining fire-type combat skills. Black wind leopard spirit, devour their souls. Roar. The black wind leopard spirit received the command and charged directly at Yi and his spirit pets. Its speed had increased several times compared to before. Yi Yang's expression darkened as he prepared to fight back. He threw a punch at the black wind leopard spirit, but his fist passed right through the spirit without causing any harm. On the contrary, Yi felt a wave of dizziness and slight discomfort. Luckily, he had a divine bloodline spirit pet and a battle god cultivation body. This small mature spirit beast spirit couldn't harm him. Pikachu, Master. Both Pikachu and Dilliman sensed a bit of discomfort and shouted loudly. Ha! Kid, don't waste your effort. Spirit bodies can nullify all physical attacks. Even if you have 1,000 pounds of strength, you won't hurt at all. Seeing Yi Yang's attack ineffective, the sorcerer laughed smugly. Instead, you will be shattered and perish under the soul attacks of the Black Wind Leopard. Black Wind Leopard Spirit, go. Roar. The Black Wind Leopard's soul lunged at Yi Yang once again. Yi Yang racked his brain for a way to attack the soul. As someone who had read countless novels, he had all sorts of outrageous ideas in his mind. The soul a ghost. To control ghosts, use talismans. But where could Yi Yang find those now? After thinking for a moment, he suddenly shouted, Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pikachu. Pikachu responded to Yi Yang's command and jumped up, unleashing its ultimate move, Thunderbolt. Zzz. Lightning instantly illuminated the area, striking down on the Black Wind Leopard's soul. Roar. The Black Wind Leopard's soul was instantly severely injured, letting out a chilling howl. In less than 3 seconds, it was completely dissipated by Pikachu's lightning. Seeing the soul of his contracted spirit beast vanish in smoke. The sorcerer's expression immediately turned grim, making spirit beasts lose control and become ferocious, even after death, not letting their souls rest. These sorcerers truly are not good people. Yi Yang shouted angrily, Pikachu, infused with spiritual energy, Thunderbolt, double the power. Zzz. In an instant, the sorcerer fell before Yi Yang, lifeless. Yi Yang felt no fluctuation in his heart. Such an evil person was not worth mourning. However, he sensed that this matter might not end here. Sorcerers are undoubtedly terrifying beings. The reason he was able to kill the sorcerer before him was that this sorcerer was too weak. The contracted battle spirits were all killed by Yi Yang's spirit pets. He must not have been able to obtain powerful battle spirit souls, nor could he form contracts. The sorcery he could wield could only affect ordinary bloodline spirit pets of the mature stage. Otherwise, how could Pikachu and Dilliman be affected by the sorcery earlier and yet remain unharmed? Clearly, it was the divine bloodline that protected them. Subsequently, Yi Yang approached the ugly sorcerer who had met his end. He rummaged through and took a spirit ring from the sorcerer's hand. Spirit ring, an item made from technology, spiritual energy, and special materials in the current era. It contains a space capable of storing items. The size of the space is determined by the level of the spirit ring. Spirit rings are divided into levels 1 to 9. The higher the level, the larger the space. Naturally, the price is also more expensive. A level 1 spirit ring alone costs over 10,000. This is not something an ordinary person can afford. However, Yi Yang had a personal space. The level 1 spirit ring of this sorcerer was of little value to him. But the items inside were something else entirely. He immediately dispelled the spiritual energy seal on the spirit ring and took out the items one by one. Money, combat skills, sorcery techniques, and a detailed map of Huayang City, with some marked locations that seemed to indicate a major conspiracy. However, Yi Yang couldn't be bothered to think about that. He looked at the combat skill in his hand, a grade 4 skill. Fire attribute, blazing fireball. He couldn't help but feel delighted, eager to practice. But he lacked a fire attribute spirit pet to train with. To contract a 3rd spirit pet, he had to reach the battle spirit level. So, he needed to work even harder on his cultivation. Let's go. It's not safe to stay here for long. After collecting everything useful, Yi Yang immediately left with Pikachu and Dilliman. Chapter 46. Damn it, I've been played. He needed to report this news to the Federation. Otherwise, all the battle spirit masters might suffer. However, there was one thing that puzzled Yi Yang greatly, the soul of the spirit beast. If souls were considered elusive things 5,000 years ago, no one had ever seen them. But souls and ghosts had always been familiar concepts to everyone. The reason Yi Yang had asked Pikachu to attack the soul of the Black Wind Leopard with lightning was that lightning, infused with the power of the heavenly Tao, could exterminate ghosts. It was at that moment that he realized the scale of this world was enormous. It was no longer the Earth of the past. There were people ahead. Suddenly, Yi Yang slowed down and proceeded cautiously. After what had just happened, he had become very alert. If he fell into the trap of a curse master, it would be disastrous. The dead man and spirit pet were the best proof of that. If Yi Yang hadn't acted quickly, the soul of the blue horn mad bull would have been forcibly contracted by that curse master. Damn it, this wild area is so big. How are we supposed to find that little brat? Big brother, stop complaining. The wealthy young master is offering a high price for that brat-ass spirit pet. If we can get our hands on it, we'll strike it rich. Ahead, 5 battle spirit masters were walking through the jungle, looking around as if searching for something. Yi Yang slowed down as he approached, coincidentally running into them. However, at this moment, Pikachu and Dilliman had already returned to the spirit pet's special survival space. The 5 battle masters looked at Yi Yang, momentarily stunned, their faces showing a hint of surprise. Yi Yang had already overheard their conversation. That wealthy young master was the one who wanted to recruit Yi Yang as a little brother back at the spirit pet specialty store. And he even tried to buy Pikachu from Yi Yang at a high price. Yi Yang had given him a lesson in life. The eyes of the 5 battle masters suddenly focused on Yi Yang, each showing a different expression. Bro, have you seen a battle spirit master with a yellow-skinned spirit pet in the wild area? One of the younger battle masters asked Yi Yang with a smile. Yi Yang maintained a calm expression and replied seriously, yes, they went deeper into the wild area. That direction. He pointed to a spot in the forest. Chase. The leader of the 5 battle masters immediately shouted, leading the 4 younger ones to run in the direction Yi Yang pointed. Yi Yang smiled, watching as they fell for his trick, then turned to walk outside. An hour later, when Yi Yang had returned to the urban area of Huayang City, the 5 battle spirit masters who wanted to find Yi Yang and rob Pikachu had reached the depths of the wild area. Boss, we can't go any further in. If we encounter a fully evolved spirit beast, we might not be able to handle it. Damn it, we've chased this far and haven't seen anyone. Are we being played by that kid? Flower Ma Z, don't you think that kid looks familiar? Can you remember who he is? The man called Flower Ma Z was holding a phone and scrolling through Douyin for a long time before finally finding information about Yi Yang. It's him. He is Yi Yang. The kid we just ran into is Yi Yang. What the hell? The others looked at each other, and their hearts filled with 1,000 curses. Damn it, we've been played. Chapter 47. Good things have happened. Damn, this little bastard actually dared to play tricks on us. Let us go back and settle the score with that son of a bitch. The leading brother spoke in a local dialect and immediately turned around to head back to the city to confront Yi Yang. However, their return journey was not smooth, as they encountered several waves of spirit beast attacks. Yi Yang returned to the city and first reported the situation outside the wilderness and the sorcerer to the Federation in a mysterious manner. After that, he went straight to the Spirit Pet Bathing Center with Pikachu and the Dilu Beast. Spending over 1,000 yuan, he gave Pikachu and the Dilu Beast a comfortable bath. Then he took them out for lunch. During the meal, he created a chat group. The group was filled with those apprentices who wanted to learn martial arts from him yesterday. Master, how much is the tuition? We could transfer it to you. Master, when does school start? Have you found a place? Master, looking at the nearly 100 questions in the group, Yi Yang was instantly speechless. He replied uniformly and then went online to look for a martial arts training venue. It was impossible to find one in the city center due to the high prices. Therefore, the places Yi Yang could look for could only be on the outskirts of the city. After searching for a long time, Yi Yang finally found an abandoned factory that was idle. It was scheduled for demolition in 3 months, which perfectly met his needs. As soon as he finished his meal, Yi Yang took a car to check the condition of the abandoned factory. In the outskirts of Huayang City, Hongfa Electronics, abandoned factory. Driver, please wait a moment, I'll be right back. Yi Yang said to the taxi driver as he got out of the car. Okay, the driver happily replied, showing no displeasure, as this was just a round trip to make money. Yi Yang walked into the abandoned Hongfa Electronics factory, and for some reason, the main door was open. Moreover, the seal had been torn off. He looked at the spacious area. The buildings were relatively intact and could definitely be used for martial arts training, though the conditions were a bit poor. But martial artists must endure hardships and are not afraid of dirt. Yi Yang felt that this place was suitable. Suddenly, within the range of his spiritual perception, he sensed 2 life forces. He followed the direction of the perception and walked over step by step. Soon, he arrived inside the abandoned factory. Don't be anxious. There is plenty of time. Why are you rushing? A woman's coy voice came from inside a factory building. It hasn't been long since we last met. I missed you so much. Then, another man's voice followed. Yi Yang suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a bit off. peeking in for a look. He was immediately taken aback. Just as he imagined, it was indeed a man and a woman having a romantic encounter. Fortunately, at the beginning, Yi-Yang didn't see anything. He smiled silently and turned to leave. "Who is there?" Suddenly, a shout came from inside the factory. Bang! The factory door was opened by the man inside. Yi-Yang immediately felt a wave of embarrassment. Turning to look at the man, he said, "I just passed by. You can continue." After saying that, he turned to walk away. "Stop." But as soon as Yi-Yang turned around, he heard the man shout angrily, "Take out your phone." "What for?" Yi-Yang turned back to ask, "How'd I know if you took pictures of us?" The man looked at Yi-Yang suspiciously. Yi-Yang was instantly speechless and said, "Why would I take pictures of you? I'm not a photographer, and you guys aren't doing anything. So why are you panicking?" Chapter 48. The thief who came to steal Spirit Pet's hand over your phone without any nonsense. "I need to check it." The man roared angrily, not believing Yi-Yang. Yi-Yang felt embarrassed. The man's guilty demeanor was too exaggerated. No wonder he was so anxious. "Sorry, you don't have that right," Yi-Yang said with a serious expression. "If you want to be happy, you can go back and continue whatever you were doing. I'm not interested in watching your performance. If you're looking for trouble, you better think about the consequences." Hearing Yi-Yang's words, the man clenched his fist, his anger erupting instantly. He took a few steps toward Yi-Yang, raised his fist, and smashed it down with a hint of spiritual energy. Bang! Yi-Yang caught the man's fist with one hand, producing a faint muffled sound. "Do you think you're my opponent?" As soon as he finished speaking, a dual attribute lightning aura floated out from Qin Yu's body. "Hey, Battle Spirit Master." The man was taken aback, his rage instantly dissipating. The aura possessed attributes, which was a special ability of Battle Spirit Masters. In this future world, although humans could cultivate spiritual energy, they could not independently master the power of attributes and could only cultivate pure spiritual energy. However, once they contracted a spirit pet, they could share attributes with the pet. Yi-Yang had contracted Pikachu, sharing the lightning attribute, and contracted Dilu Beast, sharing the light attribute. This meant he could freely wield the powers of both lightning and light attributes. "Do you want to continue?" Yi-Yang released the man's fist, and the man immediately knelt on the ground, his legs trembling in fear. "You little brat, I finally found you." Before the terrified man could speak, 5 Battle Spirit Masters stormed into the entrance of the abandoned factory. They all looked at Yi-Yang with rage, wishing they could slice him into 1,000 pieces. "Damn it! How dare you trick us in the wild forest? Kid, you're dead this time. We ran all the way to the wild forest for nothing and almost lost our lives. Today, we will definitely peel your skin off." Yi-Yang turned to face the 5, recognizing them as the ones he encountered in the wild forest earlier that morning, called over by Wang Qua to find him. Their purpose was clearly to obtain his divine spirit pet. "Oh, so you caught on quickly. You came pretty fast," Yi-Yang smirked, saying, "It seems Wang Qua paid you quite a bit. You're really working hard to chase me down." Upon hearing this, the 5 were momentarily stunned, clearly surprised that Yi-Yang knew they were sent by Wang Qua. "How did you know it was young Master Qua?" The bearded male battle master asked Yi-Yang. "Weren't you all talking about it in the forest?" Yi-Yang replied with amusement. "Damn." The faces of the group darkened, unable to hold back an expletive. Nearby, a couple in love shrank back in fear and quietly slipped away, leaving Yi-Yang and the 5 Battle Spirit Masters at a standoff. "Yi-Yang, if you're sensible, hand over your spirit pet, and we might let you go. Otherwise, today you'll scream for your parents." With your strength level, having a divine spirit pet is just asking for death. Be smart and terminate the contract willingly. Yi-Yang scoffed upon hearing this. "You guys think you can take my spirit pet just because you're a bunch of fools? Are you out of your mind? The hell with you. If you don't want to drink the toast, then prepare for the punishment. Brothers, let us go." Chapter 49. Battle Pet, Dual Summon Spirit Pet, Ice Wolf. Summon Spirit Pet, Flowing Bird. Summon Spirit Pet, Long-Tailed Monkey. Summon Spirit Pet, Whoosh. Rays of summoning array patterns radiated out. The 5 of them simultaneously cast ordinary summoning spells, bringing their spirit pets in a play together. All of them had ordinary level bloodlines. 2 mature forms. For growth forms, judging by the number of their strength, it was several times that of Yi-Yang. A total of 6 battle pets, among which 2 were mature forms, both belonging to the leader of the group. He alone possessed 2 battle pets, clearly having the strength of a battle master. Together, they would finish him in one wave. The leader, a scruffy man, shouted loudly, and 6 spirit pets launched an attack on Yang. At the same time, the 5 of them gathered their spiritual energy, ready to enter the battle circle at any moment. Ha! Yi Yang sneered. Can having more spirit pets guarantee victory? Divine level summoning spell. Come forth, Pikachu. Dilula Beast. Whoosh. Blinding light enveloped the entire area. The 5 men and their spirit pets all shut their eyes simultaneously. The brilliance of the divine level summoning spell was not just a little stronger than that of the ordinary summoning spell. In the next second, Pikachu and Dilula Beast, 2 divine level spirit pets, appeared before them. Dilula Beast, mature form level 1. Pikachu, growth form level 8. In terms of level and quantity, they were clearly at a disadvantage. However, in terms of bloodline, they completely overwhelmed the opponents. In terms of overall capability, with divine level bloodlines, fighting above their level was a given. With 2, he was also a battle master. Brother, can you handle this? We've never fought against divine level spirit pets before. What are you afraid of? What is so great about divine level spirit pets? The scruffy man let out a curse. There's only one divine level spirit pet, and I don't believe the other one is also divine level bloodline. Let us take him down together and enjoy the spoils later. Flowing bird, sonic wave attack. Chew! A sharp, piercing cry erupted from the level 7 growth form flowing bird, creating a sonic wave that caused pain to the eardrums of both the people and their spirit pets. Before Yang and his battle pets could react, the level 8 growth form, long-tailed monkey charged in with claw attacks directed at Yang. At the same time, the other 2 growth form battle pets, a mutated hedgehog cat and an insect-type green mantis, flanked Pikachu and Dilula Beast. Yi Yang smiled. Do you think mere growth form battle pets can hurt me? Pikachu, Dilula Beast, take care of them in one go. Pika Pika Pika. Z. A powerful electric current of 100,000 volts instantly took out the 2 battle pets. At the same time, Dilula Beast's cat punch also eliminated 2 more battle pets. The 4 growth form battle pets posed no threat at all to Yi Yang, Pikachu, and Dilula Beast. The sonic wave attack was utterly useless. Divine level bloodlines were automatically immune. The battle god, training body, defended effortlessly. One must ask, how could such an existence be shaken by for mere growth form battle pets? Seeing Yi Yang's 2 battle pets easily defeat their 4 battle pets, the scruffy man and his group were filled with shock. Brother, it's up to you. The scruffy man's 4 subordinates recalled their battle pets, which were nearly on the brink of exhaustion. They then placed all their hopes on the scruffy man, saying, Brother, avenge our battle pets, and we'll deal with that little brat. Chapter 50. Battle Pet Combination Technique. The scruffy man stood beside several people, his tightly clenched fist trembling slightly. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he really wouldn't have believed that a growing battle pet could be this strong. And that Dilula Beast, a level 1 mature body, had combat power that was clearly stronger than his own mature battle pet. He felt a bit guilty. Suddenly, he understood that the gap between bloodlines surpassed levels. Damn it, you little brat. You're pushing me. Boom. At that moment, the scruffy man cursed loudly, stealing his heart, and kicked off the ground. Spirit Energy Enhancement. Rich Water Attribute Spirit Energy and Ice Attribute Spirit Energy were simultaneously applied to his 2 mature battle pets, one at level 3 and the other at level 2. They were the Ice Wolf of the Beast category and the Water Spirit Turtle. After receiving the scruffy man's Spirit Energy Enhancement, both spirit pets experienced a surge in attack and speed. Are you still waiting? Go deal with that brat. Or are you just waiting to eat shit? The scruffy man cursed, and his 4 subordinates immediately charged towards Yang. All of them were battle apprentice level spirit masters. Yang didn't take them seriously at all. On the contrary, he was somewhat concerned about the scruffy man's 2 battle pets. Spirit Energy Enhancement. Boom! Yi Yang shouted, also channeling his spirit energy into Pikachu and the Dilula Beast to strengthen their combat power. At the same time, he moved his body and punched towards the 4 approaching men. Bang, bang, bang. Ah. Instantly, a series of dull sounds erupted. The scruffy man's 4 subordinates were sent flying by Yi Yang's punches and kicks, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out bright red blood. In just one exchange, they were defeated. There was no choice. The gap in strength was too great. You're the only one left. Hurry up and show me what you've got, Yang said, looking at the scruffy man. The scruffy man looked heavy-hearted, clearly not expecting Yi Yang's personal strength to be this strong. Although they were both battle masters, if he had to deal with his 4 little brothers, he certainly wouldn't be able to resolve his opponents so quickly. As you wish. Hearing Yi Yang's words, the scruffy man no longer hesitated and stopped holding back his strength. After the spirit energy enhancement, the ice wolf and water spirit turtle's strength increased by a level. Ice seal in 100 meters. With the scruffy man's words, the water spirit turtle immediately spat out a water column. At the same time, the ice wolf was gathering a large amount of cold air in its mouth. Battle pet combination technique? Yi Yang was slightly surprised. This was not an ordinary technique. Instead, it was a skill unleashed through the cooperation of 2 battle pets, capable of achieving extraordinary results. The water spirit turtle's water spray, combined with the ice wolf's cold air, was evidently an excellent combination. Flowing light step. Yi Yang immediately held Pikachu and the Diru beast and teleported to avoid the incoming water column. If he got hit by the water, what awaited him would be freezing. The ice wolf's single target freezing was limited, but combined with the water spirit turtle's water, it could naturally make the freezing easier and cover a wider range. Not a bad combination technique, but unfortunately still a bit weak. Yi Yang dashed towards the scruffy man at high speed, a look of disdain curling the corner of his mouth. Thunder fist. In the next second, he clenched his fist, enveloped in lightning spirit energy, and struck heavily towards the scruffy man. Chapter 51. Pet and Master Fusion Technique. Looting the scruffy man and others. The scruffy man, when sure, was taken aback. He quickly urged the spiritual energy within him and unleashed his strongest combat skill, bone-breaking palm. Bang! Instantly, their fists collided with a heavy thud. Then, a scream came from the scruffy man. He was sent flying, his arm smashed by Yi Yang's punch. Smoke billowed from his body as he was shocked by the thunder fist's lightning. Roar! At the same time, the ice wolf saw its master being knocked out by Yi Yang. It angrily lunged at Yi Yang. Bang! However, just as it pounced in midair, it was knocked down by the Dilu beast with a punch. Meanwhile, another illusion spirit turtle was dealt with by Pikachu. Yi Yang, Pikachu, and the Dilu beast achieved a great victory. This hand is a lesson for you. Yi Yang walked up to the scruffy man and said from high position, "Go back and tell Wang Qua that if he dares to target my spirit pet again, I will personally pay him a visit." After saying that, Yi Yang looted the valuable items from the scruffy man and his companions, taking them for himself. After all, he couldn't just act for free, right? Then, Yi Yang happily left the abandoned factory with Pikachu and the Dilu beast, leaving the severely injured scruffy man and others behind. If it weren't for the fact that the entire city was under federal surveillance and there were regulations against killing, Yi Yang would have considered silencing them. After all, he suddenly realized that the hot potato nature of a god-level spirit pet, if spread, could bring him a lot of trouble, even life-threatening situations. Fortunately, when Yi Yang tested Pikachu that day, he had stunned those people. No one recorded videos to leave evidence, and merely relying on hearsay, there wouldn't be many who believed it. Even if it were data testing, it could be faked, leading to suspicion. The scruffy man and his companions believed it purely because Wang Qua had set his sights on Yi Yang's Pikachu and had paid them to snatch it. Following Yi Yang all the way, which led to the earlier scene. "Master, you still here?" Upon exiting the abandoned factory, Yi Yang found that the taxi driver was still waiting for him outside. "Didn't you ask me to wait for you?" The taxi driver forced a stiff smile, sizing up Yi Yang from head to toe, and asked, "Little brother, are you okay? What could happen to me?" Yi Yang smiled lightly and said, "Let's go. I'll give you triple the fare." "All right." As soon as the driver heard triple the fare, he immediately started the car and took Yi Yang back. It wasn't that Yi Yang was rich. Rather, the fact that the driver hadn't left in such a situation truly surprised him. It was a form of compensation. If it had been another driver, they probably would have run away at the sound of the fight inside. On the way, Yi Yang was contemplating the matter of battle pet combination skills. In this world, the cooperation between battle pets could form entirely new skills. At the same time, humans and battle pets could also create new skills together. They are as follows. 1. Battle Pet Combination Skill, the most common skill for pet cooperation. 2. Battle Pet Fusion Skill. This is more difficult and requires the skills of the battle pets to merge together. 3. Human Pet Fusion Skill. This is a higher-level skill that requires a strong tacit understanding and cooperation between humans and pets to create entirely new skills. Its power is also incredibly terrifying. However, Yang had not yet mastered any of these, but he was filled with desire for them, because he desperately wanted to become stronger. Only by being strong could he qualify to survive in this world. Your dream, my dream. Suddenly, Yi Yang's phone rang. Chapter 52, A Gift from a Beauty. He took out his phone and saw an unfamiliar number, feeling a bit puzzled about who might be calling. Hello? Yi Yang answered the call. Hello? May I speak to Mr. Yi Yang? A polite and friendly male voice came from the other end of the line. This is he. Who is this? Yi Yang asked. I'm Zhang Kai, a sales representative from the Ferrari Supercar 5S store. I have delivered your supercar. Mr. Yi, do you have time to come out and sign for it? The self-identified car salesman, Zhang Kai, said. Didn't he buy a car? Yi Yang instinctively replied. Ferrari supercars cost hundreds of thousands to millions. How could he afford such an expensive car? Damn it, I can barely afford to keep my pets, let alone buy a car. Actually, Mr. Yi, this car was a gift from a beautiful woman. The salesman Zhang Kai continued. She paid for it, left your phone number and address, and asked us to deliver it to you. Huh? Upon hearing Zhang Kai's words, Yi Yang was taken aback. A beautiful woman gifted him a luxury supercar? What the hell? How can I be so lucky? This was something he could never have dreamed of before. Who is this person? Yi Yang asked curiously. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. The client requested confidentiality. Please come to the entrance of the Gulf community to sign for it. Zhang Kai said. Yi Yang was speechless. Why keep it a secret if someone was giving him a car? What was going on? Soon, Yi Yang returned to the entrance of the Gulf Villa community. A large truck was parked across from the community entrance. On the truck was a shiny, fire-red Ferrari supercar, looking exceptionally striking. As soon as Yi Yang got out of the car, Zhang Kai approached him. Hello, Mr. Yi. Here is the contract. Once you sign, this Ferrari supercar worth 20 million will be yours. Yi Yang hesitated, glancing at the brand that resembled a vintage Ferrari but was more stylish and flashy. It would be a lie to say he didn't like it. However, receiving such an expensive gift from a stranger made Yi Yang hesitant to accept it. If you don't tell me who this person is, I can't accept such an expensive car. Just take it back and tell her I appreciate the gesture. But I'll pass on the car, Yi Yang said calmly. Mr. Yi, the client will come find you. Please sign for it, or I want to be able to go back and report. Zhang Kai said with a distressed expression, I have my family relying on me to make a living. If I fail this deal, I might lose my job. My wife. Stop. Seeing Zhang Kai's pitiful look, Yi Yang was instantly speechless. Come on, it's just selling a car. Does it have to be this dramatic? You work at a high-end supercar 5S store. It's too exaggerated. Mr. Yi, to be honest, I really envy you. You have such a beautiful woman close to you and... Shut up. Yi Yang coldly interrupted after signing. Damn, the mood changes so fast. All right, here are the car keys. Do you need help getting it down? Zhang Kai said with a respectful smile. No need. Yi Yang took the keys and went to get in the car himself. He couldn't wait to experience the supercar. The security guard at the gate had been witnessing all of this, his face filled with shock. He had previously wondered why Yi Yang lived here without a car. And now he had a supercar worth 20 million. It was simply too luxurious. Chapter 53, Strengthening Battle Pets. Dilu Beast gains new abilities. Yi Yang quickly drove down the LaFerrari, worth over 20 million, from the truck. After a polite greeting, he drove the truck away. Boom! Yi Yang stepped on the gas and spun around in place, arriving at the entrance of the Bay community. The security guard hurriedly opened the gate for Yi Yang, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent, and showed even greater respect towards him. As the supercar entered, a pure white Maserati, worth 3 million, came towards him. Wow! LaFerrari, so rich? The Maserati owner saw the fiery red LaFerrari and immediately moved his several million car to the side to give way. Living in the Bay Villa community, they were all wealthy people, but the gap was a bit large. Yi Yang felt a wave of comfort in his heart. Being rich is indeed impressive. Driving a supercar on the road, and people make way for you. After that, Yi Yang returned to his residence. The Maserati owner immediately began to inquire about Yi Yang from the security guard and learned that Yi Yang lived in Villa A1, worth 30 million. Just having money doesn't guarantee you can buy it. You need a certain status, which left him extremely shocked. The Bay community is the best luxury villa area in Huayang City. If you go further up, it would be the Federation or high-level battle spirit masters' private residences. Thus, this place already represents the wealth status of Huayang City. However, Yi Yang didn't care about any of this. He casually parked the LaFerrari in the yard and suddenly felt that he needed a smart butler to manage household chores. Summon Pikachu. Summon Dilu Beast. Inside the house, Yi Yang summoned his spirit pets. Then, he gave the obtained Thunder Spirit Pill and Light Spirit Pill to Pikachu and Dilu Beast. You both need to get stronger and evolve. Try to devour them, Yi Yang said to Pikachu and Dilu Beast. The two spirit pets nodded, then took the spirit pills of the same attribute. After a glance, they swallowed them whole. Boom! The power of the spirit pills exploded within Pikachu and Dilu Beast. Their bodies automatically absorbed the power of the spirit pills, gradually becoming stronger. However, as god-level bloodline spirit pets, the power required for their upgrades was much greater than that of all other bloodlines. Therefore, a single spirit pill only provided them with a slight enhancement. However, Dilu Beast showed a hint of surprise. After devouring the light spirit pill, its eyes became exceptionally bright and emitted a strange glow. Ding! Congratulations to host Yi Yang for successfully strengthening his battle pet. Ding! Congratulations to host Yi Yang. Battle pet Dilu Beast has awakened its second ultimate skill, Cat Eye Light. Cat Eye Light. A beam of light flashes from its eyes, and the targeted creature will be subjected to a certain degree of control. Duration depends on ability. This skill, only effective for battle pets. Hearing the system's words, Yi Yang couldn't help but smile. This was indeed a little surprise. He had said that Dilu Beast couldn't possibly only know the cat punch. It turned out that this second skill could only be unlocked after becoming a bit stronger. With this, Yi Yang and his battle pet's overall strength had increased even more. Alright, you guys go play. After the spirit pets were strengthened, Yi Yang smiled, and Pikachu and Dilu Beast went off to play. Then Yi Yang mentioned the teaching location in the group and collected the tuition fees. 3,000 yuan per person, teaching for a month, 2 hours a day. Chapter 54, New Sign-In Task. Driving a crazy car with this operation, Yi Yang directly earned about 300,000 yuan. For an ordinary person, this is definitely a huge fortune. But for Yi Yang, a battle spirit master who raises 2 god-level bloodline spirit pets, is still too little. However, having something is better than having nothing. Besides, earning this money wasn't difficult. Alright, the official class will start at 10 a.m. tomorrow at the Hongfa Electronics Factory in the northern part of the city. After collecting the money, sending out messages, and registering the apprentice list, Yi Yang logged off the AI chat app. He didn't go out all afternoon, immersing himself in his cultivation. The next morning, just after finishing breakfast, the voice of the god-level Myriad Worlds sign-in system echoed in his mind. Ding! A new sign-in task has been released. Please sign in for 10 minutes at the Battle Spirit Master Professional Arena within 48 hours. Hearing the system's task information, Yi Yang couldn't help but smile. The Battle Spirit Master Professional Arena. Just a place he wanted to check out and hone his skills. However, before that, he needed to give his students a lesson. After all, having received the money, he had to teach. Boom! Stepping out, getting in the car, and driving the expensive supercar Ferrari, Yi Yang headed straight for the abandoned Hongfa Electronics Factory. The muffled sound of the engine suddenly roared through the entire street. Passers-by turned their heads, looking at the cool and luxurious supercar Yi Yang was driving, unable to contain their excitement. Boom! Yi Yang stepped on the gas, accelerating rapidly. Soon, he left the city center of Huayang and arrived at the outskirts. Bang! Suddenly, a dull sound echoed. Hiss! Immediately after, the harsh sound of brakes screeched. Yi Yang skillfully drifted the Ferrari and parked sideways in front of a huge electric pole that had just fallen from the roadside. Damn it! He cursed, opened the car door, and got out. If it weren't for his quick reflexes and good driving skills, he would have crashed into the suddenly fallen pole, leading to a disaster. Hiss. Meanwhile, a series of urgent braking sounds came from behind. Bang bang. Some drivers, caught off guard, collided into each other. What the hell? How do they drive? Damn it, what's going on? Suddenly stopping, driving a crazy car. A group of drivers angrily cursed. Then their gazes all fell on Yi Yang beside the supercar, revealing puzzled expressions. Yi Yang glanced at the electric pole, which looked completely new and without any issues, with the bottom sunk 2 meters deep into the mud. How could it suddenly fall down? He immediately walked towards the pit where the pole had been installed to see what was going on. Suddenly, the muddy ground began to stir, and a spirit pet drilled out from the earth. Squeak, chirp. It had black fur, a pointed mouth, and sharp teeth, letting out a sound that sent shivers down one's spine. A black-furred rat? Yi Yang frowned, looking at the spirit pet before him, suddenly recalling yesterday's news. Many rampaging spirit pets had appeared in the city, going out of control, going insane, and not listening to their masters, causing havoc everywhere. This black-furred rat was one of those crazed spirit pets. Its eyes were blood red, filled with murderous intent, resembling the black winged leopard Yi Yang encountered in the wild. A curse master. In an instant, Yi Yang understood the situation. These spirit pets must have been cursed by a curse master, which caused them to go insane. Chapter 55. One punch to crush the black-furred rat. Little black, little black. At that moment, a man's voice called out to Yi Yang. Immediately, the black-furred rat seemed to be stimulated greatly, in immense pain, with its blood-red eyes glaring at Yi Yang, baring its sharp teeth, and charging straight at him. Yi Yang's expression darkened, his spiritual energy surged, and with a swift movement, he drew the black-furred rat away to a place without any crowd. Damn, it's a battle spirit master. That guy has some skills. It looks like he's dealing with the crazed spirit pets mentioned in the recent news. So it's the mad spirit pets causing trouble. I hope the Federation resolves this issue soon. Watching Yi Yang lure the crazed black-furred rat away, a group of drivers in the back expressed their admiration. Little Black, stop, don't attack anymore. The owner of the black-furred rat shouted as he followed. Yi Yang saw that the man was about the same age as him, but was merely a peak martial apprentice battle spirit master. His battle pet was only at level 8 of its growth stage, not particularly strong. However, at this moment, the black-furred rat was in a frenzy, and the man couldn't control his spirit pet at all. Calling it now is useless. It's already out of control, Yi Yang said seriously to the man. If you want to save it, you'll have to defeat it. No way, when Little Black goes crazy, I can't possibly handle it. The man replied with a wry smile. Brother, can you help me out? If you can attract Little Black's attention, I should be able to subdue it with my combat skills. Yi Yang was taken aback. To fight a level 8 growth stage battle pet, does it really require 2 people to cooperate? That's ridiculous. In that case, I'll take care of it for you. You need to take it to the Federation quickly, or you'll have endless troubles. After saying that, Yi Yang clenched his fist, looking at the rapidly approaching black-furred rat, showing no intention of dodging, clearly planning to confront it head-on. Brother, no. My Little Black is a level 8 growth stage battle pet. When it goes crazy, it can rival a level 1 battle master. If you confront it directly, you will die. The owner of the black-furred rat shouted loudly upon seeing Yi Yang's actions. However, Yi Yang completely disregarded his words. A mere level 8 growth stage battle pet, easily dealt with. Infusing spiritual energy, he gathered power in his fist. 3/10 of his strength aimed at the charging black-furred rat's head and smashed it down. Bang! Instantly, a loud thud echoed. Chirp! Following that, the black-furred rat was sent flying by Yi Yang's punch, letting out a painful cry. Boom! The next second, the black-furred rat crashed heavily onto the ground, completely knocked out by Yi Yang. The owner of the black-furred rat was taken aback, stunned by Yi Yang's fierce punch. Moreover, he could sense that Yi Yang hadn't even used his full strength to easily defeat his crazed battle pet. How strong must he be? Take your battle pet to report to the Federation. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble. After easily taking care of the black-furred rat, Yi Yang said to its owner. The man finally snapped out of his astonishment, looking at Yi Yang in shock. Okay, thank you, brother. You're amazing. Let's add each other as contact info and keep in touch. Yi Yang directly ignored him and returned to his sports car, only to find an even worse situation. Chapter 56 exposed. The Federation's gratitude dam. How could there be so many out-of-control spirit pets? Looking at the 4 or 5 irrational spirit pets appearing on the road, Yi Yang's brow furrowed. One of them was actually a level 5 mature fire-type combat spirit pet, the Fire Dog, which could evolve into a hellhound. The Fire Dog was not large, but its entire body was engulfed in flames, and it could spit fire from its mouth, burning everything in its path. Boom! Bang bang! Ah! The Fire Dog breathed fire, igniting several vehicles and causing them to explode, resulting in casualties among ordinary people. Damn! Yi Yang watched the situation, clenched his fists, wanting to leave, but his conscience wouldn't let him. Just then, a man who had just finished a call with the Federation walked over and froze in place at the sight before him. Buzzing. Suddenly, a helicopter sound came from the sky. Yi Yang looked up and immediately saw several battle spirit masters jumping down from the helicopters. They directly summoned battle pets in midair to engage in combat and subdue the out-of-control spirit pets. Boom, boom, boom. The battle was intense, accompanied by continuous explosions. The battle spirit masters from the Federation directly dealt lethal blows to the out-of-control spirit pets, killing them. Yi Yang and the earlier man felt very uncomfortable witnessing this, especially the man whose emotions flared up. No, I can't let them know that my black-haired mouse is also out of control. I need to take my black-haired mouse away. After saying this, the man attempted to take his battle pet and leave. However, his cursed battle pet could not be recalled by contract. Even if he wanted to drag it away, it was too late. A battle spirit master from the Federation directly killed the black-haired mouse, completely disregarding the man's feelings. What are you doing? It's my spirit pet. The man roared angrily at the battle spirit master from the Federation. It's already dead. The Federation battle spirit master replied. What? The man was taken aback. Even Yi Yang was moved by this statement. He suddenly seemed to understand something. His gaze swept over the spirit pets that had been killed, and in an instant, he realized the truth. So that's how it is. After understanding the truth, Yi Yang inexplicably felt heartache for those battle spirit masters. Hello, Yi Yang. At this moment, a captain of the Federation's battle spirit masters approached Yi Yang. I am the captain of the 87 squad of the Federation battle spirit masters. Yi He. Thank you very much for your assistance in dealing with that black-haired mouse. Also, thank you for providing us with information that allowed us to grasp important intelligence. On behalf of the Federation, I thank you. Information? Yi Yang frowned. Did these people know that he was the one who reported it? But it wasn't too surprising. With today's advanced technology, it was quite easy for the Federation to investigate someone. Well, we checked the scene as you said, and it was just as you described. Yi nodded and said, You have helped the Federation greatly, and we will express our gratitude properly. At the same time, I invite you to join the Federation. I don't have that intention for now. Can you keep this matter confidential? Yi Yang thought for a moment and said, Of course, it will definitely be kept confidential. The Federation will not let you fall in a crisis. Yi smiled. Do you have time now? Our head wants to meet you. Not right now. Maybe next time. Yi Yang ripley it. All right. We will come back when you are free. You avenged our comrades, and the Federation will surely repay you. Yi did not linger, and after expressing his gratitude, he cleaned up the scene and left with his team. Yi Yang felt helpless. It was really hard to stay low-key. The Federation would probably try every means to win him over, right? Afterward, Yi Yang drove away in a sports car, heading straight for the abandoned factory. It was only just now that he understood the terrifying nature of the Curse Masters. From the moment the curse took effect, those spirit pets were already dead. Their madness was just a facade, mere walking corpses. The Curse Masters were secretly manipulating their souls, controlling their physical actions. Behind all this, everything was orchestrated by the Curse Masters. Chapter 57. Yi Yang's childhood, proudly looking down on the world. The reason he refused the Federation was that he felt that sorcerers were likely coming for the Federation, and the Federation clearly knew all of this. How many unknown secrets and stories were hidden within, no one knew. Yi Yang did not want to be caught in this torrent. The Federation could provide him benefits, but accepting those benefits meant he would also have to serve the Federation. This was not Yi Yang's ambition. His goal was to be independently strong, to fight for himself, to advance and retreat with his companions, and to look down on the world. To enjoy the life he fantasized about in his childhood, fighting together with Pikachu, with Dilu Beast, and many more of his favorite pets from various worlds. Boom! Yi Yang sped along, and soon arrived at the abandoned factory. Hundreds of trainees were already there. When they saw the fiery red supercar, they were instantly stunned. Wow. Farrelaf, what a cool sports car. Wow. So the little master is this rich? Is he a second-generation wealthy? So cool. It would be great to be friends with the little master. The trainees looked at Qin Yu with envy, and the girls looked at him with admiration. Ahem. Yang cleared his throat awkwardly and said, "Let's go in. Line up, and I'll start teaching you martial arts." Yes. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately went inside to line up. Although the venue was very simple and dirty, they didn't mind. As martial artists, they should not fear hardship, fatigue, or dirt. Many of you cannot cultivate spiritual energy. So today we'll have a theoretical class and some basic martial arts training. Yi Yang looked at his apprentices and began speaking, as he had naturally prepared for this. He calmly told them that many martial arts schools were scams. They couldn't teach them much real stuff, and those with innate poor physiques, waste bodies, could not cultivate energy, which was unsolvable. Don't be deceived. 1 hour for theory and psychology. The next hour would be for martial arts training. Yi Yang demonstrated on the spot, causing the trainees to scream and become infatuated, almost rushing up. And to the students over there, please don't shoot short videos like TikTok, otherwise I will expel you. After finishing a set of punches, Yi Yang turned around and saw several people filming him, and he said sternly, "Sorry, teacher, I'll delete it right away. It's just that you're too cool." A few people immediately deleted the video and then focused on studying. The 2-hour class quickly ended. It was all practical knowledge, much more useful than what they learned in the martial arts school in half a month. That's it for today. Go home, and we'll meet at the same time tomorrow, Yi Yang said loudly after the class ended. All right, thank you, little master. Everyone responded in unison, very happy. The little master really teaches well. It's all useful stuff. Yes, it's much more reliable than the martial arts school. That place is just a scam. We must cherish this month and learn well from the little master. After finishing the class, everyone was very satisfied with Yi Yang's teaching. They all walked out of the abandoned factory and got into their cars, all wealthy individuals, ready to leave. Virum! Hiss! Just then, a fleet of black vans stopped in front of them. Dozens of men in uniform got out of the vans. Leading them was a bald man, who was not very tall, but extremely arrogant. He approached and looked at Yi Yang and the others, saying, "Who allowed you to occupy this place? Did you get the consent of my double blade gang?" Chapter 58. Come on, all of you. This abandoned factory is under the jurisdiction of our double blade gang. Have you paid the fee? How dare you use it without permission? A group of people glared fiercely at Yi Yang and his companions. Their fierce demeanor was typical of ruthless thugs in society. Yi Yang's apprentices were frightened by the scene before them, feeling that their luck was terrible. Why do they always encounter bad people looking for trouble? Who's in charge here? The bald man scanned Yi Yang and the others, asking coldly. Yi Yang stepped forward without fear. I am. You? The bald man and his companion's eyes narrowed, all focusing on Yi Yang. Kid, are you kidding me? You're in charge? Anyone you pull out from behind you is older than you. What makes you qualify to be in charge? They laughed mockingly, clearly not believing that Yi Yang was the leader among 100 people. This place was also chosen by Yi Yang himself. Why should he? Yi Yang sneered disdainfully, clenched his fist, and let his spiritual energy surge out. Boom! The power of a battle master was displayed. Is this enough? Yi Yang looked at the bald man and asked. Battle master. The bald man was taken aback, clearly not expecting that Yi Yang was a battle master. This was completely inconsistent with Yi Yang's age. This talent was a bit outrageous. Who are you? The bald man's tone softened slightly as he looked at Yi Yang. A battle master wasn't he enough to scare them. But a battle master at this age was different. He might be a genius disciple from a big family, and provoking him could be fatal. Who I am has nothing to do with you, and this place has nothing to do with your double blade gang. Yi Yang looked at the bald man and said, The Federation restricts gang development. Do you want to collect protection fees? Kid, don't use the Federation to pressure me. This area is under the jurisdiction of our double blade gang. The bald man retorted angrily. If you want to use this land, pay the fee first, 1,000 yuan per day. I'll come to collect it on time, every day. Pay today's fee first. Hearing the bald man's words, Yi Yang scoffed. Huh, so you want to play the tyrant with me? Then come and try to see if you can take this 1,000 yuan from me. The bald man was immediately furious. You Are you looking for death? Do you know the power of our double blade gang in this area? Don't think that just because you're a battle master, we 1T dare to hit you. Our boss is a famous battle spirit master. Beating you is a matter of minutes. As the bald man finished speaking, his brothers behind him all pulled out steel pipes, ready to beat Yi-Yang. Clearly, they were a tyrannical gang, but Yi-Yang was not afraid. These scum exist in every era and are always deserving of a beating. You all step back. Wait until I deal with them before leaving. Yi-Yang turned to his apprentices and said, then his gaze fell back on the bald man and his group. Come on, all of you, don't waste my time, Yi-Yang said. Chow! Arrogant kid, I must kill you today. Beat him. A group of people heard Yi-Yang's provocative words and were immediately filled with rage, charging at Yi-Yang with steel pipes in hand. Yi-Yang smirked disdainfully and said, a bunch of ants. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, he swung his fists and feet, beating the group of bullies to screams. Chapter 59. Beat the bullies. The little master is impressive. As soon as Yi-Yang made his move, he took down 5 or 6 bullies. For him, this group of ordinary martial arts bullies was simply trash. The bald man watched this scene with a dark expression. He called someone, determined to take down this little brat no matter who he was today. The bald man was completely enraged. He didn't care who Yi-Yang was, whether he had any background or was a genius. He just wanted to fight. All right. A subordinate nodded and immediately took out his phone to make a call. Bang. At the same time, Yi-Yang kicked a man away, who collided with the caller, and both fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Chow! The bald man was even angrier when he saw this scene. A bunch of useless trash. He cursed loudly, channeling spiritual energy, and personally stepped in to deal with Yi-Yang. With a loud roar, spiritual energy of the same level as a warrior surged out of the bald man's body. However, he was merely a practitioner of Qi and not a spirit warrior. Arrogant kid, take my punch. The bald man shouted as he gathered his spiritual energy into a punch and smashed it toward Yi-Yang. Yi-Yang turned around with a cold smile, quickly punched, and dealt with the rushing subordinates nearby in one go. In the next second, he gripped with one hand and caught the bald man's punch. Crack! Then, Yi-Yang gently twisted the bald man's hand, producing a sound of bones breaking. The bald man let out a piercing scream. He collapsed in front of Yi-Yang in pain. The little master is so impressive. In just a few moves, he had taken care of these people, and it seemed like he hadn't even exerted himself. I like the little master more and more. Behind him, Yi-Yang's apprentices witnessed his strength once again, their faces filled with admiration and affection. When I was in society, you weren't even born yet, Yi-Yang coldly said, while holding the bald man's broken wrist. In terms of age, I could be your great-grandfather. Get lost. Bang. After saying that, Yi-Yang kicked the bald man, sending him flying 50 meters away. Damn it. Everyone always calls him kid. In terms of age, Yi-Yang was a full 5,000 years older than them. It's not an exaggeration to say he was the ancestor of humanity in this world. After all, he came from 5,000 years ago. Such disrespect. All right, let's go. Tomorrow we'll change the time to the afternoon to avoid trouble. After easily dealing with the group of bullies, Yi-Yang turned to his apprentices and said, Okay, little master. Everyone nodded in agreement, then gradually drove away. Yi-Yang didn't linger and got into his fiery red Ferrari, heading towards the city center. First, he took Pikachu and Dilliman out for a meal. These two little guys had gotten used to human food and had become increasingly picky. Now every meal had to come with milk tea. Expenses were gradually skyrocketing. Damn, I need to make money quickly. Yi-Yang couldn't help but complain after lunch. He then took Pikachu and Dilliman and drove towards the professional spirit warrior competition arena in Huayang City, ready to truly experience the world and complete the sign-in task. He was eager to become stronger, become a spirit warrior, and contract a third spirit pet. Only spirit warriors who reached the warrior level were qualified to be admitted to the North China Spirit Warrior University. Chapter 60. Promotion to Level 7 Battle Master. Battle Spirit Master Arena, Huayang City. Linlang Tian Battle Spirit Master Arena. Yi-Yang drove a fire-red, magical Lamborghini, performing a beautiful drift as he stopped at the entrance of the arena. Squeak! The sharp sound of brakes instantly attracted the attention of everyone around. Wow! Lamborghini. Who is so rich? This must be the first Lamborghini in Huayang City, right? Everyone looked in astonishment at the luxurious supercar parked at the entrance of the arena, filled with envy. In the next second, Yang opened the car door and stepped out. Under the gaze of many, he walked into the Linlang Tian Battle Master Arena. Bang bang. Come on. Linlang Tian Battle Master Arena. It is a professional competitive stage. Here, it's all about competition. Professionalism, the highest scale. Any battle spirit master would want to come here to hone their skills. Boom. The arena echoed with the sounds of intense battles. Yang walked in, gazing at the vast indoor area, a battlefield spanning thousands of acres, divided into two main arenas, Battle Master and Battle Spirit, matching by level, bringing their battle pets. They would fight on stage together. In the center, there is also a siege battle arena. One side defends, while all others attack. It is the most intense and lucrative place for battles. However, the siege battles are mixed PKs between Battle Masters and Battle Spirits. Yang was currently at level 6 as a Battle Master, clearly at a disadvantage in this scenario. Therefore, he chose the Battle Master Division Arena instead. Registration for the Battle Master Division, 20,000 yuan. Yang approached the registration counter and said directly, "Please conduct a level test." In front of the counter, a beautiful woman looked at Yang and said, "Then please put your hand in the aura level tester." Yang placed one hand on the aura level tester on the counter and activated his aura. At the same time, the virtual screen computer in front of the counter displayed a surge in combat power values and level changes. Battle Master, level 6. The four big characters appeared on the virtual screen. "How old are you?" the woman asked in shock after seeing Yi Yang's level. 16 years old. Is there a problem? Yi Yang replied. Hiss. Hearing Yi Yang's age, the woman gasped in surprise. A 16-year-old battle master at level 6. This talent is absolutely unmatched in Huayang City. This is your battle card. After a victory, you can choose to continue fighting up to 3 consecutive matches. The woman handed Yi Yang a numbered battle card. Thank you. Yi Yang took the battle card and then walked into the Battle Master Division arena. At this moment, several arenas were engaged in battles. He was at arena number 1, waiting for his turn to be announced. Taking advantage of this time, Yi Yang didn't want to waste it. He sat down cross-legged and began to meditate quietly. After all, time was pressing, and he had many things to do in a day, especially with the college entrance examination approaching. He needed to work harder. Boom! As Yi Yang sat down and formed a meditation seal, the surrounding aura surged wildly into his body. He was already at the peak of level 6 as a battle master. This meditation directly touched the threshold of a breakthrough. Wow, meditating here? Looks like he's about to break through. Such a young battle master? That genius? Many battle spirit masters around saw Yi Yang sitting there meditating, instantly showing expressions of astonishment. In no time, they watched in disbelief as Yi Yang successfully leveled up. Ding! Congratulations to the host Yi Yang for successfully breaking through to level 7 battle master. Chapter 61. Yi Yang makes his entrance, dazzling the audience hearing the system's voice. Yi Yang stopped his training. He let out a long breath, expelling a cloud of murky air. Standing up, he stretched his body, cracking his bones, feeling a wave of refreshment wash over him. Sign in. Immediately, Yi Yang commanded in his heart. A prompt sound indicating the start of the sign-in resounded in his mind. Ding! Sign-in begins, countdown 10 minutes. Next, the announcement in the Warrior Arena broadcasted the combatants for the upcoming match in Arena 1. Next match, Yi Yang. Arena 1, Level 6 Battle Spirit Master. Next match, Li Feng. Arena 1, Level 8 Battle Spirit Master. It's my turn. Yi Yang smiled excitedly, cracking his knuckles. Finally, it was his time. He had just broken through to level 7 in the Battle Master rank and was eager for a good fight. However, the combat power information reported for Yi Yang was from the previous combat level test. So when Yi Yang stepped onto the stage, it sparked a flurry of discussions. What the hell? Isn't he the one who just leveled up? I think he just broke through to level 7, right? Why is he reported as level 6? Damn, could it be that he leveled up right after the test? Wow, he still looks like a high school student. Does he really have such strong talent? At this moment, all eyes in the arena were focused on Yi Yang, astonished by his strength and talent. Just then, the broadcast announced again. In this match, a wager of 20,000 yuan. The winner can take home the prize after a 10 arena fee deduction. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, The entire arena erupted in surprise. A wager of 20,000 yuan? Isn't that a bit too much? Usually, the stakes in the arena are just a few hundred for PK matches. Occasionally, a wager of 1 or 2,000 is already considered quite good. This sudden jump to 20,000 is truly shocking. However, this also heightened everyone's excitement. This is also why the Lin Lang Tian Battle Spirit Master Professional Arena has always been popular among the crowd. Its transparent fees and thrilling stakes attract so many Battle Spirit Masters. Now, please both sides prepare and summon your battle pets. With the last words of the broadcast, Li Feng and Yi Yang simultaneously summoned their battle pets. Dazzling light instantly covered the entire arena. In terms of summoning skills, Yi Yang held a clear advantage. The next second, both sides' battle pets appeared in the arena. 3 mature forms and 1 growing form. Li Feng had 2 battle pets, a black sand scorpion and a flying bee. The arena buzzed with noise, somewhat annoying. Damn, the flying bee is so loud. There is also a growing form on the other side. It seems this battle has a significant disparity. Not necessarily. I feel those 2 cute-looking battle pets are a bit unusual. Outside the arena, the spectators began analyzing the combat power of the 4 summoned battle pets. Kid, you're pretty wealthy. Are you a rich second generation? After summoning his battle pets, Li Feng laughed when he saw Yi Yang's pet was a cute one. Guess what? Yi Yang smirked, playfully replying. I guess you can't do anything, just wasting time. Li Feng suddenly burst out cursing, full of aggression. Chapter 62. Easy Victory. Flying robot Yi Yang's expression darkened. This was truly infuriating. As you wish, he said indifferently, with spiritual energy surging. Spiritual energy amplification. Diru Beast, Cat Eye Light. The Diru Beast immediately stepped forward, its gaze locking onto Li Feng's 2 battle pets, the Black Sand Scorpion and the Sky Bee, one after the other. Upon seeing the glowing eyes of the Diru Beast, the 2 battle pets were instantly controlled. They then began to attack each other. Black Sand Scorpion, Sky Bee, stop. Li Feng's face changed when he saw his battle pets fighting each other, and he shouted loudly. However, his battle pets didn't listen to him at all, attacking each other madly. What is happening? That person's battle pets are actually fighting each other? I'm not sure, but it must be that cat or dog. Or the rabbit's battle pet has some special ability. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Around the battlefield, voices of surprise arose from the crowd. Everyone was confused about what was going on. Damn, are you playing dirty? Li Feng, seeing that his battle pets wouldn't listen to him, directed his anger at Yi Yang. Playing dirty? Just because you can't do it, you say that? Yi Yang sneered and said disdainfully, if you can't win, you can admit defeat. If you're not convinced, then fight. Fuck, I'm gonna beat you to death today. Li Feng shouted angrily, kicking off the ground. With a loud bang, his tall figure charged directly at Yi Yang. His spiritual energy surged, unleashing the full power of a level 8 battle master. Second grade battle technique, Wind Howl Fist. As soon as Li Feng made his move, it was a second grade battle technique. Naturally, a person who could put up 20,000 yuan for a PK battle was not a poor person. However, in front of Yi Yang, it was truly childish play. Third grade battle technique, Thunderbolt Fist. Yi Yang shouted in a low voice, clenched his fist, gathered spiritual energy, surrounded by lightning, and delivered a heavy punch to counter. Bang! The 2 fists collided, and the 2 battle techniques crashed together, producing a huge muffled sound. Then a scream was heard. Li Feng was sent flying by Yi Yang's punch. With a loud thud, he landed outside the arena. The hand that had countered Yi Yang's punch was completely broken. Hiss! The entire venue gasped in shock. Everyone looked at Yi Yang, who had knocked Li Feng out of the arena with a single punch, with astonished expressions. They clearly didn't expect a level 7 battle master to easily defeat a level 8 battle master. Immediately after, Yi Yang moved. With his footwork skill, he instantly appeared in front of the 2 battle pets that were still fighting each other. With 1 punch and 1 kick, he sent the 2 battle pets flying out of the arena with 2 loud bangs. He effortlessly achieved victory. The competition ended. The winner was Yi Yang. The announcement of Yi Yang's victory immediately echoed through the arena. The crowd was astonished, clearly not expecting this battle, with a wager of 20,000 yuan, to end so quickly. Yet Yi Yang was not surprised at all. With such opponents, even 10 more would be easily defeated. The god of war training body combined with a divine-level spiritual pet. Was that a joke? Whoosh. Just after the victory announcement, a flying robot appeared in front of Yi Yang. Please choose. Continue fighting or claim your prize. A mechanical voice entered Yi Yang's ears, and a virtual screen displayed that Yi Yang could claim a total of 38,000 yuan, including his principal. Chapter 63. 3 consecutive victories unmatchable. Continue fighting. Without a second thought, Yi Yang said directly. The flying robot received the command and immediately took off into the sky. Contesting Yi Yang, choice. Continue fighting. The second match. Competitive battle begins. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A huge virtual screen flashed with the names of registered opponents. After several rounds, it finally stopped. Second match, Xiao Fei. Level 6 Battle Master. Please proceed to stage 1 quickly. Upon hearing his name called, Xiao Fei was instantly speechless. He had bet 2,000 yuan, intending to make some profit, but unexpectedly encountered a skilled opponent. Choosing to continue fighting, he matched up against him. Simply the worst luck. Sigh. What bad luck. Xiao Fei climbed onto the competition stage with little energy, completely lacking the will to fight. Continuous battles are similar to duels, but the core is entirely different. A maximum of 3 consecutive battles is allowed, and each time, you can only earn the amount wagered by your opponent. Similarly, if you lose, you cannot continue fighting. Whatever amount your opponent wagered, you lose that much, and the remaining can be collected back. Unlike dueling, the starting bet for a duel is 10,000 yuan. The duelist must also pay 10,000 yuan. Those who successfully defend their title for 10 rounds, or until no one dares to challenge, can collect all the money earned, minus 20% of the total amount. A single duel can earn the winner at least nearly 100,000, and the initial capital required is only 10,000. It can be considered a huge profit, but those who can play are all at the spirit battle level. In the second match, Yi Yang versus Xiao Fei, the battle begins. As soon as Xiao Fei stood on the stage, the broadcast urged both to fight. After all, many others were waiting behind. The other stages were also in full swing. Cough, cough. That brother, I admit defeat. Can you return half of my capital if you win? Xiao Fei looked at Yi Yang, awkwardly coughing, and said, Damn, so pathetic. Seriously, does this kid have no ambition? A real man shouldn't be so timid. Come on, fight. What is admitting defeat? On the sidelines, the crowd heard Xiao Fei's words and immediately became displeased. A group of people raised their voices, cheering and stirring things up. Xiao Fei felt extremely awkward, as he indeed lost face. As his opponent, Yi Yang stood in front of him, feeling deeply embarrassed. Cough, cough. I think you should just fight. He coughed again and spoke to Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei, helpless, with spiritual energy surging, couldn't be bothered to summon his battle pet and directly unleashed his strongest attack towards Yi Yang. Seeing that Xiao Fei was self-aware, Yi Yang didn't hold back too much and push him off the stage with a palm, securing victory in the second match. Thank you, brother, for going easy on me. After getting off the stage, Xiao Fei said gratefully to Yi Yang. Yi Yang smiled, then watched as the flying robot flew over again. He once again chose to continue fighting. In the third match, the betting amount was 3,000 yuan. The strength was decent, but still, Yi Yang easily overwhelmed him. 3 consecutive victories shocked the entire audience. Damn, this kid is really impressive. So young and already so strong, extraordinary achievements await him in the future. Unmatchable, unmatchable. After watching Yi Yang win 3 matches in a row, the audience expressed their admiration. The total time for these 3 matches was less than 10 minutes. It wasn't until Yi Yang stepped off the stage that he heard the notification sound of the task completion from the sign-in system in his mind. Chapter 64. You Can't Afford It, the Federation's Invitation Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the sign-in task. Reward: 1 volume of 5th grade combat skills. Reward: 1 second tier Thunder Spirit Pill. With the rewards in hand and a winning streak in PK, Yi Yang collected all the money he had won and happily left the Spirit Warrior professional arena with over 20,000 yuan in earnings. However, before he left, he received an invitation from the Linling Heavenly Master Team, asking him to guard the Spirit Master level subregion arena, which Yi Yang declined. Outside the Linling Heavenly Professional Spirit Master arena, Many people were holding various priced super smartphone licenses, naturally taking photos of the supercar, the Ferrari. Yi Yang was speechless. It was just a supercar. Was it really necessary? Many people took their pictures and left soon after. But one boy was on a video call with his online girlfriend. See, this is the new car my dad just bought for me, a Ferrari worth over 20 million. My dad told me to drive it to school. He was too lazy to pick me up. Sigh, what a tough life. The boy sighed dramatically, trying to show off. However, it worked well. His online girlfriend liked it. Ching Ching, I really want to see you. After I graduate, can I take a flight to find you? Then we can. Just as the boy was leaning on the Ferrari, chatting excitedly, the sound of the supercar unlocking echoed. Then the butterfly-style doors slowly opened as Yi Yang remotely started the engine. Your car door is open, the boy's online girlfriend exclaimed. Huh? The boy was taken aback and turned to see that the car door was indeed open. It's nothing. I accidentally pressed the remote key, he quickly explained. The next moment, Yi Yang walked over and saw, damn, it's Yang Shuai, my classmate from Xinguang High School. He was the most narcissistic guy in class, who loved to show off his wealth. Once, Yi Yang was the poorest in school, and this guy flaunted his riches in front of him every day, which made Yi Yang feel genuinely disgusted. Yi Yang, what are you doing here? Xiang Shuai noticed Yi Yang and looked at him in surprise. I was about to ask you what you were doing here, Yi Yang replied with a smile. Can't you see? I'm chatting with my girlfriend, Xiang Shuai said smugly. And this Ferrari of mine, worth over 20 million, my dad just bought it for me. Don't get too close. You can't afford to pay for any scratches. Yi Yang felt embarrassed. He was really impressed. It was the first time he had seen someone boast so much. What a talent. The owner was standing right in front of him, and he still dared to say that the car was bought by his dad? It was just funny to think about. Why aren't you leaving yet? I know you're strong now, and I can't beat you, but I'm still richer than you. Xiang Shuai looked at Yi Yang with a hint of disdain. Richer than me? Yi Yang smiled and pulled out the key to the Ferrari, waving it in front of Xiang Shuai. Do you recognize this? Of course, it's the key to a Ferrari. Who wouldn't know? Xiang Shuai instinctively replied. But just after he finished speaking, his face froze. He suddenly realized, looking at Yi Yang in shock, this car is yours? Yes. Yi Yang nodded and said, get lost. Don't scratch my car. You can't afford it. Xiang Shuai was left speechless, looking at Yi Yang in disbelief. He never expected that such an expensive supercar would actually belong to Yi Yang. Under Xiang Shuai's astonished gaze, Yi Yang got into the Ferrari, closed the door, opened the convertible roof, and looked at Xiang Shuai. You should ask your dad to buy you one next time. After saying that, he pressed the accelerator. Boom! The deep roar of the engine exploded down the street. The Ferrari was driven away by Yi Yang under Xiang Shuai's dumbfounded expression. After a long time, Xiang Shuai came back to his senses. How did he become so rich? He asked himself in confusion. Hey, you big liar. Didn't you say the car was bought by your dad? Is that your dad? Liar. I'm not talking to you anymore. Slap. After saying that, Xiang Shuai's online girlfriend directly hung up the phone and ignored him. Xiang Shuai didn't even have time to explain, feeling a deep sense of frustration. Why do you have to show off like this? He must have been slapped hard in the face by Yi Yang now, right? Boom. Yi Yang drove the supercar, feeling great. Your dream, my dream. Suddenly, his phone rang. Answering the call, Yi Yang directly connected to a voice from a middle-aged man. Hello, Yi Yang. I am Yi, the captain of the Federation's 87th team. Do you have time now? Our leader wants to invite you to the Federation. We haven't properly thank you for your help last time. According to the rules, we also have to reward you. Hearing the words on the phone, Yi Yang thought for a moment and replied, I have time. Where should we meet? At the Federation. Where are you now? I'll send someone to pick you up, Yi said. No need, I'm driving. I'll go there myself, Yi Yang said, hanging up the phone. He then pressed down on the gas pedal, turning the steering wheel and pulling the brakes. Whoosh! At the intersection, Yi Yang elegantly drifted the Ferrari, producing a screeching sound as the tires rubbed against the ground. Boom! He then accelerated sharply. The Ferrari surged forward like a red beast. In just a few minutes, Yi Yang arrived at the highest power center of Huayang City, the Federation's Huayang City branch headquarters. As soon as he got out of the car, the captain of the 87th team, Yi, came forward to greet him. Yi Yang, thank you for making this trip. Please follow me. Yi politely smiled at Yi Yang. You're too polite. Yi Yang smiled back and followed Yi He into the Federation branch headquarters. The magnificent building was grand and imposing. The aura of spiritual energy was evident, clearly a creation of strong individuals. The facilities everywhere exuded a high-tech atmosphere. Today, Yi Yang was truly experiencing something new. Under Yi He's guidance, he arrived at the most luxurious guest reception room in the Huayang City branch headquarters. At that moment, the minister of the Huayang City branch, Zheng Xiao, was already waiting for Yi Yang inside. As soon as Yi Yang walked in, he was greeted warmly. "Hello, Yi Yang. I am Zheng Xiao, the minister of the Huayang City branch. It's nice to meet you." Zheng Xiao extended his hand and said kindly, "Hello." Yi Yang shook hands with him and directly said, "If there is something, just say it. But let me clarify, I don't know much about sorcerers, and I've given you all the information I have." "Of course we know that. The reason we invited you, Yi Yang, is to express our gratitude." Zheng Xiao smiled. Chapter 65. Reward of 100,000. The best training ground as the highest authority in Huayang City, comparable to a mayor from the old era. There was no sign of official heirs in front of Yi Yang at this moment. This was because Yi Yang had provided the Federation with very important intelligence and had killed a sorcerer. "Xiao He, bring up Yi Yang's reward," Zheng Xiao commanded. And Yi He immediately presented the reward to Yi Yang. Outstanding citizen bonus, 100,000 yuan. Considering your safety, we will not publicize this or issue a certificate. The bonus will be given directly. "I hope you can understand, Yi Yang," Zheng Xiao said. "That's exactly what I want." Yi Yang smiled and replied. He didn't want this matter to be made public, causing a commotion throughout the city and attracting a bunch of sorcerers seeking revenge. This result was already the best. At least, everything he had done was not in vain. "Yi Yang, do you have any other requests? Feel free to tell me, and I will try my best to accommodate you," Zheng Xiao asked after the bonus was issued. The fact that Yi Yang could kill a sorcerer showed his strength. The Federation was placing great importance on him, hoping to cultivate him into an elite in the spirit warrior community. Hearing Zheng Xiao's words, Yi Yang didn't hold back. As long as he didn't join the Federation and was on call, anything could be discussed. Besides, he had indeed made a contribution by killing a sorcerer. Having a few requests wasn't too much, right? After thinking for a moment, Yi Yang said, "I would like to use the Federation's specialized training ground. The college entrance examination is coming up soon, and I need to reach the Spirit Warrior level as quickly as possible." Spirit Warrior level? Zheng Xiao and Yi He were taken aback. The Spirit Warrior level was capable of contracting 3 spirit pets simultaneously and could unleash spirit techniques. Yi Yang was only 16 years old and wanted to break through to the Spirit Warrior level. Even the world's top geniuses typically had to be at least 18 to attempt such a feat. "Yi Yang, you're only 16 and want to challenge the Spirit Warrior level?" Zheng Xiao looked at Yi Yang in shock. "This has nothing to do with age. I'm already at level 7 of the warrior rank. With less than 2 months until the exam, I must seize the time," Yi Yang replied. "You've already reached level 7 of the warrior rank?" Zheng Xiao and Yi He were once again surprised. This was significantly higher than their intelligence reports. No wonder he could kill a first-level sorcerer. Sorcerers were divided into 9 levels, from 1 to 9. The higher the level, the stronger the power. "I just broke through today," Yi Yang said. "Wow." Zheng Xiao and Yi He couldn't help but gasp, hardly able to imagine how strong Yi Yang's talent was. "Yi Yang, the Federation needs talents like you. Would you be interested in joining the Federation? I can provide you with the best resources in the entire city and guarantee you admission to a key university." Zheng Xiao, after a moment of astonishment, personally invited Yi Yang to join the Federation. "Thank you for your kindness, Minister Zheng, but I currently have no plans to join the Federation," Yi Yang replied calmly. Zheng Xiao felt a bit disappointed, but was not in a hurry. He smiled and said, "All right, I respect your decision. You can use the training ground freely. All your accommodation and meals will be covered by the Federation. You can focus on your training here. Thank you." Subsequently, Yi Yang, guided by Yi He, arrived at the Federation's professional training ground. The venue was vast, covering over 10,000 acres. There were outdoor and indoor facilities with all kinds of advanced equipment available. It was definitely the best training ground in Huayang City. Chapter 66. Intense training, spirit pets doing push UPS. Yi Yang, this is our Federation's training ground. You can use it freely. If you have any needs, feel free to mention them. I've already instructed them. after bringing Yi Yang to the training ground. Yi said, I wish you a quick breakthrough to the battle spirit level. All right, thank you. Yi Yang nodded. He then began his self-training, while he went off to attend to his official duties. Divine Summoning Technique. Whoosh! A dazzling light burst forth from the Federation training ground. Yi Yang summoned Pikachu and Dilula Beast, preparing for training and leveling up. At this moment, there were many battle spirit masters in the training ground, engaged in various training projects under the supervision and guidance of instructors. However, Yi Yang had a lot of freedom. He was just using this training ground, and how he trained was entirely his business. Pikachu, Dilula Beast, next we're going to undergo brutal training. To become stronger, let's work hard together. Yi Yang said to Pikachu and Dilula Beast. Pika, Pikachu and Dilula Beast both nodded, looking determined. Then, the training began. Yi Yang led Pikachu and Dilula Beast to run out, going through one project after another. The entire field was surrounded by a circle. An ordinary battle spirit master would take 5 to 6 minutes to complete a lap of projects, but Yi Yang completed it in just 3 minutes for the first time. His spirit pets, Pikachu and Dilula Beast, did not lag behind at all. Do 1,000 push-ups with me. After finishing a lap of projects, Yi Yang was already drenched in sweat, but he did not stop and started doing 1,000 push-ups. Pikachu and Dilula Beast also kept going, doing push-ups alongside Yi Yang. Look, spirit pets are doing push-ups. Wow, amazing. Their stamina is impressive. For their small size, 2 in a second is not bad. In just a few dozen seconds, Yi Yang and his spirit pets attracted the attention of the surrounding battle spirit masters in the training ground. Everyone turned their gaze over and gradually gathered around. Seeing that Yi Yang's spirit pets were actually doing human training exercises, everyone felt it was incredible and unusual. However, Yi Yang thought it was very normal. If they couldn't even do push-ups, could they still be called divine spirit pets? In less than 10 minutes, the 1,000 push-ups were completed. Rest for 2 minutes. 1,000 sit-ups, let's go. Yi Yang immediately began abdominal training, completely entering a mode of intense training. He continued physical training until dark. In the Federation VIP resting area, Yi Yang, along with Pikachu and Dilula Beast, took a shower and changed into clean clothes. Feeling much more comfortable. Pika. Pikachu complained of hunger. Half a day's training had exhausted him. Let's go eat. Yi Yang smiled, and then took his 2 spirit pets to eat. After finishing their meal, they returned to their room to rest. However, Yi Yang did not sleep. He sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate his spiritual energy. The night passed just like that. The next morning, after breakfast, Yi Yang brought Pikachu and Dilula Beast to the internal battle arena of the Federation. Inside the battle arena, many battle spirit masters were engaged in combat training, creating a lively atmosphere. Yi Yang came here, of course, for combat and to improve his strength. Are you that special VIP? You still look like a student. Just as Yi Yang walked into the Federation battle arena, a man around 25 years old blocked his way and said, Are you someone with connections? Did you come in through the back door? Chapter 67. A chance to challenge me. The man wore a look of disdain on his face, clearly mocking Yi Yang. Yi Yang ignored him and walked past. Hey, pretty arrogant. How about a fight? But the man had no intention of letting Yi Yang off that easily. He took 2 steps forward, provocatively saying, You scared? Don't worry, I won't bully you. My name is Wei Er. Just call me Easygoing. I'll protect you from now on. Yi Yang paused, looked at the man in front of him, and spat out 2 words, Airby. After saying that, he stepped towards the fighting arena again. Wei Er stood there, taking a moment to react. Hey, kid, who are you calling Airby? Looking for a fight? Wei Er chased after him, blocking Yi Yang's path with an angry expression. Get out of the way, Yi Yang said coldly. What did you say? Wei Er's face darkened. You dare tell me to get out of the way? You want to get beaten up, huh? Let's fight. Bang. Yi Yang punched Wei Er squarely in the nose, producing a muffled sound. Ah! Wei Er cried out in pain, covering his bleeding nose. How dare you hit me? I'll make you lie down and leave. Fury surged within Wei Er as he roared at Yi Yang. Yi Yang sneered, lightly stepping and jumping onto the fighting arena's platform. Turning back to Wei Er, he said, Come on, I'll give you a chance to challenge me. Just want to practice. The onlookers all turned their gazes toward the arrogant Yi Yang on the platform. They looked at Wei Er, who was bleeding from the nose after being punched, and couldn't help but jeer. Come on, Wei Er, don't be a coward. He's just a student. If you can endure this, you don't belong in our Federation's Battle Spirit Master Training Squad. Ha! Hearing the mocking voices around him, Wei Er felt even more annoyed. He flipped over and jumped onto the fighting arena's platform, his eyes fixed on Yi Yang with a murderous intent. As one of the more outstanding members of this year's Federation Battle Spirit Master Training Squad, how could he tolerate such humiliation? Every year, the Federation recruits a group of Battle Spirit Masters for training, most of whom are above the Battle Master level. Once in the Federation, everyone is proud and looks down on ordinary people. Upon hearing that a VIP had arrived in the Federation and to avoid causing trouble, many who thought they had some strength and talent naturally wanted to test the waters. This punch, I will return to you 100-fold, beating you until you beg for mercy, Wei Er said to Yi Yang with a fierce look. Everyone can talk tough, but it depends on whether you have strength. Yi Yang scoffed. Are we using battle pets or doing a one-on-one? To hit you, I don't even need my battle pet. Wei Er sneered, pushing off the ground, his spirit energy surging as he charged at Yi Yang. The power of a battle master at level 7 was actually on par with Yi Yang. However, there was still a considerable gap in strength. Yi Yang saw Wei Er rushing towards him and couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. Arrogance requires capital, and this guy in front of him was clearly over the top. Then let us end this, Yi Yang said lightly, clenching his fist, spirit energy swirling around him as he threw a punch at Wei Er. With a loud bang, Yi Yang's heavy fist landed on Wei Er's face, sending him flying. Chapter 68, Everyone Present, is a rookie bang. Immediately, Wei Er crashed to the ground, not even letting out a scream, completely unconscious. Wow! The entire venue was instantly in an uproar. Everyone looked at Yi Yang on the stage with shock on their faces. They never expected that Yi Yang could take down Wei Er with just one punch. They were all prepared to watch a good show. But the result was too unexpected. One punch and it's over. This guy is amazing, knocking out Wei Er with a single punch. His contracted battle pet must be impressive too, right? Why don't you go up and see if he can summon his battle pet? No, let's forget it. I'm afraid I can't win. In the fighting arena, everyone who saw Yi Yang defeat Wei Er with one punch had expressions of astonishment on their faces. They looked at Yi Yang standing on the stage, glancing around as if searching for an opponent. Many people subtly shrank their necks, not daring to make eye contact with Yi Yang. Ahem. Isn't this a fighting arena? Is there anyone who wants to come up and spar? Yi Yang looked at the crowd and asked, Brother, you just knocked down Wei Er, who is among the top 30 trainees. How many people would dare to fight you? Yeah. Can you tell us your name, brother? When did Huayang City produce such a great genius? We had no idea at all. Upon hearing Yi Yang's words, everyone expressed their reluctance to step onto the stage. Yi Yang was speechless. He didn't expect that this group of battle spirit masters in training would be even worse than those in the arena. It really worried him about the future of the Federation. But Yi Yang came here to practice PK and improve his strength. It wouldn't he do if no one fought him? So, Yi Yang thought of a way and said to everyone, if you want to know my name, come up here, and if you can beat me, I'll tell you. Forget it, brother. You're not a beauty. We don't necessarily need to know your name. Just, Yi Yang sneered. So you guys are trash. Everyone present is a rookie. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue became agitated. Everyone who heard Yi Yang's words was filled with displeasure. Although Yi Yang's strength was indeed impressive, there was no need to be so arrogant and look down on others. Hey, little brother, don't be too arrogant. We're not fighting you because we don't want to bully you. After all, you're still a student. Exactly. Don't think that just because you have a bit of talent, you can look down on everyone. After all, we are all going to serve the Federation in the future. Yi Yang's words ignited everyone's anger, and a group of people looked at Yi Yang with displeasure. And this was exactly the result Yi Yang wanted. He just wanted to fight, nothing else. With your cowardly demeanor, you still want to serve the Federation? Yi Yang sneered and said, I think you might as well go home and farm. The Federation doesn't need cowards. Damn, what are you saying? I'm going to fight? You're so arrogant. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Below the fighting arena, everyone could no longer tolerate it and aggressively climbed towards the stage. Yi Yang smiled with satisfaction, a look of disdain on his face. Come on, do you want to come to me all at once or take turns? It's up to you. Today I'll fight you to the end. Divine summoning technique. Wow. As he finished speaking, Yi Yang formed hand seals. and the dazzling light of the divine summoning technique illuminated the entire venue. Chapter 69. Little King of Hell, Yi Yang in an instant. Pikachu and Diru Beast appear beside Yi Yang. The meaning was clear. Today, regardless of whether these people wanted to battle with their pets or with their own bodies, Yi Yang was ready to accompany them to the end. Everyone was stunned. They had seen arrogance before, but never this level of arrogance. Originally, they thought Yi Yang would be intimidated by their imposing presence. Unexpectedly, Yi Yang showed no fear at all. He directly summoned his battle pets to confront them, making a bold statement. Moreover, Yi Yang's battle pets made these veteran battle spirit masters feel a bit uneasy. This kid is not simple. At this age, he's already at the battle master level, not weaker than us. Maybe we should just let it go? Damn, can we really tolerate this? Let us all go together. I don't believe this kid can defy the heavens. Several defiant battle spirit masters immediately climbed onto the stage, summoned their battle pets, and prepared to battle Yi Yang. On the limited stage, nearly 20 battle pets and 7 or 8 people were ready. Just go for it. Use your strongest moves. If I take a step back, it counts as my loss, Yi Yang said, looking at his opponents. Let us go. Get him. In front of him, 7 people and 14 battle pets simultaneously unleashed their moves, attacking Yi Yang and his pets. Pikachu, let's do it. At Yi Yang's command, Pikachu was enveloped in a surge of electricity, sprinting out at high speed, unleashing a thunderbolt to clear the field. Damn. The entire arena was in shock. Everyone watching the scene on the stage was utterly stunned. Yi Yang's opponents had just finished gathering their ultimate moves before they could fully unleash them. Pikachu had already taken him down in one go. This is unbelievably fierce. Stop staring next. Yi Yang broke the silence in the arena. He was not surprised at all. The title of Pikachu God was not just for show. Besides, Pikachu had undergone some enhancements in training, and its strength had improved. More importantly, Yi Yang felt that the influence of the bloodline power from Pikachu and Diru Beast was gradually starting to manifest. Hearing Yi Yang's words, the people below the stage looked at each other, but dared not step up to fight him. It took another round of provocation from Yi Yang before someone finally went on stage. But the result was still disastrous. They were either electrocuted by Pikachu, beaten by Diru Beast, or smashed by Yi Yang. In any case, they were just there to take a beating. Even those ranked in the top 10 of the training results couldn't last more than 3 moves. This made the group of newcomers, who had just been selected into the Federation and had trained hard for a month, instantly question their lives. Next, Yi Yang shouted after defeating his opponent again. Below the stage, no one dared to go up anymore. They knew that going up meant getting beaten. It was better to stay down. Seeing that no one was coming up again, Yi Yang resorted to his old tricks and began to provoke them. You guys are no good. Are you all useless? Hey, you over there, Shorty, what are you afraid of? A coward? And you guys, are you just here to eat? So timid? Come up and battle. Don't be scared. Yi Yang's insults and provocations fell on deaf ears this time. The battle spirit masters below the stage listened to Yi Yang's words without getting angry. They looked at Yi Yang seriously and said, Bro, little king of hell, even if you insult our ancestors for 18 generations today, we still want to go up to fight you. Exactly. Whoever goes up is a fool. I don't want to get beaten. Chapter 70, We Are Just Kids. Combat Skill Repository Spare Us. We're just kids. Big guy, go find a formal member of the Federation to fight. Yi Yang was momentarily speechless, not knowing what to say. After a while, he took Pikachu and Dilliman and stepped down from the arena. I'll come find you next time. Train hard to improve your strength. No, young master. Next time go find a formal member of the Federation. We can't beat you. Yes, yes. In front of you. We are just kids. Please care for the children. Get lost. Yi Yang cursed lightly and then walked out of the fighting arena with Pikachu and Dilliman. Damn, a bunch of thick-skinned and scrupulous guys. They can say they're just kids. Damn. Ding. A brand new check-in task has been issued. Please check in at the Federation Combat Skill Repository for 10 minutes. Just as Yi Yang walked out of the fighting arena, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Yi Yang was taken aback. The Federation Combat Skill Repository? How the hell do I get in there? Are you kidding me? As the place with the highest power and the most combat spirit masters in the city, the Combat Skill Repository is not something an ordinary person can enter. Although Yi Yang had made contributions, and provided extremely important intelligence to the Federation. He ultimately did not belong to the Federation. The chances of getting into the combat skill repository are not very high. Let's go take a look. Eong thought for a moment and then asked a few people. Ordinary combat spirit master members had no idea where the combat skill repository was. This shows how important this place is. With no other options, Eong could only call Yi in a corridor of a building. Yi received the call and immediately came to find Eong. Eong, what do you need me for? Ahem, it's like this. I want to go to your combat skill repository, but I don't know where it is. Eong awkwardly coughed and asked, the combat skill repository? Yi's expression stiffened as he looked at Eong. Do you want to learn combat skills? The combat skills within the Federation are only open internally, I'm afraid. If it's not possible, then forget it, Eong said. No, you are different. Let me ask Minister Zheng. If he approves, it will be fine. Then Yi made a call to consult his superior. Eong felt a bit anxious. The system's check-in task was very important to him. He had to complete it. Moments later, Yi hung up the phone, walked up to Eong, and smiled. Come with me. Minister Zheng agreed to let you in. However, you can only choose 2 types of combat skills. You can only learn them, not take them out. Thank you. Hearing Yi's words, Eong smiled and said he wasn't really interested in the Federation's combat skills. He just wanted to complete the check-in task. After all, combat skills are rare, even within the Federation. High-grade combat skills are not too many. Although Huayang City is relatively wealthy and has a considerable number of combat spirit masters, the highest level combat skills definitely do not exceed the 5th rank. Soon, Yi took Eong to the Federation's combat skill repository. Along the way, there were numerous checkpoints and tight security, showing how important this place is. This is it. You can go in. I'll wait for you outside. You have half an hour. Yi instructed someone to open the combat skill repository and said to Eong. Okay. Eong nodded and immediately stepped inside. The place was brightly lit with astonishing technology, and rolls of combat skills floated in midair, from low to high. Check-in, he commanded in his heart, and the check-in task immediately began. Chapter 71, Pikachu's Uniqueness, Breaking Through to Battle Spirit Ding. Countdown for sign-in, 10 minutes. As the system's voice fell, Eong began to select battle techniques in the Federation's battle technique storage. Since he had the opportunity to come in, he definitely wanted to choose 2 types. He went straight to the highest grade area, the 3rd grade zone. Techniques above the 3rd grade were obviously not here. Eong picked 2 types and immediately started reading them. 10 minutes passed quietly. Ding! Congratulations to host Eong for successfully signing in, receiving a reward. 1 limited copying opportunity from the system, capable of copying any text-related items. Hearing the system's prompt, Eong was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect such a reward. After a brief thought, he suddenly thought of an easy way to make money, to copy all the battle techniques here. Eong said to himself. The next moment, the system's completion prompt sounded. Ding! Copying started. Ding! Copy successful. Limited copying completed. Congratulations to the host for copying 300 volumes of battle techniques. Zodum fussed. Eong couldn't help but curse. Then, without further delay, he walked out of the battle technique storage. Did you choose already? Yi looked at Eong, who came out in just 10 minutes, with a face full of astonishment. Yeah. Eong nodded and said, there aren't any battle techniques suitable for me at the moment. All right. Yi was somewhat surprised. Usually, people wouldn't want to leave. Eong came out so quickly. Did he not look favorably upon the techniques inside? However, he didn't know that Eong had directly copied 300 volumes of battle techniques and could train however he wanted in the future. Nevertheless, all were within the 3rd grade. And Eong wasn't particularly interested. After all, he could easily obtain higher grade battle techniques. With the task completed, Eong naturally immersed himself in cultivation again. With the Federation's professional training ground, Yang's strength improved rapidly. Besides completing the daily sign-in tasks, eating, drinking, and sleeping, raising spirit pets, he spent almost all his remaining time cultivating. The Spirit Pet Cultivation Guide had also been fully read by Eong. More than a month passed quickly like this. During this month, Yang's strength made a leap forward. Pikachu had also upgraded to Growth Level 9. Dilliman reached Maturity Level 3. Although Dilliman's upgrade speed was very fast, in terms of strength, Pikachu was not at all weaker than Dilliman. Moreover, Yeong discovered that when Pikachu leveled up, it was equivalent to other spirit pets leveling up by a whole rank. Now Pikachu could easily take on matured spirit pets at level 9. However, Pikachu was also facing a key issue: evolution. As Yi Yang's first divine pet, Pikachu's evolution was not easy. Huff! After another round of cultivation, Yi Yang let out a long breath. He clenched his fist. The power of level 1 battle spirit excited him immensely. It was time to contract the third spirit pet. Yi Yang stood up and said to himself, after rigorous training, he had now become a battle spirit level battle master, fully meeting the conditions to contract his third spirit pet. Ding! A new sign-in task has been issued. Please have the host sign in for 20 minutes at the volcano in the wild area south of Huayang City within 72 hours. Just as Yang was about to leave the Federation, the prompt sound of the divine level multiverse sign-in system echoed in his mind. Chapter 72. Obtaining a large number of spiritual pills volcano? Yang frowned. It wasn't a safe place at all. However, he knew that the more dangerous and longer the sign-in task, the more abundant the rewards would be. Therefore, Yang would never shy away from it. After bidding farewell to Minister Zheng of the Federal Night River, he drove off in his Ferrari, leaving the federal headquarters. For over a month, Yang had been devoted to his cultivation, and it was time for him to go out for a walk. During this period, the federal government had eliminated all the sorcerers threatening Huayang City, thanks to the important intelligence provided by Yi Yang. But how many more sorcerers were lurking in the shadows? Boom! On the streets of Huayang City, Yi Yang sped through in his fiery red Ferrari. Suddenly, the phone rang. Hello. Yi Yang answered the call. Hello. Is this Mr. Yi Yang? A polite male voice inquired on the other end. Yes, who is this? Yi Yang responded. I am a courier from Shunfei Express. You have a package that needs to be signed for. Could you please come out to sign for it? The voice continued. A package? Yi Yang frowned. I didn't order anything online. Please hold on for a moment. Okay. Click. Hanging up the phone, Yi Yang suddenly accelerated. Boom. Whoosh. His astonishing driving skills echoed through the streets. Drifting through turns and accelerating in a straight line, he completed a journey that would normally take over 10 minutes in just 3 minutes. Whoosh. Finally, with a dazzling drift, he parked the car at the entrance of the Bay Villa community. The butterfly-style doors opened, and the handsome Yi Yang stepped out of the car. The security guard hurriedly opened the gate for him, welcoming him in. However, Yi Yang had no intention of going inside. He was there to pick up the package. Package delivery. Yi Yang called out to the courier. Huh? The courier was taken aback, clearly not expecting the person driving the flashy supercar to be Yi Yang. He stood there dumbfounded, staring at the Bay community. After signing for the package, Yi Yang opened it and was stunned. Spiritual pills? Inside the package was a delicate bottle mixed in with other items. Inside the bottle were spiritual pills for spiritual beasts, with a quantity reaching dozens. Moreover, they were all of second-tier quality. This was worth over $1 million. Can you tell me who sent this? Yi Yang asked the courier, who was about to leave. I'm sorry, I don't know. I'm just a courier. The courier replied apologetically with a smile. All right, thank you. Yi Yang nodded in disappointment and then stored all the spiritual pills into his personal space. He was very curious about who was sending him these items. First a car, now spiritual pills? What a rich person. What were they up to? Moreover, not many people knew his phone number. This person's influence must be considerable. Sigh. Forget it. Let's look for a third spiritual pet first. Yi Yang exhaled deeply, pushing aside the speculations and thoughts in his mind. He then drove off in his Ferrari, leaving once again. The security guard was left bewildered, having opened the gate expecting Yang to enter, only to see him speed away. At the boundary gate of the southern district of Huayang City, Yi Yang parked the car aside and prepared to go out to sign in. Chapter 73. The bluster has burst due to the sorcerer's influence. The barrier defense of Huayang City was sealed for a month, prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting. Now that it has just been lifted, the battle spirit masters in the city are all rushing out to replenish supplies. Wow, there are really a lot of people. Yi Yang looked at the long queue of people leaving the city, feeling a bit helpless. After a while, Yi Yang showed his ID and finally exited the urban area of Huayang City. He didn't linger at all and headed straight for the volcano in the southern wild area. With the danger eliminated, there were many more battle spirit masters leaving the city. Unlike the last time Yang went out, when it was hard to meet anyone on the way, this time there were plenty of battle spirit masters outside the city. Form teams, form teams. As soon as Yang stepped out of the outer barrier defense, he heard shouts calling for team formation. Going out to the wild area in teams is a common practice, aimed at maximizing safety and mutual assistance. Yang casually joined a team. They gathered 10 people and then set off. The leader was a man about 25 years old, who walked at the front, talking as he went. The wild area is very dangerous. This time our goal is to approach the volcano, where there are some naturally occurring medicinal materials. If we encounter danger, don't panic. On the way, the man chattered on, talking a lot of nonsense. But what left Yang speechless was that some newbies were actually idolizing him. 2 hours later, in the depths of the wild area forest, near the volcano, the temperature noticeably rose. However, the heavy atmosphere inside was also particularly evident. I have a bad feeling, a man said nervously. Don't scare yourself, hurry up, pick the medicinal materials, and go back. As long as we don't encounter a complete spirit beast, it won't be a big problem, the leading man said firmly. Then, the 10 of them delved deeper into the wild area and arrived at the canyon region where the naturally occurring spiritual materials were. The spiritual energy here was obviously denser than in other wild areas, definitely a great place for cultivation. But the denser the spiritual energy, the more the spirit beasts liked it. Wow, so many medicinal materials, we can make a fortune this time. Hurry up and pick them. This place is very dangerous. Let us get out after we're done. Seeing the numerous rare medicinal materials growing in the canyon, the other 9 people, except for Yang, were all excited. They couldn't wait to run towards the center of the canyon. Suddenly, a commotion came from above the canyon. Wait, something's happening. Summon your battle pets and prepare for battle. The 9 people who rushed out halted simultaneously and summoned their battle pets, ready for combat. Hiss! The next moment, a giant python, the size of a water barrel and over 10 meters long, appeared in front of Yang and the others. An 8th level mature spirit beast, the coiling stone giant python. The leading man took a few steps back in fear upon seeing the python. Weren't you the one who said that as long as we don't encounter a complete spirit beast, it won't be a big problem? The 8 people behind him asked disdainfully upon seeing him scared. The leading man was at a loss for words. He had just casually said that, not expecting to encounter an 8th level mature spirit beast. With their strength, dealing with even a 5th level mature spirit beast in a team battle would already be their limit. Damn it, if I had known you were just bragging, we wouldn't have come to such a dangerous place. What now? This coiling stone giant python is not easy to deal with. Chapter 74. Pikachu's easy level up battle, even if we all go together. We might not be able to take it down. How about we run? We've come this far, and running now will be a waste of all those rare herbs ahead. But we can't risk our lives. Damn it, stop talking, it's coming. Just as the 9 of them were debating, the mature level 8 spirit beast, the stone python, which was of the earth attribute, flicked its tongue and slithered towards them. Its eyes, which made one's whole body tingle, were fixed on the leader and the other 8. Damn it, let's fight to the death. The 9 hardened their hearts, mobilizing their spiritual energy, and charged at the stone python with their battle pets. However, before they could get close, the stone python swung its heavy tail, sweeping them all away. Bang, bang, bang. The 9 and their battle pets were all sent flying. With a scream, they spat blood and fell to the ground, completely defeated. What the hell? Yang, standing at the back, was just about to sneak away to sign in at the volcano when he saw the group being wiped out in an instant. This defeat was way too fast, giving him no chance to escape at all. He was also speechless. Cough, cough. The 9, who had been knocked to the ground by the stone python's tail, were coughing up blood violently. It was clear that they had lost all combat ability. Their battle pets were also severely injured, lying on the ground, waiting in fear for death. Hiss! Soon after, the stone python flicked its tongue and rushed towards them again. However, this time, its target changed directly to Yang. Hey, I didn't provoke you, go after them. Yang shouted as he saw the stone python changing its target and charging at him. The other 9, hearing his words, were so furious that they spat out another mouthful of blood. They thought 1,000 curses at him, their eyes glaring at Yang, wanting to curse him out. But due to their injuries, they were powerless to act. However, The stone python completely ignored Yi Yang's words. With a fierce snarl, it lunged at Yi Yang to bite him. Damn it, so annoying. Seeing that the stone python was ignoring his words and still wanted to bite him, Yi Yang cursed loudly and directly used his god-level summoning technique. Go, Pikachu! Thunderbolt! Crackle, crackle. A dazzling light flashed, accompanied by overwhelming lightning. Pikachu was summoned and dashed in front of the stone python, unleashing a wave of electricity that easily took the stone python down. Boom! A muffled sound echoed. The stone python's raised head crashed heavily to the ground, emitting black smoke, charred from the electric shock. Pikachu, with just a casual strike. Pikachu defeated the stone python, exhaling in satisfaction. Spirit beasts below the mature level are no longer a threat to Pikachu now. The heavily injured 9 watched as the stone python, which had just taken them down with one move, was completely insignificant in front of Pikachu. They were stunned. Their already injured bodies, stirred by the excitement in their hearts, caused them to cough up blood again. Cough, cough. What the hell? What level is this battle pet? So strong? It doesn't look that impressive. How is it so freakishly powerful? Chapter 75, Obtaining the Third Divine Pet. Despite spitting out blood, the 9 people couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Then, they saw Yi Yang walking over. He took a soil spirit pill from the body of the pan stone giant python. After that, Yi Yang stepped into the canyon, harvesting and preserving the precious rare medicinal materials inside, and then headed straight to the nearby volcano for the sign-in, leaving behind the 9 people who were dumbfounded, shocked, heavily injured, and extremely frustrated. Clearly, they were a team. Why were they all heavily injured while Yi Yang was completely unharmed? Pikachu, on the way, Yi Yang let Pikachu return to his survival space. Pikachu protested, showing a bit of rebellion, indicating that it didn't want to go in. Yi Yang was speechless and allowed Pikachu to perch on his shoulder as he hurried towards the volcano. The closer he got to the volcano, the more he could feel the intense heat. But he was even more looking forward to the sign-in reward this time. After all, it was a full 20 minutes. Sign in. A few minutes later, Yi Yang arrived at the volcano and said, ding. Sign-in begins. Countdown, 20 minutes. As the system's voice fell, Yi Yang quietly waited for the sign-in task to complete. He stood on the volcano, glanced around to confirm safety, and then summoned Dilliman as well. Frog jump, let's go. With Yi Yang's command, he and Pikachu, along with Dilliman, cherished these 20 minutes to cultivate. Pikachu's hands couldn't reach its back, making its movements quite comical and cute, which made people want to laugh, but still kept jumping back and forth as time ticked away. The 20 minutes quickly passed. Ding! Congratulations to the host Yi Yang for a successful sign-in. Obtained a Divine Level 1 Bloodline Pet, Charizard. Reward: the Wanji Mall is permanently open. Limited time, 30 minutes. All items in the mall are 20 off. Hearing the system's voice, Yi Yang was instantly overjoyed. His heart was filled with excitement. The third pet was now secured. How delightful. It was still a Divine Bloodline Pet. Fire Attribute: Charizard, oh Charizard. Although his favorite was still Pikachu, now that all these pets were with him, Yi Yang had to treat them equally. They were all his good companions. Moreover, the Wanji Mall was now permanently open. In the future, Yi Yang could buy good things from this mall at any time. Of course, the premise was that Yi Yang had money. However, the current Wanji Mall was offering a 20% discount. Yi Yang couldn't miss this opportunity. He immediately checked the amount of money he currently had in his account. About 400,000. Purchasing the Dilliman gloves required 600,000. After the 20% discount, he still needed over 400,000. The price was still not cheap. Yi Yang quickly looked at the trading section of the Wanji Mall and sold some spirit pills that he currently didn't need. Then, he purchased the Dilliman exclusive gloves. Ding! Does the host Yi Yang confirm the purchase of the Dilliman exclusive gloves? Yes. Ding! Congratulations to the host Yi Yang for successfully purchasing the Dilliman exclusive gloves. Immediately, Yi Yang spent 480,000 future coins to buy the exclusive gloves for Dilliman. Dilliman, this is for you. Yi Yang handed the gloves to Dilliman, who took them and put them on, instantly feeling a surge of power in its hands. Thank you, Master. Dilliman exclaimed happily. Pikachu, who was nearby, also called out wanting some. Chapter 76. Hello, Charizard. Contract formation, all right. Next time I'll buy you something and take you to eat good food when we return to the city. Yang confortet Pikachu. Only then did Pikachu let him go. I found you a new partner. Let me introduce you. Then, Yang smiled excitedly, eager to contract Charizard. System, release Charizard, Yang said. In the next moment, a flame erupted. Amidst the blazing fire, Charizard appeared before Yang, Pikachu, and Dilu Beast. Hello, Charizard. Yang Charizard. Although this Charizard was quite chubby, its combat power was not weak. Moreover, it could fly, making it a perfect flying mount. Roar. In response to Yi Yang's greeting, Charizard immediately blasted a fire attack at him. What the hell? Yi Yang quickly hugged Pikachu and Dilu Beast, using Light Step to dodge Charizard's attack. Charizard, what are you doing? Yi Yang showed that at Charizard. Seriously, why are you breathing fire at me right off the bat? Boom. However, Charizard ignored him and unleashed another fire blast towards Yi Yang. Yi Yang hurriedly dodged, and Pikachu and Dilu Beast were ready to fight. Don't attack, leave it to me. This Charizard has a bit of a temper. Take it slow, Yi Yang quickly called out as he saw Pikachu and Dilu Beast about to attack Charizard. Otherwise, if Dilu Beast and Pikachu teamed up, Charizard would only end up getting beaten. What if it gets hurt? This is my third divine level spirit pet. Produce. It's a spirit pet with flying abilities. Yi Yang had to tame Charizard. There was only this one in the world, absolutely no second one. Roar. After failing to hit Yi Yang twice, Charizard was furious. The flames it spewed were even more intense than before. The flames formed a thick line, chasing after Yi Yang as Charizard moved. Yi Yang used Light Step to instantaneously appear in front of Charizard, slapping its head and extinguishing the flames in its mouth. Why are you burning me? In this world, I'm the only one who knows you and understands you. Be my spirit pet partner and fight together. Divine Contract Technique. Wow. A strong light formed a contract array surrounding Charizard. Then, the spiritual energy connected. The contract began. However, Charizard seemed unwilling to contract with Yi Yang and kept trying to resist. Nevertheless, Yi Yang was determined to succeed. The contract technique restricted Charizard's abilities. At the same time, the spiritual energy connection allowed Charizard to sense Yi Yang's intentions. Gradually, Charizard began to accept Yi Yang, until the two successfully connected their spiritual energies, understanding each other's intentions. Contract successful. Ding! Congratulations to host Yi Yang for successfully contracting Charizard. Spirit Pet, Charizard. Bloodline, Divine Level 1 Bloodline Spirit Pet Level. Mature Body Level 5. Attribute, Fire Attribute. Type, Combat Type. Special Skill, Flamethrower. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining Charizard's Attribute Ability Enhancement, Flame Power. Hearing the system's notifications, Yi Yang felt an indescribable joy in his heart. With this, he now had 3 battle pets, Pikachu, Dilu Beast, and Charizard. With such a lineup and strength, he had no worries about not being able to get into North China University. Chapter 77. Secluded Training. Welcoming the college entrance examination, however, Yi Yang is still at the first level of Battle Spirit. The admission requirement for Huabei University is the 2nd level of Battle Spirit. With only a few days left until the college entrance examination, Yi Yang needs to work even harder. Seeing that it was still early, Yi Yang didn't rush back. He took out a 4th grade fire-type battle skill, Flame Fireball, which he obtained from killing a sorcerer. He opened it and began to read and study it carefully. Soon, all the relevant information about the 4th grade battle skill, Flame Fireball, was completely absorbed into Yi Yang's mind. He immediately began to practice it on the volcano, perfecting the 4th grade battle skill, Flame Fireball. Boom! A ball of blazing flames appeared in Yi Yang's right hand. At that moment, spiritual energy surrounded his right hand, controlling the fireball the size of a human head. At a certain moment, Yi Yang threw the fireball out. Boom! The fireball shot out and crashed into the stone wall of the volcano, exploding instantly. The wall was significantly damaged by the force of the explosion, turning a charred black. Success! Yi Yang smiled with joy and said, "Let's go back." Fire-breathing dragon. Boom! He, Pikachu, and Dilliman immediately jumped onto the back of the fire-breathing dragon. Then the fire-breathing dragon flapped its wings and took off. At an incredibly fast speed, they flew over the wild forest heading back to the urban area of Huayang City. Next, Yiyang would enter seclusion and strive to improve his cultivation level, making a final push for the upcoming college entrance examination. After returning to the city, Yiyang first sold some of the second and first grade battle skills he had replicated to get some cash for living expenses. After all, he had already spent all his savings on the special gloves for Dilliman. He had to eat, right? But Yiyang didn't feel heartbroken because with those gloves, Dilliman's attack power could increase by 50%, which was pretty amazing. Then, he began to enter seclusion to cultivate spiritual energy. At the same time, he used elixirs to strengthen Dilliman, fire-breathing dragon, and Pikachu. Days passed like this. The annual college entrance examination finally arrived. Ding! Congratulations to host Yiyang for successfully breaking through to the third level of Battle Spirit. In the Bay community, in Villa number 1 of Building A, Yiyang heard the system's prompt and couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. After several days of cultivation, he had successfully leveled up by 2 levels. Not only that, but Pikachu had also reached its peak growth stage. Dilliman was at the 5th level of maturity, and the fire-breathing dragon was at the 7th level of maturity. All 3 spirit pets were remarkable. Huff! Yiyang stopped his cultivation and let out a long, murky breath. He moved his body, cracking his joints with a crisp sound. He then looked out the window. The sun had risen, and a new day had arrived. Ding! A new sign-in task has been released. Please have host Yiyang sign in at the personal examination site for scatter practitioners within 2 hours. Immediately, the system's prompt sounded again. Yiyang smiled and shouted, Pikachu, Dilliman, let's go. The fire-breathing dragon could only stay in the contracted survival space due to its size. Then Yiyang drove his Ferrari supercar straight to the examination site for scattered battle spirit masters. He had already registered online, so he just needed to go for the exam. The written exam would take 2 days, and the martial arts exam would take 1 day. The results would be announced within 7 days, which was very efficient. Hello, please show your examination permit. Outside the written examination site for scattered battle spirit masters set up by the Federation, an instructor politely said to Yiyang, Chapter 78. The martial examination of the loose cultivators in Huayang City. Yiyang took out his phone, which displayed the admission ticket for the exam that he had applied for online. You are Yiyang? The man responsible for guarding the examination hall looked at Yiyang with a face full of astonishment. Yeah, Yiyang nodded and was welcomed inside. The examination venue assigned to him was also the best examination room. There were not many people in the examination room, and everyone was separated. The written exam proceeded quickly, and Yiyang answered the questions at lightning speed. In less than 20 minutes, he completed the first round of the exam. Handing in his paper, he left. What the? So fast? The others in the examination room looked at Yiyang in shock as he walked out. They then continued to struggle with their answers, displaying a troubled expression. Over the course of 2 days of written exams, Yiyang left early each time. The questions were simply too easy for him. On the 3rd day, the martial examination took place. In a federal outdoor sports field in Huayang City, all the loose cultivator battle spirit masters gathered here. Those who were not loose cultivators were taking exams at various universities. Today was incredibly important for all battle spirit masters participating in the college entrance examination worldwide, as it was related to their future prospects. On the federal outdoor sports field, there were over 100 loose cultivators eligible to take the martial exam. Their ages ranged from 16 to 20. Anyone younger or older could not participate in the college entrance examination. On the sports field, there was a 1-meter-high stone platform. Standing on the platform was the examination officer. The tallest male examiner looked down at all the battle spirit masters and said, Today is the martial examination, and within 1 day, we need to complete the martial examination for everyone present. The martial examination is divided into 3 stages. The first tests your cultivation level. The second tests your battle pet level and the number of summons. And the 3rd stage is practical combat, where you'll be rated based on your performance in battle. As you can see over there, those are the federal battle spirit masters, your opponents. Everyone followed the chief examiner's gaze. They saw over 100 battle spirit masters in uniform, standing in a standard posture, exuding an extraordinary aura, clearly having undergone professional training. Isn't this difficulty a bit too high? Those are all professionally trained battle spirit masters. Wow, I hope I can get into college smoothly. Looking at that impressive group of practical examiners, the loose cultivator students were all astonished. However, Yeong was completely unconcerned, because those people were already his old rivals. During his month-long training in the Federation, he had sparred with that group many times. The various amusing incidents from that time still lingered in Yi Yang's memory, making him unable to suppress a smile. All right, the martial examination begins. Next, when your name is called, come up one by one to test your level. The chief examiner shouted the first one, Xiao Bang. The person whose name was called immediately went up to test his spirit energy cultivation level. The spirit energy testing device, created by a combination of technology and spirit energy, was placed on the stone platform. Xiao Bang pressed his hand onto it, mobilizing his spirit energy, and a level display screen began to show rising numbers. Level 9 Battle Apprentice. Xiao Bang. Next, the spirit energy testing continued. After 50 people had gone, the highest level was just a 20-year-old man, a level 2 battle master. This level was already quite good in Huayang City. Chapter 79. Shocking the entire venue moreover. He is a rogue battle spirit master, which is even more rare. Next up, Yeong. As the chief examiner's voice fell, Yeong slowly walked out from the crowd. What the hell old is this brother? He is already here for the rogue examination? He looks no more than 16 or 17, which would be normal in school. But being a rogue is tough. We're all over 18 here, right? He definitely isn't 18 yet. Seeing Yeong walk out of the crowd, all the rogue martial examination battle spirit masters on the playground were taken aback. They hadn't paid attention before, but now they were all focused on Yeong. Guess what level he is? At such a young age, how high can his level be? I estimate he is probably around level 3 or 4 of a battle apprentice. I think that's about right. He probably 1T exceed level 5 of a battle apprentice. It can't be any higher. What if he is a genius? Bah, a genius? A genius would come here to take the rogue martial examination? Exactly. How can you even think that? If he is a genius, I'll go home and live stream eating shit tonight. Everyone watched as the young Yeong stepped onto the arena, unable to hold back their mockery and guesses. Some even started betting on his testing level. No matter what, their behavior undoubtedly looked down on Yeong. Yeong walked onto the arena and summoned his spirit energy. He pressed one hand into the spirit energy testing device. Wow! Suddenly, a burst of spirit energy light shone out. What the hell? What is going on? The testing device is glowing? That shouldn't be, even if this is a low-level spirit energy tester. It shouldn't light up for a battle apprentice, right? Looking at the glowing spirit energy tester, all the candidates in the playground suddenly tensed up. They looked at Yeong testing his spirit energy level with anticipation, feeling a bit anxious. Suddenly, they felt that Yeong might not be simple. In the next second, the level number on the spirit energy tester skyrocketed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Battle Apprentice, Battle Master. What the hell? He broke through to Battle Master. And it's still rising. Damn, is this for real? Is it malfunctioning? Everyone in the venue was startled at that moment. They fixed their eyes on the screen of the spirit energy level tester, waiting for the rapidly rising level number to stop. But the level number continued to climb until it broke through to the battle spirit level. Buzz! At that moment, everyone's head felt as if it had been struck by a thunderclap. Battle spirit? A battle spirit level master? An under 18 boy, a battle spirit? What the hell is this for real? No one dared to believe what they were seeing. Yeong's tested spirit energy level finally stopped at battle spirit level 3. The entire venue fell silent. They were completely shocked by this result. Cough, cough. After a while, Yeong pretended to cough, pulling everyone back from their astonishment. Battle spirit level 3. The chief examiner looked at the test results, his face filled with disbelief. This must be fake, right? Is the testing device malfunctioning? Yeah, this is too exaggerated. How old is he to already be battle spirit level 3? Exactly, if he is battle spirit level 3, what are we even training for? Strongly demanding a retest of the device. Chapter 80. I'm not taking the exam anymore. The crowd below was in an uproar, expressing their disbelief. Faced with such an astonishing result, they were filled with immense doubt. After all, Yeong was only 16 years old. If someone at this age had already reached the 3rd level of battle spirit, it would be too discouraging. They couldn't bear this outcome. Jealousy made them suspicious. and they began shouting. Even the examiners on the stone platform couldn't believe it. They immediately started checking the instruments. Moments later, the technician who tested the instruments seriously said, "The instruments are functioning properly. Everything is normal." Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone in the audience couldn't help but gasp. The instruments are fine? That means the previous test results were real data? What the hell? Is it necessary to be this abnormal? They turned their terrified gazes toward Yi Yang, feeling as if they were looking at a monster. They truly couldn't believe that someone's talent could be so extraordinary. Since everyone doubts it, can I go directly to the second round of the exam? Yi Yang saw this scene and thought it was a good opportunity to finish the martial arts exam early, making it easier for himself. After all, this was just child's play for him. Waiting with everyone for that long exam process was simply a waste of time. All right. The chief examiner also wanted to see if Yi Yang was indeed a battle spirit level battle master. God level summoning technique. In the next moment, Yi Yang directly formed the seals for the God level summoning technique. Whoosh! Suddenly, dazzling rays of light covered the entire venue. 3 arrays of light simultaneously appeared on the playground. Immediately, one battle pet after another was summoned. Pikachu, Dilu Beast, Charizard. Looking at the battle pets summoned by Yi Yang, those cultivators who had doubted Yi Yang's spirit energy level fell silent in an instant, with nothing to say. If the instruments could be faulty or manipulated, then summoning one's own battle pets was absolutely impossible to fake, because to summon 3 battle pets, one must reach the battle spirit level. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have 3 contracted battle pets. Who is he? Such strong talent. Why is he here for the scattered cultivator exam? What the hell? This is too discouraging. I reached 8th level of battle disciple at 20 years old, and he reached 3rd level of battle spirit before 18. I'm not taking the exam anymore. Damn, what a critical hit. In an instant, everyone began to question their lives. Is this still a human? Why does such a genius appear in the scattered cultivator college entrance exam? Their hearts were boiling like a turbulent sea, unable to quell that restlessness. Let us test it, the chief examiner said lightly, fully convinced of Yi Yang's talent. Then, Yi Yang's battle pets began their level tests. Peak 9th level Pikachu, 5th level Dilu Beast, and 7th level Charizard. The strength of this lineup once again shocked the entire venue. Yi Yang entered the 3rd round with a perfect score. Practical combat. When those people saw Yi Yang, their expressions changed instantly. Classmate Yi Yang, you can choose any opponent. As long as you last 10 moves, it counts as qualified, the chief examiner said to Yi Yang. Yi Yang smiled and scanned the group of battle masters in front of him. Anyone who met his gaze couldn't help but avoid locking eyes with Yi Yang, as they didn't want to be brutally defeated by him again. Anyone willing to come up and fight with me? Ye Yang Jaswali Asket. Chapter 81. We can't beat him. What is this operation? No one answered. Even fewer stood up. The entire venue fell silent, and after a long while, the other candidates, who were also battle spirit masters, couldn't help but complain again. I swear. Even the practical examiners don't dare to stand up. This kid is really a freak. There's no way. Who told him to have such amazing talent, reaching battle spirit level 3 at this age? After waiting a while longer, still no one stood up. Yi Yang was not surprised by this result at all, because every practical examiner standing there had been beaten by him within the Federation, without exception. Does this count as me passing? Yi Yang tilted his head to look at the chief examiner and asked. This. The examiner was suddenly at a loss for words, feeling a bit embarrassed, not knowing what to do. He looked towards the practical examiners, utterly confused as to why these guys weren't standing up to fight Yi Yang. Ahem, just let this little king of hell pass directly. We can't beat him. Right, let's not waste time. Just let him pass. A group of practical examiners awkwardly said. The examiner was suddenly stunned, looking bewildered. The group of candidates behind them erupted in an instant. What is this operation? He passed directly? The practical examiners admitted defeat? Is this even allowed? Do you have to be this impressive? Not even fighting, just passing like that. My dear mother, I have gained some insight today. All the candidates were dumbfounded. They never expected that Yi Yang's martial arts examination journey would be so easy. This score, this talent. He is going to enter the world's top battle spirit master university. And without any suspense at all. Since that's the case, then let him pass. After a brief moment of surprise, The chief examiner said to Yi Yang, "Congratulations, Yi Yang, you have passed the exam. Go back and wait for the admission notice." "Thank you." Yi Yang smiled, swaggering out with his battle pet, leaving behind a group of candidates still in line for the exam, filled with envy. Pikachu. Once Pikachu came out, it didn't want to go back in, lying on Yi Yang's shoulder, as if congratulating him. "All right, you foodie, I'll buy you pizza and fruit salad." Yi Yang patted Pikachu's head and smiled. He also didn't expect that both the martial and academic exams would be so easy. He felt exceptionally relaxed. Afterwards, Yi Yang took Pikachu and Dilliman to eat delicious food. As for Charizard, it can only be bought back for it to eat. Its huge size means it eats an extraordinary amount. Now Yi Yang himself takes his battle pets out to eat, and one meal costs about 7,000 to 8,000. Among them, Charizard accounts for 2/3. There's no way, the food is all expensive. Damn, you eat so much. If this continues, I'm going to become broke. Looking at his 3 battle pets being such gluttons, Yi Yang couldn't help but complain. He doesn't have stable income right now, relying on selling battle skills to earn some money. Currently, he can barely support 3 battle pets. But in the future, Yi Yang's battle pets will only increase. The expenses will inevitably become even greater, and by then, whether he can afford to keep them is really uncertain. Your dream, my dream. Suddenly, Yi Yang's phone rang. He took out his phone, thinking it was another delivery, but upon seeing the nickname, Mom, he instantly understood it was his parents. To be precise, it was the parents of the previous owner of this body. Chapter 82. The astonished villagers. Yi Yang thought for a moment and then answered the call. Hello. He wanted to call out Mom, but found it hard to say. After all, 5,000 years ago, he was an orphan and had never experienced parental love. Is this Xiaoyang? A woman's voice on the phone sounded weak. Yes, it's me. What's the matter? Yi Yang Ripley. Your dad fell from the 2nd floor while working at the construction site and got injured. Do you have time to come back and see him? The woman's voice continued weakly. Their boss won't pay for the medical expenses. Our family can't afford to treat your dad. He wants to see you one last time. Hearing this news, Yi Yang's emotions were complicated. Although they were not his biological parents, this body was given to him by them. The feeling stirred something in his soul. I'll come back right away. You all go to the hospital first. I'll take care of the expenses, Yi Yang said calmly after a moment. According to his memory, the biological parents of this body had loved him dearly. He was their only son. Although the family was poor, they had given the best to Yi Yang. This love moved the current Yi Yang deeply. Since he had come to this world, he would protect the family of this body's original owner. Boom! After hanging up, Yi Yang drove off in his Ferrari, racing home. His hometown was in Huayang City, Zhongjiang County, in a village called Zhonglo. Soon, Yi Yang left the urban area. The roads were smooth and wide. He drove the supercar at high speed, having already left the protective barrier of Huayang City's main district. He entered an area without any protective barriers. Surrounding him were mountains and forests, a wide road, and vehicles coming and going. After a long stretch, there was a federal spirit master outpost responsible for road safety. An hour later, Yi Yang arrived back in Zhonglo village. Although it was a rural area, it was clearly better than 5,000 years ago. The roads were clear, and the houses were well planned, giving a sense of urbanization. Boom! Yi Yang drove the Ferrari into the village, immediately attracting the attention of countless people. Wow, this car must cost a lot of money, right? Is this from our village? Which family bought it? They must be really wealthy. I don't know. Which family struck it rich? Although the villagers didn't know the model of the car Yi Yang was driving, they could tell from its cool appearance that it was worth a lot. Yi Yang drove slowly through the village, with the villagers able to keep up with him on foot, until he reached the door of his family's house, which had once been the poorest in the village. Could this be a relative of the Yi family? How is that possible? Their family is so poor. How could they have such a rich relative? Yeah, the Yi family is the poorest in the whole village. Now Yishan is injured at the construction site. It's so tragic. The villagers watched as Yi Yang parked the car in front of his house, discussing among themselves. Then they saw the butterfly-style doors open, and a handsome young man stepped out of the car. That's Yi Yang, right? Oh my, it really is. Isn't Yi Yang in college? How did he get so wealthy? He has turned out well. The ancestral grave of the Yi family must be smoking with prosperity. As they watched Yi Yang step out of the car, the villagers were stunned. Chapter 83. keeping it for you to get married. It's all fate. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they never expected that Yi Yang would return driving such an expensive sports car. This completely overturned their perception of Yi Yang's family. After getting out of the car, Yi Yang didn't stop at all and walked straight toward home. The door was not closed, indicating that his parents had not gone to the hospital. Yi Yang had more or less anticipated this. After all, the family was poor, and hospitals cost money. His frugal parents would certainly not want to waste money on that. Hello, 120? This is... Yi Yang immediately took out his phone and called for an ambulance. Then, he walked into the house. His 40-year-old mother already had some gray hair, looking more like she was 45 to 50. This was obviously the result of years of hard work. His father looked even more emaciated and aged. Due to his injuries, he was in an even worse state now. I'm back. Yi Yang walked into his parents' room and called out. He found it hard to speak, not knowing what to say or how to address these two people who felt both familiar and unfamiliar. Xiaoyang, why are you back so soon? Yi Yang's mother turned around, looking shocked at Yi Yang, and asked. I drove back. I've already called 120 for an ambulance. It will be here soon. We should go to the hospital for treatment, Yi Yang said. No. Xiaoyang, we can't afford the hospital. Yi Yang's father, Yi Shan, immediately said when he heard Yi Yang mention going to the hospital. Dad's earnings are barely enough for treatment. I still want to save it for you to get married. Don't waste money on me. Yes, Xiaoyang, your dad and I have been saving every penny just so you can have a good life. We are already very satisfied that you are back, Yi Yang's mother echoed. But Yi Yang strongly opposed his parents' way of thinking. Although they were not his biological parents, he truly could not bear to hurt such good parents. If they knew that their biological son was already dead, they would probably be very sad, right? Perhaps. This was all fate, Yi Yang thought. In his past life, he was an orphan. In this life, experiencing the love of parents. He felt that this soul transfer was not in vain. Since that was the case, he would go along with fate. Mom, Dad, I am now a battle spirit master. From now on, I can take care of you, Yi Yang said to his parents. I will go find the boss of that construction site to settle the score. You two go to the hospital for treatment first. Don't worry about the money. Upon hearing Yi Yang's words, his parents were taken aback. After a long time, they finally reacted, looking at Yi Yang in shock. What did you say? Battle Spirit Master? Yi Yang's parents looked at him in disbelief and asked, how could you become a Battle Spirit Master when spirit pets are so expensive? I caught them myself, Yi Yang said. Let's go to the hospital first. I'll take care of the rest. Soon after, the ambulance arrived. Under the astonished gazes of everyone in the village, Yi Yang helped his parents onto the ambulance. He escorted them all the way to the hospital, arranged everything, and prepared to go find the boss of the construction site to settle the score. A worker got injured, and they didn't pay a single cent. Was there even any law? Boom! He drove the Ferrari sports car straight to the construction site where his father worked. Such a heartless boss was absolutely intolerable. Swoosh! Soon, Yi Yang arrived at the construction site where his father worked, parking the Ferrari at the entrance of the construction area. Chapter 84. Is the Battle Spirit Master impressive? High-rise buildings are under construction here, with many workers busily at work. According to Yi Yang's investigation, the contractor in charge of this site is named Huang Wang. He is very domineering and has made a lot of money through unscrupulous means, spending it to have his son trained. Finally, when his son turned 20, he became a true Battle Spirit Master. Since then, the contractor has become even more arrogant, often treating the workers harshly and driving many away. Those who remain have no choice but to endure. Their monthly wages are withheld, making it difficult to leave. Not only that, but they work hard every day without bonuses, and they also have to endure scolding. Just like now, the workers are toiling away while the contractor stands on a pile of red bricks, helmet on, shouting, "Move faster. Have you all not eaten? You're all just dragging along. We must finish this project on time. If we fall behind, your pay will be deducted." In this era, those doing this hard labor come from the poorest families in the countryside. They endure disdain and humiliation and do not dare to retort at all. So, even when faced with the contractor's furious scolding, this group of people shows no anger. Are you Huang Wang? At this moment, Yi Yang walked over and looked at the man shouting on the red bricks, asking. The man turned around, his gaze landing on Yi Yang, his brows raised in a frivolous manner. Here, to find work? Yi Yang was speechless. Does he look like someone who would come here to work? It seems you're the contractor Huang Guang of this site. Yi Yang smirked disdainfully, preparing to settle accounts with Huang Guang. What do you want? The contractor Huang Guang scrutinized Yi Yang and said, Who are you? We haven't met before, have we? But you must have met Yi Shan, Yi Yang replied. As soon as he said this, Huang Guang's expression suddenly darkened, his gaze towards Yi Yang now filled with obvious hostility. Looking at your age, you must be Yi Shan's son, right? Huang Guang said, I've heard old Yi mention you often, saying you got into a good high school. What is up? ISNT at exam season? Why are you back? I'm back to beat you up, Yi Yang said, cracking his knuckles with a crisp sound. Huang Guang's expression instantly stiffened, and he jumped down from the pile of red bricks, casually picking up a brick. Kid, looking for trouble? My son is a battle spirit master. If you dare to touch me, your whole family will have a tough time. Huang Guang triatanet Yi Yang. A battle spirit master? Is that impressive? Yi Yang sneered and said angrily, Someone got hurt on your construction site, and you won pay a dime. If there's no explanation today, I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life in bed. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a rich aura surged from Yi Yang's body, enveloping him entirely. Fire, light, and lightning attributes were all infused within. Why you are also a battle spirit master? Huang Guang was taken aback, frightened by the aura emanating from Yi Yang. Now, you'd better give me an explanation, Yi Yang said, his expression serious as he looked at Huang Guang, his imposing aura suggesting that his spirit energy could surge towards Huang Guang at any moment. Huang Guang's heart raced. His breathing quickened, and he trembled uncontrollably. Although he had some money and his son was a battle spirit master, judging by the richness of the aura, he concluded that Yi Yang's strength was far greater than his son's. Chapter 85. The frustrating truth in an instant. Huang Guang's heart was filled with fear. About your dad. I've always felt guilty, and I prepared compensation and gifts to visit your dad. Huang Guang looked at Yi Yang, forcing a stiff smile on his face as he spoke. But would Yi Yang believe such nonsense? Obviously not. Really? You're so kind-hearted? Yi Yang sneered at Huang Guang and said, How about you call your son to come out and talk about what happened today? So it doesn't seem like I'm bullying you. I've heard that you're so overbearing because you have a battle spirit master son. Come on, bring him out. Let me see what level he is. This. Facing Yi Yang's humiliation, Huang Guang's expression suddenly became very ugly. The anger in his heart surged wildly. But he didn't dare to vent it on Yi Yang. Call him. Isn't your son a battle spirit master? Isn't he impressive? Yi Yang raised his voice slightly and said. The workers nearby all looked over, watching their boss get verbally attacked by Yi Yang, stunned into silence. Yet, inside, they felt an indescribable sense of relief. Yi Yang didn't give Huang Guang any face. People like him are the scum of society. How could he still be a boss? Making a fortune while making the grassroots suffer? Where's the justice in that? So what are you going to do? Yi Yang asked Huang Guang. 200,000. I'll give your dad 200,000 as an apology. Medical expenses are extra, Huang Guang said weakly. 200,000? Yi Yang scoffed. Are you kidding me? Huang Guang frowned, gritting his teeth. 300,000. Yi Yang still looked disdainful. Huang Guang raised the offer again. Just then, a Porsche SUV drove in. Dad, give me 100,000. I want to buy some elixirs to strengthen my battle pet. The next moment, a young man about 20 years old got out of the Porsche and immediately asked Huang Guang for 100,000. Huang Guang's expression changed drastically, looking extremely ugly. Dad, what's wrong? Who's causing trouble again? Tell me, and I'll make sure they end up worse than that poor guy who fell from the second floor last time. Huang Guang's son, Huang Kuan, said smugly. Little did he know, his earlier words had completely enraged Yi Yang. You idiot, what nonsense are you talking? Huang Guang immediately exploded in anger, reaching out to hit his son. Dad, what are you doing? Huang Kuan grabbed his father's hand and whispered, Didn't you tell me to do that? You said he was disrespectful to you and to handle him. Shut up. Huang Guang swung his other hand at Huang Kuan, but was caught by Yi Yang. Are you here to surrender, or do you want me to beat you up and take you to the police station? Yi Yang looked coldly at Huang Guang and Huang Kuan. Who the hell are you? Let go of my dad. Are you looking for a fight? Huang Kuan shot angrily at Yi Yang. Is that so? Crack. Ah. Yi Yang exerted force, directly breaking one of Huang Guang's hands. He had originally just come to seek an explanation and compensation. But who would have thought these two were deliberately provoking him? And they couldn't be let off easily. You're looking for death. Seeing Yi Yang break his father's wrist, Huang Kuin's spirit surged, and he formed a seal to summon his battle pet. Chapter 86. The Angry Yang Summoning Battle Pet, Silk Spider. Whoosh! A burst of light shone out as Huang Kuin summoned his battle pet. Level: Grow Stage 5. He himself was also a battle spirit master at level 6. You ignorant fool, today I will let you know the consequences of provoking me. Silk Spider, spit out silk and bind him. Huang Kuin roared, and his battle pet immediately spat out spider silk, wrapping it around Yi Yang. Yi Yang's figure flashed, and he easily dodged the spider's attack. With a kick, he sent Huang Kuin's battle pet flying like a soccer ball. Bang! The Grow Stage 5 Silk Spider was kicked away by Yi Yang. You! Huang Kuin was taken aback, looking at Yi Yang in disbelief. The next second, Yi Yang appeared in front of him, grabbing Huang Kuin by the neck and forcefully pinning him against the Porsche SUV. Clang! The exterior of the Porsche SUV immediately dented inwards. Huang Kuin desperately channeled his spiritual energy, trying to resist Yi Yang. But his weak power was completely insignificant in front of Yi Yang. Who are you? After struggling for a long time with no effect, Huang Kuin finally gave up, looking at Yi Yang with fear in his eyes. Yi Yang said. Huang Kuin's face suddenly darkened, and he suddenly reacted. Yi Shan is your father? What do you think? Yi Yang's expression was as cold as ice. These two had actually teamed up to make his acknowledged father fall from the second floor. This debt had to be settled. Huang Kuin's heart sank, filled with terror and regret. Brother, let's talk this over. I didn't know that was your father. How much do you want? My dad can give it to you. Huang Kuin pleaded. Upon hearing this, Yi Yang became even angrier, tightening his grip on Huang Kuin's neck. You must not know that I am a battle spirit master stronger than you, right? Yi Yang's killing intent was palpable, and the anger surged within him, becoming increasingly hard to control. Yi Yang, don't kill my son. Whatever you want, I beg you. Huang Guang saw his son completely outmatched and subdued in front of Yi Yang, and immediately knelt down to plead for mercy. We were wrong to harm your father. We are willing to compensate, no matter the amount. People working around them gathered to watch the spectacle, their faces filled with astonishment. They clearly did not expect that Huang Kuin and Huang Guang would one day face such a downfall, especially at the hands of a young man. Money? Do you think having money means you can do whatever you want? Do you know you have broken the law? Bang! As he spoke, Yi Yang smashed Huang Kuin to the ground. Huang Kuin spat out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with pain. Son, Yi Yang, I beg you, spare him. Huang Guang, witnessing this scene, crazily kowtowed to Yi Yang. We have a 3-generation lineage. He can't be killed. Now you know to plead for mercy? Now you regret it? Yi Yang coldly smiled. You had the intention to harm others. What right do you have to remain in this world? Boom! Saying this, flames ignited in Yi Yang's left hand. This was the materialization of spiritual energy that only someone at the battle spirit level could achieve. Will you voluntarily confess everything? Or should I personally take action and send you on your way? Chapter 87 Big Goal, Seeking Longevity. Admission. Notice Yi Yang looked at Huang Guang with anger and said. Huang Guang had already had one of his arms broken by Yi Yang, and his son had been severely injured by him as well. If they delayed any longer, they might end up dead. I will confess. I choose to confess. I will explain everything. After a moment of struggle, Huang Guang completely gave up his hopes of survival. He then personally called the federal officer to explain the situation. Soon, he was taken away. Interrogation, criticism. He was detained on charges of intentional framing. And based on Yi Shan's injuries, he was sentenced to 5 years in prison. He was also fined 5 million yuan in compensation to Yi Yang's family. At the same time, the debts owed to those workers were also settled. Further investigations into the engineering aspects, such as corruption, added another 10 years to his sentence. A total of 15 years. That was enough for Huang Guang and Huang Kuin to rot in prison. As for this outcome, Yi Yang was quite satisfied. After deducting the hospital expenses, there was still about 1 million left from the 5 million compensation. This money, Yi Yang's parents wanted to give to him, but he refused. Yi Yang used spiritual energy to heal his father and combined with the effect of the elixir, his father's injuries improved by 70 to 80%. However, for the more serious issues, water-type spiritual energy was needed, which he did not master, so he could not cure it completely. At the same time, after arriving in this future world, Yeong suddenly realized that even those who cultivated spiritual energy could not achieve longevity, let alone ordinary people. His parents were already nearing 50. Perhaps in a few decades, they would have to leave him. Is seeking longevity so unrealistic? Yeong sighed and suddenly had a significant goal in this world. That is to seek longevity. To achieve longevity, one must become stronger. The higher the level, the longer the lifespan. With a lifespan, there is time to seek longevity. Xiaoyang, are you really not planning to take some money? I heard raising spirit pets is very expensive. Why don't you take 500,000? After handling everything, Yeong was preparing to return to Huayang City. Before he left, his parents looked at him and asked one last time. No need. You keep it for yourselves. Don't save it. Once the school notifies me, I will take you to live in the city. I have a villa there, Yeong replied. A villa? His parents were immediately shocked to hear this. They felt as if their son had completely changed, becoming a stranger yet familiar, but very capable. Boom! Subsequently, Yeong drove away in a supercar. His return made him famous in his hometown. After he left, distant relatives and acquaintances visited his parents to build good relationships and inquire about Yeong. Even some came to propose marriage. It was that realistic. Boom, boom. On the road, Yeong drove the Ferrari supercar, and in just over an hour, he returned to Huayang City. Although he and T made much progress in his cultivation during these days at home, Yeong felt fulfilled and satisfied. Your dream, my dream. Just as Yeong returned home, his phone rang. Hello. Yeong took out his phone, looked at the unfamiliar number, and answered. Hello. May I ask if this is Yeong? A gentle voice from a woman came from the phone. Yes. Yeah, Yeong replied. Congratulations. With excellent results. You have been admitted to our North China Battle Spirit Master University. Please report to the school within 1 month of receiving the admission notice. The woman's voice on the phone was gentle and slightly excited once again. Chapter 88 New Mission, Minister's Personal Visit. Hearing the woman's voice on the phone, Yeong was slightly taken aback. Although he was determined to get into North China University, he didn't expect the admission notice to come so quickly. After all, this is the most prestigious Battle Spirit Master University in the world. Yeong, considering your outstanding achievements, the school can send a professional Battle Spirit Master team to pick you up. What do you think? That's not necessary. Yeong smiled and declined. After some polite conversation, he hung up the phone. Inside, he felt joyful, excited, and thrilled. He had been accepted into the world's top Battle Spirit Master School. Who wouldn't be happy about that? Ding! A brand new sign-in mission has been issued. Please go to North China Battle Spirit Master University to sign in. Task deadline, no limit. Suddenly, the prompt sound of the God-level universal sign-in system rang in Yeong's mind. Yeong was momentarily stunned. He never expected the mission to come so quickly. As soon as he received the admission phone call, the sign-in mission arrived. However, fortunately, there was no time limit. Yeong didn't have to rush to sign in. Phew! Back in the house, Yeong collapsed onto the sofa. He was indeed a bit tired these past few days. Then, he released Pikachu and Dilu Beast, letting them stretch a bit. This rest lasted a whole day. The next morning, Yeong had not yet gotten out of bed. Outside the gate of the Bay Villa community, federal vehicles were parked right in front of the community gate. The leader of the team was none other than the highest authority in Huai City, Minister Zhang Xiao. The security guard was frightened by this powerful aura. Seeing the federal vehicles, he didn't dare to stop them. He immediately opened the gate, allowing Zhang Xiao and others to enter the Bay community. Then, the federal team walked into the community one after another. Inside the community, many wealthy individuals were shocked to see this scene. What's going on? What happened in our community? Some engaged in illegal businesses turned pale and hurriedly fled. However, Zhang Xiao led his subordinates straight to Villa Number 1 in Building A, where Yeong lived. Ding dong. He rang the doorbell. Dilu Beast immediately glanced out the window and called Yeong up. Yeong walked to the window and was startled to see the city minister personally visiting. What is going on? He hurriedly got up, opened the villa door, and smiled. Minister Zhang, what brings you here? I came to congratulate you. As a freelance practitioner, you have been admitted to North China Battle Spirit Master University with outstanding results. You are the first person from our planet in years to be admitted to North China University under such exceptional circumstances. Zheng Qiu said, while handing Yi Yang the admission documents sent down by high-tech computers. Yi Yang took the documents, surprised by how efficient the administration was in this era. In addition, the Federation is awarding you a 1,000,000 yuan bonus for bringing glory to Huai City. This news will spread soon, so please prepare yourself mentally, Zheng Qiu added. Yi Yang was a bit confused. Is it really necessary to give 1,000,000 yuan just for getting into college? Is there that much money? Ahem. Then we won't disturb you any longer. During your time heading to North China University, the Federation will provide you with special protection to ensure you are not disturbed. Zheng Qiu said, noticing Yi Yang seemed a bit distracted and coughed awkwardly. All right. Yi Yang nodded and then put away the 1,000,000 yuan bonus and the admission documents together. Chapter 89. The Invitation from a Beauty, the Mysterious Gift Master. Then he watched as Zheng Qiu and the others left. However, he left behind a dozen battle spirit masters to protect Yi Yang's safety 24 hours a day. What the? Did I hear that right? That kid, a casual cultivator, got accepted into the top-notch North China Battle Spirit Master University? No way. Don't you know who that person was just now? He asked the minister of our Huayang Federation, personally delivering the acceptance letter. There is no way it's fake. Wow, that is impressive. This kid is going to achieve great things. He is about to take off. The wealthy bystanders watching the spectacle showed unparalleled shock on their faces upon hearing Zheng Qiu and Yi Yang's conversation. They all put on serious expressions and approached Yi Yang. Want to get to know him, thinking that he might become a big shot in the future. Building a good relationship would surely be beneficial. However, Yi Yang paid no attention to the sudden flattery from these wealthy individuals. Once he closed the door and returned to his villa, he immediately made a phone call to order several breakfasts. Then, he tidied up his outfit and prepared to go shopping, heading to North China Battle Spirit Master University. Your dream, my dream. Suddenly, Yi Yang's phone rang again. It was another unknown number, which he had grown accustomed to. Hello. Yi Yang answered the call. Hello. Yi Yang. A very sweet voice came from the other end of the line. Who are you? Yi Yang was puzzled, completely unaware of who this woman was. I'd like to meet you. Are you free today? The woman asked. Huh? You want to meet me? Yi Yang was momentarily stunned, not understanding this sudden stroke of good fortune. Although many girls were indeed pursuing him now, including some of his former apprentices, very few knew his phone number. This beauty piqued his curiosity. Wanhua Park, 10 o'clock. Don't be late. I'll be waiting for you. After saying that, the woman hung up. Yi Yang was a bit speechless, but also curious. Who was this woman? How did she know his number? Could she be the one who had been sending him gifts? He decided to meet this woman. After having breakfast, Yi Yang took his battle pet and drove his Ferrari straight to Wanhua Park. On the way, he ran into some former apprentices who asked him to hold another month of classes. However, Yi Yang directly refused. He didn't have time to continue teaching. The previous month of teaching was purely because Yi Yang needed money. Now, he didn't have time and wasn't that short on cash, especially after just receiving a $1 million bonus. Boom! Whoosh! Outside Wanhua Square, a fiery red Ferrari parked. Soon, Yi Yang stepped out of the car. Looking at the crowd that surrounded the entire Wanhua Square, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Although there were usually many people in the square, not this many, right? Your dream, my dream. At that moment, Yi Yang's phone rang again. It was still the same number, and he answered it. Are you here? I'm waiting for you in the center of the square. The sweet voice of the woman came through again. I'm here. I'm just outside the square. There are so many people today, it's a bit outrageous. Yi Yang said calmly. He then hung up the phone and walked step by step toward Wanhua Square. As he got closer, he heard the crowd murmuring in amazement. Wow, such a big scene. Is someone getting engaged or what? Chapter 90. The richest girl in Huayang City meets Yi Yang looking at the dozens of luxury cars. Wow. Wealthy people indeed. These are all real fresh flowers. How much did it cost to arrange all this? By the way, what is this all about? With such an impressive setup, could it be that some rich young man is proposing? Hearing the conversations around Wanhua Park, Yi Yang became increasingly curious. He walked over quickly. Upon seeing the scene before him, he was slightly taken aback. 30 luxury cars from various top brands were arranged in a giant heart shape, and the colorful flowers were arranged beautifully. Dozens of servants in matching uniforms stood neatly on both sides. Protecting them was a woman in a long dress, elegant and extremely beautiful. Why does she look a bit familiar? Yong stared at the beautiful woman in front of him, feeling a sense of déjà vu. Just then, some sharp-eyed people nearby suddenly reacted and exclaimed, "Oh my, isn't she the one who is very popular right now? I remember, she's the daughter of the richest man in Huayang City. Her father seems to be an outstanding spiritual warrior who has achieved a lot. Yes, it's her." Suddenly, the memories of the crowd seemed to awaken, and they all recognized the beautiful woman at the center of Wanhua Park. She was a super-rich heiress worth over 10 billion. As a result, they became even more curious about what this young lady was up to. "Wow, who's calling my name? Is this to torment me, a single dog?" Yong heard the comments from the crowd. Although he still didn't know who this beautiful woman was, one thing was certain. She was quite remarkable in Huayang City. However, Yong couldn't recall who she was. He had never paid attention to such things and just felt that this woman seemed familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. "Yong, are you here?" Just as Yong was pondering, a sweet and resounding voice echoed throughout Wanhua Square. All eyes turned to the glamorous woman standing in the middle of the flower-adorned luxury cars. The woman held a pink wireless microphone, and there were 4 large speakers within a 20-meter range. "Yong, I invited you. Can you come over?" In the next moment, the beautiful girl spotted Yong in the crowd. Everyone followed her gaze and saw Yong standing there, looking bewildered. Yang's heart was racing. What was going on? That woman was calling him? That beauty was looking at him? That girl was the one who had invited him to Wanhua Square. The daughter of the richest man in Huayang City. Why was she inviting him? "Young man, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and go." A middle-aged woman behind him nudged him as she saw Yong still dazed. Yong took 2 steps forward, feeling a bit awkward. But as a man, if he backed down now, how would he ever impress women in the future? Thus, Yong lifted his head and walked up to the extremely beautiful woman, smiled, and asked, "How do you know me?" The woman had big eyes, long eyelashes, and a bright gaze. With a sweet smile, she looked at Yong and gently said into the microphone, "A chance encounter, a first meeting." "Ah!" Yong was taken aback. This conversation and atmosphere felt a bit off. He sensed that something significant was about to happen, and the feeling was incredibly strong. Chapter 91, Be My Boyfriend. Billionaire heiress in unrequited love with a high school student. Suddenly, light and emotional music began to play. The atmosphere in the venue instantly became warm and cozy, filled with budding love. The rich heiress of Huayang City looked at Yong and gently spoke again. "Yong, I think you might not know me yet. Let me introduce myself. My name is Su Feifei, a girl who has known you for a long time, but you do not know me. Our first meeting was at the bank. That time, a heartfelt monologue followed. The people around listened intently, and Yong gradually remembered who this woman in front of him was. She was the beauty who had approached him back then, claiming to be a pure goddess who never got close to men. However, her identity as a streamer was merely a hobby, selling clothes from her boutique through live broadcasts. Her true identity was actually the daughter of the richest man in Huayang City. The time she approached Yong was her first outdoor live stream, and she had come specifically to find him. So it was you. Yong finally recognized the stunning beauty before him, but he didn't expect her to be so wealthy. It seemed that the gifts he received earlier were from this beautiful heiress. But what charm did he possess that made a 19-year-old billionaire's daughter take a liking to him? Was it just because he was handsome? That was clearly impossible. "Well, Yong, what I am about to say might be a bit abrupt." Su Feifei nodded, her delicate hand holding the pink microphone as she continued. "But I still want to say that this is my heartfelt confession after getting to know you. I like you, and I don't know when it started. After seeing you, I began to learn about you, and gradually I found that you had taken residence in my heart. Every day, I wonder what you are doing and really want to see you. It was then that I realized this is what many people call liking, unrequited love. So, I decided to pursue you. Yong, will you be my boyfriend?" In her last sentence, Su Feifei raised her voice significantly. Wow! The entire venue erupted in astonishment. Everyone was shocked by Su Feifei's final words. "Will you be my boyfriend?" They looked at Su Feifei and Yong in disbelief. They never expected that such a grand display was merely a one-sided confession. Moreover, from the heroine's words, it seemed that the hero wasn't very familiar with her. This was too surprising for everyone. What the hell? A billionaire's daughter has an unrequited love for a high school student? Damn, this handsome guy is really lucky to receive the affection of the daughter of a wealthy tycoon. Why isn't it me standing in front of her? I'm so envious. Damn. People really do die from envy, right? Although that guy is very handsome, I'm not bad either. What the hell? All this just for confession? Or is it just a rich beauty's one-sided love? Around Wanhua Square, some spectators were envious, while others questioned their own lives. This kind of thing, which could only happen in fantasies where a wealthy beauty pursues someone, actually occurred in reality. Moreover, they got to witness it firsthand. For many single people with strong fantasies and daydreaming symptoms, this was a devastating blow. At this moment, everyone was incredibly curious and expectant. How would Yi Yang respond to such a beautiful and wealthy girl? They looked at Yi Yang, eager to know the outcome. Although everyone believed that Yi Yang would definitely agree. After all, the temptation was too great. Any man would find it impossible to refuse. A billionaire's wealth and a stunning beauty. What reason would there be to say no? None. Envy surged as this prospective son-in-law stepped directly into the affluent life. The crowd sighed in amazement once again. Chapter 92. Refusal. Shocking the audience, a pair of envious eyes were fixed on Yi Yang, eagerly waiting for his response. Yi Yang stood there. It would be a lie to say he wasn't happy. Who doesn't like being pursued, especially by such a beautiful woman? She had gone through such a grand gesture just to confess to him. How could he not be pleased? After a brief silence, Yi Yang awkwardly cleared his throat, breaking the ambiguous atmosphere. He looked at the exquisite beauty before him. Su Feifei thought for a moment and said, "I'm sorry, I can't accept your proposal." Wow! As soon as he said this, the crowd erupted in shock. Everyone stared at Yi Yang in disbelief, filled with surprise. He refused? What the hell? He didn't accept this? What is this guy thinking? Is he out of his mind? Such a great opportunity right in front of him, and he turned it down. No one could understand why Yi Yang would refuse. It seemed like a sure thing that he would agree. How could he refuse? This completely stunned them. Even some small streamers present started their live broadcast to capture this moment. Viewers of the live stream were also filled with astonishment. What the heck? He rejected her. Is this guy serious? The atmosphere on site began to change. Everyone's eyes turned back to Yi Yang, wondering if he would provide a reason for his refusal. Can you give me a reason? When Su Feifei heard Yi Yang say, "I'm sorry, I can't accept you," it felt like a stab to her heart. Tears welled up in her eyes as she choked back her sobs and asked, "Why?" "Because we're not a match. It wouldn't work out," Yi Yang said seriously. "And I don't like being a kept man. If I could match your family background, perhaps." He paused, leaving his meaning clear. The venue fell silent. Everyone was convinced by Yi Yang's reasoning. What a great point about being mismatched. What a strong statement about not wanting to be a kept man. Truly a real man. Impressive, a real man. I want to give this guy a thumbs up. The passionate youth expressed their admiration. "Thank you for your kindness and your gift. Now I finally know who sent me the items," Yi Yang said, looking at the teary-eyed Su Feifei. "As a thank you, you can make a request. Anything I could do, I will agree to." Su Feifei's heart ached, but after hearing Yi Yang's words, she felt she still had a chance. "Any request?" Su Feifei asked. "Yes, Yi Yang nodded. As long as it's not to be your boyfriend." "Okay, then kiss me," Su Feifei said. Yi Yang was taken aback, not expecting Su Feifei to be so direct. "Is that not okay? Then just hug me as a consolation," Su Feifei said, her face turning crimson. As a pure goddess who had never been close to men, saying these words took all her courage, but it also proved her feelings for Yi Yang. The onlookers were thrilled, especially the male viewers, who were filled with envy and jealousy. Yi Yang paused for a moment, thinking that as a man from 5,000 years ago, it would be too embarrassing to lose here. He wrapped one arm around Su Feifei and gave her a suave, handsome kiss on the lips. Chapter 93. Dog Abuse. You really enjoy this soft rice. Sophie closed her eyes, and 2 lines of tears gently fell. She was savoring this moment, being closest to Yi Yang. At this moment, the two undoubtedly became the focus of the entire venue, under the gaze of thousands. What the hell? Didn't they refuse? How did they end up kissing? Throwing dog food, too much dog abuse. Envious. Watching Yi Yang and Sophie embrace and kiss, time seemed to freeze at that moment. The live broadcast room, however, exploded. Waves of 666 filled the entire phone screen. After a while, Yi Yang and Sophie finally released each other. Yi Yang's heartbeat quickened, his face slightly flushed, suddenly feeling a bit nervous. Damn, could it be that they kissed in a love? He muttered to himself, feeling like he wanted to kiss Sophie again. At this moment, Sophie's cheeks were as red as an apple. She dared not look directly at Yi Yang, burying her head and whispering, "This is my first kiss. I'll wait for you to rise." You. Hearing Sophie's words, Yi Yang was stunned. Does this mean she is saying that when he becomes rich and powerful, and stands shoulder to shoulder with her family, she will marry him? Damn, so devoted? But just talking isn't enough. He needs to wait for the future to prove it. Ahem. It seems I haven't lost out either. Do you have any other conditions? Yi Yang awkwardly coughed and asked. Having received so many gifts from Sophie, he truly didn't know how to thank her. Returning them was obviously impossible. After all, that would be impolite behavior. Even if Yi Yang had money to return them, it would still be a farewell gift. However, now, Yi Yang could only compensate Sophie in other ways. No, if you can accompany me for a few days. That will be fine. Sophie smiled and said, "After all, you're leaving Huayang City." All right. Yi Yang didn't think much and directly agreed. With Sophie's background, he wasn't surprised that she knew he got into North China University. What does this mean? I don't know, didn't I refuse? Why does it feel like I agreed? Damn, I can't understand. The onlookers were completely confused. What is this result? Step aside, everyone step aside. Suddenly, from outside the crowd, a loud voice shouted. Then, several men cleared a path, and a well-dressed, rich young man swaggered into view. Clap, clap, clap. The young man clapped his hands, a mocking smile on his lips. Good, really good, a rural bumpkin and the richest heiress in the entire district are together. Yi Yang, you really enjoy this soft rice. Yi Yang was initially in a good mood. Upon hearing this, he immediately became unhappy. He turned his gaze to the person who had come in to mock him. Not knowing what to expect, Yi Yang smiled upon seeing the newcomer. It was none other than Wang Kuo, the rich young man from the Wang group, whom he had met once before. Wang Kuo had been infatuated with Sophie for 3 years, pursuing her despite the fact that his family background couldn't compare to hers. However, in Huayang City, aside from his Su family, his family was the strongest in business. In Huayang City, he was almost untouchable. After losing face last time in front of Yi Yang, Wang Kuo had been brooding over it. This time, having finally caught the opportunity to suppress Yi Yang, he naturally would not let it slip away. Chapter 94, I will definitely ruin you, Fei Fei. How can you be with someone like him? After mocking Yi Yang, Wang Kuo immediately showed a sad expression and said to Su Fei Fei, I chased you for 3 years, from when you were underage to when you became an adult. And in the end, you chose an underage boy. These things don't matter, but he's just a country bumpkin who came out of the countryside. What do I have that S better than him? Wang Kuo's heart was extremely unbalanced at this moment. He had accidentally seen a live stream where the girl he had liked for a long time was confessing to Yi Yang at Wanhua Plaza. In an instant, he was furious. He immediately brought over a dozen family battle spirit masters, ready to teach Yi Yang a lesson. Wang Kuo, you're not welcome here. Su Feifei heard Wang Kuo's words and immediately frowned, displeased. The rows of guards, all battle spirit masters, gathered around. Feifei, I'm truly sincere to you. This kid just rejected you. Why are you so obsessed with this bumpkin? Wang Kuo said angrily, raising his voice significantly. He never expected that the girl he had pursued for 3 years would confess to someone from the countryside. This was definitely a heavy blow to him. Young Master Wang, did you eat shit before coming out today? Spouting nonsense right away? Yi Yang couldn't stand it anymore. Previously, he had seen Wang Kuo maintaining some semblance of decorum. But today he had completely revealed his true nature, constantly calling him a bumpkin, which made him very unhappy. Yi Yang, this is not a place for you to speak. I'm talking to Fei Fei, who allowed you to interrupt. Wang Kuo angrily shouted at Yi Yang. Don't think you're impressive just because your battle pet has a higher bloodline. In Huayang City, you are nothing. Right? I'm not nothing, you are. Yi Yang completely agreed with Wang Kuo's words, causing the people around to burst into laughter. You damn it, looking for a fight. Wang Kuo was instantly filled with rage, waving his hand, and a dozen or so bodyguards from his family cracked their knuckles and walked towards Yang. Wang Kuo, if you dare to touch Yang, I will immediately have my dad withdraw our business cooperation with your Wang family. Su Feifei threatened as she saw Wang Kuo about to deal Yi Yang. At the same time, the bodyguards she brought protected her and Yi Yang in the middle. Yi Yang, you're really good at eating soft food. Facing Su Feifei's threat, Wang Kuo avoided confrontation and turned his sarcasm towards Yi Yang, letting a woman back you up. And you still dare to say you don't like eating soft food? Don't you think you're slapping yourself in the face? Useless, a waste expelled from school. What makes you think you're worthy of Feifei? Giggling, Yi Yang's fists clenched, and the anger inside him surged. He stepped forward to confront Wang Kuo. You've said so much. ISNT it just to force me to step up? Simple. I'll give you a chance to make a move right now, but you'll bear the consequences. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you make a move against me today, I will definitely ruin you. Hearing Yi Yang's words, Wang Kuo immediately sneered and said disdainfully, "Ha, arrogant country bumpkin. Today I will teach you a good lesson and let you know the consequences of offending me. Go, give his bumpkin a good beating." With Wang Kuo's order, his family's battle spirit masters no longer hesitated and charged directly at Yi Yang. Yi Yang. Su Feifei saw the bodyguards from Wang Kuo's family coming aggressively and immediately reached out to pull Yi Yang, wanting him to retreat and let her own bodyguard handle it. Chapter 95. Just a battle spirit, nothing to fear. But Yi Yang clearly had no intention of relying on Su Feifei for protection. A real man stands tall and strong. How could he hide behind a woman? This is my issue to resolve. Yi Yang turned to Su Feifei and said with a light smile. Su Feifei hesitated for a moment and said, "Be careful. Wang Kuo is only 25 years old and is already a battle spirit level battle master. And his subordinates are not weak either. Just a battle spirit, nothing to fear." Yi Yang scoffed, turning to face the rushing bodyguard from the Wang family, and pushed off the ground. Boom! Rich spiritual energy surged out from within him in an instant. In the next second, Yi Yang's figure flashed out. His feet moved rapidly, and his fists were tightly clenched. Thunder fist. Bang, bang, bang. Ah! The sounds of dull thuds mixed with screams rang out. The bodyguards from the Wang family rushing towards Yi Yang were all knocked to the ground, spitting out fresh blood. Whoosh! The crowd was immediately shocked, staring at Yi Yang in disbelief, especially those who were also battle masters, their eyes filled with incredulity. He was actually a battle spirit level battle master. To achieve battle spirit status at such a young age, his future achievements were unimaginable. Wow! So terrifying. Everyone wore expressions of shock. Even Wang Kuo was startled by the sudden burst of aura from Yi Yang. It took him over 20 years to become a battle spirit. How old is Yi Yang? He actually stood at the same level. However, Su Feifei clearly knew about Yi Yang's strength and was not surprised. She just felt a bit worried for Yi Yang. After all, Wang Kuo was also a battle spirit level battle master. Moreover, the bloodline of his spirit pets was very high. Why do you always like to find some useless people to fight me? Your bodyguards don't even have the chance to summon their battle pets in front of me. Yi Yang easily defeated the Wang family's bodyguards and said coldly, "We do indeed have some old scores to settle. The last time someone was sent to steal my battle pet, it was you, right?" Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Everyone expressed skepticism towards Yi Yang's words. Could it be that this Wang family scion sent someone to steal his battle pet? With the Wang family's financial power, what battle pet in Huayang City could he not obtain? Why would he need to steal? This guy must have made a mistake. Who exactly is he? Able to win Su Feifei's favor. Damn, didn't you hear everyone calling him Yi Yang? I just checked. He is the talented Yi Yang who was all the rage a while ago. The genius high school student who was discouraged by the operations of Xinguang High School and then tried to stay, the one that all the major universities were fighting over. But he refused to go. In the end, he chose to be a rogue cultivator. I wonder how his results are? Oh my, so it's him. In an instant, as everyone learned about Yi Yang, their faces were filled with astonishment. Could it be that he possesses some amazing battle pet that even the Wang family scion covets? Not clear, and they didn't know if it was true or not. They were very curious about the enmity between the two, standing here, watching the excitement. At this moment, Wang Qua had a sinister expression, his gaze piercing like a sharp sword at Yi Yang, coldly saying, "So what if I arrange that? Do you want revenge? Come and try if you have the ability." As soon as he said this, everyone around felt surprised. Wow, it turned out to be true? Chapter 96, Fire Dragon. It's up to you. Look at the battle pet in Yi Yang's hand. Isn't it impressive? It must be something extraordinary to catch the attention of the young master of the Wang family. I don't know much, only that there's a mysterious lightning-type battle pet with strong combat power. At this moment, everyone began to be curious about Yi Yang's battle pet. They wanted to see what kind of existence could attract the attention of the young master of the Wang group. While the crowd was discussing, Yi Yang and Wang Qua were already at a standoff, their anger palpable, ready to strike at any moment. The atmosphere in the venue suddenly became incredibly heavy, and the number of onlookers continued to grow. At a certain moment, Wang Qua clenched his fist and broke the deadlock first. "Spirit level summoning technique," he shouted, forming a more complicated seal than usual with both hands. Immediately, 3 spirit energy circles appeared simultaneously, radiating a devastating light. The spirit-level bloodline battle pets appeared before everyone in an instant. A battle pet cat, a battle pet wolf, and a family battle pet, the triangular rhinoceros, which had a trace of dragon blood flowing within. Although it was just a trace, it made this triangular rhinoceros far superior to many other battle pets. The 3 spirit-level bloodline battle pets stood beside Wang Qua, glaring at Yi Yang. "Yi Yang, summon your battle pet. Today, you can't escape." After summoning all 3 of his spirit-level bloodline battle pets, Wang Qua provocatively looked at Yi Yang and said. The surrounding crowd was stunned by Wang Qua's 3 spirit-level bloodline battle pets. What they usually saw were merely ordinary bloodline pets. The impressive ones were only strong in terms of physical level. But today, Wang Qua had shown them spirit-level bloodline battle pets. Moreover, all 3 were mature-level existences. Coupled with Wang Qua's own battle spirit level of 5, his overall strength was quite formidable. Yi Yang was in for a tough time. Wang Qua's battle pets and personal strength were too strong. Yes, it all depended on whether he was willing to accept Su Feifei's help. Otherwise, he would definitely get beaten today. Sigh. After witnessing Wang Qua's strength, many people couldn't help but sigh for Yi Yang. However, Yi Yang expressed great disdain for the strength displayed by Wang Qua. He sneered and said to Wang Qua, "Run? Did I say I would run? I said, if you dare to make a move today, I will definitely incapacitate you." Wang Qua was instantly enraged upon hearing this. Arrogant brat. Let's see who will be incapacitated today. The next second, he kicked off the ground and charged toward Yi Yang like an arrow released from a bow. At the same time, the 3 battle pets were also ready for battle. God-level summoning technique. Yi Yang immediately formed a summoning seal. The dazzling light instantly enveloped the entire venue, brighter than Wang Qua's previous summoning technique, causing everyone to close their eyes immediately. "Fire Dragon, it's up to you," Yi Yang called out, and the 3rd battle pet. The Fire Dragon, which he had just acquired and had not yet tested its strength, appeared before everyone. Roar. The Fire Dragon let out a roar, producing an ear-splitting sound. Its tall and plump figure instantly became the focus of the entire venue, exuding an impressive aura. What kind of battle pet is this? I've never seen anything like it. It looks so domineering. Why are Yi Yang's spirit pets so extraordinary? Battle pet refers to the pet during combat, while spirit pet is used in everyday contexts. Chapter 97, Bloodline Pressure. The fire-breathing dragon dominates the arena. As they watched Yi Yang summon the battle pet fire-breathing dragon, the onlookers all displayed looks of confusion. They had never seen such a battle pet before. The unfamiliar size and appearance left everyone bewildered. Wang Qua, who had rushed forward, suddenly halted. At the same time, his battle pet sensed a pressure from the bloodline. With a divine-level bloodline, the higher the level of the battle pet, the more powerful the bloodline's strength exhibited. The mature level 7 fire-breathing dragon possessed a divine level 1 bloodline, capable of imposing bloodline pressure on battle pets with lower bloodline levels, instilling feelings of fear. At this moment, Wang Qua's spirit pet clearly showed signs of fear and reverence towards the fire-breathing dragon. Although Yi Yang had only summoned the fire-breathing dragon and had not called upon Pikachu and Di Lu Beast to fight, Its aura was not inferior to Wang Kuo and his 3 spirit-level bloodline battle pets. On the contrary, it exerted pressure on them. What? What kind of battle pet is that? Wang Kuo stopped in his tracks, looked up at the towering, fire-breathing dragon, and asked with a serious expression. It's called the fire-breathing dragon, nicknamed Old Fire, 1 against 3. Yang sneered and sarcastically said to Wang Kuo, "Come on, young Master Wang. Let me see how much weight you carry. Don't say I'm bullying you. I'll use just 1 battle pet." Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Everyone looked at Yi Yang in shock, stunned by his arrogant words. Damn, this guy is really arrogant. Saying he'll only use 1 battle pet against Wang Kuo? They had seen arrogance before, but nothing like this. What the hell? Is he trying to defy the heavens? Looking at Yi Yang's confident and arrogant expression, everyone present couldn't help but scoff. But this only made Wang Kuo angrier. Yi Yang, you're asking for death. Don't blame me. Wang Kuo said through gritted teeth, his face twisted in rage. Then, he pushed off the ground with 1 foot. With a bang, the spiritual energy within him surged. Spiritual energy enhancement. Boom. In the next second, all 3 of Wang Kuo's battle pets were enveloped in different attributes of spiritual energy. Their combat power soared accordingly. Go, destroy that fat dragon. Following Wang Kuo's roar, the 3 spirit-level bloodline battle pets charged towards the fire-breathing dragon. Yi Yang smirked disdainfully and shouted, "Fire-breathing dragon, ascend." Boom! Instantly, the fire-breathing dragon flapped its wings, and its seemingly plump body took to the sky. Everyone was taken aback, not expecting such a fat dragon to actually fly. Naive. Vang? Cool. Seeing Yi Yang's battle pet take to the air, not only felt unfazed but instead mocked with a smile. Triangular Rhino, Dark Night Cat combined skill. Roar. Meow. As Wang Kuo's words fell, his battle pets executed one of their 3 major combined skills. The Dark Night Cat, enveloped in dark attribute spiritual energy, swiftly flew to the top of the Triangular Rhino. With a surge of Earth attribute spiritual energy, the Triangular Rhino lifted its head to send the Dark Night Cat upward. Cat Claw, Tear Cross Kill. Wang Kuo commanded, and the Dark Night Cat gathered its spiritual energy, channeling it into its sharp claws, unleashing its strongest skill. Chapter 98, Flame Jet. Angry Wang Kuo unleashed a skill from his battle pet combination, and Yi Yang shouted loudly in surprise. However, Wang Kuo's combined skill did not have a significant power boost. It merely sent the Night Cat into the air. This posed little threat to the Fire Dragon. Boom! The Fire Dragon opened its massive mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames from above. The flames descended, targeting the Night Cat that had just been launched upward. The Night Cat executed its ultimate skill and was suspended in midair, unable to evade the Fire Dragon's flame jet. It could only brace itself and charge forward, intending to tear through the flames and take down the Fire Dragon in one go. However, this idea was overly naive. The Fire Dragon possessed a divine bloodline and was a level 7 mature form. With 1 flame jet, its power was immense. Suddenly, the flames struck the Night Cat, forcefully knocking it down from the sky. Bang! The next moment, a heavy sound echoed as the Night Cat crashed to the ground. Immediately, high-temperature flames surged out, causing the onlookers to retreat in fear. Night Cat. Wang Kuo watched in anguish as his spirit-level bloodline battle pet, purchased for millions, was instantly defeated by a fat dragon. He cried out in pain and quickly summoned his spiritual energy to protect the Night Cat, but it was clearly too late. The Night Cat was charred black and severely injured. Its survival was uncertain. Yi Yang, I want you dead. Wang Kuo was filled with fury, roaring madly. Crazy Wolf. Trihorn Rhino, attack together. Roar. The remaining wolf and rhino charged at Yi Yang. Although they couldn't reach the Fire Dragon, they could target Yi Yang. Ha! Seeing Wang Kuo shift his focus to himself, Yi Yang smirked disdainfully. You think I'm easy to deal with? He clenched his fist, lightning swirling around it. Thunderous Fist. With a loud shout, Yi Yang delivered a powerful thunderous fist strike with full force, smashing it down on the head of the charging Crazy Wolf. Bang! The sound of impact echoed as the Crazy Wolf was violently sent flying by Yi Yang's fist. The crowd quickly made way, watching as the Crazy Wolf soared through the air. Clang! In the next moment, the Crazy Wolf collided with a car, producing a metallic sound. Blood streamed from its head as it fell to the ground, motionless. It appeared as though Yi Yang had instantly killed it with one punch. Yi Yang. Wang Kuo was now in a state of madness, his spiritual energy surging to its limits as he unleashed his battle skills, attacking Yi Yang furiously. Third-tier battle skill. Crumbling palm. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Kuo's onslaught was ferocious, his continuous strikes causing Yi Yang's brow to furrow. Meanwhile, the Trihorn Rhino coordinated with Wang Kuo, seemingly aiming to finish Yi Yang in one go. But the fire dragon in the sky was not to be underestimated. Seeing the Trihorn Rhino attempting a sneak attack on Yi Yang, it flapped its wings and dove down to engage the Trihorn Rhino. Boom! A flame jet scorched the Trihorn Rhino, causing it to scream in agony. Despite its incredible defense and the hint of Triceratops' bloodline, it was utterly insignificant before the true dragon bloodline of the fire dragon. Chapter 99. Fiery Fireball, Waste King Kuo. Spiritual Defense. Wang Kuo heard that his family-trained battle pet had been burned. He immediately mobilized spiritual energy to rescue the triangular rhinoceros. However, this put him in danger. In that moment of distraction, Yi Yang seized the opportunity. Young Master Wang, this is where it ends. Yi Yang coldly smiled as he gathered fire attribute spiritual energy into a blazing fireball. Fourth grade battle skill, Fiery Fireball. With a low shout, he forcefully pressed the burning fireball against Wang Kuo's abdomen. Boom! Instantly, the fireball exploded on Wang Kuo's abdomen, sending him flying. Poof! At the same time, he spat out mouthfuls of bright red blood. His clothes ignited in flames. Then, Wang Kuo's heart-wrenching screams echoed. Hiss! Everyone in the audience gasped in shock upon seeing Wang Kuo rolling on the ground, continuously screaming in pain. Their faces turned pale with fear. It was simply too tragic. Fire-breathing dragon, return. In the next moment, Yi Yang summoned back the fire-breathing dragon, which had already dealt with the triangular rhinoceros. Then, under everyone's gaze, he walked step by step toward the burning and screaming Wang Kuo. I warned you, if you made a move today, I would definitely cripple you. Yi Yang's every word was cold as ice. When he stood in front of Wang Kuo, all of Wang Kuo's clothes had burned away. His body was severely injured and charred all over. Although Wang Kuo was still alive, he was desperately using the spiritual energy within him to maintain his life. However, these injuries would not heal without a long period of time and precious medicinal materials. But even so, Yi Yang had no intention of letting Wang Kuo off the hook. He had said he would cripple this guy to eliminate future troubles. The hatred had already been established, so this threat must be eradicated. Although he could not kill Wang Kuo, crippling him was still possible. Bang! Yi Yang stomped on Wang Kuo's charred feet, directly breaking one of them. However, Wang Kuo had already fainted from the pain. Even if Yi Yang crippled his hands and feet, he had no awareness of it. This scene, however, sent chills down everyone's spine, making their hearts race in fear. Looking at Yi Yang was like looking at a devil, filled with terror. This was too ruthless, a force to be reckoned with in the future. Huayang City might be about to change. In that moment, everyone was deeply shocked by Yi Yang. At the same time, they felt that Huayang City was about to face a storm. Yi Yang had crippled Wang Kuo, which would undoubtedly infuriate the Wang family. I should go. It seems I won't be able to stay with you for a few days, Yi Yang said after crippling Wang Kuo, walking up to Su Feifei. By the way, there's something I want to ask you. Say it, and I will definitely agree, Su Feifei replied, looking at Yi Yang. Take care of my weak parents and prevent them from being affected by the Wang family. Yi Yang said, Okay. Su Feifei immediately nodded, looking at Yi Yang with concern, and asked, What about you? You crippled Wang Kuo, and the Wang family will definitely not let you go. Chapter 100. The woman 3 years older, hugging a golden brick. Come back to our Su family with me. With me here, even the entire Wang family won't be able to touch you. Su Feifei's face was filled with worry as she looked at Yi Yang, anxiously waiting for his response. The only way she could think of to protect Yi Yang was through her family's influence. Aside from that, there was nothing else. However, Yi Yang did not intend to rely on the Su family or Su Feifei. He had thought it through before taking action. Disabling Wang Kuo would bring immense trouble. It would enrage the Wang family and create a stir in Huayang City. Yet Yi Yang still insisted on going through with it, resolute in his decision. Because he knew very well that in this world of the survival of the fittest, one must be ruthless to stand firm. If you're not ruthless, you cannot hope to survive in a world filled with strong competitors. Even if you manage to preserve your life temporarily, it would only mean living in a state of mere existence. He did not come to this world to be a weakling. How high is the peak of life? It is waiting for Yi Yang to climb. Therefore, Yi Yang chose to confront it head-on. A man must never bow to evil forces. I have my own methods. Yi Yang smiled and said, I will fulfill my promise to you, just that the timing will be a bit delayed. Thank you for your concern for me. Su Feifei suddenly burst into tears, unable to help but rush towards Yi Yang, holding him tightly. She knew that from this moment on, Yi Yang's path would be filled with danger. This was a winding road that Yi Yang chose for himself, all for the sake of becoming stronger. Wu, why do you have to be so hard on yourself? Why, at just 16, do you seem older than me? The 19-year-old Su Feifei cried, holding Yi Yang. She could imagine how much danger Yi Yang would face in the future. Yi Yang heard Su Feifei's heartfelt words and smiled inwardly. Can I tell you that I'm over 5,000 years older than you? Even disregarding the historical years, Yi Yang's soul is that of a person in their 20s. It's just that he arrived in this future world as a 16-year-old boy. Su Feifei, being 3 years older than him, perfectly fit the saying, a woman 3 years older, hugging a golden brick. Sure enough, Yi Yang had attached himself to a super-rich woman. This was not just a golden brick. It was simply a treasure trove of gold and jewels. However, in the end, Yi Yang still relied on himself. Because this world does not allow me to be weak. Yi Yang's calm words left Su Feifei deep in thought. After that, the two parted ways. Their next meeting might be soon, or it could be a long time. But at this moment, Yi Yang had to leave quickly. Otherwise, trouble would be significant. After Yi Yang disappeared from the crowd's sight, the onlookers began to slowly disperse. Su Feifei, accompanied by security, got into the car and left. Immediately protect Yi Yang's parents. We cannot let the Wang family harm Yi Yang's family. In the car, Su Feifei said, yes. Her subordinate immediately nodded and then began to handle matters online. Also, prepare my transfer certificate to North China University. I want to study there. Su Feifei said, young lady, the chairman, I will talk to my father myself. You just need to handle it. Su Feifei said sternly. Yes. Her subordinate nodded heavily, not daring to voice any objections. Su Feifei felt a wave of melancholy. She did not want Yi Yang to venture out alone. She wanted to accompany him. Although she despised studying, for Yi Yang's sake, she decided to embark on the path of cultivation. Chapter 101. The Wind and Fire of Yi Yang. Sweeping the city and the internet, this significant decision might change Su Feifei's life. Wanhua Square. After dozens of sports cars left, the onlookers, fearing trouble, quickly dispersed. Only a few stayed to enjoy the excitement, making phone calls to the Wang family, who soon learned that their young master had been disabled. Bang! Wang Chong, chairman of the Wang Group and head of the Wang family, and father of Wang Qua, was stunned upon hearing the news about his son. Then, the piercing pain woke him up. He grabbed whatever was in front of him and smashed it to the ground in a fit of rage. He roared furiously, "Get that person out. I want him torn to pieces. Even if I have to turn Huayan City upside down, I will avenge Qua." Yes. The subordinates of the Wang family nodded heavily and immediately dispatched personnel to search for Yi Yang throughout the city. This news quickly spread across Huayan City. Within a few days, it caused a sensation throughout the entire city. Not only that, but news that Yi Yang, as a rogue cultivator, had been accepted into the world's top-ranked Battle Spirit University also circulated at the same time. He became a sensation online, being the first rogue cultivator with such outstanding results in years. Wow, Yi Yang is truly talented. He got into North China University as a rogue cultivator at just 16 years old. It's unimaginable. But he also disabled the young master of the Wang family, Wang Qua. Who else would dare to do that? I used to think Yi Yang was courting death, doomed for sure. Now it seems that if the Wang family pushes Yi Yang too hard, he will eventually rise and annihilate them. Indeed, with Yi Yang's talent, his future achievements will be remarkable, and surpassing the Wang family is only a matter of time. In various places within Huayan City, people were holding their phones, discussing Yi Yang's deeds in amazement. For the past few days, The entire city had been covered by news of the genius Yi Yang. His name was deeply etched in the minds of the citizens of Huayang City. From his comeback at school to beating Wang Qua and being accepted into the top battle spirit university in the world, North China University, all of his stories were thoroughly understood by the city's residents. Thus, they reached a conclusion. Yi Yang was just low-key at first. Now he has revealed his power, shocking those who once looked down on him. On the internet, forums, and chat groups, the headlines read, 16-year-old genius Yi Yang, expelled from high school, strives to enter the top university, North China Battle Spirit University. The former high school principal and director regretted their decisions deeply. There were many similar titles. The comments below unanimously praised the young man and criticized the foolish school. Genius boy beats up the unscrupulous rich second generation, unafraid of their family power. Still being a true man. Comment below, well done. Discussions in the groups all recounted Yi Yang's brilliance and various glorious deeds, being approached by streamers, being sought after by wealthy young ladies, and being highly invited by major universities. He was valued by the Federation. How glorious it was indeed. Aside, if you haven't read chapters 36 to 74, go back and check. I've made significant revisions. It's very important, a must-read. However, at this fiery moment, Yi Yang quietly embarked on a new journey. North China Battle Spirit University, here I come, Yi Yang said. Chapter 102, leaving for North China University, wilderness outside Huayang City. After 2 days of preparation, Yi Yang purchased all the necessary supplies and food for the journey, and then emerged from a major barrier gate. He didn't take a car, nor did he take a plane. He also didn't use the Federal Spirit Technology Teleportation Array directly to the city where North China University is located. Instead, he chose to go alone, because after Yi Yang incapacitated Wang Qua, he didn't have time to book a flight or train ticket, and the Wang family began to enforce a blockade and control over Huayang City. Yi Yang couldn't take planes or cars. Naturally, he couldn't use the federal teleportation either. This would put Zheng Xiao in a difficult position, and negotiating terms might force him to join the Federation, which was clearly not what Yi Yang wanted. As for relying on Su Feifei, he didn't want that either. So, Yi Yang was left with this one path, to travel on foot. However, he was not at all frustrated. In fact, he felt a bit happy, because this way, the journey would allow Yi Yang to train and grow stronger. At that moment, many television stations were broadcasting Yi Yang's glorious deeds. Meanwhile, Yi Yang was traversing through the jungle alone. He planned to leave Huayang City and then ride his fire dragon spirit pet to North China University. North China University is located in the global center within Territory City. Territory City is the most prosperous place in the world in terms of technology and military power. There, it is not just that masters are everywhere. It is a place where strong individuals gather. Yi Yang was filled with anticipation. The world's top battle spirit master university, the most impressive city, where it would surely provide him with better cultivation resources. Otherwise, why would Yi Yang work so hard to get into North China University? Almost there, right? Looking at the distance he had already covered from the urban area of Huayang City, Yi Yang immediately formed a seal and cast the god-level summoning spell to summon the fire dragon. Then, he jumped onto the back of the fire dragon, pointed in a direction, and shouted, "Take off, old dragon, go this way." Boom! The fire dragon received the command and immediately flapped its huge wings, its plump body slowly taking to the air. Don't let him escape. Stop him. At the same time, a loud shout came from one side of the forest. Following that, several battle pets soared into the sky. Simultaneously, several battle spirit masters rushed out from the forest. Yi Yang frowned, his gaze shifting to the approaching battle spirit masters and their various types and attributes of battle pets. He knew they were coming for him. "Fire dragon, go!" Yi Yang shouted, and the fire dragon immediately hesitated no longer, preparing to take Yi Yang away through the air. However, just as the fire dragon was about to take off, another flying battle pet appeared in front of it. Want to leave? It's not that easy. A giant eagle blocked the path of the fire dragon. On the back of the giant eagle stood a middle-aged man. Although the man had entered middle age, he exuded a chilling, killing intent, clearly someone who had long been entrenched in the underworld. "Yi Yang, today you will find it impossible to escape. Destined for a dead end." the middle-aged man said coldly as he looked at Yi Yang. As soon as he finished speaking, all around Yi Yang, on the trees below, were filled with battle pets and battle spirit masters. Among them were some particularly powerful beings. The number of battle spirit masters and battle pets combined was around 70 to 80. This lineup was quite formidable, and these people were clearly all coming for Yi Yang. Chapter 103. You think you can keep me here? Yi Yang glanced at the battle spirit masters closing in around him. Each one exuded a vibe of a rogue. Clearly a group of thugs from Huayang City. Wang family's dogs? Yi Yang sneered and asked. Yi Yang, arrogant as you are. It's not just the Wang family that wants you dead. The middle-aged man sneered at Yi Yang's words, saying, You beat up my Double Blade gang members. And I haven't forgotten that. This opportunity was given by the Wang family. I've been waiting for a long time. Today, with the battle spirit master from the Double Blade gang and the help of the Wang family, you have no chance of survival. Yi Yang curled his lips slightly, looking at the battle spirit masters surrounding him. He felt no fear and no surprise. After all, he had anticipated that he would be chased down. He just didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. It must be said that the Wang family indeed had some power in Huayang City, managing to grasp Yi Yang's whereabouts so swiftly. More accurately, the Wang family was waiting for Yi Yang to leave the city limits to strike. After all, even the Wang family wouldn't dare to kill Yi Yang within the city due to the presence of the Federation. But outside, it was a different story. Killing him would be just killing him. Who would know? Thus, the Wang family was waiting for Yi Yang to step out of the defensive barrier of the city. They had also blocked his access to the station and airport, forcing him step by step into this situation. You think you can keep me here? Yi Yang laughed. The incoming group was indeed formidable. Among them were two battle spirits. One was the leader of the Double Blade gang, the middle-aged man standing on the back of a flying battle pet, a giant eagle. The other was a man below who was staring at Yi Yang intently. The rest were mostly battle masters, with only a few battle apprentices. This showed how ruthless the Wang family was in their intent to kill Yi Yang. Do you really think you can survive against us? Upon hearing Yi Yang's words, the leader of the Double Blade gang, Wu Shuangdao, looked at Yi Yang with a contemptuous smile and said, Give up struggling, perhaps we could give you a quick death. Heh, Yi Yang scoffed, the corner of his mouth curling into a mocking arc. You're not qualified enough. God-level summoning technique. Whoosh, a blinding light enveloped the entire area. Pikachu and Dilliman instantly appeared beside Yi Yang, standing on the back of the Charizard. Facing such a lineup with so many battle spirit masters, Yi Yang, despite his strong abilities, did not dare to be careless. He immediately summoned his remaining two god-level pets to fight. He was well aware that his time was limited. He had to settle things quickly and leave. Otherwise, when the Wang family's reinforcements arrived, escaping would be even more difficult. Moreover, the speed at which these people were chasing him suggested they had likely been lying in wait outside the city for him to leave. The four gates of the defensive barrier in Huayang City probably had Wang family's people lying in ambush, waiting for him to take the bait. Go! Take him down and avenge young Master Wang. A battle spirit sent by the Wang family shouted loudly, and his battle spirit masters moved in unison. At the same time, their battle pets also launched their attacks at that moment. From the trees and the ground, each unleashed their skills. The 8 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, darkness, and light converged here. Third-grade battle technique, Sandstorm Palm. Combination attack of battle pets. Chapter 104. The 3 divine pets fight together, wind howling and burning the sky. Several attacks surged from all directions toward Yi Yang at the center. Even above Yi Yang, the giant battle pet, the windstorm eagle, blocked his escape route. At this moment, Yi Yang was in a very dangerous situation. If he was hit by this wave of attacks from the group and their battle pets, even with his battle spirit level and 3 divine pets, he would be severely injured in an instant. Dilu Beast, it's up to you. Yi Yang looked at the strong attacks around him and turned his gaze to the Dilu Beast, saying, Cat S.I. light. The Dilu Beast's eyes instantly emitted a white light, sweeping across the surroundings, attempting to fully control each battle pet charging towards them. However, because the Dilu Beast glanced hurriedly, it only managed to control about 70 to 80% of the attacking battle pets. It immediately directed those battle pets to attack their companions nearby. Meanwhile, All of Yi Yang's spiritual energy was instantly channeled into Pikachu. Spirit energy amplification. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pikachu's body trembled, and it released powerful bolts of lightning all around. Under the amplification of Yi Yang's spiritual energy, the Thunderbolt's power surged several times in an instant. Zzz, the sound of electricity crackled throughout the area. At the same time, the rampant lightning struck down on the Battle Spirit Masters. In an instant, that group of Battle Spirit Masters was knocked to the ground by Pikachu's lightning. However, one Battle Spirit Master managed to evade. Charizard, take this opportunity and charge. Yi Yang seized the moment and commanded. Charizard immediately began to fly at full speed. Boom, with a powerful flap of its massive wings, it shot forward. Even if your 3 battle pets are strong, you absolutely cannot escape from us. The leader of the Double Blade Gang, Wushuang Dao, shouted, Hurricane Eagle, Dance of the Hurricane. Charizard, Flamethrower. Boom, Yi Yang's Charizard and Wushuang Dao's battle pet both launched their attacks at the same time. The flames collided with the hurricane. In an instant, the flames were amplified several times, igniting on the Hurricane Eagle. Screech, the Hurricane Eagle let out a sharp cry of pain and fled rapidly. Wushuang Dao immediately jumped down and formed a summoning spell in midair. Damn it, summon Battle Pet. Water Green Thunder Fist. At the same time, Yi Yang seized the moment, not giving Wushuang Dao the chance to summon a second Battle Pet. He leapt directly off Charizard and delivered a Thunder Fist, striking Wushuang Dao hard. With a bang, Wushuang Dao was sent flying by Yi Yang's punch. The next second, Yi Yang's figure rapidly descended, and Charizard flew over in perfect coordination, catching Yi Yang along with Pikachu and Dilu Beast. Good, let's go. Yi Yang smiled, successfully breaking through, feeling an indescribable sense of relief. You little brat, do you think you can get away? However, just as Yi Yang thought he had everything under control, an angry voice suppressed with rage reached his ears. Immediately after, a shadow climbed to the top of a nearby tree and leaped toward Charizard. Below him, a gust of wind power assisted the airborne battle pet. 8 spiders. Poison Sting Kill. The owner of the airborne battle pet shouted, and a massive black spider lunged at Charizard, using its sharp tentacles to stab at Charizard's head. Charizard dodge. Chapter 105. The Steel Tail strikes. Seeing this, Yi Yang immediately shouted. The fire-breathing dragon quickly shifted its position. Although it was fat, its speed in the air was impressive. Flame Fireball. Bang! Immediately, Yi Yang concentrated his spiritual energy into a burning fireball and smashed it hard onto the poison-type dark attribute battle pet spider. The fireball knocked it from midair down to the ground. However, at the same time, the owner of the battle pet spider, a battle spirit master sent by the Wong family, exploded upward from the ground with the help of the triangular rhinoceros cultivated by the Wong family. 10,000 poisons palm. The man from the Wong family shouted loudly, striking towards Yi Yang with a palm. The previous poison spider was merely a decoy. His true target was actually Yi Yang. This palm, infused with potent poison, would be deadly to Yi Yang even if he was a battle god practitioner. But he had just expended a large amount of spiritual energy to cast a flame fireball and previously used the Thunder Fist and fully assisted Pikachu. The spiritual energy within him was nearly depleted, leaving him no time to mobilize the remaining energy to counter the final attack from the man of the Wong family. Pikachu! Steel Tail! Yi Yang quickly shouted, and Pikachu's tail became as hard as steel. A yellow glow radiated from its tail. Pikachu moved in an instant, appearing before Yi Yang, performing a 360-degree flip in midair and delivered a powerful steel tail strike towards the battle spirit master sent by the Wong family. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound echoed. Just as the Wong family's battle spirit master was about to hit Yi Yang with his poisonous palm, he was struck hard by Yi Yang's divine spirit pet, Pikachu, with a steel tail. He let out a scream, and his body fell rapidly like a kite with a broken string. Boom! The next second, the battle spirit master sent by the Wong family crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out bright red blood, looking extremely disheveled. He tried to struggle to get up, but he was powerless. The place where Pikachu's steel tail struck him had broken his bones. Looking around, the other people and battle pets had also been heavily injured by Yi Yang's battle pets. The fire-breathing dragon quickly burned down this area and then left. Yi Yang glanced around and, seeing that there were no enemies left, said boom. Immediately, the fire-breathing dragon breathed fire, igniting everything around them. Then, it quickly flew away, soaring into the sky, heading towards the direction of the territory city. Guard me. I need to recover my spiritual energy. Seeing that he had finally escaped the crisis, Yi Yang immediately sat cross-legged on the back of the fire-breathing dragon and said softly. Pikachu playfully jumped around, and the Dilu beast immediately began to keep watch around. All right, I need to cultivate now. You little guys consume too much spiritual energy. I must become stronger quickly, or I won't be able to enhance your combat power in the future, Yi Yang said helplessly. During this period of cultivation, although his strength had improved significantly, Pikachu, Dilu Beast, and the fire-breathing dragon had also grown stronger. As they became stronger, the power of their bloodlines also increased. Naturally, the energy required became greater. When absorbing Yi Yang's spiritual energy enhancement, the amount of energy absorbed had far exceeded the initial amount, making their combat power even stronger. Chapter 106. Breakthrough to Battle Spirit Level 4. Deep in the wild area of Spirit Beast, however, this also meant that the consumption for Yi Yang was significantly greater. Therefore, Yi Yang had to quickly enhance his strength and make his spiritual energy more abundant. Only then could he support his battle pets. After all, Yi Yang would definitely not have just one battle pet in the future. If each one had a divine-level bloodline, as their levels increased and their strength grew, the spiritual energy and power required by the spirit pets would become even more immense. It was not an easy task for Yi Yang to amplify all his spirit pets. Pikachu, hearing Yi Yang's words, obediently moved aside. Then, Yi Yang formed a seal for cultivation in his hands and immediately entered a state of meditation. The Diluman stood by, providing Yi Yang with a 10% increase in spiritual energy cultivation speed, coupled with Yi Yang's battle god cultivation speed. His cultivation speed far exceeded that of other battle spirit masters. Time passed minute by minute. The fire dragon flew far away from Huayang City, crossing mountains and rivers, heading towards Territorial City. At this moment, in the hall of the Wang family in Huayang City, Wang Ku's father, Wang Chong, slammed his teacup to the ground in anger, cursing, "Useless, a bunch of useless people. You can't even kill a 16-year-old brat. What use do I have for you? Immediately go chase him. That little bastard got into the North China Battle Spirit Master University. He must not be allowed to enter the academy, or it will be even harder to take revenge." Wang Chong clenched his fists, his inner fury burning to the extreme. His battle emperor-level power nearly suffocated all the battle spirit masters in the hall. The battle emperor is 2 major stages above the battle spirit. After battle spirit comes battle king, and above battle king is battle emperor. This shows how strong Wang Ku's father is. Still not moving? If you can't kill him before Yi Yang enters Territorial City, I'll take your lives, Wang Chong shouted. Yes. Faced with Wang Chong's fury, the subordinates of the Wang family immediately nodded and retreated to organize a stronger team to track down Yi Yang. If it weren't for the existence of the Federation, Wang Chong, as a battle emperor-level powerhouse, would have personally taken action to avenge his son. However, no matter how powerful the Wang family was, the Su family and the Federation held a greater weight, leaving him feeling quite frustrated. Yi Yang, you cripple my son. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will kill you, Wang Chong said with a sinister expression. At this moment, Yi Yang, under the flight of the fire dragon, had completely delved into the wild area of spirit beasts. The fire dragon flew high to avoid encountering fully evolved spirit beasts, which were quite terrifying. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully broken through to Battle Spirit Level 4. With the system's prompt sound, Yi Yang finally made a smooth breakthrough during the recovery of his spiritual energy, advancing from Battle Spirit Level 3 to Battle Spirit Level 4. Phew! Having successfully leveled up, Yi Yang stopped his cultivation, stood up from the back of the fire dragon, and let out a long breath of turbid air. He then stretched his body, producing a series of cracking sounds, feeling incredibly refreshed. Pikachu, seeing that Yi Yang had finally completed his cultivation, joyfully exclaimed, "Are you starving? Come, it's time to eat." Yi Yang smiled with joy and immediately took out the food he had prepared earlier from his space. There were canned fish, bread, milk, biscuits, and other delicious items, which excited Pikachu greatly. Chapter 107 Spirit Beast, Night Demon, Roar. Upon learning that Yi Yang and Pikachu, along with Diru Beast, wanted to use food on its back, the fire dragon immediately emitted a sound of resistance. Yi Yang had already formed a contract with the fire dragon and naturally understood its meaning, bursting into laughter. Then, while eating, Yi Yang fed the fire dragon. The fire dragon managed to eat while flying, constantly flapping its wings forward, tilting its head back, and opening its mouth for food. Occasionally, it let out a roar, as if urging Yi Yang, hurry up, hurry up. Along the way, they feasted and enjoyed the scenery, living leisurely. Fire dragon, let's rest in that valley ahead. We can continue our journey tomorrow morning. Seeing that the sun had completely set, Yi Yang pointed to a valley. Roar. The fire dragon nodded in understanding and slowly descended into the small valley Yi Yang mentioned. The area was rich in spiritual energy, filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers, boasting beautiful scenery. Yi Yang planned to spend the night there and continue traveling the next day. He took out a tent he had prepared earlier, quickly set it up, and sensed the surroundings using spiritual energy, confirming there was no danger before relaxing. Exhaling, Yi Yang took a breath, pulled out his phone, connected to the public sky network, and checked the travel distance. In the end, Yi Yang concluded that at the fire dragon's flying speed, it would take at least 7 days to reach Territorial City. This meant he had to be on the road for the next 7 days. Soon night fell. After resting with his battle pet, Yi Yang remained awake until deep into the night. The quiet wilderness forest suddenly stirred. Rustling, the sound of dense grass shaking woke Yi Yang from his sleep. He opened his eyes wide, instantly becoming alert. He gently pulled the tent zipper and quietly stepped out. A trace of spiritual energy spread out along the ground for quick sensing. Within 100 meters, several spirit beasts were rapidly approaching his location. The initial assessment of the spirit beast's attribute was determined to be Earth-related. However, Yi Yang still did not know exactly what spirit beast it was. He waved his hand, putting the tent into his personal space, then climbed a tree, holding his breath and hiding. Soon, the several spirit beasts he sensed ran over. With sharp mouths and yellow fur, they resembled foxes but also had some mouse-like features. Yellow weasel? The first thought that crossed Yi Yang's mind upon seeing this spirit beast was a type of creature. Then he concentrated hard. Finally, he truly recognized the spirit beast in front of him. Night demon, yellow weasel. Yi Yang's heart sank. This strange, demon-like spirit beast, rumored to live only in the mountains, had actually appeared before him. The yellow weasel spirit beast, known as the night demon wolf, operated exclusively at night and was quite sinister. Its urine had toxins that could induce hallucinations. Even more bizarre was the legend of a battle spirit master who killed a yellow weasel night demon, only to face retaliation from a group of yellow weasel night demons, ultimately being bitten to death. Since then, the yellow weasel night demon had almost been classified as a forbidden spirit beast, with few battle spirit masters daring to provoke them. Chapter 108 The danger of a urine stream, its infamous name, sends chills down the spine in the world of battle spirit masters. However, very few have actually encountered the night demon wolf. The night demon wolf evolved from a weasel. In the old era, weasels were on the brink of extinction. It was only after the revival of spiritual energy that they slowly began to rise and grow, ultimately transforming into the night demon wolf we see today. Damn it, how did I end up encountering this thing? Yi Yang hid in the trees, watching the night demon wolf below, its sharp claws capable of tearing apart giant trees. Feeling incredibly unlucky. Even taking a nap could lead to being targeted by this night demon wolf. Is there no peace for people to rest? He had no intention of provoking this notoriously dangerous beast, even though these few night demon wolves were around level 8 in their mature form. If Yi Yang wanted to hunt them, it wouldn't be too difficult. But this was a wild area filled with spirit beasts. Powerful spirit beasts like complete forms and armored forms could appear at any moment. If he encountered one, it would be trouble. As Yi Yang waited for the night demon wolf to leave, a sound of flowing water reached his ears. He looked down and instantly felt a surge of despair. One of the night demon wolves was urinating right beneath the tree where he was hiding. From a distance, a strong smell of urine wafted through the air. Damn, Yeong cursed and jumped down from the tree. Boom! At the same time, the spiritual energy within him surged wildly, forcing out the gas he had just inhaled. The smell of the night demon wolf's urine had a hallucinogenic effect. If not dealt with quickly, it could lead to hallucinations and ultimately death. But in doing so, Yeong instantly exposed himself. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The night demon wolf made a sound like a mouse, its gaze shifting to lock onto Yeong. Immediately, several night demon wolves charged towards him. They moved quickly, climbing up the large tree, then leaping after Yeong, swinging their sharp claws fiercely at him. Yeong had no intention of harming them. However, the night demon wolves were relentless, clearly not planning to let him go. He gathered his spiritual energy in one hand, and with a loud boom, flames ignited. He quickly created a fireball and hurled it at the leading night demon wolf. Bang! The night demon wolf was hit directly by Yi Yang's fireball, its fur igniting instantly, letting out a horrific scream as it fell to the ground. God-level summoning technique. Fire-breathing dragon, flame, eruption. In the next moment, Yeong summoned the fire-breathing dragon directly into the air. A wave of intense flames erupted from the dragon's mouth. Boom! In the dark wild forest, flames blazed up. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Several night demon wolves immediately let out piercing screams. They darted around in the flames, but ultimately could not escape death. Yeong quickly spread his spiritual energy to search for spirit elixirs amidst the fire. After all, having killed them, wouldn't it be a pity not to collect the elixirs? However, not every spirit beast possessed a spirit elixir. Yeong managed to obtain only a single earth attribute spirit elixir after killing several night demon wolves. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At the same time, a chorus of night demon wolf howls echoed from the dark forest. Soon after, a large number of night demon wolves appeared in Yi Yang's line of sight. Their numerous eyes glowed eerily in the darkness, fixed intently on Yeong. Chapter 109. The Awakening of the Complete Spirit Beast, Territory City Dam. Looking at the countless night demon wolves, Yi Yang's face immediately turned grim. With such a number, there must be a night demon wolf king in charge. Ordinary night demon wolves are already at the mature body level. The wolf king, after all, is a complete existence. Fire-breathing dragon, let's go. Without a second thought, Yeong decided to leave. Staying to fight would clearly be a foolish act. With this number, if a complete spirit beast were added, even with a cheat, it would be very difficult to win today. He could handle a one-on-one with a complete spirit beast. But with so many mature night demon wolf kings added, the risk was too great. Retreating was the best option. Boom! The fire-breathing dragon immediately flapped its wings and soared into the sky. The night demon wolves below desperately jumped to attack. But they couldn't reach the fire-breathing dragon at that height. They couldn't fly, so there was no way for them to chase after Yeong and his battle pet. However, the complete spirit beast of the night demon wolves was entirely different. A terrifying aura that had been dormant for a long time and was disturbed awakened in an instant, enveloping this wilderness forest. From a distance, Yeong felt a sense of pressure. What a terrifying aura! This is a complete spirit beast. Yeong frowned and immediately shouted, "Fire-breathing dragon, leave at full speed." Boom! The fire-breathing dragon didn't dare hesitate. Even with its divine bloodline and being a level 7 mature body, it didn't dare to claim it could overpower the complete spirit beast's overwhelming aura. Soon, Yeong rode the fire-breathing dragon away from this wilderness forest, narrowly avoiding a collision with the complete spirit beast. Phew, that was close. He exhaled a long breath of murky air and took out the earth attribute spirit pill he obtained from the night demon wolf, smiling with satisfaction. Night demon wolves are quite rare, even at the edges of the wilderness. Their spirit pills are definitely considered rare items in the market. Unlike ordinary spirit beast spirit pills, the night demon wolf spirit pill has some special functions, such as curing certain special diseases, or after being absorbed, preventing hallucinations, and so on. Just one tier spirit pill from mature night demon wolf can fetch nearly 100,000. It's not just a small difference compared to ordinary tier spirit pills. After all, the drop rate of spirit pills from night demon wolves is too low. Killing hundreds may not guarantee a single spirit pill. Yeong killed a few night demon wolves and obtained one spirit pill, which was basically extraordinary luck. In the latter half of the night, Yang did not stop to rest. He rode on the back of the fire-breathing dragon and continued on his journey through the night. During the day, he didn't stop for a moment either. The depths of the wilderness forest were too dangerous. Yang had to leave this place as soon as possible. Moreover, he tried his best to avoid areas rich in spiritual energy, narrowly escaping several times from being taken down by complete and armored spirit beasts. Thus, several days of relentless travel passed. When Yang saw a city barrier appear ahead, he instantly smiled. Territory City, he finally arrived. Standing on the back of the fire-breathing dragon, Yang couldn't help but curse. The journey over these past few days had exhausted him. Although most of the time was spent cultivating, the journey was not easy. Fortunately, after several days of cultivation, he had made progress. His strength had once again improved, reaching level 5 of the battle spirit. Fire-breathing dragon, land ahead, Yang said excitedly as he looked at the energy barrier right in front of him. Boom! The fire-breathing dragon immediately began to glide down. Chapter 110. Entering the city, technology, the world of tycoons. In a moment, the fire dragon landed on the ground. Yang commanded it back to the contract survival space and then stepped toward the city barrier of the territory city. As a place that is at the forefront of global technology, military power, and various other aspects. The energy barrier defending this city is many times stronger than that of Huayang City. Yang approached the barrier and arrived at the entrance of the territory city's main gate. Please show your ID and city entry permit, said the absolute elite of the Federation guarding the gate, stopping Yang. Yang immediately took out his ID and entry permit. As one of the top cities in the world, entry is clearly not allowed without a permit. To obtain an entry permit, one must provide relevant proof and reasons to the Federation. Only those who are approved can enter the territory city. All right, go over there to fill out the registration for entry, the gatekeeper spirit warrior said after checking Yi Yang's ID and entry permit, returning the 2 items to him. Yi Yang promptly went to register and successfully entered the territory city. As a genius student who was admitted to North China University with excellent grades, he could stay in the territory city much longer than ordinary people, as he needed to study here. Generally, people can only stay here for a maximum of 2 months before they must leave, or they will be expelled by the Federation. Special circumstances can apply for an extension. In short, it is almost impossible for non-territory city residents to stay here for a long time unless they are powerful enough. Buzz! Suddenly, Yi Yang's phone vibrated. He curiously took out his phone and saw a virtual prompt request on the screen. You have been monitored and located by the Federation's intelligent Skynet. Do you wish to cooperate? Yes. Yi Yang immediately clicked on it. This is a preventive measure by the Federation to prevent malicious individuals from infiltrating the territory city and causing trouble, allowing for immediate control. If one chooses no, regardless of who they are, they will be instantly expelled. In serious cases, they will be directly detained for questioning. After that, Yi Yang put away his phone and began to stroll around the territory city. It must be said that as the most advanced city in the world, it is incredibly prosperous. Skyscrapers rise one after another, and various high-tech devices along the streets detect humans, vehicles, spirit warriors, and spirit pets, etc. It can be confidently said that no one can escape the high-tech surveillance throughout the city. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yi Yang would not have dared to imagine that a city could reach such a level. And how wealthy is this city? The taxis on the streets are all luxury cars worth millions. What does that mean? $1-million luxury cars are used as taxis. Yi Yang was completely stunned, refreshing his understanding. He casually waved his hand to stop a luxury taxi and got in. Where, too handsome, the driver, a man about 25 years old, was clearly also a spirit warrior. Yi Yang wondered why he was driving a taxi, but then thought that it wasn't surprising to drive $1-million luxury car as a taxi in such a wealthy world. North China University, Yi Yang replied calmly. All right, please sit tight. We'll be there soon, the driver said, starting the luxury car and heading toward North China University. Chapter 111 Sign in, North China University, Zhuke Gate Boom. Shortly after, Yi Yang arrived at the entrance of the world-renowned North China University in a $1-million luxury car. North China University has 4 main entrances, located in the very center of the territory city. Yi Yang entered the city through the southern barrier gate. which naturally brought him to the south gate of North China University, the Zhuke Gate. "Handsome guy, we've arrived. This is North China University, Zhuke Gate," the taxi driver said with a smile as he stopped the car and turned to Yiyang. "Thank you," Yiyang smiled back, paid, and got out of the car. "This ride, 1,000 yuan. Just a few minutes. Damn it, it's practically extortion." However, Yiyang also knew this was the cost of living in the territory city. Otherwise, why would $1 million luxury car be used as a taxi? Providing you with a boss-level service and experience, it's understandable to charge a bit more. After getting out of the car, Yiyang stood at the Zhuke Gate, glanced at the name of North China University and the statue of a Zhuke on the gate, pondered for a few minutes, and stepped towards the university. In this futuristic era, time flies and is even more precious. University is a crucial part for a battle spirit master. Therefore, there are no holidays throughout the year. Once you receive the admission notice, you must report within a month and immediately start your training. "Student, please show your North China University pass." As soon as he approached the entrance, Yiyang was stopped by the gatekeeper of Zhuke Gate. He keenly sensed that the gatekeeper was actually a Battle King level expert. This made him even more eager for North China University. If even the gatekeeper is a Battle King, what levels must the instructors and directors inside be? Moreover, there must be plenty of treasures, right? Just thinking about it filled him with motivation. "I don't have a pass. Here's my admission notice." Yiyang took out his admission letter and handed it to the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper glanced at it, then let Yiyang in, reminding him, "New students should report to the front playground. Turn right and walk straight. There are quite a few new students today, so you need to hurry." "Okay, thank you." Yiyang nodded with a smile and headed straight for the front playground of North China University. "Sign in." Halfway there, Yiyang commanded. Ding! Sign-in task started. Countdown. 30 minutes. The next moment, a long-lost system prompt sounded in Yiyang's mind. His sign-in task had finally begun again. At this moment, on the front playground of North China University, geniuses from all over the world and various races gathered here. The new student reporting period lasts for a month. Today is the 9th day, and there were more people than usual. There were at least 50 geniuses, each possessing at least Battle Spirit Level 2 strength. None of them were older than 20 years. They were all elites among elites. Lin Shan, right? Please proceed with the spiritual energy test. The person in charge of the new student reporting was a beautiful female instructor, wearing red high heels paired with black stockings and a short skirt, stunningly attractive, drawing countless students' attention. Each new student must first undergo a basic spiritual energy level test to help the school better understand their recent strength status for planning purposes. Okay, the man named Lin Chen immediately began the spiritual energy test, dazzling the crowd with a battle spirit level 4 result. Soon, one by one, the new students completed their reporting. Is there anyone else? The beautiful instructor, seeing no one else stepping forward, slightly parted her red lips and asked, "I am." Just then, Yiyang arrived at the front playground and stepped forward. Chapter 112. Shocking all the talents in an instant, he attracted everyone's attention and became the focal point of the event. Is this a high school graduate? He doesn't look like one. Isn't he a bit too young? Could his talent be stronger than ours? Upon seeing Yiyang, the talented individuals from various regions were momentarily stunned. They felt a hint of surprise that the young Yiyang could enter North China University. But more than that, they felt skepticism. After all, they were already the best among the best. Even so, those who reached Battle Spirit Level 2 were already over 18 years old. Those with slightly lesser talent were already 19 or 20. Someone like Yiyang, who clearly looked under 18, even resembling some repeat grade middle school students, actually walked into North China University. This was hard for them to believe. "What's your name?" The beautiful instructor glanced at Yiyang, feeling a bit astonished by his youth, and asked. "Yiyang," he replied. "Yiyang, the one from Huayang City?" Hearing his words, the beautiful instructor was instantly surprised and stared at Yiyang, asking. "Yes," Yiyang nodded slightly. The beautiful instructor then carefully examined Yiyang a few more times, becoming increasingly amazed. "Let's conduct the spiritual energy test." Okay. Yiyang then walked towards the spiritual energy testing machine. The various talents who had not left after registering all stayed behind, wanting to see if Yiyang was truly a genius. A battle spirit level practitioner at this age really made them doubt. "Have you heard of Yiyang?" "I have some impression, but I can't recall at the moment. I think he's that rare talent who entered North China University as a loose cultivator, right? I'm not very sure. A loose cultivator entering North China University? Don't joke. That seems to be just a rumor. I've heard about this too, but I don't know if it's true. The top talents from around the world were not particularly familiar with Yi Yang's name. Only a few had heard of him slightly. However, they usually focused on cultivation and never cared much about gossip, so they had no idea what kind of existence Yi Yang was. Yi Yang stepped in front of the spiritual energy testing machine. He placed one hand on it, then mobilized his spiritual energy to begin the test. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dazzling light burst forth. Immediately, the screen of the spiritual energy testing machine displayed a soaring level number. Soon, it stabilized at battle spirit level 5. Looking at the spiritual energy level displayed on the testing machine, everyone around showed a look of shock on their faces. In an instant, their doubts about Yi Yang vanished without a trace. Battle spirit level 5. Seriously? Is this talent a bit too monstrous? P.S. Even more of a monster than us. Who exactly is he? The other talents nearby couldn't help but exclaim in surprise upon seeing Yi Yang's spiritual energy level. They really didn't expect that the young Yi Yang would actually possess the strength of battle spirit level 5. This truly shocked this group of geniuses. The beautiful instructor responsible for new student registration was even more astonished. She knew very well that Yi Yang had entered North China University at the level of battle spirit level 3. How long has it been? Yi Yang has actually improved by 2 levels? This is simply terrifying. After a long while, the beautiful instructor finally regained her composure and said to everyone, "You can all go back now and wait for the notification for arrangements. Classes will officially start in 3 days, and you will undergo a battle power test." Chapter 113. The threshold of the main gate, robbed upon enrollment. The so-called combat power value is the combat power index of each battle spirit master. It starts from 0 and rises infinitely. It is tested using a high-tech combat power index measuring device. Among battle spirit masters of the same level, their combat powers can differ. For example, 2 level 2 battle spirit masters. One might have a combat power of 2200, while the other might have exactly 2000. Clearly, the one with a combat power value of 2000 is weaker. The combat power index is only applicable to humans. The individual combat power of the spirit pets contracted by battle spirit masters is not included. It is part of the overall combat power. However, the additional attributes of their spirit pets can certainly enhance the battle spirit master's strength. The combat power index of battle apprentices generally does not exceed 500. Battle masters are usually below 1500. In contrast, battle spirits start at a minimum combat power index of 2000. Of course, there are also some exceptionally talented battle spirit masters who have solidly practiced their skills and achieved a combat power of 2000 within the battle master level. Such individuals are typically capable of fighting above their level. In a human PK, they can challenge battle spirits. However, when spirit pets are included, it becomes uncertain. Combat power value testing? After Yi Yang finished testing his spiritual energy level and withdrew his hand, he pondered. From what he understood, the combat power index test is an important part of university life. Because in the later stages of a battle spirit master's training, as their strength increases, the spirit pets they choose will naturally be more powerful. However, the strength of high-level spirit pets is incalculable. Therefore, humans, using wisdom, technology, and spiritual energy, invented something called the combat power value tester. This device analyzes the combat power of spirit pets to determine whether one has a chance to subdue that spirit pet, ensuring success. Moreover, it is crucial that if the combat power value does not exceed 50,000, even a peak Battle King expert will absolutely not be able to break through to Battle Emperor. This is a significant threshold. Do you want to know why you are stuck at the Battle Emperor threshold? Of course, the combat power test also has its limits. It is only suitable for the current stage. At higher levels, one cannot rely on this technological aid. Everything must be fought for with one's own hard power. As Yi Yang completed his test, several newcomers came to report for their spiritual energy level tests. However, Yi Yang was not particularly interested in staying here. Those who remained were not interested in watching the new students test. They only wanted to see the beautiful teacher with long legs and black stockings and a short skirt with red high heels. Bro, do you want to get the best training resources at North China University? Join our club. Our Huayan Club will definitely help you thrive in this academy. Just as Yang was about to leave the playground to wander around North China University, a man approached him with a smile and invited him. Before he could respond, several men surrounded him, saying, "Bro, join us. The Huayan Club is not good. Our Tianma Club is the best. Join us, you just enrolled. And we treat freshmen very well here. Their side is a huge pit." Many senior students, after witnessing Yi Yang's displayed talent, all came forward to invite him to join their respective clubs. Yi Yang was speechless. He didn't expect these people to start recruiting so quickly. Calling it a club is more like referring to various organizations within the school. He certainly wouldn't regard these clubs as the literary movement classification clubs of the old era. Nowadays, the clubs and universities are competitive campus organizations vying for dominance. Chapter 114, Reward Received. Frogadier in the university, it was common to see those two organizations fighting. The school not only did not stop it, but actually encouraged such behavior. As long as no one was killed or seriously injured, the school turned a blind eye. Some students with powerful backgrounds ruled the school, and even the mentors had to avoid them. The cultivation resources at North China University were always contested based on strength. "I'm sorry, I don't have any plans to join a club for now," Yang said apologetically with a smile, and quickly left. It was indeed easier to get by relying on a faction when first entering this place. However, joining blindly could easily lead to being taken advantage of. Moreover, newcomers often faced harsh treatment. Yi Yang didn't want to be a dog that followed others' orders. So he had decided before enrolling to go solo and carve out his own path. After that, Yi Yang took a stroll around the southern campus of North China University and then left. He initially intended to explore the entire university, but it was just too vast. It could rival Huayang City. The entire university was divided into 4 campuses: east, south, west, and north, each with a main gate: Xuanwu Gate, Zhuke Gate, Baihu Gate, and Qinglong Gate. At the center of the 4 campuses was the office area for the president and other high-level officials. Not only that, but the layout of this university was also quite impressive beyond words. Ding! Congratulations to host Yi Yang for successfully signing in. Reward 1. Divine Level 2 Bloodline. Blood of the Eastern Divine Dragon. Reward 2. Divine Level 1 Complete Body Level 5 Spirit Pet. Frogadier. Reward 3. Fire Element Human Pet Fusion Technique Scroll. Just as Yi Yang was walking towards the Zhuke Gate of the Southern District of North China University, the notification sound of the God-level multiverse sign-in system echoed in his mind once again. Yi Yang was immediately overjoyed upon hearing the exciting rewards. He was thrilled. This was the best sign-in reward he had received since he started signing in, after several days of the 30-minute sign-in task with no time limit. The value of the Divine Level 2 Bloodline goes without saying. The Human Pet Fusion Technique, especially being Fire Element, was perfect for Yi Yang at the moment. Most importantly, the Spirit Pet, a complete body level 5 Spirit Pet, Frogadier. This Spirit Pet was quite extraordinary. According to Yi Yang's memory, Frogadier was the result of a special evolution. Its strength was exceptionally strong, its form graceful and stylish, and its combat style was cool and handsome. He was very fond of it. Even more surprisingly, Frogadier was directly recognized by the system as a complete spirit beast in this world. Its combat power must be astonishing. However, as a complete divine-level spirit pet, Yi Yang's current strength was not sufficient to form a contract, because a battle spirit master needed to reach at least the level of Battle King to contract a 4th spirit pet. Typically, many battle spirit masters would start choosing higher bloodline spirit pets for their 4th spirit pet. Yi Yang looked at the strength required to contract Frogadier and was slightly taken aback. System prompt. To contract Frogadier, the Battle Spirit Master must reach Battle King level 5. What the heck? Seeing the contract level requirement for Frogadier, Yi Yang couldn't help but curse. Isn't this contract level requirement a bit too high? Yi Yang was currently at Battle Spirit level 5. Contracting Frogadier required Battle King level 5. This meant that he still needed to cultivate and improve an entire stage to be able to form a contract with Frogadier. Chapter 115. The spirit pets that even the spirit pet encyclopedia can't identify. It will take some time. Of course, Yi Yang could reach the Battle King level and immediately start a contract with the Goku Ninja Frog. However, the risks are significant. If the Goku Ninja Frog is unwilling to contract with Yi Yang and resists, with its extraordinary strength, it could easily overpower Yi Yang and escape. After all, that's a fully evolved level 5 spirit pet. Who would Yi Yang turn to for help then? Missing out on a powerful battle pet would definitely be a huge loss. Therefore, to successfully contract the Goku Ninja Frog, Yi Yang needs to focus on his training at North China University. Who? Goku Ninja Frog, wait for me. I will soon truly possess you and form a contract with you. Yi Yang exhaled deeply and walked out of the Zhuke gate of North China University with a pleasant mood. For the next 3 days, he planned to temporarily stay in Territory City, wander around, and wait for the school's scheduling notice. At the same time, he would practice the human-pet fusion skill he obtained. One thing worth noting is that the human-pet fusion skill Yi Yang acquired has no name. It seems to be created directly by Yi Yang himself. It has a 100 success rate. The kind of human-pet fusion skill that can be created depends on Yi Yang and his spirit pets. Having thought everything through, Yi Yang strolled around Territory City. He first took Pikachu and Dilliman out for a meal, while Charizard, being too large, had to stay in the contracted survival space. The two rare spirit pets attracted a lot of attention from the people around. Were these two spirit pets? They feel very special. I've never seen them before, and they can't be identified online. There's no record of them. Wow, how rare are they? The spirit pet encyclopedia can't even find them. In an instant, there was an uproar among the crowd. Curious gazes fell upon Yi Yang's Pikachu and Dilliman. Those bold enough approached Yi Yang to greet him and inquire about his spirit pets. However, Yi Yang was already used to this. He handled it coldly. Soon, after finishing his meal, Yi Yang planned to take his spirit pets for training. But just as he stepped out of the restaurant, several luxurious, extended Rolls-Royces stopped at the entrance. Then, an elderly man, around 60 years old, got out of the car, approached Yi Yang with a friendly smile, and said, "Hello, classmate Yi Yang. I am the diplomatic administrator of the Spirit Pet Association. Our vice president would like to meet you. I wonder if you would be willing to come with me?" Yi Yang's gaze sharpened as he looked at the elderly man in front of him. His strength was inscrutable, at least above the Battle Emperor level. Behind him, dozens of men in uniform, equipped with battle power testers, were all experts at the battle spirit level or above. Yi Yang's brows furrowed slightly. He had done some research on the powers of Territory City. The Spirit Pet Association is definitely a global organization with terrifying financial and military power. What do they want with me? The only reason Yi Yang could think of was his divine bloodline spirit pet. "Sorry, I have something to do right now." Yi Yang paused for a moment and directly refused. "Are you worried that we will make a move against your spirit pets, classmate Yi Yang? You can rest assured," the elderly man said with a gentle smile upon hearing Yi Yang's words. "Our vice president only wants to meet you. There is no other intention. To save you time, you can be charged by the hour." Chapter 116. Pet Research, 10,000 yuan an hour. Yi Yang was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Is this a chance for me to make money? Although he still had about 1 million in prize money, raising spirit pets was incredibly costly. How could 1 million be enough? After considering for a moment, Yi Yang looked at the diplomatic administrator of the Spirit Pet Association and said, "All right, 10,000 yuan an hour, starting from this moment." "No problem, Yi Yang, please." The elderly administrator of the Spirit Pet Association agreed without a second thought. Yi Yang was momentarily stunned. Did he agree so readily? Was his offer too low? 10,000 yuan an hour doesn't seem low, does it? Feeling a bit regretful, he got into the luxurious car worth 10 million, a Rolls-Royce, and headed towards the Territory City, the Spirit Pet Association. "Yi Yang, at such a young age, you've already reached level 5 in Battle Spirit. This talent is the only one I've seen." The elderly administrator praised him on the way, sounding somewhat flattering. However, Yi Yang didn't enjoy it at all. "What the hell? You're a powerhouse above the Battle Emperor level, and you're saying this to me. Isn't that ridiculous? I'm still just a kid." Before long, Yi Yang arrived at the Spirit Pet Association. The so-called Spirit Pet Association is essentially an organization that manages spirit pets, conducting various studies on how to best cultivate them, make them stronger, and evolve them. These efforts have made significant contributions to the world. Yang, please. After getting out of the car, the elderly diplomatic administrator courteously welcomed Yi Yang into the Spirit Pet Association. The enormous building exuded an ancient atmosphere. The towering walls were composed of various combinations of spirit pets. At a glance, it gave a fierce and extraordinary impression. Just the aura was already indescribable. As he walked in, he entered a spacious front area filled with numerous grand and imposing buildings. The technological and metallic feel was very strong, in stark contrast to the ancient atmosphere outside. Under the guidance of the elderly administrator, Yi Yang arrived at the VIP reception room of the Spirit Pet Association. Yi Yang, please wait a moment. I will go fetch our vice president. The old man smiled and instructed his subordinates to attend to Yi Yang well before leaving. Yi Yang sat on the large, soft sofa, enjoying how wonderful it felt. However, he wasn't very interested in this. He was purely here to make money. After all, it was 10,000 yuan an hour. As for the cultivation, enhancement, and evolution of spirit pets, Yi Yang was not curious about the Spirit Pet Association's research at all. It was a joke. The Divine Pet Cultivation Guide in the newbie gift pack was no exaggeration. The methods recorded in it were definitely the best routes for spirit pets to grow stronger and evolve. After a long wait, Yi Yang, I am the vice president of the Spirit Pet Association, Taming. A few minutes later, the vice president arrived at the VIP reception room and smiled politely at Yi Yang, saying, I'm very glad you could come. I wanted to meet you for a long time. Isn't it my spirit pet that you really want to meet? Yi Yang smiled lightly and replied directly. He could tell what these guys were thinking. Yes, you're right, but it's also true that I want to meet you after all. You are the first free practitioner to enter North China University in years as a battle spirit master. Taming paused for a moment before responding. Chapter 117, Price Increase. High handling fee, long chapter. Since classmate Yi Yang is so frank, Tang, won't hold back either. Tang smiled and continued. I believe classmate Yi Yang knows what our Spirit Pet Association primarily does, right? It's research on spirit pets. Yi Yang replied lightly. Yes, research on spirit pets. Exactly, research on spirit pets. Tang looked at Yi Yang, proudly stating, as long as the spirit pets are trained by us, their bloodlines, levels, and combat power can be significantly enhanced. I noticed classmate Yi Yang a long time ago. You have a rare thunder attribute spirit pet, which is extremely uncommon, even rare in ancient legends. I've heard your spirit pet has a divine level bloodline. I wonder if classmate Yi Yang would be willing to show it to me? Yi Yang frowned. He knew this was the true purpose of the Spirit Pet Association. Indeed, having a divine level spirit pet couldn't be hidden from these powerful individuals. Even a hint of news could be caught by these sharp-minded people. Sorry, my spirit pet doesn't like meeting strangers, Yi Yang said without hesitation, preparing to leave. Pikachu was his treasure possession, and Yi Yang would never let these people study it. Classmate Yi Yang, please wait. Come with me to take a look before making a decision. Tang quickly stopped Yi Yang, saying. Yi Yang hesitated for a moment. After all, it was 10,000 per hour, so why not take some time to earn a little more? Following that, Yi Yang followed the vice president of the Spirit Pet Association. Tang. The strength was also unfathomably strong. They arrived at the Spirit Pet Research Base. Passing through the high-tech gates, infrared detection systems, and other advanced technologies was quite impressive. Classmate Yi Yang, look, this is a rare spirit beast caught in the wild, the speed wind dog, a wind attribute spirit beast. Tang pointed to a small dog-like spirit beast and said, its combat power isn't high. Its advantage is speed. It's naturally disadvantaged due to its small size and insufficient lethality. However, it is loyal, and in the wild, it is a spirit beast. So it naturally becomes a spirit pet when it comes in. As he spoke, Tang shifted his gaze and pointed to another obviously much stronger spirit pet, continuing, that's the flying dog, evolved from the speedwind dog, a mature body level 9, with a completely new evolutionary path. Its strength and speed surpass all forms that came from the natural evolution path of the speedwind dog, and it has few opponents among mature bodies. Yi Yang glanced over and indeed found it quite impressive. With his ability to penetrate the levels and bloodlines of spirit pets, he could clearly see that this flying dog's bloodline had already been raised to spirit level. In contrast, the initial state of the Speedwind dog had a very low bloodline and limited growth. But for some reason, it was still rare. The Spirit Pet Association paid attention to it, researched it, and achieved new breakthroughs. We have completed a new round of research on the flying dog. If all goes well, within 10 days, we will help it break through to complete form, raising its bloodline to Spirit Level 3, Tang said proudly. He wanted to impress Yi Yang and enhance his standing in Yi Yang's mind to negotiate better. However, Yi Yang was completely indifferent. To others, this achievement might be impressive. But for someone like Yi Yang, who possessed a guidebook for cultivating divine pets, it was completely insignificant. Moreover, that was the Speedwind dog, not the Windspeed dog. It wasn't even from the same world. Yi Yang felt somewhat speechless about the name of this spirit pet. I'm afraid you don't know the speed of the Windspeed dog, right? You continue. Don't mind me, Yi Yang said lightly, seeing Tang looking at him with a hint of surprise. Don't you think this is a significant breakthrough? Tang looked at Yi Yang in surprise. It was the first time someone listened to him speak, and wasn't he shocked or excited afterward? It's all right, Yi Yang casually replied to give Tang face. However, Tang seemed to be hit hard. Such a significant research breakthrough was merely all right. He couldn't forgive this. Thinking that Yi Yang's vision might be much higher than ordinary people, it was necessary to prove the capabilities of the Spirit Pet Association to Yi Yang. Classmate Yi Yang, I'm telling you this to make you understand that we can make your spirit pet stronger, Tang said enthusiastically, looking at Yi Yang. To show our sincerity, we are willing to help you enhance your spirit pet's bloodline and level for free. If you're worried, our Spirit Pet Association can pay you a 2 million guarantee first. If anything happens to your spirit pet, the guarantee will be fully compensated. Hearing Tang's words, Yi Yang couldn't help but laugh. 2 million as a guarantee? Ha! A hint of disdain curved his lips. President Tang. It's better not to play such tricks. It's pointless. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Wait, classmate Yi Yang, think about it again. There's no room for negotiation. I'll take you to another place. Yi Yang paused, turned back to look at Tang, and said, President Tang, my time is limited. If I delay further, I'll have to increase the price. You say. Next, 1 hour, 30,000. Tang's face darkened slightly, hesitating before saying, no problem. He then took Yi Yang to the battle area of the Spirit Pet Association and called for the mature body level 9 flying dog. Classmate Yi Yang, I hope you believe in our Spirit Pet Association and let you see the strength of this flying dog before you decide, Tang said, arranging for the flying dog to fight against another spirit pet. Yi Yang looked and found that it was of the same level. What a pointless match. There was no challenge at all. Wait, President Tang, since you say it's so powerful, why not directly have a complete spirit pet fight the flying dog? That would better highlight its strength, Yi Yang suggested. This, Tang's face suddenly stiffened, rendered speechless by Yi Yang's words. Are you kidding? A mature body level 9, fighting a complete body? Isn't that asking for death? What? The pets researched and evolved by President Tang can't fight above their level? Then I'm really not interested, Yi Yang said disinterestedly. Fine, since classmate Yi Yang doesn't believe it, why not try it yourself? Tang looked at Yi Yang and said, let me take action. I generally don't act lightly. My price is quite high. Yi Yang pretended to be impressive. But he was speaking to a strong person whose level was many levels higher than his. Just thinking about it was exciting. If you can defeat the flying dog with any of your spirit pets within 10 moves, I'll give you 500,000 as a handling fee, Tang said. Is that a promise? Yi Yang smiled and suddenly became interested. It was a sure way to make easy money. Only a fool wouldn't take it. The Spirit Pet Association could afford this amount. As long as you could defeat the flying dog within 10 moves, they would pay you 500,000. Tang said generously. Chapter 118. Choosing spirit pets for battle. Hiding strength okay. Then please prepare the money, President Tang, Yi Yang said with an easy smile. The next moment, he stepped into the spirit pet battle barrier area. Just a flying dog. He didn't take it seriously at all. Any one of his 3 spirit pets could easily take down this flying dog. However, Tang Gong and the other members of the Spirit Pet Association did not believe that Yi Yang's spirit pet could defeat the flying dog in 10 moves. The flying dog was a spirit pet that they had painstakingly developed using the best evolution route, enhancing its spirit technique bloodline. It was a mature, level 9 spirit pet, with almost no rivals among mature spirit pets. This kid is really arrogant. He dares to underestimate our results. Youthful arrogance. Soon he will know just how strong the spirit pets developed by our Spirit Pet Association are. Let him open his eyes and broaden his horizons. Meanwhile, the various researchers from the Spirit Pet Association, as well as those who raise and cared for spirit pets, expressed their disdain upon hearing the bet between Yi Yang and Tang Gong. They clearly did not believe that a young kid like Yi Yang could contract a spirit pet capable of defeating their flying dog, which was strong enough to sweep away many mature spirit pets. Immediately start data collection. Analyze Yi Yang's spirit pet on-site and record the entire battle process. I want the most detailed data, Tang Gong instructed, watching Yi Yang step into the spirit pet battle barrier area. He waved to summon a subordinate and commanded, "Yes, but Vice President, is it really necessary to do this?" "He's just a student," a researcher nodded and asked. "That's because you don't know what bloodline his spirit pet is." "Hurry up," Tang Gong said. "Got it." The researcher immediately went to make arrangements. The goal was simple, to obtain data on Yi Yang's spirit pet on site. However, Yi Yang had already anticipated this. What Tang Gong knew was just as Pikachu, which he definitely wouldn't use now, as it wouldn't satisfy Tang Gong. As for Charizard, its large size and fighting power were hard to hide, and it would be a bit brutal in a fight, so it was also unsuitable for this moment. So, Yi Yang was left with one last choice, Dilliman, a mature level 5 spirit pet with a divine level 1 bloodline. Although it was still very strong, its appearance did not reveal much. As long as he didn't go all out, it should be fine. Moreover, Dilliman needed to evolve into Angelmon for it to truly shine. Having decided what spirit pet to use, Yi Yang directly formed a summoning seal and summoned Dilliman. All eyes in the venue were fixed on Yi Yang and Dilliman. The various research staff began analyzing and collecting data using high-tech remote scanning. Tang Gong was slightly taken aback, clearly a bit disappointed. He wanted to see Pikachu, but was not able to. However, the spirit pet that Yi Yang had just summoned also piqued his curiosity. With his knowledge and experience with spirit pets, he completely did not recognize Yi Yang's spirit pet. What kind of spirit pet was this? Tang Gong frowned slightly, looking at Yi Yang's Dilliman with a puzzled expression. At the same time, the research department's static data collection failed for an unknown reason. They looked at the Dilliman, which had not yet made a move, and shouted at Yi Yang, "Kid, can you do it or not? If not, just back out. Don't waste everyone's time." Chapter 119. Dilliman Beast, One Punch KO. Well, if you're too scared, just admit defeat. Right, hearing the shouts of the crowd around him. Yi Yang curled the corner of his mouth in a disdainful arc. Does this group really think he doesn't know what they're planning? They just want to provoke him into taking action. How childish. Enough with the shouting. You're all grown men. Can't you be a bit more mature? Yi Yang said, disinterestedly. If you want to take my spirit pet's information, then let us see if you have the capability. Dilliman Beast. Deal with that little minion in front of you. As soon as he finished speaking, the Dilliman Beast dashed towards the flying dog. The flying dog, evolved from the swift wind dog, is incredibly fast. Coupled with the research and training enhancement from the Spirit Pet Association, its strength is also quite remarkable. Among mature-level spirit pets, it is definitely an outstanding existence. Tang Gong and the others had extraordinary confidence in it. They focused their gaze on the battlefield, watching the Dilliman Beast charge towards the flying dog, and many couldn't help but hiss. With that speed, it's just going to be knocked out. Yeah, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like a spirit pet that can fight. The data also looks very ordinary. So I thought it would be some amazing spirit pet. However, just as they were looking down on the Dilliman Beast, it suddenly accelerated sharply while running. So fast, everyone in the audience widened their eyes in shock, staring at the high-speed moving Dilliman Beast. At the same time, the level 9 mature spirit pet, Flying Dog, was also prepared for battle. With its keen senses, it adjusted its gaze according to the movement of the Dilliman Beast. Boom! Suddenly, the flying dog pushed off the ground and charged forward. Its speed was also quite impressive. But the flying dog wasn't just running. It was moving as if riding the wind. Ordinary spirit pets truly cannot compare. However, Yi Yang's Dilliman Beast is anything but ordinary. Dilliman Beast, Cat Punch. Yi Yang shouted at the right moment. The Dilliman Beast pushed off the ground and shot out. Whoosh! In an instant, the sound of wind breaking echoed. It appeared beside the flying dog in the blink of an eye, and then delivered a heavy punch to the flying dog. With a dull thud, the flying dog let out a yelp and flew sideways, crashing into the barrier and sliding down to the ground. One hit KO, while the entire venue erupted in an uproar. Zhou Gong and all the people around him looked in astonishment at the Diliula beast that had sent their painstakingly researched flying dog flying. Their eyes were filled with shock. Diliula beast. Yi Yang called out and recalled the Diliula beast back into the special contract survival space. President Tang, a bet is a bet. He then turned and walked out of the spirit pet battle zone, looking at Tang Gong with a light smile. Tang Gong finally came back to his senses, obviously not expecting that Yi Yang's spirit pet could be this powerful. It knocked out their spirit pet that the Spirit Pet Association had painstakingly researched and enhanced with just one punch. Moreover, it was a level-up battle. After all, the Diliula beast is only at the mature level 5. I'll definitely give you the data later. President Tang said to Yi Yang, still in surprise. The researchers around quickly came back to their senses and immediately began to check the collected data. How is it? Did you capture the data? Incomplete, too scarce, too far away, affected by the barrier. What? Damn, we didn't capture the data on such an amazing battle pet? Chapter 120, President Tang, give up. What is going on with the cultivation space? How could such a powerful punch not have any detected information? There wasn't much fluctuation in power. It showed very weak signals, so it couldn't be captured. The researchers from the Spirit Pet Association looked at the instruments in front of them, bewildered. Their faces were filled with confusion and surprise. They were very unexpected about this result. What kind of spirit pet was that just now? Why had they never seen it before? It felt very strong, and its bloodline was not simple. Damn, it's a pity it appeared for such a short time. They didn't capture any useful information at all. Should we let it show its hand again and use better instruments to test it? The research experts who originally looked down on Yi Yang's spirit pet were now filled with interest. They were eager to study Yi Yang's spirit pet thoroughly. After all, fighting above its level. One punch to kill. Not all spirit pets could do that. Classmate Yi Yang, what is the name of that spirit pet you just had? What's its bloodline level? President Tang looked at Yi Yang with fervent curiosity and asked, Diliula beast. President Tang wants to study it? Yi Yang smiled gently and replied, well, if classmate Yi Yang doesn't mind, then I do mind. My spirit pet is not going to be studied by you. President Tang, you should give up on that thought. Before President Tang could finish his sentence, Yi Yang directly interrupted him. President Tang's face darkened, since he took the position of vice president of the Spirit Pet Association. Yi Yang was the first person to refuse him. 5 million, lend it to us for research. President Tang started quoting. The researchers and spirit pet breeders around all looked at Yi Yang with eager expressions. These people were crazy about spirit pets and their research. They were obsessed with powerful spirit pets. If President Tang could secure this, it would obviously be a great benefit for them. It's not about the money. Yi Yang said, 8 million. Yi Yang shook his head. 10 million. President Tang raised the bid again. Yi Yang smiled helplessly and said, President Tang, not everyone in this world likes money. Moreover, not everyone puts money first, so lending my spirit pet for research is impossible. After saying that, Yi Yang had no interest in staying there any longer. He had made enough money. It was time to leave. However, those research fanatics still tried every means to please Yi Yang, begging him to lend them the spirit pet for research and offering better conditions. The conditions were tempting, but Yi Yang still refused. He would never sell out his partner. Ding! Host Yang's HSBC account received a deposit. With a system prompt ringing in Yi Yang's mind, the money from this trip arrived in his account. The Spirit Pet Association was generous, not calculating every little detail for the sake of pleasing Yi Yang, directly transferring 660,000 to him. This means Yi Yang earned 660,000 just for one visit. It was simply too easy. Classmate Yi Yang, if you change your mind, give me a call. The Spirit Pet Association will definitely give you the best treatment. After the diplomatic administrator sent Yi Yang to his desired location, he handed Yi Yang a business card and said with a smile, Oh. Yi Yang casually took the business card and walked into the Spirit Master Simulation Natural Space Training Ground. Chapter 121, Where Did This Lunatic Come From? The so-called simulated natural cultivation space is a training area created by mimicking natural environments. It is specially designed for battle spirit masters who do not wish to leave the city but want to experience a natural cultivation environment. In developed cities, such businesses are almost everywhere. At this moment, Yeong walked into the picturesque simulated natural cultivation space in the territory city. A beautiful woman in a short skirt at the entrance saw Yeong and immediately greeted him respectfully. "Welcome to the picturesque cultivation space." "Hello. May I ask what level of cultivation space you would like?" The beautiful woman smiled and asked, looking at Yeong. Yeong glanced at a price list and the levels of the simulated natural cultivation space, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. The cultivation spaces are divided into levels 1 to 9. The higher the level, the larger the space. Naturally, the prices are also more expensive. The level 1 cultivation space costs about 1,000 yuan per hour. Level 2 costs 1,500 yuan per hour. The prices increase rapidly with each level. Yeong thought for a moment. He mainly wanted to practice the fusion technique with his pet, so he shouldn't need a large space. "I'll take a level 2. Yeong said. "Okay, this is the token for the level 2 entry. The billing will start once you enter the barrier." The front desk beauty handed Yeong a token and said, "A deposit of 500 yuan. Yeong paid the money and prepared to go for cultivation. The next second, a burly man walked in and shouted, "Give me a level 2 cultivation space." "Sorry, the level 2 cultivation space is sold out." The front desk beauty smiled apologetically and said, "Currently, only level 4 to 9 spaces are available." The burly man frowned, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw Yeong studying the token for the level 2 space, and immediately questioned, unpleased, "Isn't that kid holding a level 2 space token?" "What do you mean? Do you think I can't afford it?" "No, it's not like that. That handsome guy's token is the last level 2 cultivation space. Why don't you wait a moment?" The front desk quickly explained, her tone very friendly. Upon hearing this, the burly man became unhappy. He turned his gaze to Yeong and shouted, "Hey kid, give me the level 2 token in your hand." As he spoke, the burly man quickly walked up and blocked Yeong's way. "I'll pay you back whatever deposit you put down. Just give me that level 2 cultivation space token." Yeong frowned, looking at the burly man who suddenly blocked him with displeasure. "Get out of the way. If you have money, go open a space over there." Yeong said coldly, "I want the one in your hand. You go open a new one, and I'll give you the deposit." The burly man said, starting to take out money, showing a very aggressive demeanor. Yeong's expression turned serious as he put away the token and looked at the burly man, saying, "Are you out of your mind? If you have money, go over there and open one." "What do you want mine for?" "Kid, do you want to get beaten? Just give it to me, and I can even pay you the deposit. Otherwise, you won't get a single cent," the burly man said, his face twisting with anger as he glared at Yeong. Yeong was also furious. Where did this lunatic come from? Are you out of your mind? If you have money, go open a higher level space. Why come here to act tough? Who are you calling kid? My real age is older than your ancestors' 18 generations. You think you can take advantage of me? You don't have the capital." Yeong's gaze sharpened as he spoke to the burly man. The burly man's anger flared up instantly, his fists, like sandbags, cracking ominously as he felt the urge to hit Yeong. Chapter 122. The fusion technique of cultivators and pets get lost. Don't waste my time. Seeing the big man's angry expression, Yeong not only felt no fear, but instead became even more ferocious. To deal with a lunatic like him, you have to be even more domineering. Otherwise, these hot-headed people who see someone they think they can bully will try to show off in front of you. "Are you looking for death, you little brat?" The big man clearly did not expect Yeong, who he viewed as just a kid, to be so aggressive. His tightly clenched fist finally could not be held back and swung fiercely at Yeong. Yeong raised his right hand and firmly grabbed the big man's fist. With a muffled thud, a wave of spiritual energy spread out from the center of their clenched hands. The surrounding, welcoming beauties and the front desk reception hurriedly retreated, keeping their distance. The guards of a training space heard the commotion inside and immediately rushed in. "What are you doing? Fighting is prohibited here. Let go immediately." The guards of the picturesque training space quickly intervened upon seeing Yeong and the big man's fists locked together. "Kid, you're lucky this time. Don't let me see you again, or I'll make you kneel before me." The big man, seeing the guards had arrived, retracted his hand and said menacingly to Yi Yang, "Heh, I'm always ready for you." Yi Yang sneered, not taking this lunatic seriously at all. Then, he entered the second-class training space with his token. The big man hesitated to spend money on a third-class room and waited outside for a while. However, he did not dare to complain further, as this picturesque training space had some background. Inside the second-class training space, the barrier was created using a combination of spiritual energy and technology. It required at least a war emperor level to create such a space, which was expensive but highly practical. The second-class training space Yi Yang chose was approximately 1,000 meters wide. The environment could be customized. Technology simulated natural changes in spiritual energy, forming an ecosystem very close to reality. For instance, at this moment, Yi Yang chose a volcanic environment. Although it wasn't a real volcano, the visual impact was still strong. Most importantly, the sensation was incredibly realistic and scorching. The fire attribute spiritual energy was quite dense, providing ample resources for battle spirit masters to cultivate, absorb spiritual energy, and grow in strength. This was the remarkable aspect of the simulated training space. Fire-breathing dragon, come out. Yi Yang immediately summoned the fire-breathing dragon. He was ready to practice the fusion technique with it. After all, the fusion technique he had obtained was fire attribute. He could only train with the fire-breathing dragon first. Come on, my first fusion training with a spirit pet is up to you, don't let me down. Yi Yang said excitedly to the fire-breathing dragon. Roar. The fire-breathing dragon let out a powerful roar, signaling that it was ready. Then, the training for the fusion technique began. Through the self-creative method of acquiring the skill, Yi Yang had basically mastered it. He decided to modify the fusion technique on his blazing fireball. Boom! With a sound of surging spiritual energy, a fireball ignited in Yi Yang's hand. Fire-breathing dragon, enhance my blazing fireball with your flames. Roar. The fire-breathing dragon understood and immediately breathed fire onto the fireball in Yi Yang's hand. Boom! In an instant, the fireball in Yi Yang's hand rapidly enlarged and exploded. Chapter 123. Big brother, can you cooperate a bit? Damn it, can you slow down? Yi Yang was instantly furious. Damn it, he almost blew himself up. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and used his spiritual energy to protect himself. Otherwise, that explosion just now would have ruined his hand. Then, they continued. However, the flames of the fire-breathing dragon were always so fierce. Every time Yi Yang gathered a fireball, it would explode the moment it was sprayed. Boom, boom, boom. In the second-level training space, the sound of explosions kept ringing out. After more than 10 consecutive times, the fire-breathing dragon's firepower was too strong, and the speed at which the spiritual energy fireball expanded was too fast for Yi Yang to control, resulting in repeated failures. Big brother, can we cooperate here? With you doing this, when can I complete the fusion technique with you? Yi Yang looked at the fire-breathing dragon, which thought it was still impressive, and said with a face full of despair. Damn it, it had failed more than 10 times already. Don't you have any ambition? But the fire-breathing dragon is a spirit pet. What does ambition mean? It didn't understand. Yi Yang immediately contacted the fire-breathing dragon through their contract for mental communication. After a brief silence, he heard, damn, you're still holding a grudge over such a small matter? After understanding the fire-breathing dragon's thoughts, Yi Yang was speechless. Just because he didn't let the fire-breathing dragon eat enough on the way, it was still a bit moody. What a bunch of gluttons. All right, finish the training, and I'll treat you to a big meal, Yi Yang said to the fire-breathing dragon. Then, they began practicing the fusion technique again. This time, the fire-breathing dragon cooperated well with Yi Yang. Although it still exploded a few times, it was much better than before. However, Yi Yang felt like the fire-breathing dragon might be trying to scam him for food. Damn it, it still hadn't succeeded in one go to complete the training. Although mental communication reflected their true thoughts and couldn't be lies, Yi Yang indeed felt this way. This damn thing was supposed to be his battle pet. If it were someone else's, he would have kicked it away by now. Damn it. Boom. Once again, Yi Yang gathered a fireball, looking at the fire-breathing dragon. He reminded it, slowly release your flame power and cooperate with me. The fire-breathing dragon gently exhaled flames. The line of fire thickened gradually. Yi Yang controlled it, continuously enlarging it. Then he made it spin rapidly. At that moment, he was thinking about an anime he had watched, Naruto, and Naruto's signature move, the Rasengan. He aimed to create a massive fireball, and with the spinning motion, it would be even more powerful, definitely surpassing the Rasengan, comparable to the big ball Rasengan. Boom! As the sound of roaring flames echoed, a ball the size of a round table appeared in Yi Yang's hand, raised high above his head. It was completed. Yi Yang smiled excitedly. The ball in his right hand was spinning wildly, consuming his spiritual energy rapidly. Let's test the power. He threw the enormous fireball, which he had created together with the fire-breathing dragon, towards a simulated mountain peak in front of him. Hiss! A piercing sound of wind followed as the massive fireball soared through the air and smashed into the simulated mountain. With a loud boom, it exploded. The flames rolled, and the power was immense, causing the entire training barrier space to tremble. Crack, crack. In the next moment, Yi Yang heard the sound of the space cracking. The simulated scenery around them began to shatter. Chapter 124. I can hit you with confidence now. Your punches are too weak. His expression suddenly darkened, and he shouted, Fire Dragon, come back. The Fire Dragon immediately returned to the survival space contracted with Yi Yang. He then took out the token, preparing to leave the simulated training space. However, due to the immense power that had damaged the simulated training space, it had completely lost balance. The token couldn't open the barrier gate at all, and Yi Yang was trapped inside. Damn! Seeing the completely unresponsive spatial barrier, Yi Yang couldn't help but curse. He didn't expect that his fusion battle skill with the Fire Dragon would be so powerful that it could destroy a second-level training space that required a battle Emperor-level expert to create. Boom! Just as Yi Yang was thinking about how to get out, the second-level training space suddenly began to completely collapse. Various attributes of spiritual energy scattered everywhere. Taking a gamble, Yi Yang steeled his heart, clenched his fist, and infused spiritual energy with lightning swirling around. He focused on a crack in the collapsing barrier and punched towards it. Thunder Fist. Bang! His punch struck heavily against the barrier that had already been damaged by the fusion technique, producing a dull sound. Immediately, a large hole appeared in the barrier that was about to collapse. Without hesitation, Yi Yang hurriedly ran inside. If he waited for the spatial barrier to collapse and the spiritual energy to go chaotic, he would be in serious danger. Phew, that was close. Having successfully escaped danger, Yi Yang let out a long breath. Hey handsome, are you okay? The barrier was in chaos and had already collapsed. Quickly notify Lord Muhua. Evacuate all cultivators in the nearby barrier to ensure everyone's safety. Outside, the staff at the picturesque training area rushed over to handle the emergency. Cough, cough. I'm fine. Yi Yang pretended to cough and said, That's good. Do you need us to take you to the hospital for a checkup? We will cover all the costs. A beautiful woman asked, looking worriedly at Yi Yang. No need. I'm fine. Yi Yang waved his hand and refused. Who goes to the hospital if they aren't hurt? Even if someone else pays. All right then, we sincerely apologize for this incident. You used the training space for free this time, and we will refund your deposit in full. The woman said. Yi Yang was a bit stunned. This was too courteous, wasn't it? He thought they would hold him responsible for damaging the simulated natural training space. However, what Yi Yang didn't know was that the collapse of the barrier space and the agitation of energy could easily harm the Battle Spirit Masters training inside. If an accident occurred, the reputation of the picturesque training space would be tarnished, significantly impacting their business. Hence, the woman was so anxious. Moreover, Yi Yang had chosen the second-level training space, and didn't he have the strength of a Battle Emperor? They clearly wouldn't think that a mere Battle Spirit Level 5 Master could destroy their training space. So, they directly deemed it an accident. In reality, Yi Yang's fusion technique with the Fire Dragon had indeed destroyed the training space. What did this mean? It meant that Yi Yang's fusion technique was capable of fighting above his level. Handsome, here is your deposit. We apologize deeply and will refund you 10 times the amount. Just as Yi Yang was about to leave, the front desk beauty stopped him and handed him 5,000 yuan. Yi Yang looked at the 5,000 yuan in front of him, thought for a moment, and said, No need, I'm fine. Besides, I did use the training space. So it's good enough that you're offering me a discount. After saying that, Yi Yang left the picturesque training space without looking back. Hey handsome, The front desk beauty kept calling after Yi Yang's retreating figure, but he didn't turn back even once. Yi Yang was not someone who would take advantage of others. He knew he was the one who had damaged the space, even if others were unaware. Not being held accountable was already good enough. Accepting unknown compensation would weigh on his conscience. Damn, what kind of training space is this? It's so unstable. The next moment, the burly man who had clashed with Yi Yang earlier walked out from one of the training spaces, cursing in a very displeased manner. He quickly settled his bill and left the training space. Suddenly, he spotted Yi Yang walking on the street and stealthily followed him. After completing his training in the fusion technique, Yi Yang naturally wanted to find a place to stay for the next 3 days before officially starting school. After walking for a few minutes, Yi Yang turned into a relatively narrow alley. Follow me is fun. Huh? Yi Yang turned around to look at the burly man who had just poked his head out to check on his whereabouts, smiling lightly. The man's expression darkened. Being discovered didn't embarrass him at all. He boldly stepped out and arrogantly said to Yi Yang, "Kid, I told you not to let me see you again, or I'll make you kneel before me. Is that so? Haven't you been following me like a little dog?" Yi Yang scoffed. "Damn, I see you're really asking for it today." Boom! As he spoke, the burly man stomped his foot on the ground. The power of a battle spirit level 7 surged violently from within him. "You want to make a move under the Federation's surveillance?" Yi Yang observed that the man was indeed daring enough to act, glancing around at the various high-tech surveillance devices, and laughed. "Huh, it's clear you just arrived in Territory City and don't understand the unspoken rules." The man sneered and said, "As long as I finish you within a minute without using a battle pet, even if the Federation sees it, they won't interfere. Unless you pose a threat serious enough to concern the Federation." "Oh, so that's how it is. Then I can't hit you with confidence now." Hearing the unspoken rule revealed by the man, Yi Yang nodded and said, "Come on, since you followed me, you can go first." "Arrogant brat. Today I'll let you know that in Territory City, it's best to keep your tail tucked in, or you won't even know how to write the word death." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the burly man kicked off the ground, launching himself at Yi Yang like a cannonball. Yi Yang curled his lips into a dismissive smile, completely disregarding the burly man in front of him. The power of battle spirit level 7 was not enough to make him a genius with a battle god training body, afraid of fighting above his level as easily as eating. Bang! With a dull sound, the burly man's heavy punch was directly caught by Yi Yang, who stood there motionless, calm and composed. "You." The burly man was taken aback. His full-powered punch had not even shaken Yi Yang in the slightest, which greatly surprised him. "Your punches are too weak." Yi Yang scoffed and twisted his hand. Chapter 125, Strengthening the Divine Pet, Pikachu Level Up Crack. Suddenly, a sound of a bone breaking came from the big man's wrist. Immediately after, the big man attacking Yi Yang let out a painful scream. Bang! In the next second, Yi Yang kicked the big man out of the alley, sending him crashing onto the street. Whoosh! People around the street turned their gazes in unison, looking at the big man lying on the ground in pain, filled with questions. What's going on? Damn! Who is fighting again? Incredible! There have been more and more fights lately. A crowd gathered, eager to watch the spectacle. However, Yi Yang had no intention of making an appearance. It was better to keep a low profile, although many things in reality did not allow him to be low-key. But for now, he could be mysterious and leave quietly. The entire battle lasted less than 20 seconds, not to mention a minute. After Yi Yang left, the big man remained surrounded by onlookers. No one went to help him. At most, someone called for an ambulance. Then, they pulled out various high-end smartphones to record videos, posting them on Douyin, Kuaishou, and other short video apps. Title: Mysterious Big Man Seemingly Beaten Up. Looks like a bad guy, well-deserved beating. Next, it's time to enhance your strength. In a hotel suite in Territory City, Yi Yang had booked a room for 3 days, preparing to wait for the arrangements from North China University. He let out a soft sigh, forming the seals for the god-level summoning technique, summoning Dilliman and Pikachu. Gulme. Eat the spirit pills to enhance your strength and boost your health. Yi Yang took out a large number of spirit pills from his personal space and said to Pikachu and Dilliman. These spirit pills were all given to him by Su Feifei. It was indeed a huge fortune. He had been regularly giving them to Pikachu, Dilliman, and Charizard to help his divine pets enhance their strength. Pikachu sighed, clearly not fond of eating those things. After all, the spirit pills were bland and tasteless, and consuming them resulted in a surge of violent power. You have to eat 10. Eon took out 10 Thunder Spirit Pills and 10 Light Spirit Pills for Pikachu and Dilliman, saying, Then, the two divine pets in front of Yi Yang swallowed their respective spirit pills. After consuming 10 pills, their power exploded. Boom, boom. Spiritual energy surged, spilling out from Pikachu and Dilliman. In just a few seconds, they absorbed it all. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully feeding the divine pet Dilliman. Dilliman has successfully leveled up. Mature form level 6. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully feeding the divine pet Pikachu. Pikachu's strength has increased, reaching peak growth level 9. Ah! Hearing the notification sound from the God-level multiverse sign-in system, Yeong was slightly taken aback. Dilliman leveled up again. But Pikachu didn't he level up? What is going on? Yeong frowned in thought, unable to understand why Pikachu's level was stuck here. What puzzled him even more was that although Pikachu's level was stuck and could not evolve, its strength was continuously increasing, which he found very perplexing. This really broke the conventional system of divine pets. It was completely an alternative existence. Pikachu, why don't you try plugging your ears in? Suddenly, a unique idea popped into Yi Yang's mind, and he pointed at a power socket, saying to Pikachu, Chapter 126, Alternative Method. Pikachu inserts into the power socket. Pika, Pika. Hearing Yi Yang's words, Pikachu looked at the power plug and shook its head. The socket of the power plug was not large, and Pikachu's ears could only fit the tips in, but it was enough to conduct electricity. Eon wanted to try if he could charge Pikachu using this method, because Pikachu was an electric-type divine pet. In this world, it was no longer just about storing electricity, but could also harness the power of lightning. Therefore, Eon thought that Pikachu could definitely grow stronger through conduction. Who knows? It might even undergo a miraculous evolution. Anything was possible. Just try it once. If you plug your ears in, you'll become stronger, Yi Yang said to Pikachu. He wasn't worried about Pikachu getting electrocuted, because that was impossible. Pikachu itself was electric, and the highest voltage here was only 220V, which wouldn't harm Pikachu at all. Otherwise, Yi Yang wouldn't let Pikachu try it. After all, Pikachu was his precious treasure. If anything happened, Yi Yang would be heartbroken. However, Pikachu had been stuck at level 9 for too long. Yi Yang needed it to evolve. Although he really liked Pikachu's current form, he was also a bit curious about what Pikachu would look like after evolution. The most important thing was strength. He wanted to perfectly enhance Pikachu. It was worth noting that Pikachu still had many special moves that had yet to awaken. However, it was currently facing the dilemma of not being able to level up and evolve. Even the Divine Pet Training Guide had no solution. Pika, Pika. Faced with Yi Yang's persuasion, Pikachu resolutely shook its head. Yi Yang was somewhat speechless. Having a clever pet could also be a bit of a hassle, right? What will it take for you to plug your ears in? Yi Yang squatted down and asked Pikachu. Then, Yi Yang and Pikachu began to communicate mentally. He tempted Pikachu with delicious food like pizza and fruit salad, and only after satisfying Pikachu a little did it reluctantly agree to try once. Pika. After the communication ended, Pikachu reluctantly ran toward the socket in the hotel. It then brought its two ears together and inserted the tips into the power socket. Yi Yang watched Pikachu's actions, his fists involuntarily tightening, feeling a bit nervous. In the next second, Pikachu's ear tips were inserted into the socket. Zzz. Suddenly, a sound of electricity crackled from the socket. Immediately, Pikachu was fully conducting electricity, and its body was crazily absorbing the hotel's power. Zzz. Subsequently, the lights in the hotel also emitted crackling sounds, and the electrical light flickered in an extremely unstable state. Boom! Within 5 seconds, all the electrical equipment in the hotel simultaneously shut down. Even the backup power supply was paralyzed. Yi Yang stood in the living room, completely dumbfounded, feeling like he had gotten into big trouble. What the hell? What's going on? Why did the power go out? Damn it. I just got a 5-kill streak, was about to win, and now the power is out. My rank is going to drop again. Complaints, damn it. Most of the guests in the entire hotel were furious, especially those gaming fanatics. And those who were in the middle of a game and suddenly lost power felt extremely frustrated. Chapter 127. Pikachu's Power Boost. Being a good person is not allowed. Pikachu. However, Pikachu felt incredibly refreshed, happily bouncing around. The electrical surge from earlier had been completely absorbed by it. It was as if it had opened the meridians, allowing Pikachu's power to rise to another level. Eon stared blankly at Pikachu. Although he knew Pikachu could absorb electricity, he didn't expect it to be this impressive. It had caused the entire hotel building's power to shut down in an instant. So strong. Feeling its strength, compared to before, it had made another significant leap. Without a doubt, Pikachu's combat power now could easily surpass its level. It was probably the strongest among the spirit pets Yi-Yang currently owned. Although it was the lowest in level, its strength was not the same. Strange. Why hasn't it leveled up and evolved? Yi-Yang looked at the now stronger Pikachu, resting his chin on his hand, quite puzzled. Knock, knock. Sir, are you there? Hotel circuit maintenance check. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Yi-Yang's expression tensed. They arrived so quickly? He glanced at the completely damaged socket. Char black, still emitting smoke. Clearly, there was a problem. Pikachu, Dilu Beast, quickly return. Yi-Yang called out and hurriedly recalled his spirit pets into the special contract survival space. If it was discovered that the entire hotel's electrical system was damaged by his spirit pets, it would be a huge trouble. Yi-Yang had no idea how much he would have to pay. Creak. Yi-Yang then opened the door. Sir, I'm very sorry to disturb you. There has been a problem with the hotel circuit, and we must conduct a maintenance check. From this moment on, your stay is free of charge. A beautiful waitress smiled apologetically at Yi-Yang and said, until the circuit maintenance is completed, we will start billing. Then, the maintenance workers entered to inspect. They immediately noticed the charred, smoking socket. This is where the problem is. Are you hurt? The maintenance worker asked, glancing at the socket and then at Yi-Yang. No. Yi-Yang shook his head, feeling a bit guilty. He felt that not explaining the situation would be inappropriate. But Pikachu was very special. If others knew that his spirit pet could absorb electricity, who knows how many people would risk everything to steal it. Therefore, he couldn't explain the details. Wait a minute. This shouldn't cause a power outage for the entire building, right? There must be other issues. The maintenance worker said with confusion after checking around. No need to check. It's just that I accidentally disabled the hotel building circuit. Yi-Yang said frankly upon hearing the maintenance worker's words. A real man takes responsibility for his actions. He didn't plan to hide quietly. The maintenance worker and the beautiful waitress were slightly taken aback by Yi-Yang's words, both gazing at him. After a moment, the maintenance worker smiled and said, Little brother, don't joke around. It's not funny. Even if you poured water into the socket, it wouldn't cause the entire building's circuit to fail. It's really me. Yi-Yang replied. Brother, stop teasing us. We're busy with the maintenance. We won't handle this for you right now. We'll come back later to fix it. It's a small issue. With that, the maintenance worker and the beautiful waitress turned to leave, not believing Yi-Yang's words at all. Yi-Yang was speechless. In this day and age, does telling the truth no longer get believed? Is try to be a good person not allowed? Chapter 128. Charizard Level Up Combat Power Test. New task, is that really me? Yi-Yang said with great effort in the end. However, the maintenance worker and the beautiful waitress no longer paid him any attention and went directly to check the next room. Sigh. Yi-Yang let out a long sigh, wondering what kind of situation this was. After a long while, he began to order food to satisfy Pikachu and fulfill his promise. The Dilliman also ate happily. Of course, Charizard couldn't be neglected either. After all, Yi-Yang had promised Charizard before that he would give it a lot of delicious food. But the space in the room was limited, and if Charizard came out, it would definitely wreck the place. Pikachu had already damaged the circuit, and Yi-Yang felt a bit guilty, knowing he couldn't cause more trouble. He immediately took a lot of food and jumped out of the window. In midair, he summoned Charizard, landed on its back, and flew to the hotel roof to feed it. Let's eat 10 fire spirit pills together, Yi-Yang said as he took out the spirit pills of the same attribute as Charizard. Charizard gulped them all down, and the power of the fire spirit energy surged within it in an instant. Then it was completely absorbed by Charizard, leveling it up. Ding! Congratulations to host Yi-Yang for successfully feeding the divine pet Charizard. Charizard's strength has upgraded to mature body level 8. Hearing the system's prompt, Yi Yang smiled happily. With this, his overall strength increased again. After Charizard was full, Yi Yang returned to the room to begin his aura cultivation. He cultivated for 3 days straight. Huabei University sent out a notification for the arrangement of dormitory accommodations, cultivation resources, and combat power index testing. Early in the morning, Yi Yang left the hotel directly. Ding! The latest sign-in task has been issued. Please sign in at the ancient ruins of Territory City within 3 days. On the way, the prompt from the God-level multiverse sign-in system echoed in Yi Yang's mind. Yi Yang did not rush to complete the sign-in task because the time limit had clearly been extended. Now, the most important thing was to go to Huabei University to participate in the admission combat power index test, and then compete for dormitory accommodations and cultivation resources. Although he didn't know exactly what the situation was, he felt it should be a new trend that came out this year. A few minutes later, Yi Yang arrived at the freshman assembly area of Huabei University. Huabei University, South Campus, outdoor playground. At this moment, the playground was filled with new students who had reported over the past half-month. They would be the first batch of Battle Spirit Masters to undergo the Combat Power Index test. New students who reported later would naturally be assigned to the second batch. Those who did not report within a month would be regarded as giving up their chance to enter Huabei University. Nearly 200 outstanding youths from all over the world stood on the outdoor playground of Huabei University's South Campus, ready to test their combat power index. The names were called one by one, and those whose names were called stepped forward for the combat power test. It was still the same sexy, beautiful teacher wearing stockings, high heels, and a short skirt. She wore a combat power tester on her right ear, with a high-tech screen made of light blue transparent glass extending in front of her right eye. Press the Start Test button. You just need to aim at the Battle Spirit Master to test their combat power index, she said coldly and seriously to the first Battle Spirit Master called Xiangyang. Release all your aura without holding back. Otherwise, if your score is unsatisfactory, you will be expelled. Chapter 129. Yi Yang's combat power index. The man named Xiangyang immediately complied, his blood boiling as he shouted, "Ah!" Boom! Spiritual energy surged, and the combat power index soared rapidly. The beautiful teacher watched the continuously rising numbers, which only slowed down after surpassing 2,000. It finally stabilized at 2353. Xiangyang, combat power index 2353. The beautiful instructor announced the result after it stopped. The instructor responsible for recording immediately began to take notes, then shouted, "Next, Yang, Xin. Ah!" Boom! As the combat power index testing continued, one by one, the top talents who had just arrived from all over the world completed their combat power tests. Their levels were quite similar, with the lowest being level 2 Spirit Warrior and the highest being level 6 Spirit Warrior, and they were already 20 years old. However, having a slightly higher level didn't necessarily mean a higher combat power index. This test was also to better understand the potential of Yi Yang and others. Because the lower the level, the higher the combat power that could be unleashed, which indicated that the Spirit Warrior's cultivation was quite solid, and their potential was immense. Next, Yi Yang. After another Spirit Warrior finished their test, the beautiful instructor called out the next tester's name. Her gaze also changed slightly for the first time, clearly filled with anticipation for Yi Yang. After all, 3 days ago, Yi Yang had already given her a surprise. How would he perform today? Yi Yang walked out slowly, drawing the attention of nearly 200 talented individuals present. It was his turn, the rogue genius. What would his combat power be? Just a few days ago, he tested at level 6 Spirit Warrior. Damn, he seems to be only 16 years old. What a monster. ISNT that, right? I went back and checked his impressive achievements. They were simply outstanding. As they watched Yi Yang walk out of the crowd, many of the talented Spirit Warriors who had previously seen Yi Yang test his spiritual energy were exclaiming in awe. However, they were all top talent from around the globe, and naturally, many looked down on Yi Yang. What good is a high level? At this age, his combat power must not be impressive. Even if he runs fast now and got into this school, who knows who will cultivate the fastest in the future? Facing the gazes of the crowd, Yi Yang had become accustomed to it. Being the center of attention was like a daily routine for him. Now, he also wanted to see how much combat power index he could test with his level 5 Spirit Warrior strength. So far, The data from the other talented individuals tested showed that the lowest combat power was 2,300, while the highest was from a level 6 spirit warrior who tested at an index of 3,200. This combat power index was undoubtedly the highest in the room and belonged to the oldest and highest-ranked individual among the nearly 200 talents. Yang, start releasing your spiritual energy, the beautiful instructor said softly as she looked at Yang, who was already prepared. Yang nodded, clenched his fists, and mobilized the spiritual energy within him, bursting forth with a loud boom. 3 types of spiritual energy swirled around Yang, continuously rising with a terrifying momentum. Wow! His spiritual energy is so dense. It vaguely brought a sense of pressure upon us. We are all spirit warriors. Why does the gap feel so large? Chapter 130. Competing for cultivation resources. PK Capture Mode, Level 5 Battle Spirit. Is this power a bit too strong? Looking at the spiritual energy erupting from Yang, many of the surrounding talented individuals displayed a look of astonishment at the same time. They were all geniuses. Why? The distance is so far? The key point is that Yi Yang's age is the youngest among all the talents present. At just 16 years old, he has reached level 5 battle spirit. This made them feel quite imbalanced inside. Swish, swish. The combat power tester carried by the beautiful teacher was rapidly increasing. 1,000, 2,000, 2,500, 3,000. Soon, it directly broke through 3,000 combat power index. However, even so, the numbers on the combat power tester did not stop. Yet, Yang felt it was about time. He decided to reserve some strength. He gradually calmed his breath, not unleashing all of his spiritual energy. But even so, Yi Yang's combat power had already shocked the beautiful instructor. 3,900. The beautiful instructor, who was testing the combat power index, snapped back to reality from her astonishment, looking at the numbers displayed on the instrument in shock. Wow! The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. 3,900? This number fell on their heads like a thunderous explosion. It far exceeded the combat power indices they had tested. It was truly a monstrous existence. Damn, 3,900. That's a bit outrageous, right? Level 5 battle spirit, 3,900. My goodness, how did he cultivate this? That level 6 battle spirit just tested at 3,200 combat power, and he's at level 5 with 3,900? That's too impressive. This is someone who can fight several levels higher. When the talented individuals present heard the number 3,900, they were all taken aback. Although they knew Yi Yang's talent was strong, regardless of how one looked at it, his level was not the highest in the room. Yet, the tested combat power index was completely beyond everyone's expectations. It was truly unbelievable. Yi Yang, 3,900. After a brief shock, the beautiful teacher checked the instrument to confirm there was no issue, and then said again. The instructor responsible for recording the results finally came back to his senses and wrote down Yi Yang's score. Undoubtedly, Yi Yang received significant attention once again. And after Yi Yang's test was completed, no one surpassed his score. There were very few with combat power over 3,000. Your combat power scores are all pretty good. Now follow me to the combat arena in the southern area of the campus. After recording the results, the beautiful teacher looked at Yi Yang and the others seriously and said, although the school allocates cultivation resources based on scores, this year is different. We will immediately start the resource competition PK mode. To obtain more resources, you need to show your true strength and fight alongside your spirit pets to achieve as many victories as possible. Is that clear? Understood. On the outdoor playground, the newly arrived talented individuals responded in unison. Then, they followed the beautiful instructor to the outdoor combat arena in the southern area of North China University. Nearly 200 talented individuals were about to engage in PK battles in this arena, using their strength to win cultivation resources for their future in the campus. Chapter 131. The battle for new students to compete for training resources begins. Here it comes. At North China University, in the southern campus fighting arena. The tiered seating forms a circle filled with many senior students. In the center, there's an open space. In the middle of the open space, there's a large circle drawn with the 4 sacred beasts, serving as the battleground. Surrounding the fighting arena, there are 4 large gates, which lead to tunnels connecting various parts of the campus. At this moment, new students are emerging from one of the tunnels. They are Yi Yang and others. Wow, this year's group is not bad. Almost 200 of them. Look, there's a black guy. His skin is really dark. That guy walking in front. Is he even an adult? He looks at most like a high school student. How'd he get in? The seniors who had already taken their seats and were waiting to watch the show began to point and discuss as they saw the new students walking in. They had all been in school for at least a year, including some exceptional students who had been there for 2 or 3 years. They came here for 2 reasons. First, to watch the new students' battles for entertainment. Second, to scout for potential talents to recruit into their clubs, which was the main focus. Very few were here just to watch the fights without any ulterior motive. "Please sit over there," said the beautiful teacher leading the new students, pointing to the seats reserved for them. Subsequently, Yi Yang and the others took their seats. 8 examiners arrived, 7 battle kings and 1 battle sect master, all ready to evaluate the new students' battles, score them, and allocate resources. This year's system is harsh. If you lose right away, it will be tough to cultivate afterward. Someone remarked, "What can we do?" Last year, our North China University freshmen only got 2nd place in the Global Spirit Pet competition. It was a disgrace for us. Yeah, for the number 1 university in the world, having freshmen defeated is indeed a bit unacceptable. So this year, the system has changed to foster top students and redeem our honor. Watching the new students taking their seats below, the seniors who were well aware of the rule changes couldn't help but sigh. Then, the beautiful teacher scanned each new student with her gaze, slightly parted her red lips, and slowly said, "Let me explain briefly. You're the first batch of new students this year. There will be a second batch in half a month. However, you won't meet before the training camp. Those who win 10 consecutive matches can preferentially obtain a good resource. The battles are 1v1. If you are confident enough, you can choose to take on 3 or even 4 opponents at once. Now, feel free to start battling. State your name and enter the arena." After speaking, the beautiful teacher stepped out of the battle circle in her red high heels. All the new students exchanged glances, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. Everyone wanted to obtain the best training resources, yet felt a bit intimidated. "I'll go." After a long while, a 19-year-old man stood up first and walked into the battle circle. "Who dares to be my first opponent?" he provocatively asked, scanning Yi Yang and the others. Yi Yang chose not to fight, quietly waiting to observe the battle and look for an opportunity. Soon, another new student stood up to challenge the previous man in a one-on-one PK. Chapter 132. The expectations of the crowd. Yi Yang takes action. Bang. Bang. Boom. Suddenly, an intense battle erupted in the fighting arena. A few minutes later, the first man to stand up claimed victory. He immediately proceeded to the next match, connecting PKs without a break, but soon fell to defeat. 1 person started and 100 connected. A series of brutal wheel battles broke out in the fighting arena. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. A level 6 Spirit Master newcomer had already achieved 9 consecutive victories, attracting the attention of many senior mentors. "This newcomer is impressive. We must recruit him into our club. We also want..." The level 6 Spirit Master with 9 consecutive victories undoubtedly became the focus of the entire arena at that moment. He quickly began to recover his spirit energy, preparing for the next battle. However, as strong as he was, after 9 consecutive wins, no one dared to challenge him anymore. They didn't want to go up and hand him a victory, allowing that level 6 Spirit Master to achieve 10 consecutive wins and gain valuable resources. The valuable resources mentioned by North China University were certainly exceptional, something 99 of people wanted to compete for. "Come on, what are you all waiting for? Are you scared? Hurry up and send someone to defeat him, or else he'll get 10 consecutive wins." After waiting for a moment, still no one stepped up. The defeated newcomers began to impatiently urge each other. They were already unhappy about losing and now had to wait here, which made them feel very frustrated. But standing in the fighting circle was the level 6 Spirit Master. His combat power was tested at 3,100, one of the few Spirit Masters with over 3,000 combat power. Why not send up someone else with over 3,000 combat power? If we go up, we'll definitely just hand him a victory. Yeah. The group of unchallenged newcomers no longer had any trace of their previous pride. After watching over 100 rounds of battles, they clearly realized that the students who could enter this university were not to be underestimated. Subsequently, everyone's gaze fell on the newcomer whose combat power exceeded 3,000. And the most attention was undoubtedly on the youngest and most talented Yi-Yang. They all wanted to urge Yi-Yang to take action soon. Otherwise, no one would be able to stop him later. At the same time, they wanted to witness Yi-Yang's true strength. After all, Yi-Yang's overall combat power data was the highest among all newcomers. Sitting in the waiting area, Yi-Yang initially planned to wait a little longer. But seeing that no one dared to step up and feeling the expectant gazes from everyone, he smiled helplessly and stood up. He's moving. That kid is going to take action. Damn, we finally waited for this. To enter North China University at such a young age, if he isn't a privileged individual, then his talent must be extraordinary. I wonder if he can win? At this moment, all eyes in the arena were eagerly focused on Yi-Yang. They all wanted to see just how strong Yi-Yang was. Yi-Yang did not disappoint. He walked into the fighting arena. He fixed his gaze on the level 6 spirit master in front of him, smiled lightly, and asked, "Are you ready to recover?" The man's eyes widened. A cold light shot from the slit of his eyes, landing on Yi-Yang. "Summon your spirit pet," the man said. Chapter 133. Who can compete with him? Hearing the man's words, Yi-Yang clenched his fist, and with a loud bang, the spiritual energy surged. You don't have much spiritual energy left, and your spirit beasts are clearly exhausted. There's no need for me to use spirit beasts, Yi-Yang said. Arrogant. Facing Yi-Yang's contempt, the man was instantly enraged. He swung his right hand horizontally, sending 2 battle-type spirit beasts charging towards Yi-Yang. One support-type spirit beast enhanced strength and speed. At the same time, the man circulated his spiritual energy, ready to strike and end Yi-Yang. However, Yi-Yang was not arrogant. What he said was the truth. The man, who had fought 9 consecutive battles, had little power left. He didn't need to summon spirit beasts at all. Flowing light step, Yi-Yang silently shouted in his heart, and his figure suddenly flashed away. How fast? Everyone in the audience was astonished, watching Yi-Yang's swift movement, their eyes simultaneously sharpening. The next second, they saw Yi-Yang's figure suddenly appear in front of the man's battle beast, the hound beast. With a clenched fist, Yi-Yang delivered a punch to the hound beast. With a loud bang, the beast was sent flying by Yi-Yang's punch. Immediately after, Yi-Yang's figure spun, and with a fist infused with spiritual energy, he struck the man's other battle beast. Bang! Without any surprise, a muffled sound echoed. The man's other spirit beast was also sent flying by Yi-Yang. The 2 spirit beasts were knocked out of the battle circle one after another. Yi-Yang's figure surged forward, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the man, a smirk of disdain on his lips. It's over. You. The man's face suddenly darkened, his brows tightly furrowed. Before he could react, his stomach was hit hard by Yi-Yang's punch. With a loud bang, he was sent flying out of the battle circle, crashing heavily to the ground under the gazes of the crowd. You can leave by yourself. Yi-Yang then looked at the man's last remaining support-type spirit beast, which had less than 30% combat power, and smiled. Hiss! The entire audience collectively gasped. Watching the swift and decisive battle, their faces revealed shock. Although they had anticipated that Yi-Yang's strength might be extraordinary, they did not expect him to be this strong. He didn't even use his spirit beasts or any battle techniques, yet he easily dealt with a level 6 battle spirit master and his spirit beasts. This truly exceeded everyone's expectations. Although the level 6 battle spirit master had already fought 9 consecutive battles, it still shouldn't have been so easy to defeat him under similar levels. This new student is amazing. I must bring him into our club. Get lost. He is from our club. Damn it, no one can compete with me for him, or I'll kill whoever tries. The surrounding senior students had begun to argue over Yi-Yang. If it weren't for the situation and the occasion, this group might have even fought. This showed how strong Yi-Yang's allure was. Meanwhile, in the area where the new students sat, all of them watched in disbelief as Yi-Yang quickly subdued a level 6 battle spirit master who had achieved 9 consecutive victories. They were completely stunned. Isn't this a bit too fast? They thought they would at least be able to stall for a bit and drain some of the guy's energy. But it happened so quickly. Damn it. This is bad. Who can compete with him? Chapter 134. Each side schemes, shocking the battle sect. We'll go first. In an instant, The new students who had not yet engaged in PK battles began to feel anxious. Even the new student who ranked second in combat power testing, a level 6 battle spirit master, could only temporarily avoid the spotlight. Even with his combat power index of 3,200, it was insignificant in front of Yi Yang. Yi Yang stood in the battle circle, his gaze shifting to the group of new students who had yet to fight, and said, "Next." The group of new students was taken aback, their faces showing frustration and distress. Talents like them truly did not want to fight Yi Yang at that moment. If no one stepped forward to challenge, all of you remaining will have your cultivation resources revoked. Or you can unanimously agree to let Yi Yang pass directly, allowing him to take the best cultivation resources for himself. The beautiful instructor saw that no one dared to challenge Yi Yang and had to apply some pressure on the new students. Only pressure could motivate people. If it was heard that all the good resources would go to Yi Yang, the new students immediately became unhappy. What? How could that be? We work hard to get into North China University, and if we don't cultivate well and achieve something, how will we face our hometown folks when we go back? Exactly. No matter what, I come from a prestigious family. How can I back down here? Hearing the beautiful instructor's words, the new students who had not yet fought were instantly inspired. "I'll go." A passionate young man strode confidently into the battle circle with a fierce aura. Spirit level summoning technique. Then, the man summoned his 3 spirit pets, 2 with level 1 bloodlines and 1 with a level 9 bloodline. Their levels were all around mature body, level 7. "Aren't you going to use your spirit pets?" After summoning his spirit pets, the man focused his gaze on Yi Yang and asked. Yi Yang smiled lightly and said, "Are you eager to see my spirit pets?" The man was slightly taken aback. He was indeed curious about what Yi Yang's spirit pets were. Not just him, but everyone around, including the instructor and the examiners from the Battle Emperor and Battle Sect, were very curious about Yi Yang's spirit pets. After all, given Yi Yang's displayed strength, his battle pets surely wouldn't be weak either. "Humph, since you're a battle spirit master, you must bring your battle pets to fight. That's only fair, to avoid accusations of me bullying you," the man said with a grunt. He was actually quite self-aware and understood that it would be very difficult to win against Yi Yang. But in order not to let Yi Yang monopolize the good resources, he could only try to force Yi Yang to showcase his strength. This way, the subsequent challengers would have a better chance of defeating Yi Yang. But how could Yi Yang not see through such small schemes? He had already formulated a battle plan in his heart, a 10-game winning streak. Today, it must be achieved. After all, this was related to his future achievements. North China Battle Spirit Master University, as the top university in the world, had resources that could not be missed. "As you wish." Yi Yang smiled and formed a divine-level summoning seal with his hands. "What is that?" The strongest chief examiner present. Also a battle sec-level powerhouse with a certain status in North China University, frowned upon seeing the summoning seal formed by Yi Yang's hands. Chapter 135. The confounding special ability of the spirit pet. God-level summoning technique seal? The examination officer of the battle sect recognized the summoning technique used by Yi Yang at a glance, revealing a look of astonishment on his face. The next moment, a glowing summoning array burst forth, dazzling the entire venue. Immediately, a spirit pet appeared before everyone. Each person who saw Yi Yang's spirit pet showed a look of confusion. What kind of spirit pet is this? I've never seen it before. I thought that someone as impressive as him would have a very powerful spirit pet, but it turns out to be such a well-behaved one. Everyone looked at Yi Yang's spirit pet with surprise. It was completely different from what they had imagined. They then realized that Yi Yang, as a level 5 battle spirit master, should have contracted 3 spirit pets. Why did he only summon 1? What's going on? Did he only contract 1 spirit pet? That shouldn't be the case. This ability should have 3 at least. Spirit pets aren't cheap. Could it be that he can't afford more? Compared to the confusion of the crowd, the battle sec's strong examination officer felt even more surprised. His gaze fixed on the Dilula beast, and after a moment, he slowly spoke. This spirit pet is not simple. The other 7 battle emperor-level examiners, upon hearing this, immediately showed expressions of astonishment and began to carefully observe Yi Yang's spirit pet. A spirit pet that could be described as not simple by a battle sec level expert must be extraordinary. However, their strength was too shallow. and they couldn't discern any impressive qualities of the Dilula beast from its appearance. Come on, don't waste time. There are others waiting. Having successfully summoned his spirit pet, the Dilula beast, Yiyang looked at his opponent and lightly beckoned with his finger. He did not summon all 3 spirit pets at once because there were still many opponents to face. He had to conserve his strength. A single spirit pet wants to fight me? I see you are overly arrogant. Don't you understand the principle that pride comes before a fall? Seeing Yi Yang's arrogant demeanor, the man who had just entered the arena shouted angrily, "Let us all go together and take him down." Roar. At that moment, his 3 spirit pets charged towards Yi Yang simultaneously, a warhorse, a mutated duck, and a flaming dog, each representing different attributes. At the same time, the man also rushed towards Yi Yang with a clenched fist. Dilula beast, cat's eye light. Yi Yang looked at his opponent with a disdainful smile and said, instantly, the Dilula beast's eyes emitted a white light, locking onto the man's 3 spirit pets, and directly took control of them. Then, the man's 3 spirit pets began to attack each other. The entire venue erupted in chaos. What is happening? Why are they fighting each other? It seems to be the special ability of that war pet. Its eyes emitted a light. It's quite rare and magical. I wonder what bloodline it is, though its level doesn't seem very strong. The crowd looked at Yi Yang's divine pet, the Dilula beast, with curiosity, captivated by its special ability. Soon after, the tide of battle changed. The man's 3 spirit pets fought amongst themselves, completely ignoring his commands. In a fit of rage and embarrassment, the man lost his composure and recklessly attacked Yi Yang. Coupled with the gap in strength, Yi Yang easily won the second match as well. Sigh, my mindset is breaking. Clearly, I could have held on longer. But there's nothing to be done. When spirit pets go out of control, anyone would struggle to cope with it the first time they encounter it. Chapter 136. This newcomer is really amazing. 8 consecutive victories watching the process and results of the combat PK. The people around couldn't help but sigh. Yi Yang's strength and spirit pet were not only formidable, but also very special. It was difficult to draw out Yi Yang's full power. Next, after effortlessly achieving his 2nd consecutive victory, Yi Yang called out casually. The freshmen sitting in the waiting area exchanged glances, internally reluctant to face Yi Yang. However, at this moment, they had no other choice. Not participating would mean giving up on cultivation resources, which was unacceptable for any battle spirit master. Unless death. I'll go. After a brief silence, a strong-looking man stood up and walked into the battle ring. He immediately summoned his spirit pets, all of which were large and imposing. Then, without any hesitation, he launched a frenzied attack on Yi Yang. Learning from the previous experience, this time the contestant made sure his spirit pets avoided eye contact with the Dilula beast. Therefore, controlling them became difficult. Nevertheless, even so, it wasn't hard for Yi Yang to win. Without much effort, Yi Yang secured another victory. The streak continued with one challenger after another. Yi Yang's victories kept piling up. However, he never revealed the full extent of his spirit pet count. It was still Yi Yang, with one Dilula beast against 4 opponents. They had already achieved 8 consecutive victories. Winning 2 more would grant them access to excellent cultivation resources at North China University. Wow, 8 consecutive victories, so strong. Although he only had 1 spirit pet, that single pet was equivalent to 3. This newcomer is really impressive, far stronger than I was when I first enrolled. I can't even say if I could compete with him now. The senior students around looked at Yi Yang in astonishment, while the freshmen wore heavy expressions. Yi Yang had won all 8 matches with apparent ease. Although he had consumed quite a bit of spirit energy, he seemed capable of continuing to fight for a long time. Meanwhile, the chief examiner and the beautiful instructor also looked at Yi Yang with new respect. Gulps. After watching 8 matches between Yi Yang and the Dilula beast, the chief examiner, a battle sec level expert, finally confirmed the bloodline of Yi Yang's spirit pet. He swallowed hard and exclaimed, "That's a divine-level bloodline spirit pet." What? The assistant examiner, a battle emperor-level expert, looked at Yi Yang's spirit pet, the Dilula beast, in shock after hearing the chief examiner's words. The beautiful instructor was no exception, a divine-level bloodline spirit pet. Although it wasn't unique, its rarity was extremely high. Only those with wealth, power, and background could possess one. Even they had never contracted a divine-level bloodline spirit pet. It was even rarer for a freshman to have one. Yiyang was undoubtedly a special presence. Teacher Yin, are you sure? Although it felt somewhat presumptuous to ask, the battle Emperor-level spirit master couldn't help but look at the battle sect chief examiner. Sure, there's no mistake. The chief examiner, known as Teacher Yin, said firmly, moreover, it's a particularly rare and special existence. I have never seen or heard of such a spirit pet. This student's background shouldn't be as simple as it appears, right? The examiners were very shocked, and the students watching were taken aback, sensing that something significant was happening. Chapter 137. Dragon Breed Battle Pet shocks the entire arena, yet Yiyang remained unaware that due to his outstanding performance and the strength of his spirit pet, he was now under intense scrutiny. Even his incredibly ordinary identity was being questioned, with people suspecting he must have a more impressive background. Standing in the battle arena, he once again glanced towards the freshman area. The various top talents, under Yiyang's gaze, all avoided eye contact, not daring to meet his eyes. Only one person dared to step forward. That was Liang Feng, a level 6 battle spirit master who had been waiting for the right moment to strike. A 20-year-old with a combat power index of 3,200, he was ranked second among the freshmen and was finally making his move. Damn, he is finally making a move. This is going to be a good show. Now that Yiyang has exhausted a lot of his spiritual energy and has only one spirit pet, he definitely can't compete with Liang Feng. Seeing Liang Feng, the second-ranked freshman, stepping out, the group of young talents became excited. They had been watching Yiyang show off alone in the arena, and their hearts were filled with dissatisfaction. The main concern was that if Yiyang achieved 10 consecutive wins, he would take away some valuable cultivation resources for himself. That would not be good for them. So, seeing Liang Feng take the stage, all the freshmen put their hopes on him. Liang Feng wasted no time and directly summoned his 3 contracted spirit pets. All of them had spirit-level bloodlines and were coming in strong. Clearly, he was not an average opponent. 3 spirit-level, 5 bloodline pets, with an 8-level growth stage, were quite impressive. Yiyang quickly assessed the general level of Liang Feng's 3 spirit pets and chuckled softly. You're quite impatient. Liang Feng coldly replied, let us talk after the fight. He commanded his spirit pet, the humanoid ape, to attack, aiming to take down Yiyang's spirit pet. With a single command, the humanoid ape charged towards Yiyang. Flying Wing Bird, accelerate to assist. Howling Sky Tiger, let us take him on together. Liang Feng had evidently thought out his battle strategy in advance and immediately launched his attack. Boom! He kicked the ground, causing spiritual energy to surge. At the same time, he enhanced the spiritual energy of his 3 spirit pets, boosting their strength by another 10%. Yiyang noticed that this wave of attack was quite fierce. The Dilua beast, and he had already fought 8 matches in a row. It was time for a breather. Come forth, Fire Dragon. He once again formed a divine-level summoning seal with both hands. Immediately, a larger summoning array appeared, and a dazzling light enveloped the entire arena. Everyone covered their eyes, startled by the sudden summoning. Damn, another dazzling summoning spell. What incredible spirit pet is this guy hiding? I thought he only had 1 spirit pet, but it turns out he has more. Everyone was now lamenting, but deep down, they were eagerly anticipating what kind of spirit pet Yiyang would summon this time. After a burst of blinding light, the plump figure of the fire dragon appeared before everyone's eyes. They stared at the fat dragon, dumbfounded. Although it was quite chubby, it was indeed a dragon breed spirit pet. What the hell? A dragon breed battle pet. What kind of dragon is this? A flying dragon? Such huge wings. Incredible. Isn't it extinct? Did it evolve? Looking at the towering fire dragon, the entire arena was instantly stunned. Chapter 138. The 4 great sacred beasts level spirit pets and the dragon-type spirit pets of demon god level. However, they are descendants of the bloodline of the Azure Dragon, one of the 4 great sacred beasts of ancient times. Without a dragon bloodline, it is absolutely impossible to give birth to a dragon form. In today's future world, during the era of spirit pet cultivation, the 4 great sacred beasts, Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, Vermilion Bird, and White Tiger, dragons have almost gone extinct, existing only in legends. They are at the pinnacle of the 4 great sacred beasts. and any trace of their bloodline that has been passed down is quite rare. However, as long as there is even a tiny bit of dragon bloodline, one can truly evolve into a dragon. It's just incredibly difficult. The inheritances of the black tortoise, vermilion bird, and white tiger are slightly more abundant. Even so, they're still very rare. As for pure bloodlines, that goes without saying. In thousands of years of records, pureblood spirit pets have only appeared in ancient times. The eastern wood azure dragon, northern wind water black tortoise, southern fire vermilion bird, and western gold white tiger. The purebred bloodlines of the four great sacred beasts sweep away everything. Of course, east, south, west, and north represent the four cardinal directions of the world. Since there are cardinal directions, there must be a center. The center is the earth. However, the representation is not of sacred beasts, but rather of the opposing spirit beast overlord, the demon god. Chiyu, wind, thunder, ice, darkness, and light have divine-level spirit pets representing spirit pets, but the records are scarce. Yet their bloodlines are also quite pure. All these existences are level 9 divine bloodlines, with maximum physical attributes. In today's era, they may no longer exist, but they're the objects of admiration for all battle spirit masters. Everyone wants their spirit pets to evolve to the highest level. Just like a bird, it might carry a tiny bit of vermilion bird bloodline and evolve into a level 9 divine bloodline sacred beast spirit pet in the future. Or a turtle might evolve into a black tortoise. Although the probability is so small it can be ignored, every battle spirit master is constantly striving for it. What kind of spirit pet has evolved to have a dragon form? Who exactly is he? At this moment, those who did not know Yiyang began to feel curious about him. Dragon-type spirit pets are legendary existences, pursued by tens of thousands of battle spirit masters. This, Liang Feng in the battle circle, upon seeing Yiyang summon his second battle pet, which turned out to be a dragon-type, suddenly stopped in shock, staring wide-eyed at the fire-breathing creature. Even the nearby battle emperor and battle sect were stunned. What kind of existence is a dragon-type battle pet? Its appearance is so distinctive that the proportion of dragon bloodline is likely very high. Being distracted during battle is a major taboo. Yiyang looked at the distracted Liang Feng and the spirit-level battle pet that felt the pressure from the gap in bloodlines, appearing somewhat fearful. And a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was not surprised at everyone's reaction at all. After all, after coming to North China University, he gained deeper knowledge, specifically about the four great sacred beasts level spirit pets. Those who had ambushed him, the Dual Blade Gang and the Wong family, were also surprised and shocked when they saw his fire-breathing dragon. However, at that time, that group was hurriedly trying to kill Yiyang and directly overlooked it. At this moment, Yiyang summoned the fire-breathing dragon again, attracting considerable attention from the crowd. Who exactly are you? Liang Feng looked at Yiyang, somewhat scared. Chapter 139. Check it out on Douyin. 10 consecutive wins. Anyone who can have a dragon-shaped spirit pet. He absolutely wouldn't believe that Yiyang is just a talented rogue cultivator, a lowly person born in the countryside. Even a world-class billionaire might not have that. Yiyang looked at Liang Feng's shocked reaction and said, "Hurry up and act. There are still people waiting behind." Liang Feng gulped hard, staring at the towering, fire-breathing dragon. To be honest, at this moment, his desire to fight was not so strong anymore. If it were in Huayang City, some ignorant battle spirit masters might not think much of the fire-breathing dragon. But here, it's South, the place with the strongest global technology and overwhelming combat power. Territory City, North China University. Anyone who can enter here must have some talent, experience, family background, and strength, right? They couldn't even recognize a dragon-type spirit pet at a glance. I. Liang Feng stammered for a long time, but couldn't say a word. For some reason, he felt an impulse to admit defeat at this moment. However, due to that last bit of face, it was hard to say out loud. But Yiyang didn't have time to wait for him to react. He had already given 2 chances. Third time S the charm. Let us fight. Fire breath, 1 wave to finish it. Yiyang shouted, and the fire-breathing dragon immediately let out a deafening roar. Then, it sprayed out scorching flames, burning the man and his spirit pet out of the battle circle. However, Yiyang also instructed the fire-breathing dragon to hold back, Otherwise, that wave could have burned Liang Feng and his spirit pet to death. Hiss! Looking at that decisive wave, everyone in the audience couldn't help but gasp. This is too fierce, right? Wow, so strong. Who on earth is this guy? What kind of spirit pet is this? It's called a fire-breathing dragon. Quick, check it out on Douyin. Soon, everyone started frantically searching for information about the fire-breathing dragon. Even the new students in the waiting area couldn't help but get involved. Not to mention them, the examiners quietly opened their virtual phones to start searching as well. But everyone's results were undoubtedly the same. No findings. There is absolutely no information about the fire-breathing dragon online. No records at all. What's going on? Can't find anything. What the heck? What kind of dragon species is that? Where did it come from? If that big shot knows, please let me know. I'm dying here. A group of people was so anxious they were jumping up and down. Yi Yang stood in the battle circle waiting for the 10th opponent, instantly speechless. Just one more, and he could achieve 10 consecutive wins and obtain excellent resources for cultivation from North China University. After a moment, everyone's gaze fell back on the battle circle. The resource competition PK had to continue. The pressure in the waiting area suddenly increased again, and the new students looked at each other, unwilling to step up, constantly urging others. Who's going? You? Get lost, I'm not going. Then you go. Get out of here. Whoever goes is a fool. Isn't it obvious that they just go up to get beaten? People are talented, and their spirit pets are impressive. Isn't it reasonable to get some good resources? Right. I think it's reasonable too. So, should we just admit defeat? No problem. After some discussions, all the new students in the waiting area chose to admit defeat. They acknowledged Yi Yang's overwhelming strength, directly achieving 10 consecutive wins. This situation was truly unexpected for everyone, but they weren't surprised, because Yi Yang was just too strong. Chapter 141st Place Benefits. Abundant cultivation resources. Since you all chose to let Yi Yang pass directly, I announce that Yi Yang has successfully completed the 10 consecutive victories challenge and will be the first among this year's freshmen to receive special training and access to good resources. The beautiful teacher, hearing the unanimous words from the waiting area of the newcomers, stepped forward to announce the results. Come back. Upon hearing this, Yi Yang immediately called back his fire dragon and Diru beast. Then, he exited the battle circle, perfectly wrapping up the event. The remaining newcomers, although they admitted defeat to Yi Yang, still needed to engage in battles among themselves. So, there were more fights that followed. However, everything seemed quite dull. The primary reason was that Yi Yang had raised the atmosphere too high earlier. Having witnessed Yi Yang's overwhelming battles, watching this group of people going back and forth, fighting for half a day just to determine a winner felt boring. Occasionally, there were two impressive duels that were evenly matched and thrilling. As time went on, the freshmen's resource competition PK battles concluded. The examiner graded the participants, and Yi Yang scored the highest, ranking first without a doubt. The second place was held by someone with 9 consecutive victories, but the score difference between him and Yi Yang was significant. There were some outstanding performers behind, and some who were quite unfortunate. In short, during this resource competition, Yi Yang became the biggest winner. Next, the allocation of resources and accommodation began. Soon, the beautiful teacher and several examiners distributed the resources according to the scores. First was the accommodation. University dormitories, of course, were shared by several people. However, those with outstanding talents and strong competition for resources had different benefits. Yi Yang was assigned to an independent accommodation area in the southern campus, enjoying a 4th-class cultivation simulation natural space, where he could choose 10 first-grade spirit pills and 3 second-grade spirit pills every week. As the beautiful teacher's words fell, everyone in the audience showed expressions of envy, exclaiming in unison. But that wasn't all. Next, they heard the beautiful teacher say, additionally, before officially moving in for training, classmate Yi Yang can choose any combat technique to cultivate from the school's combat technique library. Once he achieves certain results in cultivation, he can enhance the training of the combat technique later with a minimum level of 5 stars. Wow! When these words came out, the audience was in an uproar. If they were just envious earlier, at this moment, they were thoroughly jealous. Combat techniques are not ordinary things. A battle spirit master must have combat techniques especially high-level ones. Once a combat technique reaches the 4th level, it becomes extremely rare, although the highest is the divine grade. 5th-level combat techniques are not commonly found in the market. Many people, even if they have money, cannot buy them. Unless in special circumstances, someone would be willing to sell them. Otherwise, they're mostly kept in collections. Finally, if the performance is outstanding, the school will consider providing a 4th spirit pet. Alternatively, if someone needs a spirit beast, the school can send strong individuals to the wilderness area for taming. After this last statement, the newcomers could no longer remain calm. Damn, this treatment is a bit excessive, right? Why isn't it me? Boo-hoo. If only such good resources were given to me. Oh my God, haven't I burned enough incense for good luck? A group of freshmen complained and expressed their frustration, all showing envy towards Yiyang. Chapter 141. Obtaining 6th-rank combat skills. Although they knew that the training resources at Huabei Battle Spirit Master University were excellent, they did not expect them to be this good, better than they had imagined. The remaining resource distribution had already been sent to everyone's phones, and they were asked to confirm it quickly and then collect their current training resources. After the beautiful teacher finished speaking, her gaze once again fell on Yiyang, and she called out, "Yiyang, come with me." Yiyang nodded and immediately followed. It was obvious that it was something good. Soon, Yiyang followed the beautiful teacher to the combat skills storage room in the southern campus of Huabei University. Clang! They heard the sound of a heavy iron door opening. A technological door slowly opened in front of Yiyang and the beautiful teacher. Behind the door was a specially designed spiritual energy barrier. Only approved instructors within the campus could open it. The beautiful instructor responsible for Yiyang and the other new students had this authority. Once you go in, you can freely choose a scroll of combat skills. Take your time to pick, the beautiful teacher said seriously as she opened the barrier and looked at Yiyang. Okay, thank you, Teacher Lan. Yiyang politely smiled and then stepped inside. What came into view was an inner room illuminated by various attribute spiritual energy lights. On high-tech, exquisite shelves, scrolls of combat skills floated, ranging from 1st to 6th rank, with everything available. However, the higher the rank, the fewer the number of combat skills. Yiyang directly skipped the 1st to 4th ranks and arrived at the area for 5th and 6th rank combat skills. The combat skills had exclusive attributes corresponding to them, as well as all attribute skills. After searching, Yiyang's gaze finally landed on a 6th rank combat skill. He immediately took it down to examine it. 6th rank combat skill, Cloud Break Palm. Those who have mastered it can break through tens of thousands of meters with a single palm, collapsing the clouds. After understanding it, Yiyang immediately made his decision. This one is it. He then took the 6th rank combat skill, Cloud Break Palm, and walked out. Outside, the beautiful teacher, Lan Exan, had been waiting for Yiyang. Seeing him come out so quickly, she was slightly taken aback. Have you chosen? Yiyang nodded and waved the combat skill in his hand. Lan Exan immediately recognized the combat skill Yiyang had chosen, her eyes showing a hint of surprise. You chose a 6th rank combat skill? Those are not easy to cultivate. It's fine. I'll study it more, Yiyang replied with a smile. All right, I wish you success. Lan Exan said to Yiyang, you have 1 month to cultivate this combat skill. After a month, you have to return it to the school. After all, there are many new students each year, and they can't give you the scrolls. They can only provide the training. I understand, Yiyang smiled knowingly, clearly having anticipated this outcome. Then, Teacher Lan personally took Yiyang to his residence on campus. In the side courtyard of the southern campus, there was an independent accommodation. The treatment Yiyang received was that he had a small courtyard to himself, about 400 square meters, comparable to a house. You will live here during your time at the school. Additionally, before the training camp, you can come and go freely. This is your university ID. Lan Exan handed Yiyang his university ID and said, once the training camp starts, it will be closed training, except for special circumstances or training needs. No new students are allowed to enter or leave the school. Chapter 142. The Tianmei Spirit Pet Club, a sudden calamity. So if you have anything you need to do or take care of, hurry up and get it done. Hearing Lan Exan's words, Yiyang was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect the university's system to be so strict. But it's also good. He could take the time to cultivate and perfect his strength. By then, he will have to climb to even greater heights. After a round of instructions, the beautiful teacher, Lon Xian, left. Yong walked into the small courtyard where he lived at school, looked around, and felt quite satisfied. Although it couldn't compare to his large villa in Huayang City, it was definitely a well-decorated small courtyard residence. Compared to those multi-person dormitories, Yi Yang's treatment was simply delightful. After everything was settled, he began to cultivate in the well-decorated room of the small courtyard. He cultivated until nightfall. Yi Yang's strength had already reached the peak of battle spirit level 5, just a step away from level 6. A breath of turbid air was exhaled from Yi Yang's mouth. He stretched his body a bit, then went out to eat and returned to rest in his room. A night passed without incident. The next day, early in the morning, Yang got up, washed up, had breakfast, and left Huabei University. The place he was heading to was naturally the ruins of the territorial city. Master, to the ruins of the ancient city. Yi Yang hailed a hovering taxi, a blood horse model worth over $1 million, and got in, saying, "That ancient city of ruins?" The driver turned to look at Yi Yang and asked, "Anywhere, as long as it's the ancient city of ruins, the nearest one will do." Yi Yang replied, "All right, you hold on tight." Boom. As soon as the driver heard this, he pressed the gas pedal and sped off. The hovering car was a popular product of the time. It had no wheels, and the entire body hovered several dozen centimeters off the ground. It was definitely a cutting-edge car that could not have been built even with great effort 5,000 years ago. Boom! The driver stepped on the gas all the way, and the speed shot up. Yi Yang sat in the back seat, playing with his super smartphone and looking at the latest reports. Tianmei Spirit Pet Club, a mysterious battle spirit master appeared, achieving the feat of 1 against 10. The eye-catching headline piqued Yi Yang's curiosity, and he clicked in. The content roughly talked about a mysterious battle spirit master who fought beasts in the Tianmei Spirit Pet Club and achieved the feat of 1 against 10. His spirit pet's bloodline reached level 8, with a mature body at the peak of level 9. Although this existence was strong, in the whole world, it actually wasn't much. It was just that he was lucky to achieve 1 against 10. Master, may I ask which spirit pet club in the territorial city is the strongest? Looking at the news, Yi Yang suddenly asked curiously. Tianmei, the Tianmei Spirit Pet Club, is definitely the strongest club in the world, covering all parts of the globe, with vast power and admiration from thousands. The driver replied, "Oh, is it really that powerful?" Yi Yang murmured softly. Boom! Suddenly, a huge crash sound echoed. At the same time, Yi Yang felt the vehicle he was in suddenly shift. His face immediately darkened, and he looked toward the source of the sound. The front of a modified armored vehicle crashed into the body of the blood horse car he was riding in. Clang! The next second, another vehicle crashed into the front. The driver was knocked unconscious on the spot, and all the airbags in the car deployed. Damn! Yi Yang shouted angrily, his palm turning into a blade. Chapter 143. The Wang family, pursued by the war king's spiritual energy gathered in his right hand. A bolt of lightning swirling around him. He swung his hand horizontally, directly slicing open the roof of the car. Immediately, he lifted the driver and jumped out of the vehicle. Boom! The next moment, Yi Yang saw the car he was in being crushed into a pancake by 2 armored vehicles. His brows furrowed tightly as he moved away from the wreckage, placing the driver aside. Swish, swish, swish. At the same time, several masked individuals in uniform black clothing appeared before Yi Yang. "Who are you?" Yi Yang coldly asked the masked figures. These people reminded him of the sorcerers from that day, also masked and eerily sinister. However, Yi Yang was certain that these individuals were not sorcerers but rather battle spirit masters, the ones who would take his life. Boom! The leading masked man coldly shouted, kicking the ground, causing spiritual energy to surge. The power of a war king instantly revealed itself. A war king? Yi Yang's brow furrowed again. Faced with a war king, he immediately became serious. After all, daring to act directly within the territory city was definitely not simple. 4th grade battle technique, mountain shattering palm. Divine level summoning technique, fire breathing dragon. In response to the war king's attack, Yi Yang immediately summoned his spirit pet, Flame Jet. Boom! As soon as the fire-breathing dragon appeared, it unleashed a torrent of flames towards the war king. At the same time, the other masked individuals also moved in unison. Surrounding Yi Yang, for an attack. Suddenly, Yi Yang's situation became extremely dangerous. I haven't offended many people. You must be from the Long family of Huayang City, right? Yi Yang said with a cold smile. Oomph. So what if you know? Today, you're dead for sure. Hearing Yi Yang's words, the War King grunted, his figure flashing as he evaded the flames from the fire-breathing dragon. Then, he slammed a heavy palm towards Yi Yang. Flowing light step. Yi Yang immediately activated his movement skill, quickly maneuvering to break through the encirclement. In the blink of an eye, he was on the back of the fire-breathing dragon. Fire-breathing dragon, take off. With a command, the fire-breathing dragon immediately spread its wings and soared into the sky. The people on the street were drawn to the commotion of the battle, turning their heads to look, their faces showing astonishment. A dragon-type spirit pet. It's a dragon-type spirit pet. Oh my, who is he? How could he have raised a dragon-type spirit pet? All those watching Yi Yang's fire-breathing dragon revealed expressions of shock. They watched in awe as the fire-breathing dragon took to the skies. Kid, want to escape? Not that easy. Seeing Yi Yang riding the flying spirit pet ascend, the War King sneered. With one foot pushing off the ground, he leapt into the air. This is the Territory City. Aren't you afraid the Federation will make sure you have no place to be buried if you act here? Yi Yang shouted at the War King, who dared to pursue him. Oomph. As long as I take you down within a minute, there won't be a problem. Prepara tout dit. The War King snorted angrily, releasing his spiritual energy, which coalesced into a sphere. Spiritual energy bomb. Boom! A massive earth attribute spiritual energy sphere hurtled towards Yi Yang. Yi Yang could feel the terrifying power contained within that sphere. If it hit him directly, both he and the fire-breathing dragon would suffer serious injuries. Chapter 144. Pikachu's Might. Ancient city ruins. Although Yi Yang possessed the ability to fuse with his pet, easily defeating the group of battle spirit masters chasing him, he did not want to overly expose his strength. That would not be a good thing for him. God-level summoning technique. Come forth, Pikachu. Yi Yang showed that loudly. Pikachu was immediately summoned by Yi Yang. Pikachu, use your Iron Tail to send that energy ball back. Yi Yang commanded as he looked at Pikachu. Pika, Pika, Pika. Pikachu chanted, spinning in midair, and then its lightning tail emitted a white light, fiercely striking back at the incoming energy ball. How arrogant, thinking you can send my energy ball back. That's simply foolish, the Battle King, who was rapidly falling, sneered at Pikachu's actions. However, the next second his smile froze. Boom! A loud thud resounded as Pikachu used its Iron Tail to send the Battle King's energy ball crashing back. What? The Battle King, just landed, was taken aback. He was completely shocked by Pikachu's abilities. It was clearly just a peak-level 9th grade pet. How could it possibly send back his energy ball? He felt it was utterly unbelievable. Was this overwhelming power too much? However, Yi Yang felt no surprise at all. Before arriving at the Territory City, Pikachu could already sweep away all pets and beasts below the mature stage. After arriving at the Territory City, it had undergone enhancement from the devouring elixir and conductivity. At this moment, Pikachu's physical level had not increased, but its strength was continuously soaring. Even against fully evolved pets and beasts, it would definitely not be at a disadvantage. Fully evolved beasts corresponded to the human level of Battle Kings, so it was not surprising that Pikachu could send the Battle King's energy ball back. Boom! A huge explosion sounded as the energy ball landed where the Battle King and others were, completely destroying that street. Let's go, Charizard. Yi Yang saw the smoke and dust rising below and softly spoke, riding on Charizard to leave. Minutes later, he arrived at another location in the Territory City. After some investigation, he headed towards the ruins of the ancient city. Meanwhile, the few people chasing Yi Yang were now in a dire state, severely injured by their own leader's attack, nearly facing death. If Yi Yang pursued them further, he could definitely eliminate them. However, time was limited. After 1 minute, the Federation would intervene. At that time, Yi Yang would also be in trouble. Even so, with such severe destruction, the Federation would still intervene. The difference was that Yi Yang had always been forced to act and could not be held accountable. The 8-array ancient city ruins? Looking at the dilapidated buildings before him, filled with the breath of time, he noticed a well-preserved plaque on the main gate with the 6 large characters 8-array ancient city ruins engraved on it. It was evident that this was named by later generations. Yi Yang did not linger and walked directly inside. At this moment, there were many people coming and going, all free like a park. However, the surveillance around was no less, clearly stating that any destruction, no matter how small, would result in a death sentence. The Federation was serious. Yi Yang couldn't help but exclaim, "This is really so domineering." Chapter 145. The Art of Chimen. If this were 5,000 years ago, it would have long been protected as a cultural relic. How could it be so open? However, in today's era, people are allowed to freely enter and visit, but you're absolutely not allowed to damage it. Otherwise, it's a direct death penalty. The deterrent power of the Federation is equivalent to that of the nations 5,000 years ago. It is indeed a formidable presence. Therefore, despite countless people coming and going, the ruins of the 8-formation ancient city have been preserved remarkably well. Check in. As he walked into the ruins of the 8-formation ancient city, Yi Yang commanded in his heart. Ding! Check-in started, countdown 10 minutes. In the next second, he heard the prompt sound of the God-level Myriad Realms check-in system. Then, Yi Yang wandered through the ruins, admiring the sights while waiting for the check-in reward. The 8-formation ancient city ruins are filled with the essence of mysterious culture. Feng Shui, Ba Zi, luck, Bagua, flying stars, 9 palaces, and other studies that predict the future and glimpse the secrets of heaven. The profundity of it is such that even many gifted individuals find it hard to comprehend. Yi Yang can be considered a talent among talents. He once had a great interest in these matters. But to be honest, he also couldn't fully penetrate them. He just felt that what the ancestors passed down is truly impressive. Is this Chimen? Suddenly, Yi Yang stepped into a Bagua area. Within the area, 8 massive stone tablets stood tall. The positions of the stone tablets corresponded exactly to the 8 directions, the 8 doors. This formation is called Chimen. Do you know about this? As soon as Yi Yang's voice fell, the surrounding curious battle spirit masters turned their gazes towards him, their faces filled with curiosity. Seeing that all the battle spirit masters around were looking at him with eager eyes for guidance, including several battle king-level experts, he awkwardly coughed and said, "I know a little." "Hey, can you tell us what this is?" "Yes, brother, please tell us." 100 years ago, someone comprehended powerful combat skills here. Maybe you can too. Share with us. Faced with the enthusiastic requests of the crowd, Yi Yang had no choice but to boldly tell these future individuals a bit about the story of Chimen. Chimen is a technique created by the celestial maiden of the 9 heavens. There are 8 doors outside and 9 palaces inside, containing yin and yang and the 5 elements. As Yi Yang began to speak, the people around him were immediately captivated. They stared at Yi Yang in astonishment, feeling it was incredibly unbelievable. Many battle spirit masters who came to play or seek enlightenment were drawn in by what Yi Yang was saying, and they gathered around him. In a moment, hundreds of people surrounded Yi Yang. He spoke about Chimen, and it was spectacular. It sparked countless curiosities and a thirst for knowledge. As he spoke, time passed quickly. 10 minutes quietly slipped away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in. Reward: Chimen technique. What the heck? Hearing the prompt sound from the God-level Myriad Realms check-in system, Yi Yang's heart jolted. Chimen technique? The complete ancient version, with no modifications whatsoever. This is incredible. He never expected to receive such a great reward. It simply delighted Yi Yang beyond measure. Brother. The people around who had been listening to Yi Yang talk about Chimen saw him stop, and all called out. Chapter 146. The full bathing experience. Yi Yang came back to his senses, suppressing the shock and excitement in his heart. The Chimen, how impressive it is. It is the foremost among the 3 major techniques, even more flamboyant than Lu Run and Tai Yi. With this, his strength would surely soar. Naturally, his spirit pets would also be able to unleash greater combat power. Moreover, the Chimen technique has some connections with spell techniques. Both are forms of magic, so there must be some overlap. Hey, what's wrong with you? Keep talking. Hey, people around were still calling out to Yi Yang. He steadied his mind and reminded himself to stay low-key. The Chimen technique was a treasure even 5,000 years ago, with no genuine version in anyone's possession. In the present, it is an invaluable treasure. He absolutely cannot let others know that he possesses the complete Qi Min Dan Jia technique, an ancient mystical art, an imperial technique. Of course, this Qi Min Dan Jia is not the 8 gates of Dan Jia that Yi Yang had seen in Naruto. That is merely a part of the Qi Min Dan Jia. Ahem, that's enough for now. I actually only know this much. Yi Yang awkwardly coughed and quickly found an excuse to leave. However, that group of people clearly still wanted more and chased after him. Fortunately, Yi Yang was quick on his feet. Otherwise, he would have definitely been held back. Afterward, Yi Yang walked through the streets of the territory city, preparing to buy some daily necessities and food. After all, he would be spending some time at North China University. As for when he would leave the campus, it would depend on Yi Yang's cultivation. Once everything was settled, Yi Yang arrived at the Tianmei Spirit Pet Club in Territory City. Compared to Huayang City, this place was obviously more luxurious and grand. The area was also much larger. Hello, welcome. How can I assist you? Full receptionist Yang Politali. I like a full bathing service, Yi Yang said. All right, I'll arrange that for you right away. May I ask, handsome, will it be you bathing or your spirit pet? The beauty asked. My spirit pets, 3 in total. One of them is particularly large, Yi Yang replied. Okay, please follow me. The beautiful receptionist led Yi Yang to the area of the club designated for bathing spirit pets. A gigantic bathing hall. Handsome, do you want your spirit pets to bathe separately or together with everyone? An independent pool, just for my spirit pets. All right, please pay here. How much? A deposit of 3,000, and you can settle the bill after the wash. After completing the payment, Yi Yang entered the independent bathing hall. Several beauties in bikinis were already prepared to wash his spirit pets. Damn, this treatment is even better than for humans. Yi Yang couldn't help but complain inwardly as he looked at the waiting ladies. I don't even get such good service when I take a bath myself. My spirit pets are having it so good. It's really frustrating. But what can he do? At most, he could join in the bath. Who let him transmigrate to this era of spirit pet cultivation? Spirit pets are everything to a spirit master. So, of course, he should treat his spirit pets well. Handsome, please summon your spirit pets. The bikini-clad ladies reminded when they noticed Yi Yang hesitating to call out his spirit pets. Chapter 147. The Invitation from the War King. Okay. Yi Yang looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, feeling a bit awkward and shy, his face slightly flushed. Then, he formed the seal for the divine level summoning technique with both hands. Suddenly, dazzling light filled the entire private bathing center. Soon, Yi Yang's 3 spirit pets, Pikachu, Dilliman, and Charizard, appeared in the huge swimming pool. However, because Charizard was too large to fully fit in the pool, the beautiful lady next to him had to step in at this moment. You all take care of it, Yi Yang said to the several beautiful ladies. The few women immediately went over to bathe Charizard. Charizard was enjoying it immensely. Yi Yang watched, sweating profusely, thinking this is just unbelievable. Meanwhile, Pikachu and Dilliman were having even more fun. Clearly, they were both clean-loving pets, getting themselves all washed up. They even wanted to play with fragrant bubbles. Just then, a respectful female voice came from outside. Captain Juan, the person you mentioned is inside. Do you need me to help you announce it first? Knock knock. Then, a knock sounded on the door. Yi Yang frowned slightly, feeling a bit unsure of the situation. He stepped forward to open the door of the private bathing center. A heavily made-up woman stood outside with the captain of the Federal Spirit Master Team, a war king-level expert. Captain Juan, is this him? The woman glanced at Yi Yang and asked the Federal Spirit Master Captain, Wan Huahui. The man named Wan Huahui appeared to be around 30 years old. He was the captain of the Federal Execution Team in the Territorial City. He had received orders from higher-ups to search for Yi Yang throughout the city and came to invite him to discuss matters with the Federation. It's him. Wan Huahui glanced at the video on the virtual screen, confirmed, and said, All right, you two talk. I'll take my leave now. Just call if you need anything. With a wave of his hand, Wan Huahui dismissed the woman he brought along, as well as the beauties who were washing Charizard, and then closed the door. Wan Huahui looked at Yi Yang's 3 spirit pets, his eyes filled with astonishment. Although he did not possess Yi Yang's ability to see through the bloodlines and physical levels of the spirit pets at a glance, he still recognized Charizard's bloodline spirit pet form immediately. Hello, Yi Yang. I am Wan Huahui, the captain of the Federal Execution Team. Wan Huahui looked at Yi Yang seriously and said, "In light of the assassination attempt on you, which resulted in a series of destruction and conflict incidents, please come back to the Federation with me." Yi Yang frowned slightly upon hearing this. The assassination and property destruction should have little to do with him, right? Why were they looking for him? You all must have seen what happened. I was just acting in self-defense. It shouldn't be much related to me, right? Yi Yang said to Wan Huahui, "We understand that, but we would like to ask you to return and give a statement for the investigation. We don't mean to blame you." Wan Huahui smiled and said, "Additionally, all the people who attempted to assassinate you have been captured, and you have the right to interrogate them." Me? Hearing Wan Huahui's words, Yi Yang looked at him in surprise. "I'm just an ordinary student. Do I really have the right to interrogate those captured by the Federation? Isn't that a bit too much authority for me?" He felt that things were definitely not that simple. After all, there's a saying, when something is out of the ordinary, there must be something fishy. But Yi Yang found it hard to refuse this. Chapter 148. The Federal 18 Departments, let's go. After thinking it over, Yi Yang ultimately decided to accompany Wan Huahui for a trip. After all, the Federation is a global management organization, equivalent to a country. Every battle spirit master yearns to work in the Federation. It represents power and glory. However, Yi Yang wasn't particularly interested in that. What he pursued was supreme freedom and the path of wandering the world. But he still needed to give some face for this trip. Then, Yi Yang put away his spirit pet. Everything was cleaned up, and he even got a nice scent. The total cost was 3,500. The main expense was the high cost of the fire dragon. Yi Yang paid a deposit of 3,000 and supplemented 500. The 500 was waived for him. Perhaps due to the special reason of Yi Yang being invited by the Federation? Boom! On a military hover vehicle, Yi Yang sat in the back row, heading towards the Federation headquarters in Territorial City. Soon, he entered a high-tech building, layer upon layer of security, with defenses at every step. The military and technology far surpassed the outside world at the Federation headquarters. "Student Yi Yang, please follow me," Wan Huahui said respectfully as the vehicle stopped, and he opened the door for Yi Yang. Yi Yang stepped out and looked at the magnificent building before him. Compared to 5,000 years ago, it was an overwhelming presence. A few minutes later, Wan Huahui brought Yi Yang to the VIP reception room. Inside, a senior official from the Federation headquarters was already waiting for Yi Yang. "This is our Federation's Talent Management Department Minister, Minister Ho," Wan Huahui introduced immediately. Yi Yang smiled instantly, knowing that things wouldn't be so simple. They brought him in under the pretense of taking notes. It was all a trap. "Aren't we here to take notes?" Yi Yang looked at Wan Huahui, asking knowingly. He didn't give Minister Ho any face and pretended to be respectful. Although this was a high-ranking official in the Federation's talent department, a powerful figure, he truly did not want to join the Federation. Wan Huahui's expression stiffened. Yi Yang didn't know, but he was very clear about Minister Ho's significance. There were a total of 18 departments in the Federation. Each department had a big minister, and Minister Ho happened to be the minister of the talent department. That position was much more significant than Zheng Xiu's. It all sounded like ministers, but the weight was world apart. The 18 departments manage global information, livelihood, finance, human resources, diplomacy, environment, military, etc. It could be said that the 18 departments of the Federation form a massive web, covering the globe and managing it all. Their power was extremely vast. "Minister Ho wants to meet you first. The notes can wait." Wan Huahui awkwardly coughed and said, "You can chat with Minister Ho first. I'll go inform Minister Zhua. He also wants to meet you." Huh? Upon hearing this, Yi Yang was instantly speechless. He was just a 16-year-old freshman in college. Why were all these ministers so eager to see him? They were all richer than him, had more power, and were stronger than him. He really couldn't understand what these ministers found interesting about him. "Student Yi Yang, please take a seat. I apologize for the trouble of having you come here." Minister Ho stood up, smiled at Yi Yang, and showed no airs of big shot. Yi Yang sat down, and a cup of fine long Jing tea was placed in front of him. "Minister Ho, please feel free to speak," Yi Yang said lightly as he settled into his seat. Chapter 149. The mysterious spirit ring. Minister Ho smiled upon hearing this and said, "Since classmate Yi Yang is so direct, I won't beat around the bush. The reason for inviting you here this time is to offer you a job in Lianbang a year from now. We can provide you with special treatment. Lianbong is in great need of talents like you. Your talent and strength will surely make you a pillar of Lianbong in the future. Hearing Minister Ho's enthusiastic words, Yiyang smiled lightly and replied, but I won't have graduated from university in a year. Besides, Lianbong is recruiting talents globally. Do you still need me? Minister Ho sighed and said, talents are hard to come by. Your talent will soon exceed what Huabei University can offer you. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Wan Huawei entered with two middle-aged men. This is Minister Zhua from the Information Department. And this is Minister Huang from the Research Department, Wan Huawei introduced. Yiyang felt at a loss. I'm just an ordinary student. I really can't handle such a reception from so many important figures. Any one of the three ministers could shake the world with a stomp. Is this Yiyang? Truly extraordinary. A dragon among men. The future of Lianbong relies on you. Yiyang. Then, Ministers Zhua and Huang sat down. The Information Department is responsible for global intelligence, covering all important information, including combat techniques and spirit pets. The Research Department focuses on researching new things and development, including spirit pets. The three ministers wield immense power globally, their gazes fixed on Yiyang. They slowly spoke. Yiyang, we heard you understand Chimanduanjia. Could you share some insights? Classmate Yiyang, we heard you have a dragon-type spirit pet. Could you lend it to us for research? Yiyang looked at the eager and expectant expressions of the three ministers, feeling inexplicably speechless. Chimanduanjia and dragon-type spirit pets are just that. Why such excitement? Although these two things are indeed extremely rare in the current world, it shouldn't warrant such friendliness from three ministers towards a young boy like him. Cough, cough. Well, I can't meet your requests, sorry. Yiyang awkwardly coughed and said, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Wait, classmate Yiyang, don't you want to hear about our benefits? Not interested. I don't want to be constrained. I value my freedom. Yiyang rejected outright without a second thought. No matter how good the benefits were, the prerequisite would surely be joining Lianbong, which Yiyang could not do. Then don't you want to know who tried to assassinate you? The Wang family's assassin, Yiyang replied. The three ministers were taken aback. They didn't expect Yiyang to already know. This wasn't something a 16-year-old boy should be thinking about. Wan Huahui was also quite surprised that the three ministers couldn't keep Yiyang from leaving. He looked at Yiyang with newfound respect. He took Yiyang to make a statement, and Yiyang was too lazy to interrogate the Wang family's assassin. Before leaving, Wan Huahui handed Yiyang a spatial spirit ring. This is a gift from the three ministers. They said it's a token of meeting, and you must accept it. Yiyang looked at it and thought, are they trying to win me over? He resolutely refused, saying, I want to take something for nothing. I can't accept this. Chapter 150 Goodbye. Su Feifei, you're not collecting it. I can't report back well. Take it. I want to pressure you. It's just a small token from the three ministers. Wan Huahui stuffed the spirit ring into Yiyang's hand and then accompanied him back. Yiyang held the three spirit rings sent by the ministers without rushing to open them. This thing is definitely not given for free. But he also knew that if he didn't take it, it probably wouldn't be good either, unless he could endure the annoyance of this group of people, bothering him every day. So, it was better for Yiyang to accept it. As long as he didn't join the Alliance Federation, everything could be discussed. Returning to school, Yiyang walked towards the Food Street cafeteria. As the future university, the world's top North China Battle Spirit Master School. That cafeteria was not just a simple cafeteria in Yiyang's understanding from 5,000 years ago. Here, it was a food street. All kinds of food from around the world were available. Money really runs out quickly. Looking at his account balance, Yiyang couldn't help but sigh. But he still had to spend, and he had to choose the expensive and good items. There was no way around it. Who made his spirit pets so picky about food? Beautiful lady, let us add each other as friends, and we can contact and chat when we have time. Wow. So you are the streamer Feifei? Can I have your autograph? Miss, do you have a boyfriend? Just as Yiyang was about to buy food for Pikachu, Charizard, and Dilliaman, he suddenly heard a familiar name. Streamer Feifei? Yiyang turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. He saw a group of male classmates surrounding a beautiful female streamer in the middle. The beautiful streamer immediately unleashed her spirit energy to protect herself, keeping the group of hormone-driven male classmates at bay. Today's live broadcast ends here. I'm sorry, dear fans. After saying that, The beautiful streamer Fei Fei turned off the live stream and put away her phone. She looked sharply at the surrounding male classmates and said, "Could you please let me through? I'm leaving. Leave a contact number and we'll go." That's right. Let us add each other as friends. We can chat more privately in the future. Fei Fei, I've been following you for a long time. Let's be friends? However, the group of male classmates seemed to have lost their souls, staring at the woman and unable to move. They had no intention of letting streamer Fei Fei go. Yiyang watched this scene with a look of disappointment. Indeed, even in the world's most prestigious Battle Spirit Master University, there were still scum and useless people. Perhaps they were impressive when they enrolled, but if they couldn't keep up later, they would also be abandoned. Sigh. Yiyang shook his head and lost interest in watching the commotion, turning to leave. However, just as he turned around, the surrounded female streamer got angry. "Don't touch me." Boom! A strong wave of spirit energy surged from the female streamer's body. 3 different attributes of spirit energy instantly pushed the surrounding male classmates back a few steps. "Chow, you dare to touch us, bitch? We just asked for a contact number. Why are you getting angry? Just because you're a little attractive? Everyone's become a streamer. What are you pretending to be pure for?" Seeing streamer Fei Fei angry, the surrounding male classmates immediately retreated a few steps and cursed loudly. Yiyang heard the commotion and turned back to look. He was stunned. What the hell? Su Fei Fei? Indeed, the beautiful woman he saw was none other than Su Fei Fei, the daughter of the richest man in Huayang City, with whom he had some connections. Chapter 151. Do you still have the face? Sophie Fei ran a clothing store, and her business was thriving with high popularity due to her live broadcasts. Having developed feelings for Yiyang, she followed him to North China Battle Spirit Master University. Now, she was already a sophomore at the university, at the peak of Battle Spirit Level 9, just one step away from becoming a Battle King. "Are you looking for a fight?" Sophie Fei heard a man insult her, and with her noble and self-loving nature, she couldn't possibly endure it. "Oh, the girl is angry. The tenderness from before has vanished," one of the men said. "But I like it. I like this fiery girl. Little sister, come with me, and I'll take care of you in this campus." Boom! As he spoke, a few third-year students stomped their feet on the ground, showcasing their Battle King level power. "So what now? Are you still going to fight? You, a mere Battle Spirit Level 9 peak, are no match for us." The Battle Kings looked at Sophie Fei with disdainful smiles. Sophie Fei frowned, her face grim. Facing Battle Kings, she felt an immense pressure. Even though she had the strength to stand her ground against a Battle King in a one-on-one duel, she was currently up against 3 to 5 Battle Kings. Without needing to fight, she knew she was bound to lose. Bullying with power? Sophie Fei sneered coldly. "So what if you're stronger than me? I wouldn't even bother to look at you." "Ah, I see you want to get beaten up. I don't like hitting women, but if you come with us today and make us comfortable, we'll let you go. If you refuse, then we can only teach you a lesson." The Battle Kings were instantly furious at Sophie Fei's lack of respect. At that moment, a lazy figure of a young man strolled into their midst. The already angry Battle Kings, seeing the youth blocking their line of sight, immediately shouted angrily, "Where did this kid come from? Get lost. Are you looking for death? Can't you see the situation?" Hearing their furious shouts, the young man was not intimidated at all. Instead, he smirked and turned to the Battle Kings, sarcastically saying, "What's the matter? A few big men bullying a girl, and you still have the face to show yourselves? What's it to you? Kid, are you tired of living? Daring to come to the rescue? You should weigh yourself first. Do you think you're worthy of being a hero?" A wave of mockery was directed at Yiyang. The Battle Kings and those who had been harassing Sophie Fei all turned their anger towards Yiyang. Sophie Fei was taken aback when she saw Yiyang and quickly regained her composure. Realizing he had confronted them, she rushed forward, grabbed his hand, and whispered, "What are you doing here? Hurry up and leave. They are Battle King level spirit masters, not someone you can handle." Yiyang turned to look at Sophie Fei with a slightly strange expression and asked, "I wanted to ask you the same thing. Why aren't you at home? And how did you end up at North China Battle Spirit Master University?" Sophie Fei was momentarily speechless. She wanted to explain, but found it hard to say. She could only casually find an excuse to evade the question. "I was already studying at this school," Sophie Fei said. Chapter 152. If I take a step back today, I'm not a man, am I? Yiyang looked at Su Fei Fei with a puzzled expression. clearly not quite believing it. Yes. Su Feifei avoided Yiyan's gaze. Do you know each other? Ma, duh. This isn't the time for you to be flirting. To think that Feifei, one of the four beauties, known as the cold goddess who never gets close to men, actually likes younger guys. But this kid looks so weak. He probably can't last 3 minutes in bed, right? Ha ha. Seeing that Yiyang and Su Feifei actually knew each other and seemed very familiar with each other, filled the air with a strong, ambiguous atmosphere. This made the boys who had coveted Su Feifei for a long time quite unhappy. They tried various ways to mock and belittle Yiyang to gain a sense of superiority. They wanted to show off in front of Su Feifei, telling her that they were the right choice for her. However, in Su Feifei's eyes, they were nothing more than fools. Yiyang looked at these boys with disdain. They were simply embarrassing themselves. He really didn't know how they got into this top university. Feifei, dump him. This kid is no good. Yeah, come with us, and you'll experience what it means to be in ecstasy. Su Feifei's expression gradually darkened as she looked at the boys in front of her. Her eyes filled with anger and disgust. Leave it to me. You've helped me so much. Now it's my turn to help you. Yiyang patted Su Feifei on the shoulder and smiled, saying, you don't need to get involved with these losers. It would be beneath you. After saying that, Yiyang stepped forward, positioning himself to protect Su Feifei behind him. Su Feifei was slightly taken aback. Hearing Yiyang's words made her feel a warmth in her heart, a wave of emotion. However, the opponents in front of her were battle king-level spirit warriors. There were several of them, and even she didn't have confidence in defeating the boys in front of her, let alone Yiyang. Yiyang, let us go. A true hero doesn't suffer losses in front of his eyes. Don't get hurt because of me. Su Feifei pulled Yiyang, Urginkim. Oh, are you afraid your little boyfriend will get hurt? Unfortunately, you guys aren't getting away today. If you want to protect your little boyfriend, then you'll have to stay with us for the night. Yeah, otherwise, we'll beat the shit out of this kid. Bang! Just as the boy finished speaking, a dull sound rang out. Yiyang punched him in the face, knocking him back several steps, blood streaming from his nose. You dare to hit me? Do you want to die? The boy, bleeding from his nose, covered it and glared angrily at Yiyang. He clearly didn't expect that Yiyang, at the spirit warrior level, would dare to strike first against him, a battle king. This genuinely caught him off guard. Kid, you're dead today. You think you can act tough in front of us at the spirit warrior level? Have you lost your mind? The few battle kings next to him, after realizing what was happening, all stared at Yiyang with cold eyes. The chilling pressure instantly fell upon Yiyang. Don't look at me with those fierce eyes. I'm not a 3-year-old. If you want to hit me, just do it. Yiyang glanced at the boys glaring at him and said, if I take a step back today, I'm not a man. Bang! After saying that, he stomped heavily on the ground. Chapter 153. Fusion Technique of Human and Pet. The power of Fire Spirit Jade, Battle King with a loud bang. The peak power of a level 5 battle spirit surged out from Yiyang's body in an instant. 3 different attributes of spiritual energy enveloped Yiyang completely. The momentum was such that even the Battle King felt a slight sense of pressure. However, they were only a bit surprised that Yiyang, with his level 5 battle spirit strength, could unleash such a strong spiritual energy. But they were not afraid. The ignorant Shabi still wants to fight us? Seeking death. Boom, boom, boom. As the words fell, several battle kings, along with a group of battle spirit level battle spirit masters behind them, stirred their internal spiritual energy and glared at Yiyang. The combined pressure from the group instantly fell upon Yiyang. Onlookers nearby were drawn to this scene. Damn, a level spirit master challenging a battle king. And it's still one against many. Impressive. Who is this person? So amazing? A newcomer? I don't know, but this confidence is strong, though he's about to face a tragic end. Watching Yiyang face several battle kings and a number of battle spirit level battle spirit masters, the surrounding students were astonished and sighed for Yiyang. They believed that Yiyang's actions would surely lead to him getting beaten. Kid, since you're the one to make the first move, don't say we're bullying the weak or taking advantage of the young. The arrogant Battle King level junior looked at Yiyang and said disdainfully. Yiyang scoffed and formed a seal for a divine level summoning technique with both hands. Divine level summoning technique. Fire-breathing dragon. Wow! A dazzling light burst forth. In an instant, the divine level spirit pet, the fire-breathing dragon, appeared before everyone. Mature body level 8. Roar. As soon as the fire-breathing dragon appeared, it let out a dragon roar that frightened the surrounding battle spirit masters, causing them to step back several paces. A dragon-type spirit pet. He is that new King Yi-Yang from this year's first batch of newcomers. TSK. The rumors are true. He really has a dragon-type spirit pet. At that moment, everyone was shocked when they saw the fire-breathing dragon. Even the several battle kings standing in front of Yi-Yang were startled. Fire-breathing dragon. Yi-Yang took a few steps forward and shouted loudly. Boom! The fire-breathing dragon immediately understood and unleashed a breath of fire. Yi-Yang caught it with one hand, controlling and merging it. Is this the fusion technique of human and pet? Stop him, don't let him use it. Seeing Yi-Yang's actions, the expressions of the battle kings turned grim in an instant. The next second, the several battle kings rushed towards Yi-Yang simultaneously, seeking death. Yi-Yang's lips curled into a cold arc as the fireball gathered and spun wildly, about the size of 2 soccer balls. He didn't unleash the full power of the fusion technique, only about 30%, because dealing with battle kings, there was no need to exert full strength. Quick dodge. Seeing Yi-Yang complete the fusion technique so quickly, the first few battle kings who charged forward shouted and quickly tried to evade. Now you want to run? It's too late. Yi-Yang smiled coldly and threw the wildly spinning fireball towards the several battle kings. Fusion technique of human and pet. Fire spirit jade. Sizzle. A sharp, piercing sound resonated. The fireball shot through the air, rapidly smashing into the bodies of the several battle kings. Boom! Instantly, the fireball exploded, producing a tremendous sound. Chapter 154. This freshman is defying the heavens, talking about love. Immediately, several battle king-level spirit masters let out a miserable scream, their bodies blown several meters away, crashing to the ground in a sorry state. Hiss! The surrounding students couldn't help but gasp in shock. Looking at the battle king-level student who was knocked down by Yi-Yang in one move, charred and with a face full of fear. They never expected that a battle spirit-level spirit master could take out several battle kings with a single move. This is just too incredible. Although they all knew that the fusion technique of human and pet was powerful, they didn't realize it was this strong, easily surpassing levels. Do you want to end up like them? After taking out several battle kings in one move, Yi-Yang's gaze fell on the remaining battle spirit-level spirit masters, and he coldly asked with a sneer. The group of battle spirit-level spirit masters was taken aback, coming back to their senses, hurriedly shaking their heads, forcing a stiff smile on their faces. No, brother, we were just joking. Yes, just joking. Don't be angry, we apologize. Sorry, we'll leave now. After saying this, the group of spirit masters who wanted to show off their power fled in embarrassment. It's all right now. Yi-Yang then turned to look at Su Feifei, chuckling lightly. Su Feifei finally came back to her senses from shock, staring at Yi-Yang in astonishment. Are you already this strong? Thinking back to not long ago, when Yang was in Huayang City, he wasn't this powerful when fighting Wang Qua. It hadn't been long since they last met, and Yi-Yang's strength had surpassed hers. Not bad. Hearing Su Feifei's words, Yi-Yang smiled humbly, but the onlookers were utterly shocked, looking at Yi-Yang with disbelief. So strong. This freshman is defying the heavens. This year, we VE secure the championship for North China University. With such a super genius, how could we lose? What if other schools poach him? The fusion technique of human and pet is terrifying. He doesn't seem to be using his full power, right? Students who had been enrolled for a year or two, including battle king-level spirit masters, were filled with incredulity when looking at Yi-Yang. They had seen battle spirit masters fighting above their level before, but they had never seen anyone as impressive as Yi-Yang. A single spirit pet, a single fusion technique, easily handling several battle kings, scaring off a group of spirit masters. This strength is amazing. Let us go. I'll treat you to something to eat. You help me. I have to thank you. Su Feifei looked at Yi-Yang and smiled. Just repaying you. You've helped me a lot too. If we really count it, I still owe you. Yi-Yang smiled. Let me treat you. What do you want to eat? Just order anything. Really? Then, Yi-Yang treated Su Feifei to a big meal. His spirit pet naturally feasted as well. Just this one meal, Yi spent over 10,000. Your family is so rich. Why are you still doing live streaming? After the meal, Yi and Su Feifei strolled around campus, envied by countless people. There were quite a few who were secretly following them. Live streaming might bring you a lot of trouble. Upon hearing Yi Yang's words, Su Feifei turned her gaze and looked at him seriously, saying, "Then I won't do live streaming anymore. If I get bored, can I come find you to hang out?" Huh? Yi was taken aback. "I didn't mean it that way. Don't worry, I won't disturb your training. To avoid being left behind by you, I decided to work hard and train together with you." Chapter 155, Promotion to Battle Spirit Level 6. Learning and growth. Seeing Yang's surprised expression, Su Feifei revealed a row of white teeth and smiled. "All right." Yi did not refuse and pretended to nod helplessly. However, he actually had a good impression of Su Feifei. After all, she had helped him a lot and had quietly contributed some effort for him. The two walked around the campus like a couple before each returning to their respective dorms. Yi immediately summoned Pikachu and Dilliaman to let them move around in the small courtyard provided by the school. As for him, he naturally had to start his training. He aimed to break through to Battle King and contract with the Frog Ninja as soon as possible. At the same time, he had to cultivate his 6th grade battle skill, the Chimen. Therefore, Yi Yang's tasks were very heavy now. He needed to improve his strength diligently. Boom! Sitting cross-legged, he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Yi was immersed in his training, and he continued until the next morning. Ding! Congratulations to the host Yi for successfully advancing to Battle Spirit Level 6. Huff! Upon hearing the system's notification, Yi immediately stopped his training, stood up, and exhaled a breath of turbid air. He then stretched his body, producing a series of cracking sounds. Following that, he took out a scroll of battle skills from his spatial pocket. 6th grade battle skill, Breaking Cloud Palm. The cultivation techniques and precautions for breaking cloud palm. Yi quickly read through the cultivation techniques of the 6th grade battle skill and immediately began practicing in the courtyard. Breaking cloud palm can be used for close combat or ranged attacks. By condensing spiritual energy in his palm, he could unleash a wave of energy. A master of this skill could break the clouds in the sky and shatter mountains and stones. Yi practiced for a good half of the day. Normally, it would take an average person 10 days to half a month, or even 1 to 2 months to grasp the basics of 6th grade battle skill. Yet, he achieved results in just half a day, making him fully capable of using in battle. Next was the Chimen technique. However, Yi did not take a break. He put away the Breaking Cloud Palm scroll and immediately began learning the Chimen technique. Chimen is an ancient technique. The difference between techniques and battle skills lies in the fact that techniques are more mysterious and profound, while battle skills are direct and powerful. Both have their advantages. When used in conjunction, they can not only enhance the power of a battle spirit master, but also assist the battle power of their spiritual pets. Chimen 5 elements yin and yang, 9 palaces flying stars, 8 gates of life and death. Yi quietly learned Chimen, completely absorbed in it. The profound meanings and transformations were endless. He grasped, studied, and pondered. Yi was pleasantly surprised that with Chimen, as long as he positioned his spiritual pets correctly for an attack, he could enhance their power. In simple terms, mastering Chimen means having both offensive and defensive support. Yi had it all. So amazing. In the evening, filled with excitement from his studies, Yi exclaimed in amazement. He had only grasped a basic understanding, yet felt like dozens of battle strategies had been added to his mind. However, fully mastering it would still require some time. Yi stopped learning Chimen and took out a spirit ring given to him by several department heads. It was a 5th grade spirit ring, valuable and mysterious. What was inside? Yi did not know, but was a bit curious. Yet at this moment, he felt conflicted about whether to look or not. Swish! Suddenly, all the lights in the school went out. Chapter 156, New Sign-In Task. The ancient box, what is going on? Yi immediately froze, looking towards the pitch-black campus with a confused expression. Pikachu. At the same time, Pikachu excitedly ran out from inside the house. It still had a bit of electricity on it, as if it had just been charged. Oh my! Pikachu! Could it be you? Yi looked at Pikachu, who had a satisfied expression, and asked in shock as its power seemed to have increased again. "Hi." Pikachu lazily lay in the grass of the courtyard, feeling quite comfortable. "My goodness, you little rascal." Eon was at a loss for words. Last time, he just let Pikachu try it out, but he expect it to get addicted. Because of this, the whole school lost power. What the heck? At this moment, at North China War Spirit Master University, countless students were in an uproar. What the heck? Power outage? What is going on? What era is it? And there's still a power outage? Everyone was complaining. No one thought it was due to a malfunction, because that was impossible. With today's technology, a power failure would affect, at most, a small area. But now it was the entire school. Pikachu's ability to absorb electricity was extremely strong. It wouldn't trigger power protection because it didn't fall under the category of malfunction. It directly incapacitated the power supply of the entire school. The circuit collapsed, leading to a complete power outage. Pikachu was rolling around cutely, completely unaware that it had caused a big problem. Next time don't randomly stick your ears into the power socket. It'll cause trouble. Eon felt both love and hate towards Pikachu. Of course, he was happy that Pikachu was getting stronger. But if it was always like this, that wouldn't work. Due to the power outage, Eon couldn't even get food. He had to endure through the night. The next day, the campus underwent electrical maintenance. Eon took his spirit pet out for a nice big meal. Then, he returned to his accommodation and studied the art of Chi Min Dunjia. 3 days passed quietly. One day, early in the morning, Eon heard the prompt sound of the sign-in system. Ding! A brand new sign-in task has been issued. Please sign in at any bloodline injection specialty store in Territory City within 7 days. He lay in bed, with Pikachu and Dilu Beast sleeping beside him. With his hands behind his head, he pondered life. After a while, Eon couldn't help but take out the 5-level spirit rings that several ministers had given him. Then, he erased their spiritual energy imprint and began to explore them. No martial skills, no money, no bloodlines or other good things. What the heck? What is this? Eon searched for a while, but found nothing good at all. He thought that would give him a lot of benefits, but as a result, not a thing. Oh! Just as Eon was speechless, he touched a box. When he took it out, he saw a delicate box that exuded an ancient aura with a history spanning a long time, resembling an antique. What is this? Eon looked at the ancient box in front of him with a puzzled expression, completely baffled. Among the entire spirit ring, this was the only item. He didn't understand why the upper echelons of it handed this thing over to him. Eon first used his spiritual energy to probe it. He found that he couldn't see inside at all. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly opened the ancient box. Boom! Suddenly, an ancient power surged out from the box. Eon felt darkness before his eyes, and he entered a mysterious state. Chapter 157. The spirit beast, White Tiger. The world was empty, shrouded in darkness. It was silent, as if he had stepped into another realm. What was happening? Eon was filled with questions, his gaze sweeping around, but it was pitch black, and he could see nothing. He reached out a touch, walked around, yet felt nothing. The emptiness and silence made Yi Yang's heart uneasy. He wondered, could he be trapped like this for eternity? Just as Yi Yang was panicking, a strand of ancient spiritual energy tore through the void, creating a rift. The rift gradually opened, and spiritual energy wove into something resembling a screen. Inside, it depicted the myths of planets, the ancient era of planets, records of spiritual energy revival, the fall of powerful beings, the changes of eras, the evolution and growth of biological humanity, and the birth of various professions. But this was nothing compared to what lay beyond. In the infinite darkness, terrifying unknowns hid creatures with immense power. Even more shocking to Yi Yang was that the Federation was not the ruler of this world. Beyond the land of the Federation, there existed even more dangerous mutated beings threatening humanity. These were referred to as new mutated entities, which completely opened the door to a new world for Yi Yang. He gazed in shock at the screen painted by the spiritual energy as scenes flowed by like time itself. Suddenly, a monstrous roar of a spirit beast reached Yi Yang's ears. Immediately, a spirit beast's spirit lunged towards him. Yi Yang focused his gaze and was astonished to see it was the soul of the White Tiger, one of the ancient four holy beasts. Although it was already dead, only its soul remained. One could still discern that this white tiger had possessed a divine-level bloodline during its life. However, in a great battle, it had been besieged by countless strong opponents. To protect its descendants' bloodline, it had scattered its flesh and blood across the world, merging into various spirit beasts, transforming into a spiritual form, and vanishing. As for why it ended up in this ancient box, Yeong did not know. When the spirit beast white tiger lunged at him, he was so startled that he hurriedly stepped back, instantly breaking free from that mysterious state. Looking at the box in his hand, he was filled with shock. The ancient box had somehow closed without him noticing. What on earth was this thing? Yeong was now even more curious about the ancient box. The contents recorded within were also immensely shocking. Although it only detailed a segment of ancient history, it revealed the perilous path of humanity nearly facing extinction in the future transformations of the planet. Yet, even so, the current status of humanity was not supreme. On the contrary, it was somewhat precarious. Damn it, forget it, let us just sign in first. After thinking for a while, without any clues, Yeong sat up, got dressed, washed up, and prepared to go out for a meal and sign in. Pikachu and Dilu Beast were pulled into the contract survival space and were still fast asleep. Stepping out of the independent courtyard, Yeong saw that North China University was having workers repair the electrical system. Due to the power outage, almost all the students had come out. Even a super homebody who had stayed in for a month was outside. And among those who came out was him, Yeong. Yeong, can you help me sign your name? Yeong, can we take a picture together? Yeong. As soon as Yeong stepped out of his residence, he was greeted by a group of beautiful senior sisters, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 158, Receiving Rewards Bloodline Upgrade. As soon as he stepped out, he was blocked by a group of fierce senior female students. Has he become popular again? Yeong looked at the girls who surrounded him and pressed against him. Feeling extremely speechless, he recalled the time when he was blocked at the entrance of HSBC Bank in Hawaii City, which still lingered in his memory. Now, because he has a dragon-type spirit pet, gained the title of Rookie King, defeated several battle kings in one move, and has gotten close to Su Fei. All these events have pushed him to the top of the popular posts on the internal forum of Huabei University. He made a big splash as soon as he entered Huabei Battle Spirit Master University. However, this was not so important to Yeong, who didn't really care about his reputation. Strength is everything. Yeong, what is your ID? Can we add each other as friends? Yeong, are you free tonight? Let us hang out. The talented senior girls looked at Yeong with fervor. Most of their intentions were because of Yeong's dragon-type spirit pet. Ahem. Please don't do this. It's not appropriate. Yeong awkwardly coughed and pushed away the beautiful senior girl who was pressing against him. Damn it, in public. How can they forcefully cling to him like this? What kind of behavior is that? Yeong quickly squeezed out of the encirclement, not daring to get involved with these scheming girls. Otherwise, it would definitely lead to a bunch of trouble. He left the campus and found a restaurant. He ordered a large amount of food. Goodness, Yeong himself spent over 100 yuan, but the spirit pet consumption reached thousands. What kind of concept is that? It's unaffordable. After eating, Yeong headed straight to the Bloodline Injection Agent Specialty Store. Soon, he arrived at a store that specialized in spirit pet bloodline injection agents. Yeong walked in and thought to himself, sign in. Ding! Sign-in task started, countdown 10 minutes. As the system's voice fell, Yeong began to wait for the countdown to receive his reward. His gaze fell on a rows of neatly packaged bloodline injection agents, with everything from low to high. There were even cultivation injection agents for divine bloodlines. But the prices were quite expensive and almost no one was looking. After all, even Yeong, who saw it for the first time, doubted whether this stuff was really reliable. Bro, interested in divine bloodlines? Their SA20 discount now, buy 2 get 1 free. While Yeong was casually browsing, a sales representative for the bloodline injection agents approached him with a friendly smile. I see you're quite the handsome guy. Your talent must be exceptional. Divine bloodlines are rare, so hurry up and make a decision or you'll miss out big time. Just place your order today. And I stop. Yeong quickly interrupted the salesperson, feeling somewhat speechless. Thanks for your explanation, but you can go serve others now. After saying that, he turned and left. Inside, he thought, what the hell, do they think I'm 3 years old? Am I that easy to fool? If divine bloodlines were that easy to cultivate and inject, divine bloodline spirit pets wouldn't be so rare. Time passed by second. Soon, the 10 minutes were up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Reward received. 1 bloodline upgrade injection agent. Additional 100 success rate. Hearing the prompt from the divine multiverse sign-in system, Yeong smiled. This reward is nice. Ding! Would you like to use the bloodline upgrade injection agent directly? Chapter 159. Upgrading Spirit Pet Bloodline. First divine level 2 in the next moment. The system's prompt sounded again in Yi Yang's mind. Yeong was slightly taken aback. Thinking he was going to give his spirit pet an injection, system operations made it convenient. Yes. Without hesitation, he directly used it. Please choose a spirit pet to use the bloodline enhancement injection. 1. Pikachu. 2. Dilliman. 3. Charizard. Yeong fell silent for a moment. If this bloodline enhancement injection had a 100 success rate, then among his 3 divine level spirit pets, at least one must have a bloodline that could be upgraded to divine level 2. All 3 spirit pets were strong, which made Yeong feel a bit conflicted. But there was only 1 bloodline enhancement injection. It was genuine and definitely not the fake one sold at the counter. It was certainly not something with a success rate of less than 0.000001. Instead, it was 100. Decided it's you, Pikachu. After a brief contemplation, Yeong made his decision. Bloodline upgrade, Pikachu. He commanded in his heart, and the system immediately began to enhance Pikachu's bloodline. The reason for choosing Pikachu was due to its unique card level and its strength, which was sufficient to challenge fully evolved spirit pets. If it received the enhancement to its bloodline, its power would surely reach new heights. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The bloodline level of Spirit Pet Pikachu has been successfully upgraded. Spirit Pet Pikachu. Bloodline. Divine Level 2 Bloodline Spirit Pet Level. Peak Growth Level 9. Attribute. Thunder Attribute. Type. Combat Type. Special Skills. Thunderbolt. Iron Tail. Hearing the system's prompt again, Yeong felt a surge of joy in his heart. Now, he had a spirit pet with a divine level 2 bloodline. However, Yeong still had valuable items and spirit pets that had not been used. Divine level 1 bloodline fully evolved level 5 Greninja. Divine level 2 bloodline Eastern Dragon bloodline. This meant that as long as Yeong reached the War King level or obtained another digital monster that required bloodline enhancement, he could at least have 2 divine level bloodline spirit pets. Thinking of this, Yeong couldn't help but feel a wave of excitement. While others exhausted their fortunes and traveled across mountains and rivers in search of a divine level bloodline spirit pet, he had spirit pets that all possessed divine level bloodlines. This was the difference. Target locked. Request instructions. Should we proceed? Outside, the bloodline specialty store, on top of a tall building, a sniper lay prone on the rooftop, aiming at Yeong, who had just walked out of the bloodline specialty store. He spoke softly with a wireless communicator in his ear. As soon as he finished speaking, an order came through the communicator. Follow him for now, look for an opportunity to take action, and try not to be discovered by the Federation. Received. The sniper on the rooftop watched Yeong leave and immediately followed him. After completing his sign-in task, Yeong prepared to ask the Federation about the box, especially the soul of the Holy Spirit beast, the White Tiger, which he was very concerned about. However, he hadn't walked far before he sensed that he was being tracked and monitored. Sigh, what a hassle. Yeong sighed deeply, feeling annoyed at being watched all the time. He hailed a car and headed straight for the Federation. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the Federation headquarters. The tracker immediately stopped, not daring to get any closer. Target can no longer be tracked. Location, Federation headquarters. The mysterious sniper reported. Chapter 160. The ancient 8 boxes. New species of mutants stay in place and wait for the opportunity. The instructions came through the wireless communicator again. Yes. Immediately, the mysterious sniper hid in place. Guarding Yeong. Yeong entered the United Federation without any obstruction. Wan Huahui personally received him and took him to meet several ministers. In the VIP reception room of the United Federation, 3 high-ranking officials, Minister Ho, Minister Zhua, and Minister Huang, sat opposite Yeong. Yeong, have you opened the box and looked inside? The 3 ministers asked with smiles. What exactly do you want? And what is this box? Why does it contain so much history? Yang asked the three ministers with a serious expression. He felt that these three were hiding something significant from him. The ancient 8 boxes. Ministers suddenly became serious and said to Yang, "This is one of them. Each box contains the soul of a divine beast-level spirit pet. It also records the history of different periods. I'm sure you know that humans in this world are not absolutely invincible. The new species of mutants are even more terrifying. No one has seen what they look like, but the United Federation knows their horror." As Yang listened to Minister's words, he became increasingly curious. However, he maintained a calm demeanor and said, "What does this have to do with me? Through our research, we found that spellcasters can control the souls of spirit pets, and they are currently searching for the ancient 8 boxes. This cannot fall into their hands. Otherwise, we spirit warriors will be in great danger." Minister Huang from the research department interjected. "As far as we know, the soul of a divine beast can be attached, but the prerequisites are extremely harsh. We have tried many times and failed until your appearance." "What do you mean?" Yang looked at the ministers warily, sensing a conspiracy. "If we recruit you, we can help you obtain the holy beast white tiger and assist you in finding the remaining ancient 8 boxes. You could possess all holy beast spirit pets." Minister Host said to Yang. Yang was slightly taken aback. The temptation was indeed powerful. Divine bloodline spirit pets had already driven people crazy, and holy beast spirit pets were even more unimaginable. Even he felt excitement and joy. However, there is no free lunch in the world. He didn't believe the United Federation would be so kind. The United Federation has countless talents and top experts. The soul of the holy beast spirit pet must be desired by many people, right? Yang smiled slightly and said, "You would be so kind to give me this?" "You are right. The United Federation has many talented experts," Minister Host said with a serious expression. "But none have been able to form a contract with the holy beast white tiger. According to historical records and big data analysis, to contract a holy beast spirit pet, one must be a martial god body spirit warrior, which is the current martial god cultivation physique. Is the requirement that high?" Yang was shocked upon hearing this. However, he just happened to have the martial god cultivation physique. But this was something he only knew himself. "Your strength is progressing rapidly, and your spirit pets are quite special. We have conducted a comprehensive investigation on you," Minister Huang said. "Yang, if we are not mistaken, you are the martial god cultivation physique that is rarely seen in 1,000 years. Yang was surprisingly calm upon hearing this. With the strength of the United Federation, it was not unexpected that they could investigate his martial god cultivation physique. Chapter 161. Chosen One, Humanity's Crisis, Cooperation. After all, I had already been to the Federation headquarters once. Who knows what kind of high technology might be here? Could it detect my physical condition in an instant? So, we plan to cultivate you into the new generation of chosen ones." Minister Ho took over the conversation, looking at Yi Yang with a serious expression, and said, "Although the Federation is strong, it cannot always protect humanity on this limited land. In the darkness, at the end, those creatures are becoming stronger and stronger. In the past year, the Federation has already lost as many as 10 battle-respected level experts. We need your help." Yi Yang sat on the sofa, feeling as if he were dreaming or in a movie. Why did it feel so unreal? Damn it, I'm just a level 6 battle spirit student. You need my help? What a joke. Do I even have that qualification? With 3 consecutive questions. Yi Yang was doubting himself. "I think you've got the wrong person. I'm just an ordinary battle spirit master." Yi Yang stood up and returned the box to several ministers, saying, "Yi Yang, you indeed lack strength right now, but your potential is enormous, whether you agree or not. When you step onto the path of the strong, one day you will see that boundless darkness." Minister Ho stood up and looked at Yi Yang as he spoke. Immediately, Minister Yin and Minister Huang also stood up, their gazes focused on Yi Yang. This world is being devoured by foreign species, and humanity's situation is very dangerous. Moreover, the universe is vast, and there are even stronger existences in the galaxy. Humanity's hope rests entirely on you. Hearing the minister's words, Yi Yang felt as if he were being morally blackmailed. It was absurd to make him a savior. "I'm a bit special. I'm a transmigrator. But there is no rule that a transmigrator must be a savior, right? Ministers, please stop joking. There are still hundreds of millions of humans left. How could hope rest on me? Yeong felt it was ridiculous and said, I want to join the Federation, and I can't bear humanity's hope. I just want to live a little longer. After saying that, Yeong turned to leave. Although he felt a bit reluctant and moved, after all, the resources of the Federation were so strong. But he told himself to resist. He must resist. This is a trap. Yeong, wait. Just as Yeong took a few steps out, several ministers called out, You don't have to join the Federation. How about cooperating with us? As a part-time external member, we can give you power. Only you can fully explore the secrets of the ancient 8 boxes. This sacred beast spirit pet soul can only belong to you. Upon hearing this, Yeong couldn't help but feel a bit tempted. Cooperation? How would that work? You want to be bound by the internal rules of the Federation. You will still be yourself. When you become strong in the future, if the world needs you, can you step in? The ministers looked at Yeong and said, As long as you agree, the Federation will help you grow. Yeong fell silent immediately. He felt a bit flattered. How could such a good thing fall on him? Was it good luck? Or was this his true mission for transmigrating here? After a long time, Yeong took one of the ancient 8 boxes, the white tiger box, and said, All right, I'll cooperate with you. Thank you. Upon hearing this, the ministers immediately smiled with joy. Chapter 162, The Existence of Spiritual Artifacts, Each Different, Assassination. Then, a special token from the Lien Federation was given to Yeong. Yeong was now considered to hold a position in the Lien Federation. With this token, he could enter and exit any location in the Lien Federation at will. Name, Yeong. Position, Special Selector. Candidate for Divine Selector. Even other ministers had to show him some respect. As for those below him, there was even less to say. Subsequently, Yeong discussed some matters regarding the sacred beast, white tiger spirit pet soul body, with several ministers. To resurrect the white tiger, only those with divine-level bloodlines and descendants of the white tiger, spiritual beasts flowing with white tiger blood, had a chance to reincarnate. To form a contract, one must be a god of war cultivator. However, sorcerers can use powerful spells to control the white tiger spirit pet soul body to fight. Currently, sorcerers are frantically searching for the ancient 8 boxes. Classmate Yeong, do you need us to handle those following you directly? Minister Ho looked at Yeong and asked, No need, they're just small fry. I don't want outsiders to think I'm part of your Lien Federation, Yeong replied. All right, then be careful. If needed, the Lien Federation will intervene, several ministers advised simultaneously. Okay, Yeong nodded, no longer lingering, and stored the ancient 8 boxes containing the white tiger sacred beast before leaving the Lien Federation headquarters. The target has appeared. Continue tracking. A few minutes later, Yeong arrived at a sparsely populated area near the border barrier in the territory city. He paused, turned back to look at a position, and sneered coldly. Have you been following me all this way and still not make a move? Bang! Just as his words fell, a dull sound of a sniper rifle shot rang out. Immediately, a bullet formed from the convergence of golden and fiery spiritual energy shot towards him. A hot spiritual weapon? Yeong watched the rapidly approaching spiritual energy bullet, his lips curling as he immediately shifted his position to dodge the shot. The so-called hot spiritual weapon is a firearm created through the fusion of technology and spiritual energy. The user relies on their own spiritual energy to initiate an attack. It can merge with technology, achieving a power and effect far beyond that of ordinary spiritual energy attacks. Mostly, these are guns, cannons, and other hot weapons. Conversely, there are also cold spiritual weapons, which are simply cold weapons like swords and knives. They all share a common title, spiritual guide devices, abbreviated as spiritual artifacts. However, true spiritual artifacts are weapons that have transformed from spirit pets or are parasitized by spirit pet soul bodies. Only then can they be considered true spiritual artifacts. Of course, such spiritual artifacts are extremely rare. They have very high requirements for battling spirit masters and spirit pets alike. For a spirit pet to transform into a spiritual artifact, it must at least reach the level of an armored body. Moreover, not all spirit pets can become spiritual artifacts. At this moment, the sniper who had been following Yeong was clearly using a weapon that was a product of the fusion of technology and spiritual energy, not a true spiritual artifact. But even so, it should not be underestimated. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Yeong narrowly dodged a spiritual energy bullet, The sniper continuously pulled the trigger. Several spiritual energy bullets shot out, sealing off all of Yi Yang's possible escape routes from 3 directions. Not needing to chamber a round and being able to fire continuously is something only hot spiritual weapons can achieve. They really are ruthless. Seeing that the opponent was not giving him any way out, Yi Yang, fortunately, didn't bother to dodge. His gaze sharpened as he watched forward, and his feet moved with the flowing light step. Chapter 163. The novel is all deception swish, swish, swish. When sure, Yi Yang's figure flickered strangely. With astonishing speed, he charged towards the mysterious sniper assassin. A bullet, constructed from 2 types of spiritual energy, gold and fire, came directly at him, only to be pinched between Yi Yang's 2 fingers. He then gently squeezed, and it instantly shattered. Bang! A faint explosion echoed, with sparks scattering around Yi Yang. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the sniper assassin. "Do you really want me dead?" Yi Yang said coldly, his eyes filled with a chilling, killing intent as he stared at the sniper assassin. This person had fired without holding back at all, completely unafraid of killing within the city and provoking the Federation. It was clear that he was not an ordinary character. Someone has paid a high price for your life, and others want your spirit pet. You are quite the hot commodity right now. The sniper assassin showed no signs of panic facing Yi Yang. Instead, he seemed a bit excited. He put away his sniper rifle, stood up, and made eye contact with Yi Yang. At the same time, several other assassins, armed with different weapons, appeared around Yi Yang. "ZZ, we finally caught a break. We can make a hefty profit this time. A head worth more than gold." How thrilling! After years of being an assassin, this was the first time he'd encountered a low-difficulty task with such a high bounty. Ha ha ha! Each of these assassins came from different assassin organizations, and they all wore greedy and excited smiles as they looked at Yi Yang. On the bounty list, Yi Yang was quickly becoming a hot target. He was definitely the first choice for those assassins of average rank who wanted to make big money. More importantly, Yi Yang had multiple bounties on him. Some wanted his life, some wanted his spirit pet, and some wanted to study his body. Thus, it led to the unfortunate scene of Yi Yang being targeted by multiple assassins simultaneously. At this moment, he was in a dangerous situation. Each assassin's strength was absolutely no less than that of a battle king, with the strongest even possessing the power of a battle emperor. However, at this level, they were merely mid to low tier in the assassin rankings. Yet, even so, their levels were far above Yi Yang's. "Kid, obediently surrender. We can make your death a bit more merciful. That's right, your body will be taken by me. I only want his head. I want his spirit pet." Before they had even killed Yi Yang, the assassins had already begun to divide the spoils. Yi Yang looked at them and laughed arrogantly. "Is this all you can do? As assassins, shouldn't you be greedily thinking of taking everything from me? Come on, fight it out. Whoever wins can take me away." Upon hearing Yi Yang's words, the assassins exchanged glances. Then they looked at Yi Yang and shouted, "Kid, do you think we're idiots? Try to provoke us into fighting each other so you can escape in the chaos? That plan is good, but the method is lacking." Yi Yang was momentarily speechless upon hearing this. Damn, novels are all lies. Didn't they say that villains are all brainless? These assassins are clearly not fools. Aren't they supposed to be the villains? Damn it. Yi Yang felt a bit depressed. He had always been on the side of justice, never doing anything bad. "Forget it. Since you all want to kill me, then let us all do it together." After a moment, Yi Yang let out a resigned sigh. Facing several battle kings, and even a battle emperor, it was surprisingly easy. Chapter 164 Full Team Combat. Of course, this is just the surface. In fact, Yi Yang's heart is still somewhat heavy at this moment. 5 assassins for battle kings and 1 battle emperor. Their power levels are all above him. Even if Yi Yang wanted to run now, it would be too late. However, he has 2 choices. 1. Seek help from the Federation. With the Federation's intervention, these assassins would be easily dealt with. But Yi Yang doesn't want to owe anyone, especially the Federation, because he still has the strength to fight against these 5 assassins. 2. Naturally, it means to fight back. Although the risk is very high, Yi Yang is not impulsive. He still holds some trump cards. "Kid, you may not be big, but your tone is quite bold." Hearing Yi Yang's words, one of the assassins sneered and said, "We know your information clearly. With your battle spirit level of strength, what can you do? Less talk, quickly take him down, otherwise it will be troublesome if the Federation finds out." Then let me taste this kid's blood. Swish! As the words of several assassins fell, cold weapons gleaming with cold light appeared in their hands. Yi Yang frowned and was already prepared to fight to the death. The Battle Kings are manageable, but that Battle Emperor-level assassin is a bit troublesome. At the same time, the members of the Federation secretly protecting Yi Yang, seeing him in danger, immediately requested instructions. Calling headquarters, calling headquarters. Yi Yang is surrounded by 4 Battle Kings and 1 Battle Emperor-level assassin. Should we intervene? Respect Yi Yang's choice. Ensure he is not in life-threatening danger. And report immediately if anything happens. The headquarters replied. Understood. The Federation's battle spirit masters, secretly protecting Yi Yang, lurked in hidden places, watching Yi Yang, ready to act at any time. After all, in their view, no matter how strong Yi Yang's talent or potential is, he still needs time to grow. The current Yi Yang is just a battle spirit level 6 master. No matter how impressive, they absolutely do not believe that Yi Yang can survive against these 5 assassins alone. So they are already prepared to rescue Yi Yang. Boom! With a loud explosion, the 4 Battle Kings took the lead in attacking Yi Yang. Meanwhile, the Battle Emperor watched with keen interest, seemingly not yet intending to take action. Divine Summoning Technique. Pikachu, Dilliman, Charizard. Swish! With a loud shout, Yi Yang formed the seals for the divine summoning technique with both hands, and suddenly, dazzling beams of light burst forth. In the next moment, 3 spirit pets appeared around him. Facing opponents of this caliber, Yi Yang did not dare to be careless and immediately launched a full team battle. Kid, a mere battle spirit thinks he can compete with us Battle Kings? Even if you summon spirit pets, what can you do? Even without spirit pets, we can destroy you. Seeing Yi Yang summon his spirit pets, the 4 Battle King assassins coldly smiled and simultaneously targeted Yi Yang. A smirk appeared at the corner of Yi Yang's mouth, and he slowly spoke with somewhat arrogant words. Who said a battle spirit can't fight a Battle King? Don't you know what it means to fight beyond your level? Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pika Pika. ZZZZ. Hearing Yi Yang's command, Pikachu immediately unleashed its ultimate move, Thunderbolt. A powerful electric current suddenly erupted, striking towards the 4 Battle Kings. Chapter 165. One move to defeat the Battle King, although Pikachu was still only at the peak of level 9 in its growth form. Its bloodline power had already reached level 2 of the divine tier. After being reinforced by the Thunder Spirit Pill and absorbing electricity twice, it was now capable of facing fully evolved spirit pets without any pressure. Fully evolved spirit pets corresponded to the Battle King level of Battle Spirit Masters. Therefore, this move, Thunderbolt, even the 4 Battle King assassins did not dare to underestimate. How could a growth form spirit pet possess such strong power? Upon seeing Pikachu's Thunderbolt attack, the 4 Battle King assassins, who were simultaneously attacking Yi Yang, immediately withdrew. They looked at Pikachu in astonishment, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Boom! Boom! Pikachu's lightning struck the ground, creating a series of explosive sounds. Even though the 4 Battle King assassins retreated at full speed, they could hardly escape being hit by the lightning. The speed of the lightning was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it struck them. One slightly weaker Battle King let out a scream and fell to the ground. The other 3 Battle Kings avoided most of the lightning, but still felt intense tingling pain throughout their bodies. Diru Beast, take him down. With Yi Yang's command, Diru Beast rushed over and knocked out the weakest Battle King with a punch. The remaining 3 Battle Kings, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but take a deep breath. They never expected Yi Yang's spirit pet to be so powerful in battle, taking down a Battle King in one move without even giving him a chance to summon his spirit pet. Kid, it seems we underestimated you. One Battle King looked at Yi Yang seriously, no longer daring to belittle him. He formed a simple summoning seal with both hands, summoned spirit pet whoosh. A burst of light shone out, and 4 spirit pets instantly appeared before them. Soon after, the remaining 2 Battle Kings also summoned their spirit pets. All bloodlines were at the peak of level 9. 3 were fully evolved, while the rest were in the mature stage. Next, you won't be so lucky. After summoning their spirit pets, the 3 Battle Kings looked at Yi Yang with cold smiles. Spirit energy enhancement. water spit frog, saliva attack. Whoosh, a frog's saliva, sticky and thick, shot towards Eeyong. Once it hit the opponent, it could restrict their movements. Fire dragon, flame spray. However, Eeyong did not dodge at all. With a command, the fire dragon unleashed a jet of flames, incinerating the frog's saliva completely. Diru Beast, Cat Eye Light. In the next second, Eeyong initiated a strategy, using Diru Beast's special ability, Cat Eye Light, to control the spirit pets of the 3 Battle King assassins. Arrogant brat. Today you will understand the gap between Battle Kings and Battle Spirits. Dark Demon Wolf, Tear Claw. Seeing his spirit pet's saliva being countered, the Battle King roared in anger. However, as he spoke, his spirit pet showed no reaction. Dark Demon Wolf, Attack. The Battle King shouted again, but still, there was no response. Frost Snake Bite. The nearby Battle King couldn't stand it anymore. They were here to kill, not to embarrass themselves. Yet, their spirit pets remained completely unresponsive. Soul-Eating Spider, Silk Binding. The 3rd Battle King called out, but the situation remained the same. What's going on? Why aren't they listening? The 3 Battle Kings simultaneously showed puzzled expressions. Completely baffled. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. Chapter 166. The Emperor of Battle takes action. Battle Pet Fusion Skills. Yi Yang's lips curled into a slight smile as he looked at the 3 bewildered assassins. Stop shouting, it won't help. Even if you scream your lungs out today, it's useless. Your spirit pets have already been controlled by mine. What? Hearing Yi Yang's words, the 3 Battle King level assassins were instantly shocked, looking at Yi Yang with disbelief. Surprised? This is just the appetizer. Yi Yang smiled nonchalantly. Don't you want to kill me? How about you first spar with your own spirit pets? As soon as he finished speaking, the mature spirit pets of the 3 Battle Kings simultaneously charged towards their owners. Meanwhile, the 3 fully evolved spirit pets turned their gazes towards the Battle Emperor, who had been standing aside without taking action. Dilu Beast, act quickly. Controlling 3 fully evolved spirit pets is too much of a burden for you. Just go all out against the Battle Emperor. Yang instructed after glancing at Dilu Beast. Yes, master. Dilu Beast nodded and spoke human language. As a spirit pet from the digital world, it was naturally different from Pikachu and Charizard. Boom! The battlefield erupted into chaos, with explosions echoing everywhere. The 3 Battle King-level assassins, entangled by their own spirit pets, were now too distracted to deal with Yi Yang. So, Yi Yang turned his attention to the Battle Emperor. From the very beginning, he had not taken the 4 Battle Kings seriously. The real threat had always been that Battle Emperor, a being whose level was far beyond his own. Go! Yi Yang showed that loudly. The 3 fully evolved spirit pets, controlled by Dilu Beast, immediately unleashed their strongest moves to attack the Battle Emperor. Summon spirit pets. The Battle Emperor level assassin, watching the 3 fully evolved spirit pets charge at him, formed a slightly complicated seal with his hands. Spirit level summoning technique? Yi Yang recognized it at a glance. That was a spirit level summoning technique, which also indicated that the Battle Emperor assassin possessed spirit level bloodline spirit pets. Swish! In the next moment, 5 dazzling beams of light burst forth. 5 fully evolved spirit pets appeared before Yi Yang. Among them, one had a bloodline level of spirit level 5 and a fully evolved physique of level 6, with lightning attributes and a strong attack type. The remaining 4, although all had mortal level bloodlines, were all fully evolved. Seeing the lineup of the opponent's spirit pets, Yi Yang couldn't help but smile with excitement. Immediately, the 3 Earth Tortoises controlled by Dilu Beast took defensive positions. The Flying Firebird unleashed a fiery impact, and the 6 Song Eagles created a whirlwind dance. Battle Pet Fusion Skill, Roar of Wind and Fire. Boom! As soon as the spirit pets were summoned, the Battle Emperor level assassin issued a command. His spirit pets immediately sprang into action, working together with perfect coordination, clearly honed through long training. With 1 Battle Pet Fusion Skill, Roar of Wind and Fire. The powers of wind and fire combined to enhance the flames, forming a fiery tornado. One wave after another. Boom, boom! The 3 fully evolved spirit pets of the 3 Battle Kings were directly shredded to pieces by the fiery tornado. What a powerful Battle Pet Fusion skill. The Hidden Alliance Battle Spirit Master, witnessing this scene, immediately grew solemn. Call headquarters. The enemy possesses a formidable battle pet fusion skill. Yang is in a very dangerous situation. Please advise. A battle spirit master from the Alliance whispered. Ensure Yang's safety at all costs. The Alliance will immediately dispatch reinforcements, came the response from the Alliance headquarters. Chapter 167. As strong as Pikachu, Battle Emperor's battle pet fusion technique. One of the three major cooperative skills. Its power far exceeds that of battle pet combination skills, although it is beneath the human pet fusion technique. If executed properly and fused well, the battle pet fusion technique can also overwhelm the human pet fusion skills. This move even shocked Yang, causing him to clench his fists tightly. He initially planned to use the special ability of the Dilula Beast to lower the Battle Emperor's combat power with the Puppet Spirit Pet, but unexpectedly, it was wiped out in one wave. Chow, kid, let our spirit pets go to their deaths. If I don't kill you today, I swear I won't be human. The three Battle Kings saw their strongest and most beloved spirit pets being defeated and immediately directed their anger towards Yi Yang. It wasn't me who killed them. What are you shouting about? Yi Yang scolded. If it weren't for you controlling our spirit pets with your demonic arts, would having it up like this? Boom, boom, boom. The three Battle Kings were furious. Their spiritual energy erupted like a mountain flood. They no longer cared about the safety of their spirit pets, forcefully pushing them back as they charged towards Yang. Pikachu, Steel Tail Sweep. Dilulugiast, Katpunk. Spiritual energy amplification. Boom. Yang did not show weakness. So what if they were Battle Kings? They could still be beaten up. Get lost. In an instant, the three Battle Kings were blocked by Pikachu and the Dilula Beast, shouting explosively. At the same time, they swung their fists and kicks towards Pikachu and the Dilula Beast. However, Pikachu executed a swift horizontal sweep in midair. The Steel Tail sweep hit the faces of the two Battle Kings with incredible speed. Slap, slap. The sound of two loud slaps echoed. Immediately, the two Battle Kings were sent flying. Bang, bang, bang. Meanwhile, the Dilula Beast was trading punches with one Battle King, producing a series of dull sounds. Yi Yang seized the opportunity, his spiritual energy surged, and Fireball swirled. Blazing Fireball. Boom! A fireball smashed heavily into the abdomen of the remaining Battle King, sending him crashing to the ground. 100,000 volts. Without hesitation, Yi Yang commanded. Pikachu unleashed 100,000 volts, taking care of all the mature spirit pets. Along with the Battle King who was sent flying, they were all cleared in one wave. Pikachu, successfully defeating the opponent, Pikachu exhaled, seeming a bit proud. Yi Yang was also very satisfied. After enhancement and bloodline upgrade, Pikachu's combat power had far surpassed the past. Within level 5 of Battle Kings, Pikachu probably couldn't find an opponent. Moreover, facing two opponents was completely no problem. Good. So strong. Now I finally understand why they value him so much. This overall strength, this talent, is outstanding even in the Territory City. A level 6 spirit pet contracted with a battle spirit can easily defeat Battle Kings. That's terrifying. The allied battle spirit masters secretly protecting Yi Yang looked at him effortlessly handling the 4 Battle Kings, their faces filled with shock. However, the battle was not over yet. The real tricky character was that Battle Emperor level assassin. Although he was only level 1 of the Battle Emperor, he was incomparable to the combined strength of the 4 Battle Kings. Especially since that Battle Emperor possessed a fully developed level 5 bloodline and a level 6 lightning attribute strong attack spirit pet, as well as mastering the battle pet fusion technique. They still felt a sense of danger for Yi Yang. However, Yi Yang himself did not back down. He turned to face the Battle Emperor in front of him, clenched his fists tightly, and his inner blood surged wildly. Fighting the Battle Emperor would be a significant challenge across levels. Chapter 168. Flash of Lightning. Special form of Pikachu, you're the only one left. Do you want to continue? Yi Yang said to the War Emperor, standing dozens of meters away. If this War Emperor chose to give up, he wouldn't try to persuade him otherwise. After all, unless absolutely necessary, Yi Yang didn't want to engage in a fight with a War Emperor level powerhouse. The risks were too great. If it came to that, he would go all out, leaving nothing in reserve. However, the best outcome would still be to avoid conflict. Just now, when Yi fought against several war kings. The War Emperor didn't take the opportunity to strike. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to handle those war kings so easily. Although he had been on guard, trying to conserve his spiritual energy and the power of the fire dragon to prepare for the War Emperor. I only want your corpse. I have no interest in your spirit pets, the War Emperor-level assassin said coldly to Yi. You should do it yourself. That would be the best outcome. Hearing the War Emperor's words, Yi couldn't help but laugh. Was he suggesting that he should commit suicide? It seemed that this battle was unavoidable. Dilu Beast. Try to control his spirit pet as much as possible, Yi said softly to Dilu Beast. Pikachu, be ready to support me at any time. The fire dragon and I will go first. Pika, Pikachu and Dilu Beast nodded, and then the fire dragon stood out alongside Yi. The Battle War Emperor had his trump cards. The only one he had was the spirit pet fusion technique. At full power, it was enough to destroy the simulated natural training space created by the War Emperor. So, using it to fight the War Emperor was also not out of the question. What a foolish decision. Seeing Yi step out, the War Emperor-level powerhouse sneered coldly. With the enhancement of spiritual energy, the spirit pet fusion technique, and the roar of wind and fire, a fiery tornado rushed directly towards Yi and his spirit pets. The pressure from it made Yi Yang's expression increasingly serious. Come on, fire dragon, let them know our power. Roar. The fire dragon excitedly roared and suddenly unleashed a blast of scorching flames from its mouth. Yi immediately caught the flames, combining them with his own spiritual energy flames, wildly condensing and rotating. A rapidly spinning fireball was visibly growing in size. This was the spirit pet fusion technique. Such powerful energy. This guy had actually kept such a strong trump card just to deal with this War Emperor. Just as the Alliance War Spirit Master was about to support Yi, he was stunned at the sight of the spirit pet fusion technique Yi had unleashed. In a moment, Yi completed an enormous rotating fireball. He raised it above his head with one hand and smashed it fiercely towards the incoming fiery tornado. Fire Spirit Jade. Sizzle. A piercing sound of the storm echoed. Boom. In the next moment, the rotating fireball flew through the air and smashed into the fiery tornado, producing massive explosions. Boom! Scorching waves of fire spread out. At that moment, within a radius of several hundred meters, everything was completely engulfed by the flames. Yi rode the fire dragon, along with Pikachu and Dilu Beast. Soaring into the sky, he looked down at the rolling waves of fire, searching for the figure of the War Emperor assassin. Thunder Lion, Lightning Ball. Suddenly, a loud shout came from below. The waves of fire parted, revealing the fully evolved Level 6 Thunder Attribute Spirit Pet, Thunder Lion, ready to face Yi and his pets. Boom! At the same time, the War Emperor assassin infused all his spiritual energy into Thunder Lion. The lightning ball rapidly expanded, its power completely surpassing the previous spirit pet fusion technique. Fire Dragon move. Yi shouted as he saw the terrifying lightning ball. It was too late. Try harder in the next life. The War Emperor-level assassin sneered coldly as the infusion was complete. The massive lightning ball shot into the sky. Boom! It flew upwards, heading straight for the fire dragon with lightning speed. The fire dragon couldn't dodge in time. Even the Alliance's War Spirit Master didn't react in time. Pikachu, feeling the intense danger, Pikachu leaped forward recklessly. Pikachu! Yi shouted at Pikachu's actions. Pika! Pikachu looked back and smiled, as if bidding farewell to Yi, its body surrounded by electricity, radiating a glow. In a flash of lightning whoosh, the astonishing speed made Yi momentarily stunned. At the critical moment, Pikachu had comprehended a new skill, allowing it to appear above the lightning ball in an instant. Pikachu! No! Yi cried out, watching as Pikachu shielded him from a ball, his heart tearing apart. Boom! In the next second, the lightning ball struck Pikachu, unleashing an extremely terrifying electrical force. Boom, boom, boom. The chaotic lightning completely engulfed the sky. The fire dragon ascended, looking down at its partner, tears glistening in the corners of its eyes. Pikachu! Yi clenched his fists, rage filling his heart. Fire dragon! Can we fuse the skills again? Yi asked softly. The fire dragon resolutely nodded. Dilu Beast was also full of fighting spirit, wanting to avenge Pikachu. Overconfident, the War Emperor assassin sneered coldly. Sacrificing one spirit pet won't save you. Firebird, 6 Azure Eagles attack. With a command, his 2 flying spirit pets charged towards Yi-Yang, the fire dragon, and Dilu Beast. Boom! At the same time, a thunderous sound echoed. In the next moment, a lightning strike pierced the sky, hitting the Firebird and 6 Azure Eagles, instantly killing them. Pikachu shouted in anger, its form suspended in midair. Though it showed no physical changes, it was enveloped in an extremely terrifying electric aura, as if entering a special form, its power instantly rising several levels. Chapter 169. Go Pikachu. Its graceful figure, adorned with shimmering lightning, was incredibly cool. It moved through the air with lightning at its feet, and the tip of its tail trailed a bolt of electricity. Its 2 adorable little hands had also become much more agile, able to manipulate its electric powers at will. How is this possible? The Battle Emperor Killer looked at the still-living Pikachu, his face filled with shock. Hit directly by the ultimate move of his spirit pet, the Thunder Lion. And it didn't die? This was utterly unbelievable to him. Not just him. Even the Battle Spirit Masters from the Alliance were stunned. Not dead, what is going on? They looked confused, unable to grasp the reason. Only Yi-Yang, who had been heartbroken watching Pikachu sacrifice itself to save him, now felt a strange sense of excitement and emotion. Pikachu had broken its limits. Ding! Congratulations to the host Yi-Yang's divine pet, Pikachu, for successfully devouring electric power 3 times. The power required for a form transformation has been completed, awakening a brand new battle form, electric form. Divine pet Pikachu, electric form. Ultimate move. Can use enhanced versions of all past moves, and has awakened a new ultimate move, Thundertail Ball. A metallic voice from the system echoed in his mind. Instantly, Yi-Yang understood what was happening with Pikachu. After multiple instances of devouring electricity and enhancement, its power continuously increased. Once it reached a certain level, it awakened a new form, breaking the boundaries of levels. This was something that would only happen to other spirit pets after reaching a very high level. But Pikachu, at the peak of level 9, was unable to level up. Its power and physique, however, were constantly growing stronger. In the end, it awakened a new form, Pikachu, electric form. So that is how it is. Yi-Yang smiled knowingly, his gaze burning with intensity as he looked at Pikachu and shouted, "Go Pikachu! Pika Pika!" Boom! Pikachu understood, moving with the lightning. In a flash, it appeared in front of the Battle Emperor Killer. Pikachu, Thundertail Ball, crackle. As Yi-Yang's voice fell, a sphere of electric power formed at the end of Pikachu's tail. This electric sphere was several times larger than the one created by the Thunder Lion at full power. With a powerful swing of its tail, it struck the Battle Emperor Killer directly. Earth Turtle, defend. The Battle Emperor Killer's face darkened as he faced Pikachu's electric attack. That wild power made him uneasy. Yi-Yang and Pikachu were completely returning the favor. A massive electric sphere smashed down onto the Earth Turtle's shell, shattering it in an instant. Ah! In the next moment, the Battle Emperor Killer's scream echoed. His spirit pet was also taken out at that same moment. The overwhelming electricity reduced the Battle Emperor Killer to nothing but scraps. The spirit ring he carried was also damaged, exposing and ruining many of its contents. Bang! Then, a slight muffled sound was heard. Pikachu fell to the ground, exhausted, as the surrounding electricity vanished instantly. Pikachu, Yi-Yang showed that, quickly flying down from Charizard and landing on the ground. He jumped off Charizard's back and picked Pikachu up from the ground, feeling both heartbroken and warm as he said, "Thank you, Pikachu, rest well." Chapter 170. Shock in the Federation. Following that, Yi-Yang placed Pikachu into the survival space of the Spirit Pet contract, allowing it to sleep quietly and recover its strength. Looking at the battlefield, the War Kings, War Emperors, and their Spirit Pets had all been dealt with. The power of Pikachu's lightning tail ball in its electric form was immense, creating a nearly 100-meter-wide crater in the ground. If it weren't for the protection of the Federation, such a commotion would have surely attracted a lot of trouble. What? They were all wiped out. watching Yi Yang and his battle pet face off against 4 war kings, 1 war emperor, and the spirit pets of 5 assassins. Not only did they not lose, but they also emerged victorious, annihilating all 5 assassins and their spirit pets. The members of the Federation, secretly protecting Yi Yang, displayed an indescribable shock on their faces. They had seen battles at higher levels, but they had never witnessed such an impressive one. Yi Yang's spirit pet seemed to have undergone a tremendous change. Wiping out a war emperor and fully evolved spirit pets with a single strike was terrifying. They had still underestimated this kid. The Federation's spirit masters witnessed the entire battle process of Yi Yang firsthand, filled with admiration in their hearts. Meanwhile, a recently arrived reinforcement from the Federation, a powerful war sect level expert, stood on a high building, watching as Yi Yang had already dealt with his opponents, smiling slightly. Interesting. Why is it so quiet now? What's going on? Anxious shouts came from the communication line at the Federation headquarters. Report to headquarters. Yi Yang single-handedly eliminated 4 War King level assassins, 1 War Emperor level assassin, including their spirit pets. The spirit masters protecting Yi Yang reported. What? The headquarters was instantly shocked. After a long pause, they finally responded. Erase the traces at the scene for Yi Yang. This matter must not leak. Understood. Subsequently, Yi Yang glanced at the undamaged items, some cache cold weapons, firearms, and dozens of spirit pills that had not been destroyed. He collected them all for himself. After all, after such a big battle, he couldn't leave empty-handed, could he? If it weren't for Pikachu suddenly awakening to a new form, he could have been in danger. Phew, let's go. I should return and train properly now. After tidying up the spoils, Yi Yang let out a long breath. He recalled the Diliala Beast and then rode on the Fire Dragon back to the North China Spirit Master University. He first bought a lot of food to replenish his spirit pet's strength and nutrition, then sat cross-legged on the sofa to recover the vast amount of spirit energy he had consumed earlier. After this battle, Yi Yang became more eager for power. The growth rate of spirit pets far exceeded his expectations, and Pikachu was the best example. Therefore, Yi Yang needed to work hard to cultivate and become stronger. He couldn't let his spirit pets outpace him. After all, in the world of spirit masters, there are some spirit pets that are too powerful and eventually disdain their weak spirit masters, breaking the contract and leaving directly. Thus, a spirit master must keep up with the strength of their spirit pets. Otherwise, one could face the risk of their spirit pet running away or being stolen at any moment. Of course, Yi Yang was not worried about Pikachu and the others running away, as they shared a genuine friendship. Time passed by minute, day by day. Since Yi Yang's battle with the assassins, he had been diligently training every day. For half a month, he hadn't stepped out of campus even once. Occasionally, Su Fei would come to play with him, and they would train together, gradually becoming more familiar with each other. Chapter 171, Promotion to Battle Spirit Level 8. Head Hunting Training. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to Battle Spirit Level 8. As the system prompt sounded, Yi Yang, who had been fully focused on his cultivation, gradually came out of his training state. After half a month of hard work, aided by the Battle God Cultivation Body and the training assistance from the Diliala Beast, he had risen 2 levels. His speed was quite astonishing. Moreover, this was achieved while occasionally training with Su Fei and her spirit pets. The remaining time was dedicated to his own cultivation. If he had focused solely on leveling up, he could have easily advanced another level. However, Yi Yang understood the principle that haste makes waste. At this moment, Yi Yang was in a privileged training space provided by the North China Battle Spirit Master University, a 4th-level natural simulation space. This training space was established in the small courtyard where Yi Yang lived, allowing him to cultivate at any time, which was extremely convenient. Notification: all new students on campus must gather at the designated playground outside their respective districts within 1 minute. Suddenly, the announcement echoed throughout the North China Battle Spirit Master University. Latecomers will be expelled from the campus. Damn! Upon hearing this notification, Yi Yang couldn't help but let out an expletive. What the hell? Expelled from the campus right at the door. This is too harsh. Pikachu, Diliala Beast, let's go. Yi Yang shouted, taking Pikachu and the Diliala Beast into the contract survival space, and sprinted towards the playground outside the Southern District campus. At the same time, all new students from this year's 2 batches were rushing frantically. The training instructors and responsible mentors for the 4 districts of North China Battle Spirit Master University were already waiting on the playground. Yiyang belonged to the Southern District Zhuke campus, so he naturally gathered at the Southern District campus. Make way, make way. New students were running everywhere, shouting continuously. Within 1 minute, all the elite new students had gathered at the playgrounds of the 4 campuses. Outside the Southern District campus where Yiyang was, there were about 300 elite new students from all over the world. Some faces were quite unfamiliar, clearly part of the second batch of new arrivals. They were neatly arranged on the playground. In front of all the new students stood the instructors from North China Battle Spirit Master University, strong individuals above Battle King level 5, and their mentor, teacher Lon Xian. Listen up. The new student training starts now. You will undergo a month of rigorous training. Teacher Lon Xian said loudly, looking at Yiyang and the other new students. This year's training method has changed. It will no longer be the traditional physical cultivation. Everyone present will be directly sent to the wild area. Points will be scored based on the number of heads taken. 1 head counts as 1 point. Each person must achieve at least 10 points to be considered qualified. The top 3 scorers will receive generous rewards from North China Battle Spirit Master University. Hearing teacher Lon Xian's words, the crowd was slightly taken aback. This sudden change in training method left them a bit flustered. Before they could ask questions, mentor Lon Xian continued. However, this training will be divided among the 4 campus districts. Besides you, there will also be many elite new students from the Eastern, Northern, and Western districts participating in the training with you. You will compete for points based on a number of heads taken. If all members of a district are wiped out by another district, that district's head points will be reset to 0 and deemed unqualified. However, if you wipe out a district of Battle Spirit Masters, you can earn an additional 10 points. Is that clear? Chapter 172. The teleportation array battle begins immediately understood. Everyone responded in unison, feeling slightly tense. However, each person was filled with fighting spirit, eager to achieve good results, especially those who had not performed well in the resource competition. They were even more determined to regain their lost face and earn the respect of the North China Battle Spirit Master University again. Let's get started. Remember, from the moment you appear in the wilderness, the training competition for points has truly begun. As Mentor Lan Xin's voice fell, several level 5 Battle Emperor instructors beside her immediately worked together to activate a teleportation array. The teleportation array is a formation that can directly transport people from one place to another. This formation requires strong practitioners from the battle sect to set up and needs at least several Battle Emperors to activate it for use. Clearly, this was something the North China Battle Spirit Master University had prepared in advance. Little ones, passing through here will take you directly to the wilderness forest selected by our school. One instructor looked at Yiyang and the other new students and said, you need to score as high as possible within 10 days. But do not harm anyone's life. Keep it within limits and do your best. Remember, the badge you wear on your chest cannot be removed by anyone. Once removed, it will be considered as being eliminated. After saying this, one by one, the new students passed through the teleportation array. Before entering the array, they all wore the special Zhuke badge of the Southern Campus. This badge is made of special materials, containing a memory chip and high-tech sensors. It can provide positioning for the instructors and inspectors of the North China Battle Spirit Master University. At the same time, it symbolizes their training session. Each district has a different badge, making it easy to identify the new students from the 4 districts. Yiyang stepped into the teleportation array and felt as if half of his body was swiftly pulled away, moving quickly. In a moment, he found himself in a dense and lush jungle. Soon, one new student after another was teleported over, scattered in various places. However, due to the large number of people, with over 1,000 global genius newcomers from the 4 districts, many could be seen in the wilderness area under the effective control of the North China Battle Spirit Master University. Wow! Is the teleportation array this amazing? Where exactly are we now? How far is it from school? Look, there are unmanned reconnaissance drones in the sky. The competition has started. The championship belongs to me. The noisy voices came from all directions in the forest. Yiyang heard many voices and looked up towards the upper part of the forest. Through the sparse leaves, he could see countless drones flying above the jungle. This also proved that the competition for points by taking heads had officially begun. Bang, bang, bang. What the hell? What are you doing? We are all from the Southern District. Hey, I don't care about what district you are from. As long as I can take down 10 heads, that counts as qualified. You. Suddenly, sounds of battle erupted from all parts of the forest. Some ruthless and impatient newcomers, just teleported to the wilderness forest, immediately started fighting for points. Even among the new students from the same district, there were fierce fights breaking out. But Yang was not in such a hurry. He didn't even think about the issue of qualification. In his mind, there was only one thing. First, there's a lone one over there from the southern campus. Chapter 173. The target for the bounty suddenly. A loud laughter came from the front of the forest. Soon, 3 young men, around 18 or 19 years old, appeared before Yang. They all wore the same badge on their chests, the emblem of the black tortoise, one of the 4 sacred beasts, representing the new students from the northern area of the campus. The vermilion bird emblem indicated that this guy was from the southern area. Perfect. I'll just take down one of them for some points. The 3 approached Yang, their eyes falling on the badge on his chest. Upon closer inspection, they smirked with disdain. Kid, are you going to hand over your vermilion bird badge willingly, or do you want us to make you? Don't waste time talking to him. Let's just go up and beat him up, one of them suggested. Exactly, why waste time? The 3 genius new students from the northern campus of the Huabei Battle Spirit Master Academy exchanged banter, completely disregarding Yang. After being teleported to the wild area, they quickly regrouped as planned. Just as they gathered, they stumbled upon the solitary Yang, and they were thrilled. Wasn't this just a chance to score some easy points? However, in Yi Yang's eyes, the 3 genius new students were undoubtedly courting death. If they saw Yi Yang as merely a target for easy points, then in Yi Yang's view, they were just foolishly coming to deliver points. Want to take points from me? Did you pick the wrong person? Yi Yang's lips curled into a mocking smile as he said, with you 3, you are just here to deliver points. Heh, quite the bravado. Are you planning to take on all 3 of us? Upon hearing Yi Yang's words, the 3 genius new students from the northern campus burst into laughter. I bet you've played too many glory hero games. Fantasizing about a 1v3? You're a foolish guy. I really don't know how you got into the Huabei Battle Spirit Master University. Today, we'll give you a lesson on what it means that there's always someone better out there. Boom, boom. As they spoke, the 3 genius new students from the northern campus simultaneously unleashed their spiritual energy. 2 were at Battle Spirit Level 3, and 1 was at Battle Spirit Level 4. At 18 or 19 years old, this strength was quite impressive, making them stand out among their peers. However, they were about to encounter someone even more monstrous, Yang. Facing the 3 young men, releasing their intense spiritual energy, Yang felt no pressure at all. He was unafraid even of a battle emperor. How could he possibly care about 3 mere battle spirits? He shook his head with a smile and said, "Foolish. How dare you insult us? Beat him up, you arrogant fool. We'll make you regret it today." With their voices falling, 3 dull thuds echoed. They kicked off with 1 foot, charging at Yang like raging bulls. They attacked barehanded, without even summoning their spirit pets, showing just how much they underestimated Yang. Yang didn't hold back either. With a kick, a booming sound erupted as an overwhelming spiritual energy of Battle Spirit Level 8 surged from within him. Battle Spirit Level 8? How is that possible? At this age, reaching Battle Spirit Level 8? This must be a joke. In that instant, the 3 furious genius new students from the northern campus were taken aback. They quickly pulled back their strength, halting their charge. Chapter 174. 3 points in a row. Announcement in the wild area, however. Yang did not give him a chance at all. Since they had crossed paths and were so arrogant moments ago, it was impossible for him not to take action now. Thunder Fist. With a loud shout, Yang gathered rich spiritual energy in his fists. He moved his feet and charged directly at the 3 men. Bang, bang, bang. In the next second, 3 dull sounds echoed simultaneously. With 1 strike of his thunder fist, Yang sent the 3 men flying. Ah! The 3 screamed as they crashed heavily to the ground. You, summon. Bang! Before the man who wanted to summon a spirit pet could complete the summoning, Yang struck him in the face with another punch, knocking him unconscious. Do you also want to taste the feeling of being knocked out? He shifted his gaze to the remaining two men and asked with a cold smile. The faces of the two men stiffened, and their hands, which were about to form the summoning seal, halted, although they wanted to resist. They instantly cowered in the face of Yi Yang's icy gaze. Yi Yang directly removed the badges from the three of them and tossed them into his personal space. Training announcement. Congratulations to student Yi Yang for achieving the first kill. Training announcement. Congratulations to student Yi Yang for killing 2 in a row. Just as Yi Yang obtained the 3 Xuanwu badges, a loud announcement echoed from the sky. Yi Yang was slightly taken aback and looked up at the monitoring drone, surprised that this competition for head counts in the training session was being reported in real time. Damn, it's like a game, but it's a bit cruel. In the current world, the hottest game is Glory Heroes, similar to the King of Glory from 5,000 years ago. However, it is more advanced, fun, and involves biological cell implantation, allowing players to choose characters and engage in PKs in an immersive experience. It has captivated countless people. Damn, I got head count points so quickly. Shit, and I got 3 points in a row. That's impressive. Did I just defeat 3 at once, 1 against 3? Ye Young, that rookie king from the first batch? As the announcement was made, all the genius freshmen from this cohort of Huabei Battle Spirit Master University in the wild area shifted their thoughts to Yi Yang at that moment. As the first to score points and directly earned 3 points, Yi Yang naturally caught everyone's attention. At this time, many people were still looking for opponents. The fastest ones were also the genius freshmen targeting those in the same area, engaging in fierce battles. However, Yi Yang easily secured 3 points. How could that not astonish people? Yet, regarding the school's operation, Yi Yang felt quite speechless. Isn't this just pushing himself into a fire pit? If he kept getting announced, it would only draw hatred towards him. This is truly a cruel game for the wealthy school. After a brief silence, Yi Yang couldn't help but complain. Using drones in this wild area, with a Skynet coverage and computer system monitoring announcements, such advanced technology surely costs a lot of money. But it also serves a purpose in training the freshmen. Training announcement. Not long after, another announcement about the points scored by the new students echoed in the sky. Every point earned would be recorded and broadcasted, allowing all the genius freshmen in training to fully understand the competition situation and strive for improvement. Chapter 175, Passing Grades. Shocking the great talents. Several hours later, Yi Yang found a large tree, sitting cross-legged at the top to rest and cultivate his spiritual energy. Not long after, a few genius freshman battle spirit masters passed by, cursing loudly as they walked. Cow! I've been looking for hours and still can't find anyone. Where the hell have all the new students gone? Damn it. Others have already scored several points, and we're still at 0. This won't do. We need to score quickly. Otherwise, passing will be a problem, let alone competing for the top 3. But where are the people? I haven't seen a single ghost. A group of 5, all from the eastern district of the campus, wore the same sacred beast Qinglong badge. They didn't know if they were lucky or unlucky. After wandering in the wild area for a few hours, they hadn't encountered a single person. As a result, all 5 of them currently had 0 points. Isn't the one ranked first that guy named Yi Yang? I wonder if that bastard is really strong or what. He already scored 7 points. Who the hell knows? People in that area don't know. North China University is so big. Who knows if there are any big freaks in other areas? Exactly. Our eastern district has 1 freak. Can the other districts have less? Damn it. It seems there's no hope for the top 3. We should aim to score more points and improve our grades. Ye Yang, sitting on the trunk of a large tree, felt extremely speechless upon hearing the words of the 5 below. Am I being attacked while lying down? Did I provoke you? Why are you cursing at me? Is it a crime to score points? As expected, just as Yang thought, that announcement was meant to draw hatred towards him. At the same time, it put pressure on the other freshmen, forcing everyone to exert their utmost strength. After all, they all wanted the rewards offered by North China Battle Spirit University. Huff. Stopping his cultivation, Yi Yang let out a long breath. He stood up and looked at the 5 battle spirit masters walking below. He spread his right hand, and suddenly, boom! The rich spiritual energy ignited into a blazing flame. The raging fire began to jump and soar, forming a fireball. There's someone in the tree. Be careful. At the same time, The five who were complaining felt the fluctuation of spiritual energy and simultaneously turned their gazes toward the tree trunk where Yi Yang was. Yi Yang's lips curled into a playful arc as he hurled the fireball down. Flame fireball. Boom! The fireball struck among the five, scattering them directly. They quickly formed seals to summon their spirit pets. But in an instant, Yi Yang used the flowing light step and appeared before them. I'll take your heads for points. Bang bang. 3 consecutive punches knocked down 3 of them, claiming their badges. Training announcement. Congratulations to student Yi Yang for achieving a consecutive kill, earning 8 points. Congratulations to student Yi Yang for successfully accumulating 10 points, achieving a passing grade. Wow! As soon as this announcement was made, all the hidden talents in the wild area were stunned. They didn't expect Yi Yang to complete 10 points so quickly. What the hell? Is this kid hacking so fast? He doesn't move, but whenever he does, it's several people at once. Is he specifically targeting groups? That's too arrogant. Isn't he afraid of being ganged up on? The freshman helplessly complained, looking at him with envy. You are Yi Yang? Meanwhile, the remaining individuals on Yi Yang's side, upon hearing the training announcement, looked at him in shock. Chapter 176. A newborn public enemy. Guess who just cursed at me? Yi Yang smiled lightly, looking at the last 2 of the 5 who were still together. The 2 men exchanged glances, then pointed at each other. Realizing it was wrong, they immediately pointed at the person lying on the ground. It's him, they said in unison, but pointed at different targets. Yi Yang's forehead was covered in black lines. Do you think I'm a fool? Flowing light step. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed out like a ghost. The 2 were taken aback and hurriedly formed the summoning seal to call their spirit pets. However, before their hands could connect, Yi Yang had already grabbed them. Stop summoning your spirit pets. They'll just get beaten too. Accept reality. Bang. Bang. 2 dull thuds sounded. With 1 punch each, Yi Yang knocked the last 2 unconscious. He then directly seized their Azure Dragon insignia badges. The training announcement. Another message about Yi Yang scoring points spread across the wilderness. Since the start of the training competition for head counts, he had already scored 12 points. The second place had only half of that, 6 points. After that, Yi Yang changed locations and sat on a big tree to cultivate. He wouldn't waste time searching for people. Days passed like this. Yi Yang's head count score had exceeded 40 points, still ranking first. However, due to his frequent point grabs and announcements, Yi Yang had become the new public enemy among the freshmen. In the wilderness, the remaining talented freshmen who had not been eliminated were searching for Yi Yang's figure. Damn it, if we see that kid, we'll definitely take him down. By the way, which district is he from? He's so strong. Seems like he is from the Southern District. Then, let's wipe out their Southern District. We can't let them rank in the jungles throughout the wilderness. The remaining hundreds of freshmen had formed search teams to look for Yi Yang. The various districts had reached a common agreement to prioritize eliminating Yi Yang. Their leaders were the top talents from the Eastern, Northern, and Western districts, all ranked first. The 3 districts joined forces against the Southern District, having already eliminated most of its freshmen. The second batch of talented newcomers from the Southern District, the first in the resource competition, was a level 6 battle spirit master named Huang Shan, aged 20. Bang! He punched the trunk of a tree and angrily cursed. That Yi Yang got us surrounded by the other 3 districts. He's ruined us. Beside him were some talented newcomers from the Southern District, who all echoed. Should we join the search to take down Yi Yang? Isn't that betrayal? Betrayal? We're all from North China Battle Spirit Master University. As long as we can win, that's all that matters. Y agree, eliminate Yi Yang. At this moment, Yi Yang's situation became even worse. Because he was too outstanding. He had become the object of envy and hatred. He had become the new public enemy among the freshmen. Those unwilling to oppose Yi Yang had almost all been eliminated. The remaining approximately 300 battle spirit masters from the 4 districts temporarily ceased hostilities and decided to concentrate their attacks on Yi Yang. However, Yi Yang was still unaware of this. He had just finished cultivating, sitting on a big tree, munching on cream bread, and drinking milk to replenish his strength. Are these little guys planning to unite against Yi Yang? The training instructor of North China Battle Spirit Master University, the prosecutor, observed the footage returned by the drone and said thoughtfully, Chapter 177. Let's go. Annihilate them. Yi Yang was in trouble now. Facing so many new students, No matter how strong he couldn't sweep through them all. Let's take a look first. Yang was the most talented student he had received in years. However, the one from the Lung family was also not to be underestimated. The inspectors, instructors, and mentors at Huabei Battle Spirit University watched the surveillance footage. Filled with anticipation for Yang, they sealed off the surrounding area, closing in and leaving no place for anyone to hide, especially paying attention to the tree trunks. Joining forces with the strongest among the new students was the genius second young master of the Lung family, who, at just 19 years old, had already cultivated to level 7 of Battle Spirit. He was currently ranked second in the competition for head points, severely overshadowed by Yang, which made him quite unhappy. As the second young master of the Lung family, he had always been the center of attention since childhood, excelling in everything. Unexpectedly, in this training competition for head points, he was being trampled and remained in second place. This made the second young master of the Lung family, Lung Weidao, quite displeased. Yang, I want to see just how capable you really are, he said, clenching his fists with a sinister expression. As one of the second young masters of the 4 major families in the world, uniting this group of people was too easy for him. With money, he could be willful. Not only that, but Lung Weidao also obtained information about Yang from the losers. He knew Yang liked to hide in the tree trunks, so he instructed his people to keep an eye out. At that moment, Yang was sitting on the trunk of a large tree, letting out a satisfied burp. He looked around and noticed many new students searching and approaching him. What is going on? Yang frowned slightly, feeling something was off. What the hell is this group doing? Swish, swish, swish. He moved swiftly, jumping over several large trees to reach a higher point, looking around the wild area. He was shocked at what he saw. Out of 1,000 genius newcomers, excluding those eliminated, about 300 remained, forming a surrounding search circle, closing in on his location. Oh no! Are these guys really looking for me? Yang felt like crying, but had no tears. He knew that announcement was not a good thing. He had forced himself into being the public enemy of all new students. How the hell was he supposed to deal with this? Sigh. Being too outstanding is also a kind of sin. After a long while, Yang let out a deep sigh and began to think of a countermeasure. Although this was a battle against over 300 people, Yang had no intention of giving up. He wasn't retreating or afraid. He was ready to fight to the end. Come on, let us have some fun together. After deciding his inner thoughts, Yang suddenly smiled excitedly. There were indeed many people on the opposite side, but he had fought against a battle emperor before. Was he afraid of a group of battle spirit level newcomers? The number was indeed a threat, but Yang was not weak. Moreover, this competition lasted for 10 days. If it went on like this, it might end early. Haha. Divine summoning technique. Yang shouted lightly, forming the seals for the divine summoning technique with both hands. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dazzling light burst forth. Fire Dragon, Dilliman, Pikachu, 3 divine-blooded spirit pets were summoned simultaneously by Yang. Let us go, annihilate them, Yang said. Chapter 178, A Powerful Move Boom. In the next moment, Yang, along with the Dilliman and Pikachu, took off on the back of the Charizard. The Charizard's massive wings and plump figure were striking in the sky, immediately exposing them to the group of new students searching for Yang. Look, there's a flying dragon spirit pet. Is there someone standing on its back? Who is it? That seems to be Yang? What the hell? So arrogant. As they watched Yang riding on the back of the Charizard, directly revealing himself to the crowd, all the new students were momentarily stunned. Even the instructors and examiners from the North China Battle Spirit Master University were taken aback by Yi Yang's boldness. In the face of so many new students searching for him, Yi Yang dared to fly out openly. Was this a death wish? Or did he have enough confidence? This little guy really had guts. It was also the first time they had seen him summon all 3 of his battle pets, which were quite special. It seemed a good show was about to unfold. Everyone watched the live broadcast from the drone with immense anticipation. In the training wilderness, Yi Yang stood on the back of the Charizard, flying at a certain height, looking down below. He had quite a regal demeanor. Those with flying spirit pets, come together and bring him down. Cold Blade, looking at Yi Yang in midair, shouted. Immediately, the spirit masters on the lower ground began summoning their spirit pets, preparing to concentrate their firepower to attack Yi Yang. A smirk appeared on Yi Yang's lips as the spiritual energy within him surged out with a loud roar. Spiritual energy amplification. Boom, boom. The Charizard exhaled flames, and Yang jumped directly off its back. He caught the intense flames from the Charizard with one hand, controlling and merging it with his spiritual energy. As he fell, he completed the largest high-speed rotating fireball ever created. Swish! A piercing storm sound echoed across the wilderness. Every new student felt their faces sink as they saw the massive fireball in Yi Yang's hand. Even from a distance, they could clearly feel the terrifying power it contained. What kind of battle technique is this? It seems to be a human pet fusion technique used in conjunction with a spirit pet. What the hell? A human pet fusion technique? Retreat quickly. Damn it. A freak started with a big move. What the hell? Once they truly recognized the skill Yi Yang was using, the talented new students from North China Battle Spirit Master University all showed expressions of fear. Even the young master of one of the 4 major families in the world, Coldblade, turned pale and had to avoid the attack from Yi Yang's human pet fusion technique. Human pet fusion technique. Fire Spirit Jade. Yi Yang shouted loudly, and as he fell rapidly, he suddenly changed his posture and hurled the enormous fireball downwards to protect the lives of all the new students. This move was far too powerful. Seeing this scene, the instructors from North China Battle Spirit Master University immediately cast a protective barrier to safeguard all the new students. The talented students below, facing such a formidable attack, all retreated in unison. They summoned their spirit pets and quickly fled, while also defending themselves. Coldblade was directly thrown away by his companion to get as far from the battlefield as possible. As Yi Yang fell, he was caught by the Charizard in an instant. Chapter 179. Annihilation. Mom, I want to go home. Boom! In the next moment, a massive fireball crashed down into the forest of the training area. The high-speed rotating fireball sank a few feet into the ground upon landing. Then, the fireball rotated and exploded with a tremendous force. Boom, boom! Huge waves of fire rolled out. The man-pet fusion technique that Yi Yang unleashed with all his might was even stronger than when he faced the War Emperor before. In an instant, the trees and bushes within hundreds of meters were flattened. The drones that were monitoring the situation were all destroyed in that moment, turning to ashes. Within the entire training area, smoke and flames billowed, and the scorching heat surged up, creating an extremely intimidating atmosphere. This man-pet fusion technique was a fusion ultimate move that even the War Emperor would not dare to confront head-on. It descended upon the new students in the training area like the arrival of the Grim Reaper, leaving all the freshmen in shock. If it weren't for the intervention of several level 5 War Emperor instructors from North China War Spirit University, this strike from Yi Yang would likely have killed all the freshmen in one go. Yet even so, they could hardly escape the impact of the man-pet fusion technique. Fire Spirit Jade. Even the level 5 War Emperor's defenses were forcibly crushed under the immense explosion of the fire wave. What a terrifying fusion technique. This Yi Yang truly hides his strength well. This wasn't even his full power. His other 2 battle pets had yet to make a move. Is this really the level that a rogue War Spirit Master can achieve? In front of the monitoring screens at North China War Spirit University, many inspectors and mentors were watching the battle in the training area from a distance, relying on the last few drones. Even their years of calmness were boiling like water at this moment, because Yi Yang had shocked them too much. Boom! The fire dragon flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Yi Yang, at this moment, was filled with an aura of a king. Standing on the back of the fire dragon, he looked down at the rolling flames, his keen perception rapidly exploring. As he expected, in the moment of life and death, North China War Spirit University would definitely intervene. But even so, the talented freshmen from various districts were all severely injured by Yi Yang's wave of man-pet fusion technique. Cough, cough. Damn, I thought I was dead for sure. That was too terrifying. I'm not competing anymore. I want to withdraw. Woo-woo. Mom, I want to go home. As the rolling flames and smoke were driven away by the level 5 War Emperor's might, the broken ground was revealed. On the ground, a number of disheveled, talented freshmen struggled to stand up. Their eyes and faces were filled with fear, clearly terrified by Yi Yang's earlier man-pet fusion technique. There were many who wet their pants and cried loudly. They trembled all over and no longer had any thoughts of competing for kills. They directly chose to give up, looking up at Yi Yang, who was soaring in the sky on the back of the fire dragon, filled with awe and fear. Is this really a fellow freshman from their own batch? You bastard! How dare you go all out against us? I'll take your life. Just as all the freshmen were in panic, an angry curse came from the edge of the explosion range of the fire spirit jade. Everyone turned their gazes and saw Lung Wei Dao enveloped in dense spiritual energy, glaring angrily at Yi Yang in the sky. Chapter 180, Starry Sky Demon Fox, God-level spirit pet. Before the fire spirit jade exploded, Lung Wei Dao was thrown out by his partner Chi with all their strength. With the help of his spiritual bloodline, he was the only new student to avoid Yi Yang's ultimate move. At this moment, his fists were clenched tightly, and he was filled with rage. You run pretty fast. Yi Yang's gaze fell on Lung Wei Dao, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This person was the strongest among the new students. It was obvious that he was leading the hunt for him. With a battle spirit at level 7, he was indeed a genius among geniuses. Bastard! Lung Wei Dao took a few steps forward, pointing at Yi Yang in the sky, and shouted, "Don't think that just because you have a flying battle pet, I can't do anything about you. Today, I'll tell you that among the new students, it's not your personal show." God-level summoning technique. With Lung Wei Dao's words, a blinding light illuminated the entire area. Soon, a God-level bloodline battle pet appeared before everyone's eyes. That is, a God-level battle pet? The exclusive contract battle pet raised by the Lung family, the Starry Sky Demon Fox. It was actually at the complete form level. Did this Starry Sky Demon Fox choose to contract with Lung Wei Dao? As soon as Lung Wei Dao's God-level spirit pet appeared, everyone was taken aback. A battle spirit master at level 7 contracting with a complete form level spirit pet could cross levels in contracts. If it weren't for the spirit pet's willingness, even with the help of a strong person, it would be very difficult to succeed. The Starry Sky Demon Fox was a God-level bloodline spirit pet cultivated by the Lung family. It was precisely because of this that Lung Wei Dao could possess a complete form-level Starry Sky Demon Fox at his current level. A God-level bloodline spirit pet? Looking at the God-level bloodline spirit pet summoned by Lung Wei Dao, Yi Yang couldn't help but laugh. With his special ability, he could see through the bloodline and physique of the Starry Sky Demon Fox at a glance. Complete form level 1. God-level bloodline. Indeed, it was the strongest bloodline level battle pet Yi Yang had encountered among his opponents so far. Summoning. Just as the crowd was astonished, Lung Wei Dao formed another summoning seal. 2 other contracted spirit pets also appeared. However, they were no longer God-level bloodline spirit pets, but spirit pets with bloodlines above level 5. Your badge seems to have fallen off. You have already been eliminated. Do you still want to continue fighting? Yi Yang looked at Lung Wei Dao, whose badge was already missing from his chest, and asked lightly. "Humph." Lung Wei Dao snorted and said nonchalantly, "The training round for points has ended. Now, I want to declare war on you. Do you dare to accept?" Swish. As soon as these words were spoken, all the new students were immediately astonished. The second young master of the Lung family, one of the 4 major powerful families in the world, declaring war on Yi Yang, who has no background. This was something they had never thought of. After all, the background gap between the 2 sides was too great. They thought that Lung Wei Dao actually looked down on Yi Yang. But unexpectedly, Lung Wei Dao cared so much. Heh! Yi Yang smiled, looking at the furious Lung Wei Dao, and had the fire-breathing dragon lower its form to come in front of Lung Wei Dao. "I can accept your challenge, but it's actually not very necessary. Because you are simply not my opponent, even if you have a God-level bloodline battle pet." Wow! As Yi Yang's words came out, the crowd around was in an uproar. Was this too arrogant? However, thinking of Yi Yang's terrifying human-pet fusion technique from before, they felt that Yi Yang indeed had that capital. Chapter 181. The dominance of a newcomer, however, if Yi Yang and Lung Wei Dao really fought, it'd be hard to say who was stronger. Arrogant fool. Today, I will let you understand the power of me, Lung Wei Dao. Lung Wei Dao shouted angrily, his spiritual energy surging, enhancing his spiritual pet. Then he charged straight at Yi Yang's spiritual pet. Sigh. Yi Yang sighed and said, "Pikachu, finish it quickly." Bang. After saying that, he jumped off the back of his Charizard and landed on the ground. Three spiritual pets versus three spiritual pets. Both were mysteriously confident, believing their spiritual pets would definitely not lose, and they would once again engage in a one-on-one duel. Fifth grade battle skill, Void Palm. Boom! With a loud shout, Lung Wei Dao unleashed a palm strike towards Yi Yang from afar. Yi Yang did not retreat, gathering his spiritual energy, and also unleashed a palm strike to counter it. Sixth grade battle skill, Cloud-breaking palm. Bang! Suddenly, a huge dull sound erupted, flowing light step. In the next second, Yi Yang moved, appearing in front of Lung Wei Dao in the blink of an eye. What? Lung Wei Dao was startled, shocked by Yi Yang's sudden appearance, clearly not expecting Yi Yang to be so fast. You lost. Bang! As soon as the words fell, Yi Yang landed a heavy punch on Lung Wei Dao's stomach, sending him flying. At the same time, Pikachu also took down the stargazing demon fox, which also had a divine-level bloodline. Charizard and Di-Lu Beast took care of the other two spiritual pets. There was absolutely no pressure at all. Hiss! Everyone present couldn't help but gasp in shock at this scene. They never expected that the duel between Yi Yang and Lung Wei Dao would end so quickly. It was simply a one-sided crushing. Lung Wei Dao was no match for Yi Yang. The gap between them was just too great. Yi Yang was too strong. The dominance of a newcomer was undeniable. With divine-level bloodline, spiritual pets, they could fight and crush at will. And the prestigious Lung family's exclusive spiritual pet was taken down in one move. Sigh. He is the true genius. We are nothing in comparison. Ha! I was still being praised back in my hometown. Today I finally understand what a true prodigy is. Countless newcomers couldn't help but exclaim at this moment. Their faces were filled with shock and emotion. They were truly convinced by Yi Yang. Even if Lung Wei Dao, the second young master of the Lung family, summoned a divine-level bloodline spiritual pet, what of it? He was still taken down. Pikachu knocked it out with a single tail swipe. Overcoming levels to fight completely felt like child's play. All right, everyone gather. The training is concluded early. Just as everyone was astonished, a loud voice attracted the attention of everyone present. Several War Emperor-level instructors gathered together and opened the teleportation array again. Now everyone return immediately, and those who are injured should go to the school infirmary. Then starting tomorrow, there will be extensive training. Huh? Hearing that there would be more training, the newcomers immediately cried out in distress. They had almost lost their lives. More training? Subsequently, all the newcomers returned to school through the teleportation array. The news of Yi Yang's complete annihilation of the newcomers also spread rapidly at the same time, quickly becoming a sensation throughout North China Battle Spirit Master University.